Volume 3, Chapter 100, Part 1, someone brought up a new topic. Helmut, that guy would be perfect for attracting freshmen just by showing his face. That's true, his face could raise the average level of the swordsmanship department's second-year students. If there's a guy who doesn't fit the swordsmanship department, it would be Asuka, but that guy Helmut is something else. He's handsome. Everyone nodded their heads. The topic shifted again. As for Asuka, I just hope the first-year students don't provoke him. I bet 10,000 marks that Asuka beats up at least one first-year student. I bet 100,000 marks. I bet 1 million. Is that too much? If your family heard that, you'd get beaten up. Anyway, it's a problem, the first-year students. They're different from us, right? The second-year students in the swordsmanship department were quickly getting used to the academy's policy of ensuring equal education between nobles and commoners after Sabat's incident. Above all, Helmut, one of the only two commoners, didn't seem like a commoner at all, and Asuka was the same but in a different way. Asuka couldn't be classified as a commoner or a noble. He was an entirely different breed. He was truly a crazy dog. The second-year students knew this, but the first-year students didn't, and that was the problem. They must have heard rumors about Asuka, but they haven't seen it with their own eyes. It was their first semester in their first year. The assimilation has not yet been properly achieved. If they are of noble origin, they will not treat a commoner senior properly. The problem was that Asuka wasn't the type to overlook that quietly. During a brief moment, Instructor Patricia admonished Helmut. "Helmut, you need to keep an eye on Asuka. I'm counting on you, that's a difficult request." He wanted to ask, "What's the benefit for me?" But it felt like not only Instructor Patricia but everyone was entrusting Asuka to Helmut. Except for the one incident where he beat up Sabat, Helmut was a problem-free model student and diligent. That didn't mean Helmut had a generous personality that was exemplary and took good care of his classmates, but it looked that way. "But he listens to you, he's a guy who doesn't even listen to the instructor. He doesn't really listen to me either. Still, I ask you, please be careful." Turning her back, Instructor Patricia left, passing her trust onto him as if believing in an honor student. Helmut didn't know she was a high-ranking expert. Now that it had come to this, it felt like they'd use Helmut if Asuka did something. It's a hassle. From the moment he met Asuka, it was a doomed fate. "I don't know if I can endure this." In reality, essay exams were definitely not his preference. While scribbling answers on paper without energy and listening to Arya's nagging, it seemed that quite a bit of stress had built up. If he let go a bit during dueling, he might feel like beating up his opponent. In the dueling that was about to happen, Asuka was his opponent, an opponent who doesn't mind being beaten up a bit. He was a bit wary, and Asuka approached and spoke to him. "Helmut, what did Instructor Patricia say?" She said to keep an eye on you. "Keep an eye on me? Why is she always doing that to me?" Asuka grumbled. Not only Instructor Patricia does that. It seemed like Asuka still didn't know he was the problem. Either he didn't know or pretended not to. Asuka quickly got into another topic. "Hey, did you hear too? There's a pretty girl in the first year, a girl. There are girls in general classes too." But Helmut had been avoiding or completely ignoring female students. He had experienced a few who were annoyingly asking him to deliver gifts to Aaliyah. Most of the girls Helmut had encountered since coming to Baden were fans of Aaliyah. They were slightly mentally unstable, a race of people who shouldn't be messed with. But there weren't any in the second year, right? "And she's pretty too." Helmut hesitated to point out to the excited Asuka that the first-year girl would be a noble and likely to ignore him since he was a commoner. "Well, you're roommates with Aaliyah. It's understandable that you wouldn't find her particularly appealing." "What are you talking about? Could it be, did this guy notice?" Helmut reacted suspiciously. "What are you talking about? Could it be that this guy noticed?" Helmut suspiciously reacted. "Aaliyah is the prettiest in Greta Academy, probably even in Baden. Being a man is the problem. When I first saw that kid, my eyes widened. But to be a man with that face, it's nauseating." Observing Asuka, who was emitting frustration all over his body, Helmut narrowed his eyes. "This guy. It's funny to say that even if she shows up right now in a dress, she doesn't make the face that would make people believe she's a girl." He seemed to not know that the one who was screwed from the womb was himself. At that moment, Instructor Patricia's shout echoed. "Everyone, have you chosen your partners? More importantly, it's time to duel." "Focus." At Helmut's words, Asuka slightly stiffened his expression. He was aware that Helmut may be stronger than him. "I won't go easy on you." Asuka had a defiant look. No one in the martial arts department had ever defeated him in a duel. He had faced a senior 1 year above him, but he had won that too. "Who asked you to go easy? Do you always talk as if winning is a given? Just wait and see, that's how it should be. If it ends too easily, it will be ridiculous." Chapter 100 Part 2, "You're better than I thought," Helmut said to Asuka, who was sprawled on the ground. Asuka, who had dropped his wooden sword, quickly raised his upper body and grumbled. "Are you gloating now?" He seemed annoyed. Helmut checked the time without any excitement. 8 minutes. He held on for a long time. The initial attack was so fast that it sent a chill down his spine. Elastic and explosive movements, sword strikes that seemed to bounce like a ball, not many would be able to react to those movements. It was an unpredictable and irregular swordsmanship that seemed to give way rather than being refined and perfect. His sense of dodging attacks or parrying them was also unique. His reflexes were the best among those Helmut had faced. If he had to describe it by feeling, it would be, "You really." Helmut swallowed his words that were about to say he was like an animal because it felt like an insult. "AI, why are you so strong?" "I thought I would win," Asuka complained. He thought he would lose, but he didn't feel good after actually losing. It was the first time he had encountered such a stable and flawless opponent. It felt like shivers down his spine when facing him head-on. He was ready to counterattack when he allowed an opening. He charged in, feeling like his chest was opening up, but he immediately lowered his stance to counterattack. He missed a strike precisely on the wrist. Unless the lower body muscles were properly trained, one couldn't exhibit such swift movements. Helmut was strong to the point that it felt distant. It made his teeth clench. "When was the last time I lost?" And to appear at that, it's a difference that can't be caught up in a short time. He knew it instinctively, but when it became reality, he just got angry, even to peers. This is a difference that cannot be overtaken in a short period of time. He instinctively realized it, but when it became reality, he lost my temper. "Ah." Whether Asuka was furious or not, Helmut started analyzing. His movements have slowed down, maybe because his stamina is dropping. Asuka is not the type to work hard on physical training. He has a good sense and knows how to win. He trains, but not in a detailed way, like strengthening his lower body or increasing his lung capacity. The explosive movements at the beginning were definitely beyond my skill, but it didn't last long. If that couldn't be maintained consistently, his average skill level would probably be as Helmut thought. But it's also true that having variables is more threatening than having evenly distributed skills. Is he more of an assassin type than a mercenary? There probably weren't many who could withstand his surprise first attack. Even if his movements noticeably declined afterward, it was based on Helmut's standards. He's flexible but has many openings. If Helmut were an instructor, he wouldn't give him full marks. But looking at the overall movements of other swordsmanship students, Asuka wasn't sloppy either. "Get up." As the duels of the other guys seemed to be ending slowly, Helmut reached out his hand. Asuka, who was sitting on the floor and sulking, looked up at him with a strange look. "Why, what? You're going to let go if I hold your hand?" "Am I you?" He frowned, then quickly grabbed his hand, got up, and dusted off his buttocks. Irritating. You can lose too." Helmut, who would have been very upset if he had lost, spoke as if it was someone else's business now that he had won. "You can lose too, but you didn't." Helmut looked at him with a blank face. "The other guys will probably gossip and mock me. Oh, that guy lost to him too." It might not necessarily happen. Of course, there might be guys who think that way. But that wasn't all. It wasn't too one-sided. Helmut had ended the duel with one stroke in the entrance exam. They were busy dueling, but some of the guys who finished early saw Helmut and Asuka face off. The focus shifted more to the high-level duel than to the fact that Asuka lost. "Wow, did you see them face off? How was it?" "It was no joke. I thought it was like upperclassmen fighting each other. The level is just different. Are those kids in the second grade, especially that guy Helmut, he gave me the chills." Asuka's sword strikes were so fast and continuous that they were hard to follow with the eyes. Helmut calmly parried them. He maintained his balance and gave an opening to counterattack. His movements were as smooth as flowing water. It was even an elegant movement. Did they use Vis? I don't think so, probably. But why are they so fast? That's what I'm saying. Vis use is prohibited in duels. The wooden sword may not be able to withstand the enhanced strength by Vis. And the anticipation for Helmut and Asuka's dueling wasn't limited to students alone. Instructor Patricia observed with interest. From an instructor's perspective, the opportunity to witness sparring between students of this level was rare. At this rate, both of them could face off against sixth-year students without any problems. She had expected Helmut's skills to be extraordinary, but this confirmed it. Sixth-year students are students with adult bodies. It's a match between men and boys. There's a difference in everything from physique to experience. Of course, in the history of Greta Academy, there were really genius guys who, as first graders, beat sixth graders. But she had never seen it herself. Instructor Patricia regretted that it would have been better to pair them with third-year students, not first-year students. "I want to see them duel with real swords." Real sword duels are not allowed in lower grades. But both of them seem to be able to handle Vis properly. The use or non-use of Vis often determines the outcome, so it would be more exciting if they entered a real sword duel. It was different from a battle based simply on the body. When you use Vis, the function of the body changes. Stronger muscles, faster movements. Depending on how you discharge and concentrate Vis, even if your basics are a bit lacking, there are guys who make up for it. especially those who are particularly good at using vis. Asuka, who is intuitive, is likely to become stronger when he uses vis. She was also looking forward to how Helmut would use vis. But for now, the midterm exam is right in front of her. That's something she can worry about later. Everyone stop, even those who haven't finished yet stop the duel. Instructor Patricia, who was timing, raised her voice. After a brief rest, the duel started again. The duel between Helmut and Asuka, the clash that everyone was looking forward to, ended with Helmut's complete victory. Chapter 101 Part 1. After all the classes ended, Helmut, returning to the dormitory, encountered Cyan at the entrance. Asuka, Helmut, I heard you two dueled today. Everyone seems excited about it. What's the story? It seems he already got the information from the students in the swordsmanship department who returned first. I wish I had seen it too, Cyan expressed regret. They say it was a very high-level duel. What happened? I'm going in. Interrupting Cyan's words, Asuka briskly walked towards the dormitory. Even at a glance, he seemed quite downcast. He had dueled 3 times consecutively in the morning and lost all 3 times in a row. He didn't complain or throw a tantrum, he just became sullen, losing his usual talkative nature. Watching his back, Cyan made a strange expression. What's wrong with him, that guy? Did you hit him a lot? Not really, I didn't hit him much. Considering the dueling ended almost overwhelmingly, he got hit with a wooden sword so it might hurt, but he treated it all afterward. In other words, there was a significant skill gap between Helmut and Asuka to the extent that he didn't need to inflict injuries. Winning and losing is part of life, Cyan murmured. The perspective of a swordsman who values victory and a magician who values individual achievement was somewhat different. Although magical prowess could decide the balance in combat, it was not an absolute criterion. Like how you always lose to Aaliyah. Except for Aaliyah, everyone else loses to me, so I'm second, right? Looking at it from a different perspective, I guess. It was new, but Helmut didn't want to lose to anyone. He couldn't even tolerate being second. The Forest of Roots was full of powerful monsters, and Helmut, being human, was a fragile existence. He didn't want to become like that even in the human world. In the human world, he wanted to be strong, a formidable force that no one could underestimate. He had already stepped out of someone's shadow. He seems a bit upset, but it won't last long, will it? Leaving Cyan muttering, Helmut returned to his dormitory room. Aaliyah's class was about to start soon. Is that guy not coming today? Aaliyah, who saw Cyan carefully locking the door, asked with his chin propped up. Not long ago, there was an incident where Aaliyah's fans forcefully opened the door and rushed in. After pushing them out and closing the door, everyone had been thorough in checking the door ever since. Asuka is at the training ground. He won't come today. Seems like he's really upset. Well, that's good. The atmosphere improved as one of the two who had been dampening the mood disappeared. If Asuka focused only on training and neglected his studies, the chances of Helmut becoming the top student would increase. Don't be complacent. He said he studied all the notes, so he just needs to look at them briefly the day before the exam. Whether I'm complacent or not, you still have to run 100 laps around the field. Do you have confidence? Did Helmut's answer sheets improve a lot? Cyan reached out and grabbed the answer sheet that Helmut was looking at. Helmut, who was just reviewing Aaliyah's corrections, frowned. What is this? How can a person improve this much in such a short period of time? Cyan muttered. He was also the second best in the magic department. He knew how to distinguish between a well-written answer sheet and a poorly written one. The expression was crude, but there was nothing to criticize. It was an answer sheet that could easily be in the upper ranks. Aaliyah cut off his words without mercy. Let's start, close your mouth. Yes, yes, the class began in the study room. It was the night before the midterm exams. The second-year students in the swordsmanship department were unusually lively from the morning. The long-awaited confrontation with the first-year students had finally arrived. Today we're facing the first-year students. I'm nervous. If we win this, it should be the normal thing, but if we lose, it's embarrassing, right? The first-year guys are good this year, they underestimate us. We have to show them what we've got. But actually, we underestimated the second years last year. We came to our senses after we got beaten. First of all, we have to beat them. You're not lacking confidence, are you? I'm confident, but you're the problem. What, dude? You're behind me in duel records, are you kidding? Whether it's 4 wins, 5 losses, or 5 wins, 4 losses, it's the same. I'm worried about both of you. If you can't win, at least play the part. Even if you lose, try to hold out for 5 minutes. If you lose, you don't deserve to enter the dormitory, sleep on the field. Laughter erupted. The atmosphere was quite good, appropriate tension, moderate vitality. Certainly, as the dueling with students from other years approached, there was a sense of unity among them. Chapter 101 Part 2. Who's going to face that first-year girl? I have a cousin in the first year, and when I asked him, he said she's pretty good. I heard she's a strong candidate for first place in the first year. No way she's a girl. The swordsmanship department is different from other departments. Once you can properly handle this, the difference in gender was not very important, just like mages. Of course, it's very difficult to reach that level. There were countless cases where they couldn't endure the process of training their bodies and creating a vessel for this. If she's a girl and she's good enough to enter our academy's swordsmanship department, she's not ordinary. There are only a handful of girls in our department, right? Is she constantly training her sword in such a harsh environment? I guess so. I heard that the first-year girl is from a well-known family. Do you have someone you know at the academy? You know all that speech, behavior, swordsmanship, that's enough to know. I'm looking forward to who will face her. I don't want to, me neither. While showing curiosity, the fear of losing made them reluctant. No one would want to be humiliated by losing to a pretty girl. By the way, Asuka has been sharpening his sword and living in the training ground. I've never seen him so serious about a duel. To be precise, it was the first time they saw him having a duel to win, not to torment someone. And it was the first time they saw him focusing on his own development in a duel. Since the instructors instructed them to change their match opponents, Asuka and Helmut couldn't face each other after that day. Asuka, who quickly became less talkative, was also unfamiliar to Helmut. He heard that he was stuck in the training ground all day, even on holidays. Did he get pretty upset because he lost? Asuka has never lost before that, probably ever. The guys who were talking about Asuka suddenly fell silent. It was because Asuka, whom they were discussing, appeared. Only after finishing the morning practice at the training ground, Asuka, who had been there since early morning, finally left. Looking around, Asuka approached Helmut with a lively demeanor. Hey, good morning. Today he seemed more willing to talk than usual. Cyan told me to tell you to study a bit. I don't care, that kind of thing. Besides, it's him who's going to run around the field, not me anyway. He spoke as if he didn't care about the bet. Asuka, who spat out words that would make Cyan grab the back of his neck, stretched out. I hope I get a decent opponent. Is there such a guy among the first year? I heard there are a few good swordsmen among the first year. Even if they're good, so what? Most guys are just ordinary. Seeing his confidence, it seemed that he had quite a bit of results from his practice. Of course, Helmut had his own accomplishments too, although it was a bit problematic in terms of written exams. Alan, the instructor, appeared in time and lined up and called the roll. Everyone is present, let's move right away. He gestured and led the way. It seemed that he was going to join the first-year students for their dueling session. The second-year students of the swordsmanship department followed Alan with anticipation. The destination they arrived at was another courtyard where the first-year students' classes were held. Greta Academy was a large institution, and the swordsmanship department had a total of 7 buildings, including the main one, each designated for different years. With such a scale, unless it was a general education class, students rarely encountered those from other departments. Interaction between different years within the same department was also infrequent. Even if they crossed paths occasionally, the classroom spaces were separate, and since they had different dormitories, there was little chance for mingling. Naturally, there was an atmosphere where unity within the same department and the same year was inevitable. There are the first-year students. Instructor Patricia and the first-year students gathered in front of her came into view. Whether on this side or that side, all belonged to the swordsmanship department. Generally, they were of similar build, but the first-year students looked a bit younger. The first-year students eyed the second-year arrivals with a bit of anticipation. The atmosphere wasn't particularly friendly. Helmut and Asuka particularly felt the gazes directed at them. The glances were mixed with curiosity and disdain, as if observing a spectacle. Are those the commoners? Be careful with your words, they are senior commoners. Crazy, should I call someone crazy or a commoner a senior? A mutter of discontent was faintly heard. It was a familiar atmosphere. As Asuka tightened his grip on his wooden sword, he smiled. I'll take back what I said earlier, this sparring won't be ordinary, it's going to be fun. It sounded like a promise to make it fun. The atmosphere of the second-year students naturally became strange. Although they themselves had once disregarded commoners, Helmut was acknowledged, and Asuka was also recognized for his skill. While it was okay for them to insult each other, it felt unpleasant when others did it. Besides the discomfort, there was a sense of sympathy. Hey, look at Asuka's expression. He's probably about to cause another accident. Condolences to the one who faces him. Everyone, pay attention. You all know that the duel between the first and second years starts today, right? I will explain the duel rules. As instructor Patricia exchanged greetings with Alan, she briefed as usual. Some time was given before the dueling for a light warm-up and practice of basic movements. Before the duel, warm up and practice basic movements for 30 minutes. Asuka stretched out her arms and legs as if doing gymnastics. He was ready to start the match right away. The first-year students stood a bit apart, glancing at the newly arrived second-year students. The looks were not friendly. The conversation that had momentarily subsided resumed. They didn't bother to keep their voices down and arrogantly chatted as if they were showing off. Those second-year seniors don't look like anything special. Because the overall level is low, rumors have it that commoners have the best skills in their year. Does that make sense? To lose to commoners, how pathetic. Who's the crazy dog of the swordsmanship department? Dogs only listen when they're beaten. Hearing that, it was too much. The expressions of the second-year students hardened. Although each year had separate classes, the relationship between seniors and juniors was usually respected. Such a situation was rare. Ever since the instructors mentioned that the first-year students' skills were better than usual, the rumors began, and with the prominence of Helmut and Asuka as skilled commoners, the situation became even more peculiar. Beyond the class, the existence of the two was widely rumored even in other departments. The upperclassmen would have thought so, but the first-year students who had just entered the academy after treating the commoners like slaves couldn't accept the fact that commoners, in some sense, were placed above nobles. Naturally, they looked down on the entire second year as a whole. Chapter 102 Part 1, Can't believe we're being looked down upon by first-year students. Damn, they should experience it themselves to understand. Somehow it makes me reflect. Didn't we do the same, treating commoners with contempt, mocking them without reason? They either stood by or subtly enjoyed it. Because they were nobles, if commoners suddenly became equal, resentment was inevitable. But now that they saw the first-year students doing the same, it felt uncomfortable. It was a clear reversal of roles. Honestly, we did that, but Asuka make it worse. If only he was as quiet as half of Helmut. His image would have changed when he showed his skills, but the expelled guys wouldn't have stayed quiet. Yeah, that's true. After a brief moment of empathy, the topic shifted. Though there were situations that could make them furious, after being constantly harassed by Asuka, they had become resilient enough to let most provocations slide. They had already experienced many unfair and infuriating situations. Is that the first-year girl? Someone said, and immediately everyone's attention turned in that direction. There was a girl standing there with neatly tied black hair behind her head and bright blue eyes, tall height with white skin. Her features were noble and elegant, exuding a cool yet neutral vibe. Calm gaze, stubbornly closed lips, everything about her, even from her stance, was different. Her straight posture emphasized distinct angles. While not particularly muscular, her body seemed quite firm. Clearly, she had been trained as a swordsman. She's really pretty. She was indeed pretty, but the word pretty didn't quite capture the feeling. What was clear was that she would grow into a noticeable beauty, yet somehow she looked familiar. It became more apparent when observed in the same space. She looks a bit like someone, doesn't she? Someone murmured. Without asking who, everyone nodded in agreement. The person that came to their minds was one, Helmut. There was something about the atmosphere and appearance that felt similar. Is it because of the same hair color? Well, they might be from the same region. Nobody knew the identity of Helmut, who was known as a commoner. They all thought that he might not be a commoner. Why not ask him directly? Someone boldly suggested. Hey Helmut, do you know that girl? I don't. Take a good look and tell us. There was no need for that. He had seen her briefly earlier, and naturally he didn't recognize her face. Helmut didn't know many people. I don't know her. Really, she looks a lot like you. Helmut, who was trying to ignore it, hesitated. The resemblance is an inherent problem that has nothing to do with whether you know it or not. It might not be unrelated to him. Perhaps a relationship connected by blood, like a relative. Maybe I can know which family she's from, and it might be possible to know which country she comes from. When he made up his mind to inquire, Instructor Allen raised his hand. Everyone pay attention. Starting now, competing between first and second-year students will take place. Since it's a preliminary duel for the main duel next week, don't overdo it. You can't choose or decide your opponent at will. The instructors have arbitrarily selected the opponent. Follow the rules and participate sincerely. I will call out names now. Come forward one by one and line up. One by one, students from both sides started coming forward. Helmut waited patiently for his turn. After calling about a dozen names, Instructor Allen called out, "First-year Charlotte." Yes, the girl who had been said to resemble him stood in front of Instructor Allen. Helmut observed her carefully. He could feel the refined aura. Probably among the first-year students, she seemed to be the most skilled in the swordsmanship department. Among the big guys from the swordsmanship department, she stood alone as an unusual presence. The moment of anticipation for who would be her opponent. Second-year Asuka, at the sound of that call, sighs escaped from everyone's mouths. They opened their mouths, which they had kept tightly closed, and leaned in to murmur among themselves. Oh, the crazy dog is going to face the pretty girl of the first year. Wait, does this make sense? Did they choose properly? Just when a female freshman finally arrived, and now it is going to be zero again with this. Quiet, Instructor Allen calmed the students. As Asuka sauntered forward and stood in front of the instructor, a hushed silence fell. He glanced casually at his opponent. She looks quite something, but why the hell did it have to be a girl? Asuka, who had been burning with hostility towards the first-year student, seemed a bit uneasy. It was an opponent he hesitated to beat up as he pleased. She wasn't a girl who couldn't be distinguished from a boy, but she was a particularly beautiful girl. Moreover, Charlotte's reaction was different from the other first-year students. Upon hearing that Asuka was her designated opponent, she didn't show disdain or dislike. She simply accepted the fact that her dueling opponent had been chosen and took it in stride. Actually, it was a very carefully selected decision. Both Alan and Patricia instructors deeply pondered over who to match with Asuka. While Asuka had been quiet lately, it was necessary to pair him with a tough opponent, as trying to avoid any accident was necessary. Charlotte caught their attention at that moment. Charlotte didn't have a disdainful attitude towards commoners and her skills were commendable. If paired with Asuka, it wouldn't be an entirely one-sided confrontation. There was also an idea that Asuka might find it unfamiliar to ruthlessly beat up a girl, so he wouldn't go all out. Chapter 102 Part 2, the roll call continued. Helmut's opponent was soon decided. First-year Jeffrey, second-year Helmut. Helmut observed his opponent. Among the first-year students, he seemed to be a skilled opponent who could compete with Charlotte. Among the second-year, there were few guys who had as much momentum as Asuka. Didn't they said that the overall level of the first-year students is high? He seemed to understand what that meant. If a duel is randomly attached to the first year, it seemed that the second year would win at a ratio of about 6-4. The second year would be superior, but the difference was not big. Senior, I look forward to this duel, Jeffrey spoke confidently. However, unlike his respectful tone, there was a hint of thorns in the gaze directed at Helmut. Even Helmut, who wasn't particularly sensitive, could feel the prickly thorns. Is this commoner the strongest in the second year? Being a commoner unconsciously lowered the opponent's status. Isn't the second year level low? While he didn't have a particularly twisted personality, Jeffrey was arrogant. As a noble heir from the swordsmanship family, he had skills recognized even within his family. Entering Greta Academy known for attracting talented individuals, he became confident in his strength. Apart from a few exceptions among the first-year students, there were hardly any guys comparable to him. He was full of confidence. However, in Helmut's eyes, the guy who seemed nothing special was provoking him without even understanding the subject. A slight irritation set in. Before he could showcase his skills, they wouldn't know at all. They all seemed the same. Well then, I'll show them. The junior in front of him will soon doubt whether he has the skills to be confident, because Helmut makes sure of that. Your name is Charlotte, right? Why did you come to Greta Academy? She's pretty not my type though. Asuka, who was staring at the opponent, showed curiosity. It was also a kind of exploration. It was to induce the opponent to give a pretext, as he found it uncomfortable to pick a fight with someone who seemed innocent. Asuka could read negative emotions or malice directed at him quite sensitively. That was enough. He had reasons to crush someone who disliked him. Rather than facing an opponent with no emotions, stepping on someone who hated him was much more motivating. However, the opponent responded calmly. Greta Academy is an excellent academy. You could find other good academies in Baden, and female students are rare in Greta Academy's swordsmanship department. I didn't come here to make friends. I came to become stronger. Huh, he liked the response. Asuka was slightly taken aback. It was rare to encounter someone who seemed so intact and sincere. Moreover, she answered without any reservation. It seemed more like a concept of responding because a senior asked, rather than because she likes it. Your name is Charlotte, right? Yes, Asuka-senpai. Charlotte raised her wooden sword, aiming it at Asuka. The instructors were surveying the students. The dueling would begin soon. I've heard about the senior's reputation. You don't have to go easy on me. It's better for both of us that way. Who said I'd go easy? Momentarily surprised by the unexpected response, Asuka quickly regained his composure. If this was some kind of hope torture, there was no hobby in going easy. Begin. At the instructor's command, the dueling commenced immediately. As Asuka and Charlotte faced each other, on the other side, Helmut and Jeffrey also began their match. The sword is heavy. Feeling the impact of the descending wooden sword, the hand grew numb. Jeffrey was a powerful opponent, his strength concentrated in his sharp bones. Jeffrey, raised in a noble mansion with quality food and nurtured alongside noble offspring, differed in nutritional status from Helmut, who filled his stomach roughly in the forest of roots. Although he seemed to be growing taller and his physique improving, he still had a long way to go. Helmut wasn't physically larger compared to his peers, but his slender build gave off a deceptive impression. Let's see his skills. The wooden sword that cuts the air with a buzzing sound was powerful. If hit properly, bones would likely break. But who would willingly get hit by that? Helmut leisurely observed Jeffrey, well-developed muscles and good balance. Usually dodging from this side would create an opening, but he used strength to redirect the direction of the wooden sword, minimizing the gaps. Don't just avoid it, try to attack, Jeffrey shouted. Since the first encounter with the sword, Helmut had been skillfully avoiding his attacks. It was enough to make him angry because he only scratched the air with a narrow difference. Let's see about that. At the same time as Helmut muttered, he flicked the wooden sword like a sword and stretched it out. Jeffrey's eyes widened. The wooden sword was aimed exactly at his throat. Without a chance to react, he received a blow to his neck at once. Helmut counted the number. One, it won't end like this, right? Had it been about 2 minutes, there was still a long time left for the duel. Of course not, Jeffrey grinned. If it had been a real battle, he would have been dead by now. A chill ran down the spine. There's a reason he's known as the top in the second year. Tension spread throughout his body. Jeffrey adjusted his posture more cautiously. Helmut movements were unexpectedly fast, making it difficult to predict. This time I'll be the one to attack, defend yourself, Helmut said leisurely. It wasn't necessary to be too harsh against a first year, even if he revealed a bit of his thorns. However, that didn't mean he would go easy on him. Tick, tick, tick. The end of the sword that pierced like an arrow was blocked by Jeffrey's wooden sword. He was able to block it because he was concentrating all his mind. But those 3 strikes were the end. Not intensely powerful, but the short, choppy shocks left his hand paralyzed. The 4th strike stabbed directly through Jeffrey's shoulder. Thud, Jeffrey's eyes widened. The entire shoulder ached with the shock that reverberated through his bones. The ripple of the impact spread through his body like an earthquake. Chapter 103 Part 1. Did he use Vis? Jeffrey doubted. Helmut's wooden sword was fast, but it didn't contain tremendous power. He didn't think it had the force to crush flesh and break bones. However, the impact he received was beyond imagination. It left his entire body numb and powerless. It didn't end with just 1 strike. After stabbing his shoulder, he seemed to retreat, then suddenly he kept stabbing at the abdomen. There was no chance to defend with a paralyzed body. Thud, thud, thud. It felt like being hit at the end of a stick. No, it felt like being torn. In the shock that brought tears to Jeffrey's eyes, he unintentionally cried out. The wooden sword he was tightly gripping slipped through his fingers, thud. The final strike hit his right thigh. Jeffrey knelt forward as if collapsing. His whole body ached to the extent that his soul seemed halfway out. Helmut, holding the wooden sword above his shoulder, raised one eyebrow as if surprised. You're not bad. Despite being hit, Jeffrey had subtly twisted his body, avoiding only the vital points. It was an instinctive movement, but the result didn't change. Are you kidding me now? An irritated Jeffrey raised his voice. Did you use Vis? How is this possible? It was an incomprehensible situation. He's a senior, but only a year older. He was beaten so badly by a boy of almost the same age. Vis, no need for that. You're just weak, Helmut replied indifferently. Strength is good, but it's meaningless if you can't succeed in an attack. If he clumsily blocked it, the wooden sword had enough power to split his in two. That's why Helmut chose to avoid and then switch to an offensive strategy. Jeffrey wasn't dull like a bear. If it were an ordinary opponent, he would have fiercely retaliated, allowing a defeat the moment he allowed an attack. The reason he perfectly avoided that was because Helmut was much superior in skill. Shall we continue? If he can stand up, that is. Of course. Jeffrey reached out towards the wooden sword. But before he could touch it, he crouched down. The intense pain surged from his right shoulder, which was hit first. Your muscles might have torn, trying to move would be useless. Even in perfect condition, he was not a significant opponent, but in this state, he can't even practice. Jeffrey gritted his teeth in humiliation. Helmut glanced at him briefly and turned his gaze away. Asuka and Charlotte, was it? He suddenly thought of them and ended it quickly. That girl named Charlotte, she's a bit on his mind. Is it because he heard that they look alike? There was an inexplicable feeling. It's too early to be sure, but if this is instinct, this feeling might mean something. In the place where his gaze turned, Asuka and Charlotte were facing each other. The match was not over yet. Helmut quietly watched. Asuka was panicking again. As soon as the match started, he confidently thrust his wooden sword. He thought he was going to finish it overwhelmingly and take a break. But Charlotte was not the typical male student he used to face, large and muscular, with many areas to hit. Asuka's usual advantage was turned completely upside down. Why is this girl so fast? Moreover, her movements were flexible, light, and fast like a hornet. Even when trying to overpower her, she couldn't be caught. Although Asuka maintained the upper hand, he couldn't find an opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. She was carefully avoiding the subtle movements like hiding a neck from a wild beast. Charlotte was cautious, realizing that she was facing a stronger opponent. Her strategy involved not overcommitting and maintaining the duel while keeping the opponent on edge. There was a feeling of dragging on for Asuka, and he made a displeased expression. She's defensive. Is she just learning the purpose of the duel? There are such guys. The opponent is Asuka. If she knows she can't beat the opponent, she chooses to be faithful to the essence of the duel. But Asuka looked into her eyes. The gaze was not discouraged. Charlotte's eyes were subtly different from the others. There was some intention behind them. Asuka suddenly realized how much time has passed. It's been a while since he had a duel for so long. Is she aiming for a draw? He got goosebumps. Asuka gritted his teeth. Draw. Don't be ridiculous. Even if he lost to Helmut, the crazy dog Asuka of the swordsmanship department couldn't settle for a draw against a first-year student. That was absolutely unacceptable. Asuka's eyes became fierce. The momentum emanating from his whole body changed. Tension rose in Charlotte's eyes facing him. If I defend well, I can win. If it's impossible to win, she chooses a strategy that doesn't lose. But even so, if there is an opportunity to win, she modifies her strategy. Asuka was the type of person who, rather than firing off a flawless attack, made sure that his opponent wouldn't dare take advantage of it. Most of them can't even react. But Charlotte could, she believed she could. It was an excessive self-confidence. The moment Asuka rushed in, Charlotte lowered her body by a hair's breadth. Naturally, she aimed to plunge into the lower body, intending to target the legs or thighs. But Asuka's reaction was different from what Charlotte expected. He skillfully rolled his foot, rolled forcefully, and leaped into the air. Losing sight of the target, Charlotte quickly withdrew her body. Asuka did the same. Spinning in the air, he landed on Charlotte from head to heels. Thud, from head to heels, her body collided with the floor. Charlotte didn't lose her wooden sword, but she sensed defeat. Damn it. Chapter 103 Part 2, the weight pressing on Charlotte's abdomen was so heavy that she couldn't move. She frowned as she looked at the boy sitting on top of her. Asuka, with a sword pointed at Charlotte's throat, smirked. What, are you trying to beat Asuka in a first-year topic? She was impressive, but that was about it. Asuka enjoyed the satisfaction of victory in that state. She was quite a tough opponent, of course, until he heard the voices around him. Wow, that Asuka guy, he's on top of a girl. Perhaps because that boy's face looks like the face of a girl, so he acts as if he were one. Look at him sitting on top of her and laughing. Is that guy a pervert? Who's the pervert? Asuka, who had been smiling smugly, was startled and got up. Only then did he realize that he had been pressing down on a female student, and for quite a long time. Asuka coughed awkwardly. Hey, you, get up quickly, you need to explain. Why are you just standing there? It seemed like you were enjoying it. He tried to sound casual, attempting not to disturb Asuka's moment of victory. Charlotte's expression remained composed. I didn't do it on purpose, don't misunderstand. Asuka added an explanation, trying to avoid the label of being a harasser despite already having the reputation of a crazy dog. No misunderstanding, your movements were natural. It seemed like she meant that he didn't intentionally try to take advantage. Asuka looked at her with disbelief. However, Charlotte's words were genuine. She realized that it happened not because he wanted to make a move while pretending to spar, but rather unintentionally. It wasn't particularly uncomfortable, except for the fact that she lost. Charlotte stood up with a calm expression. Asuka-senpai, he's not just famous for no reason. In Greta's swordsmanship department, where strength mattered, you can't be notorious just for being hot-headed. You need to have the skills to back it up. Asuka felt uncomfortable for some reason. Even Asuka, who was used to being called a crazy dog, didn't like being called a pervert. He scratched his head and got angry. AI, why does a girl come to the swordsmanship department and make people uncomfortable? There is discrimination between men and women in the swordsmanship department, where men dominated, which is a bit different from the discrimination based on the status of nobles and commoners. Charlotte's voice suddenly turned cold. Don't make discriminatory remarks, you seem to have experienced quite a bit of discrimination yourself. No, Asuka, who was about to get irritated by the cold tone, lost his momentum as he grasped the content of the words. Oh right, Asuka closed his mouth, scratching his cheek. Charlotte didn't say anything more and turned her back. Everyone looked at them with surprised eyes. It was the first time they saw Asuka, who couldn't even squeak back down. And that to a first-year junior. What's going on? Well, he also faced discrimination for being a commoner. There would be no words to say about such remarks. The sparring was gradually coming to an end. Asuka looked around. The instructors, who had been observing with a critical eye since the end of the sparring, were now heading in the other direction. Something felt off. It was like the discomfort of coming out of the restroom without wiping properly. Asuka soon realized the reason. More importantly, Asuka spoke with a growl, come out. Facing the second-year students who were staring blankly, Asuka showed a fierce smile. He looks like a girl. That guy is a pervert. The bodies of those in his line of sight flinched at his aggressive expression. You guys who said that, come out now. A sudden silence fell. The second-year students just looked at each other. They probably didn't expect him to listen. It was a word spit out in excitement. Asuka tapped the finger holding the wooden sword on the other hand. If you come out when I say it nicely, it'll be over with one hit. He roughly caught on to which side the words had come from. The suspects were narrowed down to 5 people. Asuka was ready to thrash all 5 until the culprit came out. Not coming out, do you guys want to die together? It was a fierce momentum that made even the first-year students who had been looking down on him inwardly shrink. Having proven his strength by defeating Charlotte, although it took some time due to an unfavorable matchup, Asuka's skills were beyond doubt. All 5 of you stand right here, I'll hit you until you confess. Thud. Asuka clutched his head after he was hit on the back of his head. Unbeknownst to him, approaching Patricia, the instructor, gave him a look as if he were a lifelong troublemaker. You're doing your thing. If I take my eyes off you for a moment, you'll cause an accident. Who is this? As Asuka was about to shout, he frowned the sight of her. Ah, it's this woman again. Why are you hitting me? This is self-defense. What self-defense? Is it to call your classmates and beat them up? They slandered me with nonsense. I have to defend myself, otherwise everyone will misunderstand me, won't they? Is defense for you to threaten someone and beat him up? The best defense is offense. As long as you keep your mouth open. Patricia, the instructor, grabbed Asuka's ear. As Asuka was about to make a fuss, he grabbed her hand, whining. Wow, did she take some kind of power potion? I can't shake her off. Patricia calmly spoke. Asuka, you've done a great job in the dueling, that was good. But as a senior second year, can't you calm down a bit in front of the first-year juniors? I'll stay quiet if no one bothers me. Look at this liar. All the second-year students who had been paying attention to the situation simultaneously had the same thought. Helmut thought the same. Okay, let's say that's the case. Your classmates were just excited and joking. Can you understand that? No, I can't, Patricia sighed and let go of Asuka. Follow me after class. We need to discuss your inappropriate behavior. As she turned her back and left, Asuka rubbed his ear. It was numb. Ah, this is all because of that Charlotte or whatever. Asuka, who was somehow harboring a grudge, was burning with hostility. Chapter 104 Part 1. Afterwards, they alternated opponents and the sparring continued throughout the morning. Even if it was against first-year students, Helmut and Asuka faced off their top students, creating a somewhat similar duel structure. However, Asuka, who was very angry, had to be warned by instructors several times for knocking down his opponents. The thoughts about Helmut and Asuka's abilities changed by the end of the duels. They are truly strong, quite impressive for commoners. Various thoughts crossed their minds, but at least any doubts about the skills of Helmut and Asuka were thoroughly erased. Among the few first-year students, those who were presumed to be commoners did not show any remarkable prowess. The commoners who concealed their status gained hope by watching Helmut and Asuka, and the first-year students slightly adjusted their views on commoners. Helmut and Charlotte ultimately didn't face each other that day. Although they can't arbitrarily determine the dual opponent, since both were representatives of their grades and strong, it would have been fitting to have them face off. However, the duel wasn't set up like that. The instructor's intentions were not clear, perhaps they postponed it. Perhaps there will be an opportunity during the exams. Helmut turned away, no lingering feelings. In fact, even if there was a resemblance in appearance, it was more likely a coincidence. Even if they were to meet, there was no guarantee that he could inquire about anything. Margaret Irene. Helmut whispered the name inscribed on the pendant. Would there be any significance in bringing up this name in a conversation? If he decided to find out, he could have done so easily. He refrained from doing so because he realized that simply revealing that he knew the name could pose a risk to his true identity. Even Ethan Kudrow doesn't know about this name. Ethan wasn't from the Temple's side. However, he was a noble obligated to uphold the honor of the family in Baden. If he found out the truth, rather than siding with Helmut, who posed a danger with the Seed of Darkness, he would be more likely to lean toward the Temple's side. Even if he had been dedicatedly supporting Helmut and had received favors from Darien, Ethan couldn't stand with this side to the end. Darien mentioned it. Betrayal is something you experience and expect from the close ones. Helmut had to be careful. If someone found out that the woman with the name he was mentioning had given birth to a child with the Seed of Darkness, it could even reach his true identity. It wouldn't be an easy trace. No one who possessed the Seed of Darkness had ventured out of the Forest of Roots. But just as Helmut had overcome that slim probability and ventured out of the Forest of Roots, someone might reach that low chance. If that happened and if he ended up opposing the Temple, they will kill me. Helmut came to a simple conclusion. Just because the battles he had fought so far were relatively easy, he shouldn't overestimate his abilities. Could he escape? Even a strong man like Darien couldn't stand against the Temple, but by that time, it seems that the Temple will not be able to track him down easily. At least not as the Archmage Antial did. I need to be careful. Helmut tried hard to erase his premonition, but when he made up his mind, she approached. Senpai. Helmut looked at Charlotte, who addressed him with unfamiliar eyes. In the Baden Academy, there had been only one situation Helmut had experienced when a girl approached him for the first time. It was Aaliyah's follower pestering him. Surely not her too. It was a plausible scenario. Helmut didn't let down his guard. What is it? I saw Senpai dueling. The attention was directed towards them. It was unusual for Charlotte to talk to someone, a noticeable girl revealing her skills with a smile. Moreover, she was the only female student in the swordsmanship department among the first and second-year students. Even the guys who were quiet when she was around wanted to talk to her. Given such an environment, it was natural for Charlotte to become reserved. Yet she was initiating a conversation, even though he was a commoner but a handsome and skilled male senior too. However, the words Charlotte uttered were not in that direction. It's a shame. I wanted to duel with Senpai too, but I didn't get the chance. Was it a misunderstanding that he heard regret about missing the chance to easily defeat him? Helmut's thoughts naturally flowed in that direction. Perhaps it was because he had become too accustomed to Asuka, but he didn't feel hostility from the other side. Looking forward to facing you in the exam next week. If the opportunity doesn't arise then, Charlotte smiled slightly. Would you be my opponent at least once? It sounded arrogant like a challenge, bold enough to be provocative. Helmut nodded. Sure, all right then. Chapter 104 Part 2 Charlotte bowed her head and turned her back. The class was over, it was time to go for lunch. Asuka approached him and teased him annoyingly. Are you thrilled because a pretty junior is talking to you? Do I look like I'm thrilled? Helmut retorted as if he was puzzled. He didn't understand why he felt that way. Asuka sighed. You're really a boring type. That's not an answer to my question. Do you know her name? Helmut pondered for a moment. Charlotte, he barely remembered. It was just a memory that was stuck in a corner of his mind. I can see that you're not interested in her. He wasn't uninterested. Helmut didn't bother to deny it, because a relieved look passed over Asuka's face. Helmut suddenly realized. It's not me who's interested in Charlotte. But Helmut didn't understand these emotions well either. It was highly likely to be a misunderstanding. It could be a bad interest. Anyway, I'm looking forward to the exam next week, that Jeffrey guy who was your opponent. It would be fun to compete with him. Asuka smiled, thinking of Jeffrey, who had been rude to the end unlike Charlotte. That fierce smile implied that Jeffrey's fate, who would face the crazy dog Asuka next week, wouldn't be smooth for him. Aaliyah seemed a bit strange today. Helmut tilted his head. Having lived in an environment where fists flew from a violent old man at the slightest carelessness, Helmut, who grew up in the forest with monsters, was more observant than one would expect. The atmosphere was strange even when they met in the dorm room, and it was like that all the time while they were taking classes in the study room. Quiet and somehow cold. Aaliyah originally had a tendency to say only what she had to say, but it got worse. The atmosphere sank further after Cyan left. Cyan had declared that he would finish early today and left his seat. Helmut wondered if he should ask if there was anything wrong as he handed over the essay answer sheet. But what if there is something wrong? There was little chance that Helmut could solve the problem that had hit Aaliyah. He wouldn't want that either. But the moment he opened his mouth after thinking, a word popped out of Aaliyah. Helmut, I have a question. Meeting Aaliyah's gaze as she uttered those words, Helmut realized she seems bitter. Aaliyah rarely had good days, she was always gloomy. But today it wasn't just a gloomy level, it was like a sky filled with rainy season clouds. Feeling thirsty for some reason, Helmut asked, lifting a water bottle. What is it? I heard you got a date request from a first-year student in the swordsmanship department today. Helmut, who was just drinking water, almost spit out the contents. If he had sprayed it on Aaliyah, the study room might have exploded. Helmut, who barely swallowed the water, denied it. That didn't happen. He had no idea when a duel request turned into a date invitation. He didn't think Charlotte had said it with that intention. Or did she? There's supposed to be a very pretty girl in the first year of the swordsmanship department. Do you know her? There's only one female student in the first year of the swordsmanship, Charlotte. You even know her name. I saw her compete with Asuka. She's skilled. It was a skill worth remembering. Helmut wasn't sure why Aaliyah was explaining this in such detail, though. It felt like Darien, who was holding a fist as big as a boulder, was interrogating him to recite what he learned today. It brings back bad memories. In fact, Aaliyah was interrogating Helmut. There must be a reason for it. Helmut had a strange trust in Aaliyah. It was the kind of trust that he wouldn't waste time on trivial matters, especially not with an exam approaching. Anyway, if the rumor that you got a date request is going around, she must have said something to you. She said she looks forward to dueling with me in the next class, and if it doesn't work out then, she asked for a separate match. Is there a problem with that? Aaliyah's expression softened slightly, just a bit. There might be a problem. What kind? I've been thinking about it. We share a room and you are the closest person to me. What about Cyan from the same department? I won't pay attention to him. This part made Cyan seem pitiful. In short, there might be female students who approach you with intentions. It's highly possible. It didn't seem like that. Charlotte didn't even mention anything close to what Aaliyah was thinking about. And she didn't seem to harbor any obsession that Aaliyah's fans often showed. What Charlotte was interested in was Helmut's swordsmanship skills. Just as Helmut couldn't remember the names of those without good skills, Charlotte seemed to pay attention to him in a similar way. A light shone in Aaliyah's violet eyes. How do you know it's not? How can you be so sure? Helmut's rebuttal didn't sit well with Aaliyah. He wasn't trying to defend himself, but when Aaliyah pressed, Helmut's response became awkward. It doesn't seem like it. His words trailed off. But Helmut couldn't guarantee that his judgment was superior to Aaliyah's. The trust that had been formed over time was obscuring the strangeness of this situation. Among the crazy female students who chase me around, there are quite a few intelligent ones. One of them even disguised herself as a man and infiltrated my dormitory. You should know that there are some tricky ones who will perform an act to deceive you. Charlotte didn't seem to be one of those. At least it didn't seem that way. However, it could be as Aaliyah described. Helmut summarized so. You're saying that even though she likes you, she approaches pretending not to be interested in you and uses me as a bridge. It didn't seem like it, but it wasn't certain. He couldn't guarantee that his judgment was good enough to see through someone else's acting. Aaliyah, who had persistently dealt with her followers, might have a more accurate judgment, even if Aaliyah hadn't seen that first-year female student. Chapter 105 Part 1. So the conclusion is to stay away from Charlotte. However, Aaliyah quickly dodged Helmut's question. It's your judgment. I'm just pointing out that such situations could arise. Until the other party makes a move, it's just suspicion. Despite saying that, Aaliyah's eyes seemed to criticize him as a fool who would fall into the hands of her followers if he even dared to have a duel with Charlotte. In fact, it was a straightforward matter. Helmut had no reason to create conflict with Aaliyah over Charlotte. Even if Aaliyah's judgment was wrong, it didn't matter. If you want me to keep my distance from Charlotte because she seems suspicious, just say so. I don't care anyway. It was unclear why Aaliyah was beating around the bush if that was all she wanted. Helmut preferred clear and straightforward communication. Aaliyah's side was undoubtedly more important. After all, she was his roommate, a tutor, and she might even tutor him in the future. Of course, it wasn't free. He hadn't interacted much with the first-year students. Helmut believed having Asuka in the swordsmanship department was enough. Continuing to mingle with the only female student in the first year seemed like an undesirable choice, considering the jealous looks he received when he had a brief conversation with her. Really, Aaliyah's complexion relaxed. She seemed pleased that he obediently followed her. A slight upward turn of the corners of her mouth indicated that. She coughed a few times and continued speaking. This is advice because you seem too trusting, Aaliyah said with a serious face. In the future, if a strange girl approaches you pretending to be friendly, first suspect her. Not only those who want to use you as a bridge, but also those who approach you to hit you in the back of the head will definitely be there. Got it, Helmut answered with a cautious expression. Aaliyah's words resonated with Darien's advice. The dangers of the human world. Even if an opponent was weak as an academy student, Helmut bore the shackles of being cautious. He understood the importance of vigilance to avoid potential trouble. In the academy, there wouldn't be anyone with enough ability and will to target Helmut to that extent, but it wouldn't hurt to be cautious. Helmut accepted it coolly. Aaliyah is indeed thorough and cautious. There was a lot to learn. As a person with secrets, Helmut's misunderstanding was still rooted in the wrong direction. For now, he didn't entertain the idea that there might be female students who feel attracted to him and approach him. Being a commoner had its flaws, but being handsome and excelling in the swordsmanship department compensated for that. But Helmut was completely unaware of that fact. He unconsciously felt that only peculiar guys like Cyan and Asuka approached him, apart from Aaliyah who approached him first. There were also rough guys in the swordsmanship department, but Helmut was a strong individual. It was only natural for the weak to follow the strong. Growing up in the forest of roots resulted in Helmut not experiencing the favorable gazes of girls his age, and then meeting Aaliyah. His unfortunate destiny was partly to blame, so Helmut finding it plausible that girls approaching him might have ulterior motives wasn't entirely surprising. Does he believe this? Does he even realize how he appears to others? Aaliyah felt a sense of discomfort while speaking. Looking at Helmut, who agreed as if saying, "You're right," even her non-existent conscience stung a bit. Aaliyah decided to take it easy. The important thing now was the tutoring, and Helmut had just handed over his answer sheet. Let's review the answer sheet, because she didn't say anything that didn't make sense at all. Why she was upset when she heard the story that Helmut had received a date request, why she is feeling better now, and why she made such an extreme statement is a mystery. Was I upset because I used a trick as an excuse to talk to him? Aaliyah dispelled these thoughts from her mind. There was no need to dwell on it any longer. Chapter 105 Part 2. The preparation for the midterm exam, which required him to stay still in the study room all day long, staring at white paper and black letters, ended smoothly. Sitting for so long is making my body stiff. Helmut rubbed his stiff neck. It was the first time he had been so inactive since he came out of the forest of roots and experienced being a semi-corpse. Whether it was training or whatever, there was no time to wield a sword except for the early morning hours. Magic understanding, according to the standards of mages, was not considered a particularly difficult subject. Is this how wizards usually study? Aaliyah in particular dug deep into each problem, very deeply. Even small pieces of logic had to originate from background knowledge, so it was no different from engraving a tree with countless branches into his head. He learned a lot, but this was definitely not his aptitude. His head was steaming. The words that Darien casually threw were not considered study. He would have preferred physical exhaustion. Anyway, since Vis and magic power collide, a swordsman cannot be a mage. Looking at the answer sheet Helmut handed over, Aaliyah nodded her head. This is passable. Is it not enough for a perfect score? The standard for a perfect score is my answer sheet. It's on a level that can't be compared with your answer sheet. The tone was matter-of-fact, but the content was quite arrogant. Cyan, who was sitting next to him, coughed and Asuka immediately frowned. As the midterms approached, they returned to the study room after briefly wandering. Aaliyah occasionally muttering something was always annoying. Cyan, who had become accustomed to it, let it slide, but Asuka muttered intentionally, "How annoying. You better not take the essay exam. You're going to submit an answer sheet that will impair the examiner's vision anyway." "What did you say?" "What is this?" As Asuka clenched his fist in response to Aaliyah's cold side glance, he grinded his teeth and lowered it again. Feeling annoyed and angry, he couldn't bring himself to throw a punch. Whether it was instinct or conscience, something stopped him. "I can't even beat up this weakling as I please." Physical strength was the only thing Asuka had the upper hand in. In this close sitting position, there was no need to say anything about dealing with an unarmed mage, if only he wasn't deceptively pretty. Asuka was not one of Aaliyah's fans, but that face, it felt like a sin just to touch it. As Aaliyah, who had finished tutoring Helmut and had some leisure time, looked at him and propped her chin, she even sparkled. But Aaliyah's inner feelings definitely didn't sparkle. "I feel it again, this guy is quite peculiar." "You're lucky? What do you mean?" "I'm preparing an offensive spell, but you haven't attacked once. Are you scared, or is it just an animal instinct?" If he had charged without knowing the subject, I would have made him unable to take the midterm exam. Aaliyah's violet pupils narrowed. Asuka seemed to have been hit on the back of the head. "What did you say?" His eyes quickly turned. If he didn't respond to such a provocation, he wouldn't be the crazy dog of the swordsmanship department. This time, he really had to give a good punch to that annoying kid. The emotion was intense, like sparks flying. "Stop." The one who stopped Asuka's fist, as always, was not Cyan. Before it could be extended, he grabbed his wrist. Asuka's face twisted. "Helmut, are you taking his side because you're roommates? Didn't you hear that annoying kid provoking you?" Helmut calmly replied. "You started the argument. That annoying kid said something to you first." Helmut might have been calm, but Asuka, who listened, was the one who got agitated. It was like he was talking about someone else's business. It was an unjust situation. "Aaliyah just answered my question. I asked, and she told the truth. What's the problem?" If asked to wield a sword and strike, Aaliyah would show an inadequate performance even from Helmut's perspective. While her intellect might make her learning speed fast, Helmut thought it was okay to point out her shortcomings in his area of expertise. So conversely, it's okay for Helmut to be criticized for lacking in Aaliyah's area of expertise. That was Helmut's thought, but for Asuka, who was criticized by Helmut's tone, it was a significant difference. "Ah, come on, it's no use taking sides," Asuka grumbled but withdrew his hand. No matter what, he thought beating up Aaliyah was a bit much. After all, she was a mage. If she doesn't stop breathing, she'll retaliate somehow, and then it will be hard for a swordsman to defend. It would be an incredibly difficult and tiring situation. There were many ways, like spells causing leprosy or spells inducing nightmares. That was a retaliation that even the recently softened crazy dog won't bear. "But you're also stopping me. You're usually quiet. What's going on?" Helmut was indifferent, no matter who argued or fought. Asuka suspiciously stared at him. Helmut couldn't explain. "Because Aaliyah is my tutor." That seemed to be the most fitting explanation, but it felt a bit different. The moment he thought Aaliyah might be right, his hand moved involuntarily. Would this be a closer answer? "I think because it's Aaliyah." Cyan, who was quick-witted, also noticed that there was something unknown between Helmut and Aaliyah, but even he who was quick-witted couldn't guess what it was. They are not the kind of guys who give hints to guess. Rather than letting his head ache in vain, Cyan decided to do what he was good at. "All right, it's snack time now. Aren't you all hungry? The tutoring must have ended successfully. How about we all go together this time?" Immediately changing the atmosphere. "There's a waffle shop in the alley ahead that's open until late. It's said to be delicious among the magic department students. How about checking it out? They generously pile on sweet and tangy strawberry cream. Oh, and there's plain whipped cream too." The perceptive Helmut looked at Aaliyah. If she objected again, saying something about they are not allowed because of the sugar or whatever. Well, as a student, what else could be done but follow the tutor's words? "You always say you eat snacks, but are there still places you haven't been to? Are there so many places open at this hour?" The alley in front of the academy is very lively. There are a lot of street vendors too, especially during this time. It's already a well-known story that our academy students study until dawn when they have exams. So the shops are all open late at night due to the boom. Aaliyah, who seemed to be thinking about something for a moment, nodded her head. Okay, let's go. You guys are going too, right? Of course. Following Asuka, who readily agreed, Helmut got up from his seat without answering. Is he finally experiencing the full-fledged nightlife of the academy? That's what he expected as he held onto that anticipation. Chapter 106, Part 1. It was past 10 p.m., and this was the sign in front of the darkened waffle shop. Cyan, seeing this, clutched his head and cried out, "Oh no, it can't be, how unlucky. How did this happen? It seems they weren't prepared for the popularity following their grand opening. Let's find another place." Aaliyah gave up cleanly. However, Cyan lingered in front of the sign, seeming to have lingering regrets. "I've been looking forward to this so much today. You could have gone alone and bought something. Then it's too lonely." Surprisingly, Cyan was the type who couldn't eat alone. Aaliyah seemed indifferent to the bustling atmosphere around the area. "Whatever, let's go somewhere else or go home." When Asuka muttered as if annoyed, Cyan made a face and hesitated. Of course, he was contemplating one of the places he wanted to go. "Okay, how about toast? Covered with a sweet and fruity sauce full of eggs, ham, and lots of shredded cabbage." "No need to explain, let's go," Aaliyah cut him off. The toast shop they followed Cyan to was quite large. There were quite a few people, but it wasn't packed. Cyan, who quickly recovered, was humming as he sat down at an empty table with 4 chairs inside. When Helmut, Asuka, and Aaliyah entered and sat down, the atmosphere inside somehow became significantly quieter. It was a familiar phenomenon. Cyan, who was also receiving half-hearted glances, accepted it with a cheerful remark. "If there were many people, we would have to pack it up, thankfully." Examining the chairs and tables carefully, Aaliyah murmured, "The students at the academy are mostly nobles, so it's natural. They're all picky. They say they only use good ingredients. If any foreign substance comes out, it'll be the day the business goes down. There's even a corner where they share bad restaurants on the bulletin board, so that's why the prices are expensive." Asuka frowned at the price tag. Among them, Asuka seemed to be the poorest. Next was Cyan. "First, choose from the menu. There are various options like ham, sausage, cheese, topping addition, etc." When Cyan suggested, they all looked at the menu simultaneously. While Aaliyah was engrossed in looking at the menu, Cyan subtly started a conversation. "Actually, even among nobles, it seems rare to find someone as picky as Aaliyah. Were you raised in a mansion? Even a small speck of dust can cause errors in magic experiments. I'm just used to excluding all those variables." "That's just a form of obsessive-compulsive disorder, isn't it?" "It sounds persuasive, though. Maybe it's because you're rich, I guess." Ignoring Aaliyah, Cyan turned his attention to Asuka this time. "Rather than that, Asuka, even if you're a commoner, you're not receiving a scholarship, are you? If you can attend the academy, your family's wealth should support you, right? Why do you always talk about being poor? Just looking at the clothes you're wearing, you look like a rich boy." Even though he seemed to worry about his pockets all the time, Asuka's clothes were not much different from the other swordsmanship department students. It was slightly smaller in size, but it was made of high-quality, lightweight, and well-ventilated fabric suitable for a swordsman. Even the shoes, the sword, and the scabbard were all high quality. It wasn't strange. Just because he's a commoner doesn't mean he has to lag behind the nobles in wealth. Sometimes, commoners work under nobles or accumulate wealth as merchants. In the latter case, if the wealth becomes substantial enough, even nobles can't casually disrespect them. They might receive honorary titles. It's not impossible to buy low-ranking or hereditary titles. Asuka furrowed his brow. "Why do you think I can't get a scholarship, as if it's obvious? Are you receiving one then?" "No," Cyan smirked as if he expected that. Asuka retorted with a snappy remark. "I was suspended. What scholarship would I get?" "Well, then I'm right. In fact, among the 4 of us here, the only person who might not receive a scholarship next semester is you. Pull yourself together." Asuka's expression crumpled. However, Cyan's words were true. Aaliyah, the top student in the magic department, naturally received a scholarship, and Cyan, who was in the top 3, also qualified. In the swordsmanship department, Helmut was a strong candidate for the top student, so naturally Asuka was the only one left. "Oh, I won't be suspended this year and I'll get a scholarship." "Really, how did I end up meeting these guys and being compared to them?" Asuka grumbled. He was a talented student who stood out at the academy, except for the fact that he was suspended for causing a violent incident. However, since joining this group, he felt like he had become some kind of inferior student. "So you admit you're a rich boy?" As Cyan, who was prying, Asuka seemed about to say something. But soon he felt the gaze pouring into him and changed his words. "If you've chosen order, Aaliyah wants to eat quickly and go home." Aaliyah didn't deny it. More precisely, her eyes seemed to question why they were wasting time like this. After contemplating, Helmut ordered with 3 slices of cheese, bacon, ham, sausage, meat patty, cabbage, and tomatoes. He indulged a bit because it looked the most plausible on the menu. Sometimes, when he went to Kudrow Mansion, Ethan gave him pocket money, so his pockets were solid. "What is this?" Do they think the stomachs of the swordsmanship department guys are 5 times bigger than those of other departments? The name of the menu is discriminatory from the start. It's a trick, not discrimination. Asuka grumbled and was about to order the same, but after seeing the price, he ordered one with a meat patty. He chose it because it seemed to offer a high level of satisfaction for the price. Aaliyah ordered a basic toast with eggs, ham, and vegetables, and Cyan ordered the same. For drinks, all 4 of them ordered apple juice, which is famous at this toast shop. Although Asuka said he would just drink water, Cyan gave him a pitiful look and bought him some. They didn't have to wait long before 4 toasts were placed in front of each of them. The basic is the best. Cyan, who tasted it, nodded with a satisfied expression. The freshly baked toast bread, the sweet sauce inside, the savory eggs and ham, and the vegetables were creating a perfect harmony. Chapter 106, Part 2, Helmut looked at the towering toast and wondered how to eat it. It seemed like you should eat it with the content like a sandwich, but it wasn't a size that would fit into his mouth. Aaliyah advised him, cut and eat it with a knife and fork. They're wrapped in napkins on the side. Helmut cut the towering toast with a knife and ate it. Seeing him, Cyan made a bored expression. If I eat that, my waist will expand by the width of a finger tomorrow. Swordsmanship students don't think about such things when eating snacks. Asuka grumbled. He was gobbling up his own food and was enviously glancing at Helmut's huge toast. You guys probably train all the time during class hours. You're probably not seriously moving and have no muscles, right? Aaliyah is more slender than me, isn't he? He probably doesn't even take a nap and studies all day from morning to night. That's right. Good point. Helmut, who had never worried about his belly fat since he was born, ate all the toast without leaving any. Until he met Darien and was introduced to human food, eating was a means to fill his stomach for Helmut. Has the quality of life improved? Soft beds and delicious food. It was a peaceful academy life where there was no need to worry about life-threatening situations. Helmut now realized that he was satisfied with his current life. But he must not become lazy. As the midterm exam period approached, he had to slightly reduce training time, inevitable to achieve good grades in writing. Before entering the academy, Helmut thought he was ignorant even by his own standards. Knowledge naturally acquired through the influence of the seed of darkness. The knowledge Alaga told him and what Darien taught, that was all Helmut knew. He is getting used to this world by listening to even trivial conversations, but that is a dimension of common sense. In terms of knowledge or academics, Helmut was completely in the dark. Fortunately, he met a good teacher. With the help of Aaliyah early on, he was able to grasp the tricks. And since the basics were well established, all he had to do was work hard. Helmut enjoyed learning. Whether it caused headaches or didn't match his aptitude, he liked having a time of learning that was not allowed to him. Because there was no one to answer his questions properly in the forest of roots. He has no intention of neglecting swordsmanship, but he intends to diligently accumulate knowledge. He will learn everything he can learn here. That was Helmut's determination. As the meal was about to end, Cyan asked cheerfully, "How is it, everyone? Isn't it delicious?" "Well, it's okay. This guy won't admit it. But if this picky eater finished it, then it must be delicious." "What are you talking about? You know nothing about me." Aaliyah turned her head away from Asuka. The tutoring ended smoothly, and since she ate all the toast, it must have been delicious. Running 100 laps around the field seemed to be Cyan's assignment after all. "Shall we go now?" As Aaliyah spoke first, Asuka asked Helmut, "Isn't your stomach will be a little upset if you study right after eating that?" Cyan interjected, "I think I might need digestive medicine after eating all of that." "Maybe you'll need some." "I'm fine." Helmut asked, "Digestive medicine? Is there such a thing?" "It's a medicine that helps with digestion when you feel uncomfortable due to overeating or stress." "Haven't you ever tried it?" "I've never needed such a thing." His stomach was full. Helmut's stomach absorbed and decomposed anything he ate. Asuka scrutinized Helmut from top to bottom. This guy is a bit strange. In fact, he might not be a human but some kind of chimera. Isn't that the case with the swordsmanship department? Not to that extent, you know. Hey, stop lumping the swordsmanship department together. As Asuka and Cyan were squabbling, someone came to the table next to them. "Here, the seats are empty. 3 special toasts for swordsmanship students here." The order was declared without hesitation, as if the menu had already been decided. Were they students from the swordsmanship department? Asuka's gaze turned towards them. "Oh, you guys, hello." The face of the girl who bowed her head was familiar. The other 2 also reluctantly greeted. "Hello?" Asuka asked suspiciously. Charlotte, the rest of the riffraff were none of his business, but Helmut remembered. Jeffrey, the other one was Isaac. Including Charlotte, all 3 were top-ranking students in the first year of the swordsmanship department. They seemed to fit together in terms of grades. Both of them, Jeffrey and Isaac, didn't seem to like running into Helmut and Asuka. Charlotte, who was still wearing the swordsmanship department uniform and neatly tied her hair into one, showed a slight smile. It was strange that she who looked haughty came to eat a late-night snack with her friends. Chapter 107 Part 1 Charlotte greeted them formally. I didn't expect to see you here. Did you also order the special toast of the swordsmanship department? Yes. Asuka felt a sense of awkwardness. Charlotte, with a petite figure that didn't seem much different from ordinary girls, had an aristocratic air that could be noticed anywhere. There seemed to be no place for that large sword of hers. Can you finish it all? Why do you think I can't finish it all? I'm also from the swordsmanship department. I've been practicing, so I get hungry. The first-year student from the swordsmanship department. The one who challenged Helmut to a duel, Aaliyah asked quietly, her eyes scanning them. Unintentionally, they showed interest especially in Charlotte. Despite her age, she had a calm atmosphere. The gaze that observed her from top to bottom was intense. Isn't she pretty? There's a rumor going around about a beautiful girl entering the swordsmanship department. Cyan whispered softly, leaning on his chin. As Asuka scanned the faces of the other two, he asked, besides, is it okay for you to be out late with male students? The two of them turned their heads, not wanting their conversation to be mixed. In the first year of the swordsmanship department, I'm the only female student. If I worry about that, I can't hang out with anyone. Charlotte responded confidently. Although she seemed like a noble lady who associated with noble boys, her behavior indicated otherwise. Asuka, at a loss for words, offered his farewell and stood up from his seat. Well, we were about to leave. Take care, okay, senpai, it was nice to meet you, senpai Helmut. Helmut stood up and nodded. Aaliyah stood up, taking out her wallet. I'm calculating separately. Everyone paid their own share. While nobles might take turns treating each other or have one particularly wealthy person lead the way in paying, this common group had a different style. The wealthiest, Aaliyah, had no intention of buying for these guys. There might have been a willingness to buy for one of them, but the problem was the other two paupers. Before leaving the shop, Aaliyah stopped in front of Charlotte and gave her a look. Did you say your name is Charlotte? Yes, I'm Aaliyah. You know me, right? She spoke as if anyone who didn't know her was an idiot. When her purple eyes pierced her, Charlotte's cheeks flushed. Of course I know, Aaliyah, the senior of the magic department. Her sudden stuttering was rather awkward. I thought so, Aaliyah responded casually and passed by. Charlotte pressed down on her flushed cheeks while the two classmates looked at her displeased. Oh my god, Aaliyah talked to me, that was exactly her expression. Even Charlotte, who was thought to be an exception, was no exception in front of Aaliyah. Asuka made a face as if he had eaten a bug. Cyan's expression also became nervous. The only indifferent one was Helmut. Well, he was feeling something too. Was Aaliyah right? She's trying to approach him through me, while misunderstanding. I realized one thing. After finishing the calculation and leaving the store, Cyan said with a serious face. As long as we're with Aaliyah, none of us will be able to date a girl. Asuka affirmed with a brief silence. Helmut had no particular thoughts. Having a few friends was enough to cause a lot of trouble. A girlfriend seemed to be something that would make life several times more tiring and steal time. Cyan grabbed Aaliyah's shoulder. No, he tried to grab it, but Aaliyah quickly dodged it, very skillfully. Unfazed, Cyan suggested. In that sense, don't you think about wearing a mask? No, a mysterious magic department valedictorian with a mask. Isn't that cool? You could even create fantasies for academy students. Aaliyah made an astonished face. Even if she was Aaliyah, doing such a thing might make people doubt her mental state. You do it, it's fine to be a mysterious spirit mage wearing a mask. That might be quite cool. Becoming a mysterious spirit mage and enchanting academy girls one by one. I can't listen because the level is low. Aaliyah turned her back abruptly. Even Asuka spit out a pitying expression. Don't talk to me if you're going to wear a mask or whatever. You guys, aren't you too unsupportive? Helmut, what do you think? Cyan sparkled his eyes as if looking at the only sympathizer. But Helmut, who was indifferent to almost everything, showed a reaction after some thought. In a bad way. It's your freedom, but I think I'll hate exchanging conversations with you. Even Helmut turned his back and left. Cyan became gloomy. Aaliyah, Asuka, and Helmut walked toward the academy, leaving him behind. Shouting loudly, he said, No, it was a joke. You guys are too much. Guys, let's go together. That day passed like that. Chapter 107 Part 2 The first exam Helmut faced during midterms was the swordsmanship test. The duels with the first-year students took place twice, spanning 3 days. The evaluation was conducted with at least 3 instructors present. The evaluators were different for each of the 2 duels. In one instance, 3 instructors, including Patricia, participated. In the other, 3 instructors, including Alan, took part. 2 duels and 2 opponents, much like the transfer exam. Considering the one-sided result during the transfer exam, it was unexpected to face another duel for the test. It's strange to exclude a duel from the test just because of me. Dueling was an appropriate way to evaluate skills. It was challenging for students and instructors to face each other one-on-one. If it were a tournament style, an unfortunate individual with excellent skills could be eliminated quickly, making it unfair. However, currently it wasn't a significant issue. Helmut summed it up briefly. The duel would start soon, and before him was Charlotte. Nice to meet you again, senpai. Helmut briefly shook Charlotte's outstretched hand before letting go. Charlotte rarely initiated a handshake. It was a sign of respect for the opponent, and it also meant that she was going to do her best. It's a shame we can't settle it with real swords. Do you have confidence in winning with real swords? I always have confidence. No matter who the opponent is. Charlotte showed a challenging gaze. It was the mindset of a swordsman who fought without thinking about defeat. It was also a mindset that always strived for the best. But to Helmut, it sounded so arrogant that it was ridiculous. He raised an eyebrow. Whether it's related to him or the Aaliyah problem, it doesn't matter. In that case, I'll have to break that confidence of yours. He preferred weak guys to understand the subject. A weak and stupid guy is the worst. Needless to say, in Helmut's eyes, Charlotte looked just like that. It would be fine to step on her a bit. His gaze became ominously dark. 1, 2, 3, at the same time as the instructors shout, Helmut moved. As quickly as possible, end it without mercy. That was his intention, but it didn't go as planned easily. Tusk, thud. Charlotte, who barely blocked Helmut's sword, squinted her eyes. Although she blocked it, her wrist was numb from the strong impact. She was used to deflecting attacks in any situation. But this attack, if she hesitated even a little to deflect it, she would have had to admit defeat right away. Without a moment to catch a breath, the disengagement came flying. The sword that aimed for her shoulder was retrieved just like that and thrust toward her chest like an arrow. If she blocks it, the wooden sword will break. If she tries to dodge to the left or right, the trajectory will change. Then down, Charlotte lowered her body as if crouching, sinking straight down to the ground and then rising again. There weren't many who could properly parry this strike. Helmut seemed to have left an opening. A sword cutting through the air and Charlotte's sword thrusting from below to above. If it had been a real sword, it would have pierced through the heart. However, in the next moment, thump, something hit her wrist. She felt an intense pain in her wrist as if it was twisted. The wooden sword slipped out of her hand. Charlotte's eyes widened. She heard the sound of her wooden sword flying and colliding with the floor. Thump, thump. Helmut looked down at her indifferently. The black eyes felt distant. In an unreal voice, she murmured, I lost. Helmut nodded. The attack style just now was quite amusing, so he ended it without causing much pain. Charlotte clutched her wrist. Due to the short and fierce attack, she only felt a momentary pain. It wasn't likely to have affected her muscles. Wait a minute. The 3 instructors in charge of grading stood up from their seats. One of them was Patricia, who was in charge of teaching the first and second year classes. She had a deep frown on her forehead. Young man now, is there a problem this time too? Helmut asked in surprise. Since the rule wasn't explicitly stated that there needed to be 3 attacks, he hurriedly finished, but did he have finished too quickly? Efficiency should be pursued in the sword. Since it's an exam, he naturally put too much strength into it and was faithful to the teachings. Do I have to attack 3 times this time? No, that's enough as it is. Parrying the attack was good, but one thing, the method, the way Helmut blocked her wooden sword was simple. Instead of forcibly twisting the wooden sword down, he kicked her wrist accurately by giving strength to his free leg. Although the duel is fought with a wooden sword, it is assumed that they are holding a real sword. If it was a real sword, the leg could have been cut, but he couldn't pick on that, because Helmut's foot kicked Charlotte's wrist accurately, avoiding the wooden sword. Anyway, there was no contact with the wooden sword. Well, it seems there's no problem. A conclusion was reached among the instructors. Patricia, the instructor, came close to Helmut and Charlotte alone. Seeing Charlotte, who couldn't get up due to shock, Patricia scolded Helmut. Young man, you should help your injured junior up. It's a matter of manners. She could just get up. Is she waiting for him to extend his hand? As soon as Helmut glanced at Charlotte, she quickly stood up. I'm fine. I can get up. She was gritting her teeth, even refusing Helmut's help. Patricia patted her shoulder. Young man, you can go now. Good job. The opponent is a second-year student and a likely candidate for the top student of the second year. There's no need to be upset, but people who usually win have a hard time accepting their defeat. Charlotte turned her back straight away. The shock hit her belatedly. I lost so one-sidedly like this. Against Asuka, she managed to buy some time, but this time she couldn't resist at all. Her pride as a likely first-year top student was completely crushed. I need to go to the training room quickly. Charlotte bit her lip. The only thing that could restore her pride was training and effort. Chapter 108, Part 1. Instructor Patricia was worried. She shouldn't be too disappointed. Charlotte was an excellent and diligent student that the instructors cherished. Compared to the inhuman genius Helmut or the crazy dog Asuka in front of her, she was very cute and likable. I guess it was too much to pair her with Helmut. It couldn't be helped. Charlotte had to be matched with Helmut to some extent. May I go too? Instructor Patricia stopped Helmut, who was about to leave. Come here for a moment. Helmut asked indifferently. Do you have something to say? He was hoping to finish the business quickly. Helmut had to go prepare for the written exam. While he was undoubtedly confident in his swordsmanship practical, the same couldn't be said for that side. Even though Aaliyah had given him a passing score, there could still be unexpected variables during the exam. The words Patricia brought up were enough to catch Helmut's attention. You are becoming more handsome day by day. It was a serious tone for a joke. Her expression was serious too. Helmut felt perplexed. Even when he looked in the mirror, he only checked if there was anything on his face. Patricia continued her words. Your skills proportionally match your appearance and you are diligent. You are a really good student. I feel proud as an instructor. What is this sudden compliment? I know how outstanding your skills are. But other grade instructors don't know. That's always regrettable. But now such a good opportunity has come. Instructor Patricia clapped her hands as if she was regretful. You are really impatient. Don't you want to show off your excellent skills in front of these instructors properly? Why should I do that? Well, how should I put it? You've worked hard during the first semester. Everyone wants to see your swordsmanship properly. Look at those disappointed expressions. She pointed to the instructors behind her. The instructors looked more like, why did it end so quickly, or how should I evaluate this, rather than looking disappointed. Patricia didn't want the second-year midterm exams to be conducted through duels. At least, she wanted the second and third years to duel, but it didn't go as she wanted. It was a matter decided at a full faculty meeting due to the overall schedule of the department. Helmut, who glanced at them, asked as if he was curious. So you want to waste time showing off my swordsmanship in front of a weak opponent? No, it's not exactly like that. This guy is too straightforward. I just feel bad. The other instructors haven't seen your swordsmanship properly. Even Patricia rarely saw it properly. Every time she watched, Helmut always concluded the duel overwhelmingly. Humans often package what they want to say in a plausible way. The reason why instructor Patricia couldn't say it outright was because, no matter what, Helmut's score was perfect. What she was saying was ultimately consideration for the opponent, his dual opponent, the pitiful juniors who have to face defeat without even having the chance to show their well-honed swordsmanship. It was a similar intention to the transfer exam. Helmut decided to go along with her plan. In this case, he wouldn't display Darien's swordsmanship, and using the common swordsmanship would be enough. It might be a bit bothersome, but there's nothing wrong with it. My next duel will probably take a bit longer. Do you know how much I cherish you? I'll go now. After giving a somewhat awkward glance to Patricia, who seemed to be insisting too much, Helmut bowed and turned away. With this, even if he gets involved with Asuka or if something happens because of Asuka, instructor Patricia would turn a blind eye. That was his calculation. Chapter 108, Part 2. How was the exam? Asuka, with a wooden sword on his back, came waving his hand at the entrance of the exam room. Helmut's duel was scheduled early in the morning. Asuka had a duel in front of other instructors a few minutes earlier than Helmut. So it was likely to meet here, fairly well. Your opponent was Charlotte, right? She seemed quite capable. How long did it take? It was a tone that implied he must have struggled a bit, even though he was expected to win. Helmut pondered briefly. It seemed like it was in the range of seconds, but he couldn't count it precisely. About a minute. What did you say? It seemed to be less than a minute. It ended quickly. Asuka, who had been frozen for a moment, glared at him with narrowed eyes. You know, I thought you were Aaliyah talking to me right now. I just answered the question. Do you resemble your roommate? Really, why do I meet these kinds of people? With Asuka grumbling, Helmut headed to the dormitory. The written exams were scheduled to be taken all at once after the practical exam period. After having a quick lunch together, they headed straight to the study room. By now, studying in the study room had become a familiar routine. Although he didn't slack off when studying alone, Helmut found that studying with others who shared the will to study was more conducive to concentration. There was a suitable tension. Especially with Aaliyah, who kindled enthusiasm in the same room, there was no need to say much. Cyan said in a bad way that losing first place is something that Aaliyah can never tolerate, even if she bites her tongue and dies. Helmut fully agreed with his opinion. If Aaliyah, who kept calling Cyan the second place, ever heard such words from someone else, she might go on a rampage. Helmut was also working hard so that Aaliyah wouldn't have to run 100 laps around the playground. In case such a thing happened, he was a bit concerned about how Aaliyah going to act. Asuka was the weakest-willed among the four, but influenced by his friends, he worked quite hard. As a strong individual, he was always number one in practical exams before Helmut appeared, so there wasn't much to worry about. The one who acts most like an ordinary student among them is Cyan. Oh, I messed up the exam. Cyan lamented and entered the study room. Helmut and Asuka, who were just opening the textbook, looked at him. To become like this, it's all because of you guys. If you studied instead of looking for a late-night snack, you would have done well on the exam. Asuka sneered, even though he was also hanging out with him. There was no such kindness to comfort him in this room. Cyan made an incredibly disheartened expression. Helmut asked, "Couldn't you write the answers?" "No, I wrote all the essays, but out of the 50 multiple-choice questions." "Out of 50, as Asuka responded, Cyan put his hands on his head and vigorously messed up his hair. "I missed 2 questions, you huck. What's this kid complaining about?" Asuka closed the textbook with a dumbfounded face. If all the questions have the same score, he scored 96 out of 100. And he's making a fuss with a face like he's going to die. Cyan grumbled. "Do you know how big a deal it is to miss 2 questions in our department? I'm going to fall out of the top 10. In the eyes of disdain, I won't even hear the second place. Cyan, the inferior student, I who was in second place, maybe then I'll want to hang myself." Perhaps Aaliyah was the hidden subject in that statement. But then the door creaked open and a calm voice was heard. "I don't think that will happen. The magic and culture exam was a bit difficult. The exam room is like a sea of tears." "Well, really? Yes, since on average more than 8 questions were wrong, you probably didn't do that badly. How many points do you have?" "Of course, I got a perfect score." Cyan's hopeful eyes died instantly. As Aaliyah sat down, she added coldly, Of course, based on the announced multiple-choice questions, I don't know the results of the essay exam yet, but there won't be anyone who scored better than me." She spoke as if it was a given. And it was a reality that was taken for granted. Cyan leaned his chin on the desk and murmured gloomily, "I think it's better not to talk to you during the exam period. It feels like hitting rock bottom. If you're perpetually in second place, there's no need to compare yourself to me. There's no comparison anyway." "Aaliyah, you," Cyan lifted his head abruptly. He looked unusually angry. He had been complaining that he might lose the runner-up spot even before the midterm exam started, so it wasn't just a saying. He was quite stressed too. But as soon as the cold gaze was fixed, Cyan immediately shrank. "Never mind, I'd rather die than suffer." This guy also recognizes the strong when he sees it, Helmut thought. His surroundings had a vision to recognize opponents compared to the average human. Cyan, who was always on the receiving end, seemed pitiable, so Asuka stepped in with what seemed like comforting him. "Hey, Cyan, that guy might miss 1 or 2 questions on future exams. You just have to do well on the exam in the future. Whether it's runner-up or top, it's just a hair's breadth." It seemed like he was laying the groundwork because he was expected to be the runner-up, not comforting. Cyan, with a deep voice, said, "You don't know, Aaliyah there didn't just get a perfect score on the entrance exam. That monstrous guy had perfect scores for 2 consecutive semesters last year." "Oh really? What the hell is this?" Asuka looked at Aaliyah with strange eyes as if looking at a monster. Aaliyah just opened the book without batting an eyelash. The study room soon became quiet. It was a perfect silence that suits the exam period. The second duel in the midterm exam ended a little later than the first duel. But it was more blatantly giving a break than then. This time, the duel opponent was a guy who hadn't faced last week, and he was a bit inferior compared to Charlotte. As soon as the exam was over, instructor Ethan gave him a pleased look. He seemed to be in a good mood. If Helmut takes the top spot in the first semester, it will be a good gift for his guardian, instructor Ethan. The excellent grades of the ward are directly linked to the honor of the guardian. Now the hardest exam is left, Helmut thought, putting aside the departmental exams. In fact, the departmental exam, especially the practical part, was the easiest for him. The general subjects were the most challenging. Being the top of the department, Helmut was curious about what feelings he would feel if he took the position that Aaliyah attached so much meaning to. He would probably find out soon enough. Chapter 109, Part 1. Helmut studied all day and fell asleep late at night. The late-night snack time disappeared and the study room was quiet, because Asuka, Aaliyah, and Cyan all just looked at their books without saying a word. "I should stop training during the written exam period. Especially, it's annoying that Asuka is working hard. He has been very motivated since he took the practical exam. Whether he wants to beat Helmut or whether he wants Aaliyah to run around the playground, no one knows." Helmut, who finally gave up morning training and entered the study room, found someone. "As expected, he's here. Today is the understanding of magic exam, right?" Aaliyah, who saw him coming in, asked. "Right. Should I take a last look? I think it's good to make sure." "What about your exam study?" It was a statement befitting the top student of the magic department. Helmut nodded. "Okay." Helmut spent about 2 hours in the morning solving the problems Aaliyah provided. Aaliyah, looking at the answers, seemed reasonably satisfied. Aaliyah didn't expect Helmut to reach an exceptionally high level. After all, there were very few who could provide answers that satisfied her high standards in the magic department. "This should be enough. As long as you don't make mistakes, you'll get good results no matter what kind of questions come up." It was a tone that he had to do so. Somehow it felt pressuring. Aaliyah stared at Helmut with a sharp look. It seemed to say, "Take the exam well, you must do well or else you'll die." More intense than overly ambitious parents. But Helmut, who received that gaze, wasn't the type to consciously acknowledge such things. "What do you mean by mistakes?" Mistakes from the perspective of the culprit are like this: spilling ink and ruining an answer sheet you worked hard on, dropping writing utensils, or losing the logical flow due to tension. Ah, I see. Is your physical condition okay? Don't drink water. You might suddenly want to go to the bathroom. Go to the exam room early. Aaliyah's nagging continued. Since you might doze off while solving the exam, eat only enough for breakfast so you won't feel hungry. Your mind might blur. Okay, Helmut finally realized. The reason Aaliyah had been helping him with exam preparation since morning. Aaliyah was suddenly anxious, perhaps afraid that she might have to run 100 laps around the field. Even if she had confidence in her own exams, she had no certainty about Helmut's exams. Asuka studied less than me, but his exam was easier. Asuka said he did well on the practical exam. Since he didn't compete directly with Helmut, so he definitely got a high score. Good luck on the exam. You too. Helmut greeted him and picked up his textbooks, standing up from his seat. There wasn't much time left now. The week was almost coming to an end, meaning the first exam at the academy was coming to a close. Ah, it's finally over. As Asuka came out after taking the final practical exam for the swordsmanship department, he sighed in relief. He had a somewhat satisfied expression after the exam. Helmut was the same. He took the exam calmly. It was the easiest exam he had ever taken, so there was no need to be nervous. Now you just need to endure the remaining half. If you don't get a precise score for the midterm, if I don't, the allowance increases. Asuka had been hiding his family background. It was noticeable enough that even Helmut noticed it. He was making a fuss over nothing after saying something insignificant. Cyan would have been very curious, but Helmut was not very interested. As long as Asuka didn't cause any trouble, his presence was enough. You study so hard, are you confident you will be the first place in the midterms? Of course. In the understanding of magic exam, which he had prepared for the most diligently, an interesting question appeared. It was the only question that Aaliyah couldn't predict. The score value was low. Helmut smoothly penned down his answer. The moment he saw that question, he knew there wouldn't be anyone more confident and firm in answering that question than himself. Sounds familiar, I still have to be careful in my answer. It was a sensitive topic, but there was nothing to unearth from his answer. As Asuka asked Helmut, who seemed lost in thought, mages are generally obsessed with grades and Aaliyah is just a bit extreme. Let's set him aside, but why are you working so hard? I get more allowance, but you don't. What does instructor Ethan do for you? Helmut answered simply, I like to be above others. Chapter 109, Part 2. In the Forest of Roots, Helmut lived flat on the ground for a very long time. Within the powerful creatures, he was nothing more than a prey. While learning the sword from Darien, he gradually became stronger and ascended somewhat in the lowest layer. However, he still couldn't lift his head proudly on the surface. Even if he became stronger, if Alaga flicked him with her tail, he would fly and crash into the ground. He has never won against Darien, whose life was almost over and his energy is fading. That was Helmut's position, the bottom, but in the human world it was different. He was strong enough to save members of the Pace Mercenary Corps and defeat two rank 2 mercenaries sent by the Black Hawk. Helmut was above ground, and beneath him were countless people. Having lived in a world of survival of the fittest, Helmut liked the change in his circumstances and his changed position. Although he still had to hide what was inside his chest, he was now among the strong. The academy system explicitly differentiates between students based on their grades. It is through grades that they measure their worth. In that case, he wanted to excel academically to stand above the rest. For Helmut, it was a natural but more intense desire than others. Asuka stuck out his tongue. It's a dangerous thing for a commoner to do. If a guy like you becomes a knight, I'll have to worry about rebellion. I have no intention of becoming a knight, Helmut said flatly. While escorting Xenia of Zaranjan's house, he observed what the knights were doing. The basics were similar to mercenaries, but he didn't like acting centered around her, pleasing the master's taste. It felt like a much more restrained job than a mercenary tied to a request for a while. Well, it's too early to talk about career paths, but when you graduate from the academy, a commoner becomes a knight or a mercenary. Mostly they become knights. Anyway, the skills of the graduates of the Greta Academy Swordsmanship Department are recognized. Helmut, I heard you're a former mercenary. Don't you even think about the knight side? It was a serious question, unlike Asuka. For now, no. High-ranking mercenaries make a lot of money, but knights come with honor as well as wealth. Even the noble bastards who look down on commoners, if they become knights, they become quasi-nobles, so they can't act arbitrarily. When I was a mercenary, I never met a noble who acts arbitrarily. Xenia had little interest in Helmut. The butler Gilton was fairly kind, and the knights didn't ignore him just because they were knights, but that was before he came to Baden. Baden seems to be the problem. You must have been lucky. It's common to act like the noble guys here. I heard that many noble clients who cherish their knights use mercenaries as shields. Maybe. He couldn't say much since he had taken requests only twice, or well, 3 times, including what he took after coming to Baden. With your skills, after becoming a knight, you can even look up to nobility. A skilled swordsman is a rare existence. It seemed a bit like flattery, so Helmut looked at him strangely. So do you want me to become a knight? No, it's up to you, of course, but I don't think you should think about becoming a knight too early. From my perspective, mercenaries and knights have clear advantages and disadvantages. Depending on which country and family the knight belongs to, it can differ, but knights and mercenaries have distinct pros and cons. I mean, it's good to become a knight. Helmut listened carefully to what he said. It was somewhat doubtful whether Asuka was making a valid point, but it would be better to keep the options open. After pondering for a moment, Asuka spoke. No, you don't seem like someone who would serve someone else, so maybe being a monster hunter or something like that would suit you. That was indeed a profession Helmut should avoid, especially after graduating from the academy. After graduating from the academy, it was a distant story set in the future. Helmut's vision of the future was not graduating from the academy, neither finding his mother nor seeking revenge for Darien. Helmut realized this about himself and was somewhat surprised. The latter was understandable, but the former was strangely vague. He wanted to find his mother. Clearly, he wanted to discover his roots. However, it wasn't as urgent as it should have been. In reality, Helmut had slowly started adapting to the human world. Leaving the forest of roots and returning to the human world fulfilled a significant part of his desire to come back. The rest would be a gradual process. That was not the ultimate goal. My goal, what I want, is to become stronger more than anyone in this world, so that no one can push him back into the forest of roots again. So that no one can stand above him. Like Darien, no, even more than that, to have the power that everyone fears, reaching the pinnacle as a swordsman, dominating even the seed of darkness squirming within. Becoming the sole master of his own life so that no one could force him. That was what Helmut wanted. It was his aspiration. It was a story that no one else could tell. The only ones who could tell his true feelings were either dead or in the forest of roots. As long as he was born with the original sin of the seed of darkness, Helmut had to keep this deep and dark secret alone. He will have to endure solitude for a long time. Until the future, which may not exist, where someone who understands and accepts him appears. Fortunately, one thing is that Helmut is strong enough to endure solitude. After a while, he asked, "Then what will you do after graduating from the academy?" If his goal was like that, what about Asuka, a seemingly ordinary human with his goals? Me, well, Asuka blinked as if puzzled. I haven't thought about it. What should I do? I've never considered it. It was a strange statement, considering how he lectured extensively about being a mercenary or a knight. Chapter 110, Part 1, Asuka quickly came to a simple conclusion. Well, I have the skills, so I'll manage to survive when the time comes. Asuka was confident in his abilities. However, he had beaten up more than a few noble children, and it was doubtful whether anyone would employ him as a knight. Unless they were planning revenge. I've never thought about what will happen after graduation, so maybe that's why I have been beating up the nobles like that. Then a familiar voice came from somewhere. I'm most curious about whether you'll be alive after graduation. It was Cyan. His tone was the same as usual, but his face was unusually heavy. Even Asuka, who was about to throw a punch, hesitated. What's wrong? Did you fail the exam? As if things go as they are, my grades this semester will probably be similar to last semester. Another second place. What about you? Well, I am. Asuka, who was about to give a vague answer, paused. It was because he remembered something he had forgotten. Cyan looked back and forth between Helmut and Asuka with a faint gaze. Remember me well. I'll be remembered as the first mage of Greta Academy who died running around the field. Hey, there's no guarantee that I'll lose. The results haven't been announced yet. However, Asuka's voice saying so sounded oddly subdued. Cyan ruffled his hair. I must be crazy. Why did I make such a bet? It wasn't about betting something on Asuka. Asuka sneakily dodged the question. I'm done for today. I need a good sleep. It's the first time I've studied so hard since I entered the academy. Usually, it's Cyan who suggests going for a drink or a snack, but he didn't seem to be in the mood for it. As Asuka quickly disappeared, Cyan glared at Helmut. Although his expression was gentle, it didn't feel like he was glaring at all. He muttered, Helmut, your nonsense answer fooled me. How do you learn so quickly? You just need to concentrate. The results haven't been announced yet, but how about starting to run around the field from today? Considering your stamina, it might be good to start today. Helmut responded coldly and turned away. Cyan, who had been usually teased by the same sarcasm from Asuka, opened his mouth wide. Hey you, I'm going in too. Helmut casually waved his hand. He was thinking of doing the postponed training, but he didn't feel like doing anything right now. Was he getting lazy? These days, his eyes were dry from looking at white and black, paper and letters all day long. Unlike his body, which still had energy, his mind was screaming for a break. This feeling was unfamiliar. I need to rest for now. How was the exam? When he returned to the room, Aaliyah, who had come first and was organizing the textbooks on the desk, asked, "The questions were almost as you said. But there was one unique question." "What is it?" Helmut recalled and recited the question that Aaliyah couldn't predict in the Understanding of Magic exam. "You accidentally gain the forbidden power of darkness. If you lose the power, you will die. What will you do in this situation?" "The power of darkness." Aaliyah narrowed her brow. Helmut felt a chilly sensation for some reason. That professor always gives one such question. The scoring criteria are vague, but if you write sincerely, you generally don't get deducted points. "How did you answer?" Helmut slowly opened his mouth. "I accept the power of darkness. I will fight to survival and find a way to control that power." Giving up life was excluded from the choices from the beginning. It was not his will to have the power of darkness. However, what he would do after that was his own affair. Even if he became a target for the people of the temple, he would fight to survive and one day completely make even the power of darkness bend to his will. There was a will in Helmut's words. Strong and firm and destructive enough to crush everything in his path. A sense of pressure pressed down on his body. Aaliyah was surprised. "Why do I feel like this?" After a while, Aaliyah organized her thoughts and spoke. "It's not a bad answer. Depending on the professor, but at least it's not a response that Professor Luxon would dislike." Helmut asked softly, "What would you have written if you were me?" Strangely, the anticipation for Aaliyah's response grew. It wasn't an answer close to the correct one, it was her response that was awaited. "If it were me," Aaliyah, who had been pondering, shook her head. "Usually people would go to the temple to seek an answer. That's the standard procedure. The power of darkness falls under the jurisdiction of the temple, and it would be difficult for nobles to write anything other than that. It was a class mainly attended by mages called Understanding of Magic. Having the power of darkness meant becoming a black mage, something these exam takers would have accepted as a philosophical examination. They would likely have written exemplary and model answers. However, what Helmut wanted to know was Aaliyah's answer, not an ordinary one. Before he could ask again, Aaliyah spoke. "But if it were me, I would have given an answer similar to yours. Even if it means going against the temple, even if it means going against the temple." At the straightforward response, Helmut looked at Aaliyah. The moment he heard her answer, he felt strange. A feeling filled him from within as if sharing something deeply buried. It was odd yet fulfilling. Aaliyah elaborated, "Anyway, the Temple of Lumen is stubborn about the power of darkness. Even if you ask for help from the temple, won't you end up dead? It's a common story." After all, Aaliyah didn't think she'll need to fear or hesitate about becoming an enemy of the temple. Regardless of her will, she had already become so the moment she gained that power. A destiny to live avoiding the temple for a lifetime or to fight against them. Even if Aaliyah lived as an ordinary person, not a mage, she could not avoid it. That's why Aaliyah chose to build up her strength and confront the temple. But be careful when talking about such things, don't talk about it just anywhere. If you happen to be accused by the temple, it could be troublesome. "Okay," Helmut nodded. Aaliyah asked as if to confirm. "So aside from that question, you did well on the exam, right? Everything else too?" "Of course. Then you'll probably be the top of the swordsmanship department." "I'm looking forward to seeing Cyan running around the field, aren't you?" A cold smile spread across Aaliyah's lips. "Good job." Having finished speaking, she went to bed claiming fatigue. Helmut also soon buried himself in the bed. Unlike the other guys who were noisy with parties and stuff after the exam, rest was a priority for Helmut and his friends. As the heavy darkness descended with closed eyes, Helmut, before falling into unconsciousness, recalled one thought. What he had already realized became clearer. Aaliyah was different from anyone else, even so he couldn't tell her the truth. Chapter 110 Part 2. The next day Helmut woke up early. It was still dawn, a fresh blue morning that hadn't shaken off the darkness yet. Even though he had rested deeply, Helmut was far from lazing around or taking a nap during the day. Since he had fallen asleep early in the evening, it was only natural for him to wake up at dawn. Quietly getting out of bed, Helmut picked up his wooden sword. He intended to work up a sweat. In his personal training room, he immersed himself completely in the sword after a long time. All enlightenment influences achievement. While this does not directly influence intelligence, intelligence in turn influences this. A power based on the growth of not only the body but also the mind. Helmut, who had focused more on studying than training, realized that he had climbed one step without realizing it. It might not be an incredibly noticeable growth, but I've improved a bit. How much time had passed, Helmut looked down at his tingling hands. Growth is always a pleasant thing. He thought that achievement might slow down since he couldn't train all day at the academy, but that was not the case. Academy life was a life that Helmut had not experienced, and its diversity grew his mind. It was interacting with his training, an unexpected effect. All the things that he felt did not suit him, that he had to endure and that he had to accept, worked positively for Helmut. The academy, it didn't seem too bad. "I'm getting hungry." When he started, it was already dawn and there was no open store for breakfast. Now the time was probably close to noon. Come to think of it, since the exams are over, it's a holiday. It would be good to go to Kudraw Mansion for a meal. There was also a place to train there. Helmut headed straight to the dormitory. He planned to roughly wash up and then leave. However, on the way back he met Asuka. Huh, did you go training? How long has it been since the exam ended? He had an expression as if to say, is there such a terrible guy? But Asuka was not in a position to say such a thing. You're the one to talk. Asuka, who was standing while holding his wooden sword, was sweating. It was a trace of hard training. He seemed to have become diligent after losing in the duel, and it didn't seem like he had slackened off just because the exam was over. Well, I've been holding books all day lately, so my body aches. He had no intention of losing continuously. He had always thought the top spot was his. For the first time in his life, Asuka felt frustrated. He was stimulated enough to get up early and head to the training ground. Helmut thought, if effort is added to talent, he will become stronger. If he continues this trend until the end of the summer vacation with special training during the vacation, Asuka will have grown significantly as a swordsman. Of course, he would be far below the level to call him a competitor. Helmut's growth rate couldn't help but be slower than Asuka's. As you go higher, growth gradually slows down. It's better if he's strong, especially since I know him. Helmut evaluated it positively. Asuka asked, are you going to have lunch? Yeah. Are you planning to go to Kudraw Mansion? That's right. Then I'll go with you. Don't eat something delicious alone. The food at Kudraw Mansion was delicious, but in Helmut's view, Asuka was trying to go there to save money. Since last year's accident, he didn't get much pocket money until his grades improved. Do as you please. They returned to the dormitory together, and there they met Cyan. You guys are really model students. Maybe because you're in the swordsmanship department, your stamina is good. You guys are truly amazing. The smell of sweat. Complaining, Cyan pinched his nose. But stop it and go out for a bit. It's almost lunchtime, isn't it? Actually, we were planning to go to Kudraw Mansion for lunch. You want to come too? He invited as if it was natural to have the right to invite. Cyan nodded briskly. Kudraw Mansion? Of course I'll go. If I didn't run into you here, I might have gone alone. That's too much. That guy originally intended to go alone without saying anything. Helmut, I'm really disappointed. Somehow things got big. They promised to meet in front of the dormitory in 20 minutes and Helmut returned to his room. The light was on in the room. Aaliyah, who had woken up, was reading a book. Helmut, who was going to wash up quietly without disturbing her, suddenly asked, Aaliyah, we're thinking of having lunch at Kudraw Mansion. Would you like to come too? What do you mean by we? At the sound of Cyan and Asuka together, Aaliyah, who was expected to refuse, followed, which was unexpected. Just as Helmut had changed, she was also changing. The tumultuous midterm exam ended like that. It was going to be peaceful for a while until the grades were announced. Chapter 111, Part 1, Hunting Picnic. A week after the midterm exams, smiles and tears were seen in front of the bulletin board where the exam rankings were announced. Someone was holding their head in despair, lamenting, oh no, can someone please tell me this is all just a dream? Students from the second year of the magic department looked oddly at the person who had slumped to the ground like the protagonist of a tragedy. What's wrong? Are you upset about your rank? You shouldn't be. Your grades are the same as last year. Second place again? Are you joking? Yes, second place again. Cyan, you're really something. Always securing the second spot as if it's predetermined. I thought you'd drop in ranks because you played around this time, but you managed to keep your second place. Is it because the gap with the third rank is not that big? Still, being the second rank is something. The first place is always taken by, well, that person over there. Someone pointed where Leah stood, checking her scores on the bulletin board. For her, the results were probably expected. The letters printed clearly on the white paper were dazzling. First place Aaliyah, 100 points. Second place Cyan, 93.2 points. Third place Ellis, 92.8 points. The scores were converted to a 100-point scale. Posting ranks and scores was a policy of Greta Academy to stimulate competition. The academy was filled with nobles who valued honor. Publicly posting grades like this made everyone grit their teeth and study harder. The rankings were separated by departments. Different criteria were used for scoring. Today, too, you shine brightly as expected of Aaliyah. Is this the halo of the first rank? The female students murmured among themselves. After checking her scores, Aaliyah looked at Cyan, who was sulking, and raised the corners of her mouth. Aaliyah was not checking her own score. Despite the cold smile, cheers erupted around her. Everyone thought Aaliyah was smiling happily. However, realizing he was being mocked, Cyan asked with a gloomy face, does anyone here actually think Aaliyah is annoying? The surrounding students flinched. You're the only one who thinks that way. Watch your mouth, you might end up buried in the academy's sports field. Alive. Cyan closed his mouth. It was unfair and frustrating, but that's how power worked. Aaliyah, the greatest genius in the history of the magic department, had a stunning beauty that could turn heads. If Aaliyah had any flaw, it was that he came from a commoner background. But no one knew about Aaliyah's past, so many assumed she was of noble birth. She shopped without hesitation in the upscale stores of Baden, and her demeanor and speech were refined and elegant. Even if she wasn't a noble, being a mage was enough. A magician as exceptional as Aaliyah would be welcomed by any country. A noble title would naturally follow. Female students adored her and male students were wary of her. However, Aaliyah treated them all as beneath her. Cyan was the only one who felt this was unjust. That's a complete personality disorder, arrogant and merciless, but Cyan knew this judgment only came after interacting with Aaliyah. Last year's Aaliyah would never have allowed anyone close. Ah, the sports field, Cyan muttered the word as if it were a curse. Aaliyah wouldn't care, would he? She definitely will. Cyan, with a gloomy expression, vowed to hit Asuka in the back of the head as soon as he appeared. Following the magic department students, the swordsmanship department students arrived next. The bulletin board was divided by grade, making it easy to view. Helmut, look at the bulletin board. Someone had already checked and was making a fuss. It was hard to see the contents with the bulky swordsmanship students crowding around. After they dispersed, Helmut was able to check his rank. Chapter 111 Part 2, Hunting Picnic. First place Helmut 98.2 points, second place Asuka 97.2 points, third place Andro 92.1 points. I lost some points on the written part. Still, he was in first place. Seeing his name at the top was more gratifying than he thought. Helmut was new to competition. In the Forest of Roots, there was no one to challenge him. Only a 1-point difference with Asuka. Both Asuka and Helmut had swordsmanship skills beyond their grade level. Helmut's superiority didn't mean Asuka's score could be significantly reduced. The difference in practical skills was compensated for by the written score. This explained why Asuka was always so confident. Not bad. Helmut had thought of Asuka as a troublemaker, but he slightly revised his opinion. Asuka's presence allowed Helmut to prepare for the exam with the right amount of tension. Asuka pushed through the swordsmanship students to check his name on the bulletin board. He scratched his nose. Ah, a 1-point difference, what's that about? It means you did well on the exam. Being narrowly defeated feels even more annoying. It's frustrating and irritating. Do you think you feel worse than I do? Suddenly, a hand appeared out of nowhere, aiming to smack the back of Asuka's head. However, Asuka reflexively grabbed and twisted the hand. Ouch, Cyan screamed. Asuka released his grip after recognizing who it was. What was that invisibility magic? Using magic unnecessarily to show up like that. An ambush of this sort was unlikely to work on Asuka, given his exceptional reaction speed. Cyan grimaced and exaggerated his pain. Ow, you almost broke my wrist just now. Is this how you treat a friend with violence? Asuka raised an eyebrow at the unwarranted attack. You've never seen me really get violent, have you? Usually it's Cyan who backs down in such situations, but not this time. Are you in any position to say that? If you had any conscience, you couldn't, no way. Realizing something, Asuka shut up for a moment but then spoke harshly. Good for you. You've been complaining about lack of exercise and gaining weight from late-night snacks. Thanks to me, you'll get to run around the sports field and get some physical training, right? Crazy dog of the swordsmanship department, this guy. Even a dog would have more conscience than you. What are you saying? Did someone kneel and beg you to bet? If I hadn't bet, you would have been upset, yet you talk big. As the two bickered, the second-year swordsmanship students shared their thoughts on the exam results. Suddenly, the top 2 scores have shot up. Last year, the gap wasn't this big even until the 3rd rank. 2 of the top 3 are transfer students. Andro's the 3rd, right? Isn't he one of the quieter transfer students? Yeah, that's right. Attention shifted to Andro, who had just arrived. With Helmut and Asuka almost guaranteed the top 2 ranks, everyone was curious about who would take 3rd. And Andro was the one who secured that position. Hey Andro, you've done it again. I was lucky, did better on the exam than I thought. Andro humbly replied. In reality, the second-year students of the swordsmanship department had no choice but to be modest. They were in the same grade as the monsters Helmut and Asuka. Well, luck is part of skill. Everyone did put in more effort for this midterm. I don't care about the rest, but Asuka not getting first is something, right? Would be trouble if the crazy dog became the top of our grade, wouldn't it? Asuka glared in the direction where his nickname was mentioned. Who just barked? Silence followed. Where can we check the detailed scores, not just the converted ones? When Helmut asked another student, the silence broke. Even if Asuka was temperamental, Helmut was ranked higher in the swordsmanship department hierarchy. The asked student, surprised, replied, the detailed scorecards will be distributed during tomorrow's class. The exams are over, so we'll have some leisure for a while. You're already at ease. You must have been playing all weekend. Well, it's okay to relax now. Hey Helmut, did you hear? Someone approached Helmut, who shook his head. No, I heard some instructors talking. It seems we're going on a hunting picnic as part of our training. There's a big forest next to Baden. We'll camp there and hunt, maybe for more than 3 days, someone complained. That place doesn't even have magical beasts. It'll be boring, talking nonsense. If you were in charge of the academy, would you take second-year students on a magical beast hunt? What's the big deal about magical beasts? The ones I've seen caught just look like slightly fiercer animals. Magical beasts appear often near our territory. You wouldn't say that if you'd seen one alive. Helmut thought back to the monkey-like magical beast he encountered while working with the Pace Mercenary Corps. That creature could easily wipe out half of the second-year swordsmanship students in no time. Distracted by these thoughts, someone asked him, "Helmut, are you confident about hunting?" Yeah, he had plenty of experience in the Forest of Roots. The novelty was that the prey wouldn't be magical beasts but ordinary animals. Oh, that was a straightforward answer. You must have done some hunting. Good, if I'm in the same group as you, I won't have to worry about going hungry. We'll probably act in groups if we go. Why would we starve? They'll provide basic food. We'll have to make do with roasted potatoes without meat, and add corn to that. The chatter continued unabated. Helmut, stepping aside, mulled over what he had heard. A hunting picnic. The forest was a familiar place to him. He had only dreamed of leaving it behind, but now, confined to the academy, his feelings had changed. I'm looking forward to it. What, camping out? I can't sleep if my back gets cold. Asuka approached, having apparently overheard, and grumbled. Cyan, having finished arguing with Asuka, also walked towards Helmut. That sounds fun. I wish I could go, but the magic department's instructors are so inactive. They'd never organize such an event. You guys have many girls. What if some pervert uses invisibility magic to peep on them going to the bathroom? I saw earlier that it's the perfect magic for that. What are you talking about? Well, it's not impossible, I guess. There's always one or two crazies in the magic department. Then, from a distance, a cold voice was heard. Cyan, come to the sports field after class. Aaliyah stood there with her arms crossed, apparently not having left yet. Cyan flinched. Chapter 112, Part 1. Aaliyah, a 100 laps around the sports field. Even if your memory is terrible, you haven't forgotten already, have you? Aaliyah, about that, could you maybe reduce the number of laps? A bit. Cyan lowered his voice in submission. His hands came together as if in prayer. Classes will end around 5 in the afternoon, so you can start then. You should be able to do more than 15 laps in an hour, right? So it'll take about 7 hours. Of course, no magic allowed. As Aaliyah spoke lightly to the point of being cheeky, Cyan's face gradually turned pale. No, Aaliyah, it's impossible to do 100 laps in just one day. Even for a swordsmanship department student, doing 100 laps was a challenging task. Among the second-year students, only Helmut would have been capable of performing it without much trouble. If you were going to divide it, I would have said to run 10 laps a day for 10 days. Not 100 laps. Aaliyah maintained a cold attitude that seemed impenetrable. Unless explicitly defined, it could be interpreted either way. But between Cyan and Aaliyah, the one who had the right to decide the interpretation was Aaliyah. Should I just ignore it and run away? But he was afraid of the consequences. Aaliyah would never leave him alone. Cyan naturally became more submissive. The intelligent and merciful head of the magic department, Aaliyah, I'll allow you to use a healing magic spell. Hey, Asuka. Helmut, say something. I'm going to collapse at this rate. I won't be able to see you from next week onwards. Helmut and Asuka pretended not to hear, especially Asuka, who had avoided eye contact with a guilty conscience. We have to go have lunch and attend afternoon classes now. Let's go. What remained in front of Cyan was only Aaliyah standing there emitting coldness. With a fresh face, she added, if you feel like you're going to die, I'll let you split it up, although it doesn't seem likely. The determination to make Cyan complete his assigned task regardless of the circumstances was evident, and so Cyan's fate was sealed. In the afternoon, after all the classes were over, Cyan ran around the sports field dripping with sweat. Since even running a few laps was exhausting for him, he became tired from using the healing magic spell as well. He walked around the sports field at a slow pace. Aaliyah watched for a while and then disappeared after casting a monitoring spell, leaving strict instructions. By the time it was completely dark, Helmut arrived at the sports field. You also have a duty as a party to the bet to check if Cyan is doing it properly. That's what Aaliyah had said. The Greta Academy had lit up various places from sunset until dusk to provide light for the students who stayed late studying. Of course, there were places where the light didn't reach, like the sports field. However, there was enough external light to illuminate the area where people could be seen. Helmut looked in the distance at the figure running around the track. His eyes easily penetrated the darkness. It was undoubtedly Cyan in terms of physique and appearance, but something felt strange. It felt more like a foreign lump than a person. Helmut knew the identity of that strange feeling. A shadow spirit. Since Aaliyah could monitor from a distance using magic, it seemed Cyan had arranged for a substitute. The trickery of a mage was sometimes quite convenient. It looks almost exactly like the real thing, except for the fact that it was running around the track at an unnatural, steady pace. From a distance, it would seem like he was fooled. The shadow spirit didn't seem to have the acting ability to pretend to be tired. I can probably just pretend not to notice. Helmut turned away. It was enough for Aaliyah to know that Cyan was completing the assignment properly. Oh my, I'm exhausted. Look at my legs. They're wobbly. It's hard to even stand properly. The next morning, Cyan, who was lacking in exercise, exaggeratedly complained in front of the dormitory. He who was seriously lacking in exercise seemed to have lost some cheek fat overnight. Later, he had a shadow spirit run around the sports field on his behalf, but at first, when Aaliyah was watching, he really had to run. Asuka asked with a curious look, "So did you really run for 7 hours?" It was a skeptical look befitting a swordsman who found it hard to believe that it took 7 hours just to run 100 laps around the track. So it was quite annoying. Cyan awakened his latent violent tendencies, but revealing it would be futile since the other's physical abilities were too good, he could easily overwhelm him. Cyan directed his frustration towards Asuka, who seemed completely unfazed. "Yeah, if you came, you should have seen it. If you had a conscience, you should have handed me a towel to wipe the sweat. A towel, you're saying some ticklish things. You're not even a knight before a battle. Or you could have told Aaliyah that I would run instead. That's also a way." Asuka shrugged his shoulders, but she wouldn't have bought it. "She was itching to make you suffer no matter what. So you made me suffer while you just stretched out and slept. Standing guard there wouldn't have changed anything. Then do you want to do something for me now?" Asuka snorted. But contrary to the reaction, he calmly said, "Sure, got it. When the holiday comes, let's go to that pub we went to last time. I'll pay." Chapter 112, Part 2. Asuka was the second-ranked student in the swordsmanship department. Moreover, he had avoided the disciplinary punishment for the entire semester. As Asuka's allowance increased, he seemed to be in a particularly good mood lately. As guest, he seemed to be a child of a fairly generous family, enough to provide support that would not be inferior to the nobles of the academy. "Okay, buy for Helmut too. That guy has better grades and more money than me. Do I have to buy? Because you lost?" Asuka frowned. "Oh right, both of you eat until your stomachs burst, really, but you have nothing to buy for Aaliyah." Cyan's face was filled with resentment. Asuka firmly agreed. "I have no intention of buying anything for that brat either." And so the appointment for a drink on the holiday was confirmed. As the swordsmanship class began in the morning, Alan, the instructor, announced the distribution of report cards in envelopes. The students who received their report cards engaged in lively conversations. Helmut's practical score was perfect. He thought it was obvious, but everyone seemed surprised. "Isn't this amazing? I've never seen such a report card before." It was difficult to get a perfect score in practical exams, even for those who excelled. Those who scored perfectly seemed to appear only once every few years. As for Asuka, his attitude score was reduced by a few points. However, he seemed to have received almost perfect scores in the general knowledge section and the swordsmanship written exam. "Tusk, why was my attitude score deducted?" Everyone who heard his grumbling looked at Asuka with a look that said, "Do you really not know?" They thought he was quite shameless. "Everyone pay attention." After a while, Instructor Allen spoke with emphasis. "There is an announcement today, so listen carefully." There was a slight stir. Was he going to talk about that? Everyone looked at Instructor Allen with eyes full of anticipation. It seems the word has already spread, but for those who haven't heard, the second-year swordsmanship department will go on a hunting picnic next week. We're planning a group trip to the forest near Baden from Monday to Friday. It'll be a bit uncomfortable to camp out, but it'll be a chance to make good memories with your classmates. Instructor Allen looked around at the students as he continued. "Since we have to ride horses, if you have your own horse, ride it, and if not, apply for a rental at the academy." Helmut's horse was at the Kudrow mansion. However, it seemed the academy also had a stable to take care of the students' horses. Some students would ride out of Baden on holidays. However, Helmut, being targeted by Black Hawk, refrained from leaving Baden. He wouldn't necessarily lose in a fight, but troublesome situations could arise during his time at the academy. That guy must be getting restless in the stable. This was a good opportunity. I will post the supplies on the bulletin board by tomorrow. For now, those who want to form a team together, write down your names. I will arbitrarily form teams based on that. Keep in mind that it may not be perfectly reflected. If anyone absolutely cannot go, come and talk to me personally. That's all. After Instructor Allen finished, the second-year swordsmanship department students engaged in excited conversation. "Hey, have you ever camped before? My domain is in the mountains. I've done it a few times." "Really? I grew up in the capital, so I've never done it." "Didn't you camp on the way to Baden? They said it was unsafe, so we always stopped by villages." "What? You're totally a noble. How did you get into the swordsmanship department?" "You should have gone to the academic department." People from the capital don't usually have a chance to do things like camping. I'm the same. Look at these guys, they've been raised too delicately, students from sword families scoffed. Nobles from sword families were accustomed to all sorts of training, so camping was nothing new to them. However, not all students in the swordsmanship department came from sword families. There were cases where someone with a talent for swordsmanship was born into a family far removed from sword traditions. Several students who had never experienced camping or hunting showed curiosity. What's camping like? Is it fun? Nothing special. If you're unlucky, you might step on someone's poop when going to pee. That's why you have to dig a hole before you do your business and bury it afterwards. It's very important. People tend to think alike and dig in similar spots, so even if you're desperate, make sure you're not digging where someone else has already gone. Right, a bad dig can be disastrous. It's filthy and can make you vomit, and the smell is terrible. With many people, you might as well consider it a poop field. You have to go quite far. That's why you should use a shovel, not your hands. There's a special shovel for camping for that purpose. Make sure to bring one. And when it gets dark, try not to come out of your sleeping bag. You'll get bitten by mosquitoes. If you expose your face while sleeping, it'll swell up so much you might not be recognized. The faces of those who had never experienced camping gradually distorted as they listened. What, are you guys really serious? Of course, it's true. We're kindly telling you because you guys seem to not know well. Some were overly enthusiastic, exaggerating as they chatted away. Chapter 113, Par 1. Hey, is it really like that? You're a mercenary. Asuka grimaced in disgust as he looked at Helmut. Have you never camped out? I've done it by the roadside while traveling through Baden, but never in a full forest. If it's like that, it gives me the creeps. It's not that bad. Helmut had no such hobby of scaring others like that. He kindly explained to the disgusted Asuka. You can drive away mosquitoes with incense and for excrement, Helmut seriously replied. I can distinguish whether a spot has been dug up by someone or not, plus if there are few people we just tell each other where we did it. Stop talking. I feel like I'm going to puke. Asuka was strong when it came to seeing others bleed, but he seemed weak when it came to this. Despite Helmut's kindness, Asuka's deathly pallor did not improve. Geez, why go on a hunting picnic or whatever? If you're going to go on a picnic, just go to Baden. They do all sorts of things. It was unexpected for Asuka, who was a wild type, to react this way. Maybe a dog can't be a wolf after all. Regardless of Asuka's grumbling, the plan was set. He pondered over an excuse not to attend the picnic. However, citing health reasons wouldn't work as Asuka was too healthy, and he couldn't find a reason to absolutely stay at the Greta Academy. If only I had an accident and broke my leg. Asuka grumbled and feared the coming of next week. Helmut was the opposite. The forest was his hometown. Even if it's Black Hawk, they won't target me while I'm with the academy students. It was a chance to leave Baden without worry. Hey, I heard about your grade. The second year of the swordsmanship department is going on a hunting picnic. It must be fun. When Cyan spoke up as they returned to the dormitory, Asuka showed a blatantly displeased expression. What's so fun about it? Having to dodge who knows where the dung pits are. That forest, for a while a tree will grow well. What are you talking about? It's fun to light a bonfire, roast sweet potatoes, and grill meat. Have you ever camped in the forest? Despite having just said he hadn't, Asuka asked as if it was pathetic. Cyan scratched his nose. There were forests near where I lived, but is sleeping in a proper house the same as sleeping dew-soaked? Mages are all envious, aren't they? We can solve almost anything with life magic, so it won't be much of a hassle even in the forest. It was an incredibly annoying statement. Magic was a useful power in all aspects of life, though weaker in combat compared to swordsmen. So what are you guys doing? If the second years have a department event, you must be doing something too. We have a disgusting assignment for a week instead of classes. Presentations next week. Painful stuff like researching magical anomalies. Some need to go places, but mostly it's tasks that keep us cooped up in the lab. Aaliyah seems to choose my spirit magic research as a topic. It's comfortable because there's already a lot of research data. Asuka muttered enviously, shocked by what he had heard. Cyan shook his head. Hey, I'm envious of you. It hasn't been long since the midterms ended and it's headache-inducing. If I could, I'd switch with you. Asuka looked at Cyan's frail hands, incapable even of wringing a chicken's neck. Are you confident in hunting? Maybe, shouldn't be too bad. With detection magic to find their location and spirits to lure them, it should be easy to catch. Seeing you faint at the sight of a bleeding boar. I'd rather not see that. I'll choose jerky. It's a hunting picnic, you know, hunting. Wouldn't it be wrong not to hunt? Just because it's the swordsmanship department, poor animals will just be disturbed for nothing. If you pity the animals, don't eat meat. Aren't the ones in your stomach pitiable? I'm eating the ones already dead. The animals in that forest are alive. The pitiable ones are those yet to die. Asuka looked incredulous. Cyan solemnly advised. If you're going camping, it might be good to buy some stuff in town. If you don't want to waste money for just a few days, live uncomfortably. Ah, those who have to travel a long distance home during the holidays have a lot of stuff with them. Cyan shrugged. Or borrow, but you guys don't have anyone to borrow from, do you? His expression read, you friendless folks, tusk tusk. Asuka made a face but didn't get too worked up. Helmut didn't even bat an eyelid. Well, yeah. Since I'm going to Baden on holiday anyway, I'll stop by the shops. I'll see what I need after tomorrow's announcement and prepare accordingly. Asuka, who would have hesitated to spend money not long ago, was in a different situation now. His pockets were now comfortably full enough to splurge and still have leftovers. He would be able to finish preparations for the following week during the holiday. Chapter 113 Part 2 What is this it? Bows and arrows, sleeping bags, food, horse feed, flint for starting a fire, and that's it. Everything else is self-sufficient. Personal food is not allowed without a special reason. And no alcohol. Asuka frowned as he looked at the bulletin board. It seemed he was most displeased with the clause that prohibited bringing alcohol. Come on, not being able to drink alcohol while camping. That's too much. It's more of an experiential learning than just a trip, so it's telling us not to let our guard down. Someone spoke up. It was Andro. Asuka flinched and looked at him. It wasn't common for someone to initiate conversation with Asuka. Everyone would talk to Helmut, but as soon as Asuka showed up, they'd quickly pretend not to notice. What are you, a transfer student? Right. Does it count towards the score? Helmut interjected, partly to prevent Asuka from exploding in rage, asking what business it was of his. Helmut was also getting used to handling Asuka. That won't be the case. Hunting, it's too advantageous for those from mountainous regions. Helmut felt a slight regret being in a favorable position. It seems likely we'll end up in the same group, so I look forward to working together. How do you know? You two will be together, and the others are desperately trying to fill up their groups with 8 people. Those left over will naturally end up in one group, we're 4. The reason for the desperate group formations was obvious, to avoid being in the same group as Asuka. I'm worried about the hunting. They won't let us use hunting dogs, probably not traps either, and it doesn't seem like they'll provide ample food. We'll have to purely hunt with bows. Archery was a higher year elective, but those from a sword family typically had a basic proficiency. Andro knew how to shoot, but having hardly held a bow recently, he wasn't confident in hunting in the forest. What if someone gets hit while we're shooting arrows? Asuka suddenly asked, as if it just occurred to him. With so many people shooting arrows in the forest, someone could get hit. We have to be careful not to cause casualties. As long as you aim at the target, there shouldn't be a problem. Unless someone intends to hit someone else. As if hit by the comment, Asuka clamped his mouth shut. If you want to practice shooting, there's a training ground at the far left end of the academy. With that, Andro turned his back. Hey, want to go practice? It would be trouble if we ended up hungry in the forest. I don't want to eat just potatoes. Do you know how to butcher meat? Can you cook? Helmut was concerned. Although confident in hunting, he was terrible at cooking. Anything he made turned out inedible for humans. Perhaps it would be better to eat roasted potatoes for about 5 days. That would be physically fine. I can cook, but I'm not sure about butchering meat, but with 8 of us, someone must know how. That made sense. Asuka suggested again. Let's go practice shooting later. We need to catch something to eat after all. All right. After class, Helmut and Asuka headed to the archery training ground side by side. The training ground, lined with dozens of targets, was mainly used by upperclassmen taking related classes. Though there were mercenaries and knights among them known for their impeccable archery, Greta Academy did not officially offer archery as a course. There were those skilled with spears or axes, but similarly, Greta Academy did not cover these. Approaching the manager, he asked, "It seems you didn't bring your own bow. Do we need to bring our own?" "No, we provide rentals. They might not be in the best condition." "How many arrows do you need?" 50. "Isn't that too few? That's enough for me. Get more if you want." This was merely a warm-up. Helmut was a marksman who had pierced through numerous living targets. "No, that's fine. I'll also take 50. Grumbling, Asuka did not ask for more arrows. Perhaps he felt a sense of competition. Armed with bows and arrows, they found a spot in the nearly empty training ground. Several arrows were already stuck in the distant targets, each in different positions. "Okay, is this how you do it?" Helmut glanced at him. Asuka held the bow awkwardly. He pulled the string taut, aimed at the target, and released. If only the arrow had hit the target. Instead, it flew and stuck into the ground. The arrow vibrated as it half-buried itself in the earth. The force was more than enough, even if the aim was off. It seemed like his first time handling a bow. "What's going on?" Grumbling, Asuka pulled the bowstring several times. Aiming a bit higher, he managed to skim past the target. After a few tries, Asuka successfully hit the second smallest circle on the target. The wind's effect didn't matter much to him. He used force to cut through the wind. Helmut sensed his use of vis, quite impressive. For his level of swordsmanship, his use of vis was excellent. As swordsmanship advanced, the use of vis became crucial. Asuka had the potential to rise above the other students in the swordsmanship department. This went beyond mere effort, it was a matter of talent. Helmut, look at this, Asuka, who managed to hit the target decently, shouted excitedly. You hit it well. Helmut praised him, albeit formally. Chapter 114, Part 1. I'm holding a bow for the first time, isn't this pretty good? Seems like it. Beginners can hardly hit a stationary target. Hitting it after a few tries was quite impressive. What's with that insincere response? Are you saying you can do better? Obviously. Normally, Helmut would have thought it to himself, but now he become more talkative. Asuka didn't take this change well. Are you becoming like Aaliyah? Is that a compliment? You think that's a compliment? Asuka was incredulous. Him being your roommate wouldn't make being compared to him a compliment, you know. It's not like I said you were becoming like me. Are you picking a fight now? At the moment Asuka's eyes sharpened, a voice came from the side. Hey, keep it down over there. They were seniors, a head or two taller than Helmut and Asuka, seemingly adults. They appeared unaware of the duo's notoriety, acting like children in the training ground. It seems you're underclassmen. Instead of chatting, you should focus on hitting more targets with your arrows. Had they known Asuka was the crazy dog, they might have hesitated to confront him. Helmut grabbed Asuka's fist-raised shoulder. Stop it. It was one thing for Asuka to cause trouble on his own, but not when he was with Helmut. It was inevitable that the blame would come back to Helmut for not keeping Asuka in check. It was a fate decided from the moment he kept Asuka by his side. Can't help it. Taking responsibility for troublemakers was the duty of honor students, as per a novel about academy life Helmut had borrowed from the library. Helmut was ready to fulfill the role of an honor student. It was human decency for the capable to look after the less able. All this fuss over just hitting the edge of the target. Watch this. One of the seniors raised his bow, took careful aim, and released the arrow. Thwip, far in the distance, the arrow landed near the center of the target. See that? The senior shrugged his shoulders at Helmut and Asuka. Brad is really skilled marksman. A true sharpshooter, no comparison to these rookies. If I could do that with a bit more practice, what's so great about that? Ignoring Asuka's grumbling, Helmut quietly picked up his bow. The practice arrows felt too sleek and thin compared to the blunt branches he was used to. Shooting such an arrow, it seemed impossible not to pierce the target. Helmut, who had pierced vital points of moving targets in the dense forest, needed only a moment to aim. Ping, the bowstring released with a sharp sound. The arrow shot out like a flash and hit the target dead center, causing a shiver. Helmut gestured lightly towards the quivering tail of the arrow. Did you see? No one could respond. In the silence of the training ground, after exhausting all 50 arrows, their practice was complete. As they left the training ground, Asuka tapped Helmut's shoulder. You were pretty cool back there. You don't always have to rush in fists blazing to settle things. That sounds like you're telling me off. You don't have to knock someone down to win. Just overpower them with skill. Helmut spoke with a tone of disdain. Of course, fighting was an option if attacked first. The opponents were seniors, and even if Helmut knocked them out cold, it could be considered self-defense. But the problem was Asuka initiating the fight. Why do you always hold back? What's wrong with fighting? Sometimes you have to fight in life. If you keep holding back, you'll end up sick. Helmut stared at Asuka. This guy was more aggressive than the monsters of the Forest of Roots. Such a personality wouldn't survive in that forest. He'd probably challenge beings like Alaga or Naho without fear and meet his end. Monsters recognize those stronger than themselves, but Asuka seemed likely to challenge even those stronger. Or not, Asuka never challenged Helmut despite owing him a debt. And in cases like this, fighting is acceptable. They're upperclassmen. If they get beaten by underclassmen, how embarrassing would that be for them? You didn't know that, did you? Asuka said proudly. You talk as if you've done it before. Of course, I've been in fights since my first year, even fought 3 fifth years at once and won. Helmut wasn't impressed enough to admire such tales of street fights. Fight all you want, just leave me out of it. What a stingy thing to say. If we're going to fight, we fight together. Knowing Asuka was hard to reason with was one thing, but this was another level. He resolved to show rather than tell from now on. Asuka would probably continue to complain loudly about Helmut's supposed cowardice. Well, you have instructor Ethan as a guardian. Wouldn't want to lose that support by getting into fights. Why did you have to get a guardian from among the instructors, making things complicated? While that wouldn't likely end the guardianship over Helmut, he didn't bother to argue. What a headache! Helmut had already made a name for himself alongside Asuka. Being assigned to the same group was an unavoidable reality. Now, it wasn't possible to say he didn't want to be with Asuka anymore. The instructors, believing Helmut could control Asuka, would undoubtedly place them in the same group. After all, the classmates knew Asuka's personality well. They wouldn't try to provoke him as much as possible. I wish there were no annoying things. Helmut sighed inwardly. The relationship with classmates was the most uncontrollable problem since he entered the academy. Chapter 114, Part 2. On the holiday before the hunting picnic, Helmut, Cyan, and Asuka visited the shops in Baden. They browsed a store selling travel gear. Helmut, familiar with camping, insisted on buying only what was necessary, but Asuka and Cyan had other ideas. What should we buy? These insect-repelling incense. Better to have too many than too few. The bugs are terrible here due to the mild climate. Bugs, like wild animals, act on instinct. Normally, Vis energy would keep them from piercing the skin, but finally controlling Vis energy isn't easy, and there was another issue. If you leave food out, it'll be swarming with bugs. You'll have to keep them lit the whole time. Cyan solemnly raised a finger. Also, buy a small lantern, hang it on a tree when you go out at night to pee. Here's a magic scroll that creates a vacuum in a certain area for fire prevention. How about it? Wouldn't using it on someone sleeping suffocate them? Could do. If there's someone annoying, give it a try. All right, I'm buying it. If they die, it's on their short lifespan. Good thinking. It sounded more like plotting a murder than preparing for a trip. Asuka was easily persuaded by Cyan's suggestions, buying seemingly useless items. Cyan, perhaps seeking vicarious satisfaction, kept recommending various things to him. This grill pan is also great for cooking meat and vegetables. Don't just skewer them on sticks, use tools. It's a bit heavy, can we load it on the horse? We have Helmut's horse too, he barely has any luggage. Right, we can share the load. They were already in a holiday mood. Helmut glanced their way and left the shop. He was looking to buy training gloves. The ones he had were for warmth, and with the weather warming, he needed something thinner. Then something caught Helmut's eye. A clump of cotton. The cotton clump on a stick looked white and fluffy. Helmut glanced aside. A device emanating magical energy buzzed, spinning out thin strands of sugar that the merchant was wrapping around a stick. It was an exotic scene. Having not seen such a thing before in this street, it must be a new business. The merchant cheerfully called out, "Come get your cotton candy only available at our store in Baden." What's cotton candy? Can candy be made from cotton? Muttering, Helmut wondered if this was some common knowledge he lacked. Suddenly, someone spoke to him. Sugar is melted and spun into very thin threads, creating a fluffy textured snack. It's a new product developed jointly by the Mage Association and the Buten Trading Company. As expected of Baden, right, such new products are already here. She seemed a year or two older. A young woman with reddish-brown hair, her mature yet enticing smile and her white, smiling face were unfamiliar. Not someone he knew, Helmut immediately realized. A mage. The faint magical aura suggested she was a female student from the magic department. Boys from the same department rarely spoke to him, let alone girls from other departments. Her reason for approaching was obvious. Again, because of Aaliyah. It was a now tiresome, familiar situation. Helmut considered ignoring her but decided to respond courteously since she had provided useful information. Who might you be? Well, a female senior who is interested in you. You're taking the Understanding of Magic class, right? Yes, I am. I took the same class, don't you recognize me? She smiled broadly, but Helmut didn't recognize her. He tilted his head. I'm not sure. Really, that's disappointing. You don't look around much. I'm Teresa, a third year in the Magic department. I'm Helmut, a second year in the Swordsmanship department. I know, she smiled, narrowing her eyes. A one-year senior. Helmut had no intention of befriending students from other departments, especially when few approached the somewhat eerie Helmut. Aside from a few girls who approached him because of Aaliyah, and even they received no attention from Helmut, by halfway through the first semester, he hardly spoke to anyone in his elective courses. You're so icy in class but seem more human here. You're the top second year in the Swordsmanship department, right? I've only taken the midterm so far. Anyway, what do you want? Just happy to see you. I'm interested in you. Helmut didn't take her words at face value. You mean you're interested in Aaliyah? A lot of people approach you for that reason, huh? Well, you are Aaliyah's roommate. I first learned about you because of him too. She continued to play dumb. Given her reluctance to show her true intentions, Helmut quickly reached a conclusion. I have companions waiting, so I must go. Wait a moment. Helmut turned to leave without acknowledging her further, but Teresa was persistent, blocking his path. Wait, I said, Chapter 115 Part 1, such a nuisance. Helmut raised an eyebrow. It was exactly the type Aaliyah had warned him about, someone feigning interest to approach Aaliyah. Their overly eager demeanor made it all the more suspicious. Helmut didn't consider himself to be the type to attract the attention of girls his age. The experiences he had in Baden were far from trivial. Teresa still wore a smile. There's no need to turn away so coldly. Don't you want some cotton candy? Glancing at it, the price was quite high. He had been curious about the taste and was thinking of buying some. I do want some, but I'll buy it with my own money. How cold, that's part of your charm, she made a fuss over it. What is this senior talking about? Helmut showed a guarded expression. Teresa laughed as if she found it cute. Is it strange that I'm interested in you? It doesn't seem like the senior is interested in me. Oh, you must have been troubled by Aaliyah all this time, but I'm not like that. Helmut, what are you doing there? Suddenly, a familiar voice was heard. Helmut turned around immediately. Aaliyah stood there with a cold face holding a thick book under her arm. It was a look of reproach, as if to say, "Where did you sell my advice? Here, this senior says she's from the magic department. Do you know her?" Referring to her as a senior might not make a difference to Aaliyah, but Helmut decided to pass her off to Aaliyah for now. Aaliyah's gaze pierced Teresa. Magic department's third-year top student, Senior Teresa, what brings you here? The other party was an excellent student worth remembering for Aaliyah. Moreover, she was beautiful. Aaliyah's eyes sharpened. Oh, Aaliyah? After Aaliyah appeared, Teresa's gaze automatically locked onto her. That was her problem. If she was interested in Helmut, she should have shown indifference towards Aaliyah, but she couldn't. Aaliyah's magical power was strong. Being a powerful mage made her influence all the more potent. If Aaliyah had been unimpressive, she might have doubted why she was so drawn to her, but her flawless beauty made it naturally convincing. Do you have business with me? No, it's just. For a moment, Teresa was engulfed in confusion. Did she have business with Aaliyah? Seeing the handsome male student Helmut, Teresa had eagerly started a conversation. Her target was Helmut, but upon facing Aaliyah, she forgot what she had been doing up to that point. It's probably for a pointless reason. I would appreciate it if you didn't bother my roommate again. Aaliyah spoke coldly and reached out her hand. Grabbing Helmut's arm, she promptly left the spot. A short while later, Aaliyah released Helmut in an alleyway. The atmosphere was somehow tense. What are you doing here? Why didn't you shake her off right away? They asked simultaneously, but Aaliyah looked at him demandingly with a reproachful gaze. What did I do wrong? Though confused, Helmut roughly answered. She said she was a senior and that she was interested in me. He said so, but it seemed like she had approached him with the intention of getting close to Aaliyah. Aaliyah crossed her arms as if interrogating him. So did you like her? That's not it, but when a senior from the academy speaks to you, you can't just ignore them, right? Especially a senior who took the same class. He had intended to dismiss her lightly, but thought it polite to exchange a few words. If you hadn't dealt with it, I wouldn't have had any trouble. Just ignore her. How could I? Aaliyah, who was about to explode in anger, quickly calmed her emotions. She was upset but couldn't find a suitable reason to argue. Aaliyah sighed and asked, "Where are Cyan and Asuka? At the shop, aren't you here to buy something too? It's better if we move together." All right. Whatever the whim, it doesn't matter. Returning to the shopping district, they found Cyan and Asuka just coming out of shopping. Both of their faces were full of joy, hands laden with luggage. Asuka blinked. Oh, Aaliyah, you're here too. All this for just 5 days of camping. What are all these things for? Planning to start a business? When Aaliyah asked incredulously, Cyan exclaimed, "Ah, that's not a bad idea. Take a lot with us, and if there's anything left, we can sell it to someone who needs it for money. Things like insect-repellent incense might find buyers. I doubt the martial arts department students would prepare so thoroughly. Should we buy more? Stop it. If we carry more, the horse won't be able to move." Helmut intervened. Asuka had already bought enough goods to overload not just his own horse but Helmut's as well. He declined taking on more. They hurried back to the dormitory as Aaliyah joining them started to attract attention. The preparations almost over. Even with their hands full, Cyan and Asuka were noisy. On the way back to the dormitory, Helmut suddenly looked back. A sharp sensation ran down his spine. Is it a delusion? Chapter 115 Part 2. On the way back to the dormitory, Helmut suddenly looked back. A sharp sensation ran down his spine. Is it a delusion? The street was crowded. Helmut scanned the crowd with his eyes but found nothing unusual. What's wrong? Aaliyah, who was ahead, asked, and Helmut turned his body back to her. It's nothing. A hunting picnic, huh? An uneasy feeling stirred in his heart. I can only hope that nothing happens. But if something did happen, it couldn't be helped. Helmut looked down at the sword at his waist. His sword was there to be used when needed. He's got keen senses. A man hidden in an alley let out a breath only after Helmut had disappeared. The man excelled in stealth to the extent that only a few could claim to be better. Even now, just a few steps away from the crowd in the alley, no one noticed his presence. It was indeed a curious thing. The man stood out. He was taller than most adult men with unusually long limbs. Cloaked in a dark gray mantle with his head covered by a hood, the only thing visible beneath the deeply hooded face was a white mask. A sinister, grinning jester's face with sharp nose and eyes. If one encountered him in the dark, those with a weak heart might fall backwards in shock. The man had just tested how close he could get without being noticed by his target. In such a crowded street, he had followed from a distance where people appeared as mere dots. Yet the target sensed his presence with alarming sensitivity. Such skill could not be left to chance. The man decided to retreat. It was enough to have confirmed the target. The place for action wasn't here in Baden. A challenging prey, I must prepare thoroughly. The man's thin lips curled up. It had been a while since he'd encountered such an exciting challenge. A predator puts its all into chasing even a rabbit. The man would not be careless, even if the target was just a 15-year-old boy. Without carelessness, he'd strike swiftly to cut off the breath. The man was a skilled human hunter and assassin. I wonder where such a person came from, a genius that appears once in a century, a swordsman built from the ground up by a great master, sharp senses and a cool head. Even such a person, knowing his own strength, cannot help but be arrogant, because he has never experienced defeat. At that age, unlikely to have much experience and thus never targeted by a ruthless venom aiming for his life. I hope you make a wise choice. Though the man had delivered death to many, strong and weak alike, this target seemed particularly challenging. His heart raced with anticipation like a child before an outing. A hunting picnic, huh? Wonder who will be hunted? The man laughed behind his mask. The moment the target left Baden, his plan would begin. It was just 3 days ago in a mansion in a village adjacent to Baden. Anton, the branch chief of the Black Hawk in the Kingdom of Kinnan, greeted his guest with both hands respectfully folded. Welcome, esteemed guest. To what do I owe the honor of your visit to such a place? While smart and skilled enough to catch the guild leader's eye, Anton was merely a branch chief in the Black Hawk. Certainly not a low position, but Anton could not afford to be upright against the person sent from headquarters. If things went wrong, even if Anton were to be killed, no one would object. The guest was part of Hawkeye, a group within Black Hawk comprised only of those with undisclosed powers. I never imagined Hawkeye would get involved in this matter. As the branch chief, Anton had heard bits and pieces about Hawkeye. The man in the strange mask before him was named Fasho. His nickname was the Dark Jester, an assassin with skills comparable to a first-rank platinum medal mercenary. Those targeted by him witnessed the ghastly smile of the jester rising from the darkness and find their throats slit. Was that kid considered that important? Helmut, the boy, certainly possessed extraordinary skills for his age and was bound to grow stronger. It was a problem that needed to be resolved quickly, whether in a good way or bad. However, Anton had not anticipated that a key figure from headquarters would suddenly appear like this. Anton, was it? I've seen the report sent to headquarters. You have quite the eye for detail. A tone devoid of strength, thin yet androgynous, making it all the more eerie. The jester's smiling mask was nothing short of terrifying. It's an honor, Mr. Fasho. About the boy's details. Yes, here it is. Hawkeye's movements are rarely reported. Unprepared for Fasho's sudden visit, Anton was fortunate to have a brief report on the clash with Helmut. Taking the report handed over by Anton with courtesy, Fasho slowly read through it. His eyes sparkled with interest. Greta Academy's Swordsmanship Department's second-year Helmut killed 2 second-rank mercenaries on his own. Even if it's Greta Academy, a student, is there an instructor capable of teaching someone like him? The opponent was on par with a first-rank mercenary. Even considering him as a first-rank mercenary, only a few among Greta Academy's graduating students could match that skill. There were hardly any instructors with skills above that level, making it bizarre for such a person to attend the academy. The skills are, frankly, beyond the need for academy education. He transferred this year. His tracks were lost on the way to Baden, likely disguised. The patron is Ethan Kudrow, an instructor at Greta Academy, a noble from the venerable Baden. How they connected is unknown. As you know, Baden is difficult for us to meddle in. There have been incidents recently limiting our investigation. Black Hawk spies were being hunted down in Baden with heightened vigilance. The escape of Black Hawk members had sparked this alertness. Chapter 116, Part 1. This guy, his name doesn't seem to be that of a commoner. Is he a noble or a royal? Who is his master? As we've handed over to the headquarters, the information through our confrontation with him is all we have on his capabilities. His publicly known status is that of a commoner, and according to those who have met him, he did not act like a noble. There's not much to learn from that information. Have you tracked anything else? We tracked the Butin Merchant Association and the Pace Mercenary Corps he took on a request from. According to what we found while moving for a request, the Pace Mercenary Corps happened to come across him and he joined them by chance. Other than that, there's no information on his past or identity. The Pace Mercenary Corps did not go around blabbering about Helmut. The only things known were the fragmented facts delivered to the Butin Merchant Association. They kept silent about the fact that Helmut had been injured and collapsed, and where they had encountered him. This was also due to the mercenaries' instinct to keep a distance from dangerous opponents. Because a guy as unusual as Helmut would surely get involved in some dangerous affairs one way or another. That's why they also noticed that Helmut left without telling them where he was going. A monster that fell from the sky. Then I'll have to ask him directly. Are you here to deal with him? Yes, but first we need to have a conversation. It seemed merely formal as a sinister smile peeked through the gap in his mask. Such a guy is bound to have his own forces. If he appeared in the world alone, he must not be someone we should mess with. And if he was someone we shouldn't have messed with, that's why Anton waited for instructions from his superiors. If the opponent belonged to some hidden forces or was a descendant of a great sword family or had a great swordsman as a master, there was too little information. We'll have to kill him to silence him. Dead men tell no tales after all. If you need anything, please let me know. It was out of his hands now. Anton bowed his head in acknowledgement. This time, the connection between Helmut and the Black Hawk would surely end. Is everyone gathered? On the morning when the hunting picnic began, the courtyard was unusually filled with horses. The students had brought their own horses. The horses were loaded with plenty of luggage. Instructor Alan and Instructor Patricia, along with about 10 others, inspected the luggage for prohibited items. Some of the students had their alcohol and food confiscated, leaving them with long faces. Ah, that alcohol was expensive. Please, instructor, who told you to bring this? Good for us, our staff will enjoy the luxury. Despite the students' pleas, neither instructor budged an inch. The confiscated items piled up on one side. It was a literal confiscation. They didn't seem to plan on returning them. As instructor Patricia examined Asuka's luggage, she wore a baffled expression. Asuka, we're going on a hunting picnic, not on a trade expedition. I know, but you never know, right? Bringing all sorts of things might come in handy. Sure, having enthusiasm is good, Asuka. But please try to stay out of trouble while you're there. Don't cause any accidents. If Asuka had said he wanted to stay at Greta Academy due to circumstances, both Instructor Patricia and Instructor Alan would have welcomed him with open arms. But Asuka did not do so. His face was full of anticipation, as if he had never disliked the idea. Patricia's nagging slightly changed his expression. He retorted gruffly, I'm the second in my class in the swordsmanship department. Why do you say that to a top student like me? Being a top student doesn't mean you're not a troublemaker. Make sure you don't shoot your fellow students with arrows while hunting. Ah, I won't do that. Good Helmut. Please take care of him. Okay, taking care of a troublemaker had become a familiar task. Helmut, looking at Asuka's sulking head, turned his gaze to his horse. It was a white horse he hadn't seen in a long time. He had received it as payment for a request for House Zaringen. It seemed to be in a good mood, snorting and puffing. It had been enjoying luxury at the Kudrow mansion, but a horse would prefer running outside. What's this horse's name? When Asuka asked, Helmut hesitated for a moment. Had he named it, he couldn't remember doing so. What would be good? What, isn't it your horse? It is, but I haven't named it. You're so indifferent. Name it now. A name, huh? Naming something was a challenging task for Helmut, who had never named anything in his life. Asuka grinned crookedly at the pondering Helmut. How about calling it Aaliyah? It was a calculation that Aaliyah would hate immensely. Helmut stared hard at the white horse. It didn't resemble Aaliyah much at all. A more fitting name existed for a wild white horse with an untamed nature. How about naming it Asuka? Asuka's face twisted in anger. Why name it after me? That's creepy. Why is it creepy? You suggested naming it after Aaliyah. Helmut, while receiving criticism from Asuka for being out of his mind, realized one thing. Naming an animal after someone indicates a special relationship with that person, like lovers or family. Hearing that story gave him goosebumps. Asuka, that would have been a disaster. He definitely refused that option. If he had found out later, he might have wanted to kill either Asuka or the horse. Chapter 116 Part 2. After a bit of contemplation, the horse's name was decided to be White, because it was a white horse. Asuka complained about the incredibly simple naming sense. What's your horse's name? Whiskey. A name of alcohol. Yep, cool, isn't it? Asuka shrugged his shoulders. Cool. Where? Helmut thought it was no different from his own, but he vaguely nodded his head. After the inspection of the luggage was completed, a brief briefing followed. They all mounted their horses immediately. They had to hurry with the schedule. All right, let's depart. We need to ride diligently all day to reach the campsite, so make sure not to fall behind. The schedule was not complicated. The events of the swordsmanship department had a rustic feel, neither luxurious nor boisterous. Firstly, the instructors themselves lacked the motivation to make grand plans. On the first day, they would ride all day to reach the camping site adjacent to Baden in Petica Forest. The number of second-year students totals over 100. There weren't many campsites where this many people could stay. The campsite in Petica Forest, often visited by students from Baden for experiential learning activities, was quite well equipped. On the first day, they move and enter the campsite by the afternoon. Then some free time is given. After preparing for camping, they have a barbecue party in the evening. It feels like a real picnic until the first day. But the hard work started from the second day. On the second day, a hunting competition is held. The one who caught the most impressive game would win. They said separate prizes are given according to the ranking. The third and fourth days were for group activities. The groups were divided into 12, each consisting of about 8 people. The second-year students of the swordsmanship department were divided into groups and moved to specific areas of Petica Forest. From the third to the fifth day, they experienced camping for 2 nights and 3 days. Helmut's group was Group 9. Before departure, they each received a paper with the names of the members. Helmut, Asuka, Andro, Mitchell, James, Basil, Dino, Wesley, some were familiar and some were strangers. Given the large number of people in the swordsmanship department, it was common not to have spoken to many of them. Of course, everyone knew Helmut and Asuka. The members of Group 9 had no choice but to accept their fate of being in the same group with Asuka. On the last day of the group activities, they had to return to this campsite by noon and regroup. Once all members had gathered, they would return to Greta Academy. A total of 3 supervisors were dispatched from the academy, the instructors Patricia and Alan and Dwayne, a professor from the magic department. It was known that magical beasts did not inhabit the Pedica forest, however this was not an absolute fact. They could cross over the mountains. Forests are places of the wild. Although filled with trained students from the swordsmanship department, unforeseen dangers could arise, so the mage Professor Dwayne was dispatched as a precaution. The start was smooth. The sky was clear and the sunlight shone brightly. The hunting picnic procession moved directly onto the road through the inner gate of Greta Academy, adjacent to the forest, without passing through Baden. The horses trotted lightly along the road. Leaving Baden, it's been a while. Riding in the refreshing wind lifted his spirits, a completely different feeling from practicing the sword alone in the narrow training ground. The Forest of Roots was like a vast prison, yet it was free. As Helmut headed towards Pedica Forest, leaving Baden, he felt liberated. Life felt like running on a hamster wheel. Though not devoid of joy at times, whether for the sake of becoming stronger or becoming human, he endlessly repeated the same processes. Attending Greta Academy offered more novelty than the days in the Forest of Roots. However, riding out, Helmut realized. The times before coming to Baden, even if they were brief travels, were moments of freedom he enjoyed. Asuka seemed to feel a similar sentiment and shouted out, "Ah, it feels like living again, leaving Baden behind. Damn Greta Academy, still over 4 years left to attend. If you graduate and become a knight, living will be more stifling than attending the academy. Enjoy this moment," Andro murmured from the side. There was no need yet for the group members to stick together, but somehow the members of Group 9 were following around Helmut and Asuka. Asuka had a personality that ranked and discriminated against others. He considered Andro, who was third, worthy of his attention. "Who said I'd become a knight? Then will you become a mercenary? There aren't many options with swordsmanship skills." Andro's friends joined the conversation. "Yeah, being a mercenary isn't bad. It's perfect for living freely without being tied down. Even our family would pass on you if you become a knight, Asuka. Why would it be hard for me to become a knight? With my skills, they should be grateful to have me." Asuka was indignant yet curious. If only considering skills, Asuka was a talent that everyone would covet. Since Helmut's appearance, although slightly overshadowed by the time Asuka graduated from the academy, he would reach a level where he could easily overpower most knights. Chapter 117, Part 1. The response from the noble students of the swordsmanship department, who would be potential employers for Asuka, was not positive. "Isn't that obvious? Who would deal with you? You even snap at the instructors. Always disobeying orders, it'd be hard for you to join any knight order. You're the kind of guy who would grab a royal by the collar if you got upset." Harsh assessments followed. These were honest opinions from the perspective of potential employers, excluding personal feelings. Aside from Helmut and Asuka, everyone in Group 9 was from a noble family. There were differences in the power of their families, but all of them had knights. It wasn't unheard of for a commoner to be accepted as a knight. It wasn't that a commoner couldn't become a knight due to lack of skills. However, Asuka didn't match the so-called commoner knights at all. He flared up again this time. "I don't grab instructors by the collar, okay? What do you take me for, the scum of humanity?" "Well, that's true. Even if instructor Patricia treats you like a rat, you wouldn't dare lash out at her. It's a wonder. Maybe you secretly like instructor Patricia. She is a beauty after all. Are you asking to be thrown off your horse by me? Begging me to make you fall?" As Asuka glared and sharply turned his horse's head, the other backed off, waving his hands. "No, it was a joke, a joke. Since when were we close enough to joke around?" Asuka clenched his teeth. He didn't like how, ever since Helmut appeared, those who used to avoid eye contact were now provoking him, as if Helmut's presence was a safety net. He felt the need to teach them that life doesn't always go as planned. It was a very intense educational spirit. "Asuka," Helmut called his name. Luckily, Helmut was there between Asuka and the others. Helmut had to prevent the loss of a group member before they even arrived at the campsite. If a fight broke out here, it would surely clearly be his responsibility. Such was the fate of owning a mad dog. Asuka turned his head sharply. "Fine, we have plenty of time anyway." The forest was a place where anything could happen as long as it wasn't killing. Asuka's eyes gleamed with a dangerous light, looking forward to the group activities in a few days, but the others herding horses around didn't notice. What, with Helmut around, this guy can't do much after all. Asuka has really toned down his temper. Snickering, James from the swordsmanship department, who was 12th in rank and one of the few who dared to speak to Helmut, spoke up. Don't go around beating up kids from other academies. That could cause disputes between academies. If it weren't for jerks like you, no one would start trouble with me, so you don't start fights when you go elsewhere. Am I a thug? I don't go around picking fights everywhere. Well, if that were the case, you wouldn't have been able to return to Baden during the holidays. You would have been caught or locked up somewhere. What, so it's only within our department that you do this? You're surprisingly cautious, aren't you? I'm not very confident in my archery. I might accidentally hit someone. Blocked by Helmut, Asuka resorted to threats. No killing. Helmut interjected in an indifferent voice, not because killing was bad, but because it would be troublesome. Feeling a chill, the others kept quiet while one bragged. Anyway, unlike the others, I'm willing to hire you after graduation. If you can't find a place, come to me. My family has many positions. Asuka sneered after glancing at the guy's face. What's your name? Wesley. Wesley, who hadn't expected Asuka not to remember his name even after becoming a second year, was taken aback. How does he not know me? Nobles from notable families generally have pride, assuming they will naturally be remembered. Even in an academy where one's status and family background couldn't be disclosed, such pride often seeped through their attitudes. Among nobles, especially those from prominent families, distinctions were naturally made without words. Thus, Wesley was quietly known in the swordsmanship department as coming from a good family, but Asuka didn't know. Even if he did, he disliked such displays of family pride. Those who flaunted their families typically ended up in unfortunate situations with him. I didn't know your name, but I know one thing. Are you within the top 50? What mattered to Asuka wasn't someone's status or family. He was closer to the Academy's spirit than anyone in the swordsmanship department, discriminating solely based on skill or grades. No, Wesley felt slightly wronged. He was 52nd, just missing the top 50 by a narrow margin. Asuka snorted disdainfully. Someone who can't even make it into the top 50 wants to make me their knight, presumptuous. Worry about your own academy life before my distant future, okay? As if promising a stormy future, Asuka swung his fist through the air. Meeting me in a duel and not even being able to make eye contact, and you think we're on the same level just because you're on a horse. Ridiculous, hey, that's harsh. I'm always harsh. If you know that, then don't talk to me. Helmut realized one thing. Although Asuka had a bad mouth, he hit the nail on the head with everything he said. And Wesley or whatever, did you forget that flaunting your nobility is against the school rules? You'll find out soon enough when I report you to that mage. Wesley clammed up, suddenly receiving sympathetic looks. Instructor Patricia, who was particularly strict with troublemaker Asuka, would be meticulous in such cases. It wouldn't just pass without issue. Chapter 117, Part 2, Asuka looked at Helmut and smirked. Just like you said, I don't need to beat them to win, but it doesn't quite suit my personality. At least you won't have to write a reflection paper. That's true, Asuka agreed, and Helmut slightly raised his assessment of him. Asuka wasn't beyond redemption. He could change. There was more room for rehabilitation than expected. After hours of writing, a suitable resting spot appeared and a break was announced. Instructor Allen shouted. Everyone rest here for 40 minutes. From Greta Academy to the campsite, it was a solid 7-hour ride by horse. Though it was a hunting picnic, it was still a picnic, not the military. The students weren't pushed relentlessly without breaks. It was time for lunch, so they took a short break to stave off hunger. The horses needed a rest too. Helmut tied his horse near some grass and chose a spot on the edge of a clearing to sit down. The tree stump he sat on felt uncomfortably hard after enjoying luxury at the academy. His body had become pampered. Oh, that's a good spot. It was spacious enough for several to sit. Asuka soon followed and sat down. With so many people, it could have been chaotic to check for stragglers, but having Dwayne, a professor from the magic department, made things easier. Professor Dwayne completed a head count with a spell and clapped his hands. Clap. Good, everyone's here, let's eat. Leading the students were 3 large wagons, all loaded with food and supplies. Since they had just left Greta Academy, they could enjoy fresh food for lunch. The menu included fruit juice and sandwiches wrapped in familiar packaging. It was from a store Aaliyah often visited. Everyone come forward and take one each. The students of the swordsmanship department, proportional to their size, ate a lot. Thus, the amount of food prepared was considerable. Sandwiches almost as big as a person's head, with thick layers of meat, eggs, cheese, and plenty of vegetables, were enough to satisfy their hunger. The ones who had previously provoked Asuka even brought food for him and Helmut. The noble guys were learning to be cautious around Asuka, which was a good interaction, but Asuka held a grudge. Even as he took the sandwich, he glared at Wesley and James, who had been particularly loud, and added a comment. Don't think group activities will be easy just because you're giving me this. Making others miserable and troubled was Asuka's forte. His words ensured the mealtime was rather quiet. Helmut ate his sandwich in the cool breeze, Suddenly, the sound of a horse neighing came from a distance. One of the horses had strayed and was moving. It was a white horse. "Hey, isn't that your horse?" someone noticed and asked, prompting Helmut to stand up immediately. "Yes. Did you tie the rope loosely? Better go check." A trained horse usually wouldn't stray even if not tied, which made this unusual. However, White was known for its temperament, so its straying seemed natural. Asuka, without even looking at Helmut, waved him off. "Have a good trip." Helmut quickly headed in the direction where White had disappeared. Dense forest lay beside him. As they moved further from Baden, the forest grew denser. In the scholarly city of Baden, the forest was left natural, so hunting was restricted. Unauthorized hunting was illegal and thus punishable. It was rare to find poachers in Petica Forest. Baden, being a city with many mages due to the academy, made it difficult for poachers to evade the mages' tracking. "White," Helmut loudly called out to his white horse. Whether the newly named horse would understand was questionable. In the dense forest, it was hard for a horse to run fast. It wouldn't have gone far. A whitish figure was seen beyond the trees. Causing trouble, he had finished his sandwich but hadn't finished his juice. He worried Asuka might just throw it away when collecting trash. Feeling a sense of urgency, he stepped towards that direction, but a chilling sensation stopped him. Just as he retracted his foot, a loud clang, a metallic sound echoed. Helmut, stepping back, peered into the bushes. A large trap with sharp, tooth-like edges was quivering closed. If he had stepped into it, his ankle could have been half severed. Why is there a trap here? It was a valid question. Poaching was illegal in Petica Forest, so such traps shouldn't be here. Moreover, this area, being close to the road, wouldn't attract animals. Even for poachers, this wasn't an appropriate place to set a trap. Venturing into the forest didn't mean encountering magical beasts. Chapter 118, Part 1, That's Strange. Helmut tilted his head in confusion. It was odd, but it posed no threat to him. Even if he had been caught in the trap, he could have used Vis to prevent the trap's teeth from piercing his leg. It was fortunate that White hadn't been caught in the trap. Although Professor Duane would have used healing magic if there had been an issue, the professor probably wouldn't have been too pleased to use magic on an animal, not a student. His white horse seemed fine, munching on some tasty grass. When Helmut approached, White lifted its head, seemingly unaware of its name. It was unfair to blame it for being dumb. After all, the name was just given today. Helmut hadn't properly looked after or even paid much attention to White up to this point. "I should call you more often so you can remember your name." This was, in a way, the first creature he was raising. Unlike the magical beasts, this one was a gentle creature. Just as Alaga had placed Helmut under her, Helmut had for the first time placed this creature under him. He felt a bit of attachment. "Come here," Helmut pulled on White's reins. Having eaten its fill of grass, White obediently followed him. Helmut tugged at the rope he had used to carelessly tie White. He intended to check why it had come loose. A chilling sensation ran through him at that moment. The end of the rope was cleanly cut, as if sliced by something sharp. After leading White back and securing him properly, Helmut returned to his previous spot without any issue. His juice was still there, untouched. However, Helmut didn't reach for it. "Helmut, did you see a corpse in the forest? What's with you?" Helmut was almost always expressionless, but Asuka, who had been sticking around him for a while, keenly noticed the change in his demeanor. Helmut seemed a bit tense, almost as if he was startled. "No." Helmut considered speaking up but then closed his mouth again. Telling Asuka would only cause a commotion. Asuka might immediately start grabbing the necks of anyone who was near White, accusing them of the deed. That would only cause headaches for Helmut. Helmut needed time to think. Who, why, how, that was what mattered. He hadn't sensed anything suspicious while bringing White back. Helmut sat down, staring intently in the direction where he had tied White. It was about 50 steps away, a considerable distance. With several horses overlapping in that area, White's figure was not visible from here. Nothing special had occurred from the time he had tied White there until he had returned to this spot. The reason for cutting the rope was to make White stray. He was troubled by the timing of White's sudden movement. If the rope had been cut, White might have moved sooner, but until that moment he had been completely still. Hence, it was unlikely to be the doing of a student. Who lured White? If someone had cut the rope in advance to lure me too, but there was no sign of anyone in the direction of the forest. But there was a trap waiting. A trap that could cut off his ankle. If he had been injured there was a mage within shouting distance. Helmut's ankle would have been healed soon. Considering Aaliyah's magic, a professor of the magic department would not have had difficulty in healing that level of injury. It would have hurt if I got caught. Just to give him a hard time, was there someone who approached the horses while everyone was distracted with their meal? Helmut tried to recall a faint memory. If there had been someone, they would have caught his eye. No matter how good his memory, it's hard to remember something he hadn't consciously noted. However, one thing was clear. If the person who set the trap and the one who cut the rope were the same, then the culprit wasn't a student from the swordsmanship department. They had not been here long enough to sneak such a large trap into the forest and set it up. If it wasn't the doing of someone from the swordsmanship department, then who? The answer came easily: the Black Hawk. He had killed one of their members and foiled their plans. It wouldn't be strange for them to wait for Helmut to leave Baden to start their mischief. Or would it? They knew how strong Helmut was. They should understand that such tactics wouldn't work on him. Unless it was a thorough trap, such methods would only put him on alert. No need to be overly concerned. Perhaps a poacher had set the trap, and someone with a grudge against Helmut had casually cut White's rope, causing him to move towards the forest later. It was easier to think of it this way, yet this explanation couldn't shake off an uneasy feeling. There was another hypothesis. If someone strong enough that Helmut couldn't sense their presence had stealthily cut the rope to lure White, intending to lead Helmut there. But even if caught in the trap, it could be healed. Were they planning to attack when I was caught? It was unclear. Helmut definitely hadn't sensed anyone's presence, a subtly chilling feeling, an ominous premonition that stimulated his instincts. But Helmut soon shrugged it off. Worrying over such trivial matters was a mindset for the weak. Helmut was strong. No matter what anyone planned, he could just smash them when they showed themselves. He would speak to someone when things became clearer. Finishing his thoughts and standing up, Asuka persistently asked, "So what happened in the forest that had you so preoccupied?" After considering what to say, Helmut replied lightly, "Someone had set a trap. I almost got caught." "What? This is a no-hunting zone. Shouldn't we report it?" "There was a trap," someone suddenly interjected. It was Patricia, the instructor. "What a dangerous act. This is near the resting area. Setting such things here is dangerous." Previously, an academy student was injured wandering the forest and getting caught in a trap. "Can you show me where? I should take a look." "Sure," Helmut readily agreed. Given his unease, this turn of events seemed for the best. He led her to where the trap had been, over there. As Helmut began to point, he hesitated and lowered his hand. A chilling sensation ran down his spine. The spot where the trap had been was now empty. "Is this the place?" "Yes," Patricia inspected the area. "Seems like you were mistaken. There's nothing here." Asuka scratched his nose, mumbling, "Maybe a bear dragged it away." "Yeah, right," Patricia, who had smacked Asuka on the head, chuckled. "Getting excited, are we? Not like you, Helmut, to see things wrong. Anyway, it's good there's no trouble. I thought we might have stumbled upon a poaching scene." She didn't seem upset about the wild goose chase. "We'll be leaving soon, so make sure to gather when I call." Chapter 118, Part 2. As Patricia turned and disappeared, Asuka grumbled, "Damn, that woman thinks my head is public property, keeps hitting me." "Helmut, what are you doing?" Helmut was bending down, inspecting the ground. There were slight indentations in the bushes. The stems weren't broken, so it wasn't obvious, but the trap had been here. Definitely. And in that short time, it had disappeared again. It wasn't the act of a student from the swordsmanship department. It couldn't be. Helmut had been watching this area all along, and since his return he hadn't seen anyone approach. "There wasn't any trap. Ever heard of a trap ghost? Are you hallucinating? Did someone drug your sandwich? Let's go back." Asuka, voicing various complaints, hurriedly followed him. His complaints were about Patricia's unjust violence. Helmut tuned out Asuka's chatter. His focus was entirely elsewhere. Interesting. His heart was racing. A rare smile appeared on Helmut's lips as he walked towards the clearing. A rare smile for him, one that appeared when he sensed a challenge. A flicker of intent shone in his dark eyes. A warning, perhaps, for what was to come. He was looking forward to finding out who had played this intriguing prank. His premonition became more certain. This time, a formidable enemy had arrived. One so strong that Helmut couldn't sense their presence. After slaughtering 2 second-rank mercenaries, he had been itching for a worthy opponent. Helmut realized he had been waiting for this moment. "I hope it's an enemy worth killing." Killing came with consequences. Helmut suffered pain due to the seed of darkness whenever he killed someone. It wasn't a pleasant situation. Yet Helmut hoped that whoever was targeting him was an enemy he had to kill, one he couldn't defeat without killing, worth enduring the pain. "Did you just smile? Really, someone must have drugged you. But it's kinda scary when you smile." Asuka's ramblings beside him went unheard. As the sun set, the second-year students of the Greta Academy Swordsmanship Department finally arrived at the Petica Forest campsite. A man who seemed to be the caretaker ran out to greet them at the entrance of the campsite. After a brief conversation with the 2 instructors and Professor Duane, the students who had jumped off their horses were massaging their hips and thighs. Riding for such a long duration after a while made everyone's bodies sore. "Ah, finally here." The campsite is pretty spacious, huh? Surrounded by a high fence, the campsite was a vast area. There was a place for horses on the perimeter, and tents and camping facilities densely packed into the view. In the middle, there was a large space for a bonfire, not yet lit, presumably for a barbecue. "Now we have to sleep here while getting bitten by mosquitoes." Wesley sighed deeply. He was noble, and even a noble from a prestigious family. He wasn't even from a sword family. He wasn't very comfortable with the dormitory life of the academy, let alone camping. You sound like a young master. Why did you enter the swordsmanship department instead of the academic department? What can I do? My talent is in this field. If I hold a book and sit for just 10 minutes, my head hurts and I want to swing a sword refreshingly. I admit that I feel the same way. You're from a sword family. I've been scorned by adults for not looking at books at all. Yeah, you're really pitiful. Are you picking a fight now? I'm comforting you in the style of the swordsmanship department. Crazy, their eyes suddenly turned towards Helmut and Asuka. Since they were in the same group, they had come this far together, but they didn't want to share a tent. Of course, the problem was Asuka. You never know what kind of mischief he'll get up to. At least we won't be sleeping in the rain. How do we use these tents? Just then, Instructor Allen's voice was heard. Each group will use a tent. You'll be staying here for 2 days, so unpack and rest your bodies for a while. The tents have numbers on them. Indeed, the tents were numbered. While the other students went to their tents without much fuss, Group 9 looked particularly gloomy. Asuka, unconcerned about the others, gestured to Helmut. Let's tie the horses over there and unload only what we'll use right away. Let's get this over with and rest in the tent. All right, Chapter 119 Part 1. The tent was spacious, creating an awkward atmosphere as everyone found their own spots, contrasting the conversations held while writing. Among the group members, Andrew, James, Basil, and Dino were close, as were Wesley and Mitchell. Originally divided into these small groups, they seemed to have become friendlier with each other during the journey. However, this camaraderie did not extend to Helmut and Asuka, who still felt a distance from the rest. Asuka could easily throw a punch at anyone within reach, and everyone was warily aware of this. Ah, I should have bought a new saddle. I thought my buttocks were going to fall off. Fortunately, Asuka seemed too drained to cause any trouble. Laying down his sleeping bag and sprawling out on the floor, he seemed ready for a nap. Helmut considered stepping out to survey the campsite perimeter. If the adversary was the Black Hawk, they might have prepared traps or might approach directly. The Black Hawk had gone through the trouble of sending a warning. Would they have done so just to finish things off? It seemed more likely they intended to intimidate or initiate a deal or dialogue. They wouldn't involve the other students from Greta Academy. He didn't want others to be caught up in his own affairs. Here were students from prominent noble families. Even if Black Hawk operated in the shadows, they wouldn't risk antagonizing the numerous nations and families of the surface by making a move here. It was an unwritten rule not to meddle with Baden, a consensus among all groups. Logically, they wouldn't cause such a disturbance just to target Helmut. As he was about to leave, the other group members stopped him. Helmut, where are you going? Just thought I'd get some fresh air. We're going out again soon, aren't we? I wanted some air too. Shall we go together? Me too. Quick glances towards Asuka suggested they didn't want to share a space with him, uncertain when he might wake up. Helmut settled back down on his sleeping bag. I've changed my mind. Relieved, the others quickly sat back down. Helmut wasn't free. As long as he owned a pet, that was his reality, but it wasn't a bad thing. It wouldn't be too late to act once everyone was asleep. They're all paying more attention to me than I thought. That was a problem, but also an advantage. It would make it harder for the Black Hawk to target him. Since the Black Hawk had revealed their intentions, Helmut was curious how they would approach him. This hunting picnic is going to be interesting. Helmut closed his eyes, listening to the soft murmur of conversation. It was a brief moment of rest. As dusk fell, a lively bonfire was lit in the center of the tents. The barbecue party had begun. Near the fire were large log tables and chairs for each group, along with wood and griddles for transferring the fire. Platters filled with meat, mushrooms, potatoes, and more were laid out on the tables. The food, divided by groups, was to be cooked by the students themselves. It was a simple task, but in a place where many had never even grilled meat themselves, used to having servants handle everything during camping trips. Seeing the hesitant students of the swordsmanship department, Instructor Allen sternly declared, "No one is going to cook for you. If you can't cook, you'll just have to go hungry." The members of Group 9 looked at each other, waiting for someone to confidently take the lead, but it seemed no one was particularly eager. "I've seen it done, so I guess I can manage." Andrew was the first to step up. Seeming to recall some method, he skewered marinated meat and vegetables onto a long metal rod. The others began to move as well, transferring fire to the prepared wood. "Hey, be careful, you almost got sparks on me. I'm warning you, I won't heal anyone unless it's a life-threatening injury." Professor Duane passed by, issuing a stern warning. Helmut pondered his role. Group 9 members were surprisingly proactive. Even Wesley, who subtly hinted at his distinguished family background, took part. Wait. As the griddle heated up, Helmut suddenly suspected something. Could the Black Hawk have poisoned it? Careful, you'll burn yourself. It's okay. Helmut wiped the scorching griddle with a damp cloth. Then it occurred to him that if they wanted to poison someone, they could have just tampered with the food. But that would risk poisoning everyone, and it seemed unlikely the Black Hawk would target so broadly. I worried for nothing. But Helmut soon reconsidered. It wasn't for nothing. As Helmut took action, even the usually inert Asuka began to help, laying out utensils and cleaning the table. Now all that was left was to place the meat on the now perfectly heated griddle. Just lay it on there. Curious, James tried placing a piece of meat directly on the griddle. Sizzle, he should have spread it out, but he just left it there, soon causing black smoke to rise. Is it burning? The meat turned black on the bottom. Panicking, he flipped it over, leaving it unattended. Soon a bizarrely shaped dish was completed. You can eat that yourself, Asuka frowned. Helmut looked at the charred meat and for the first time in a long while thought back to his days with the Pace Mercenary Corps. It was the first time he missed them. Then Asuka stepped forward, pushing others aside. Move, Asuka expertly grilled the meat. Despite the strong fire, he flipped the meat timely and removed it once the blood vanished. It was a simple task, really. Next to Asuka, a pile of well-grilled meat and vegetables accumulated on a large plate. James, who had burned his meat, quickly grabbed a plate and dug in. Asuka dusted off his hands. You incompetent fools can't even grill meat. How do you plan to survive? You all grew up too sheltered. Asuka, you. It was a look of newfound respect. Being a commoner seemed to have its advantages. The term commoner, long looked down upon, was beginning to gain a new respect among them. It's tasty. Wow, well done. See, Asuka beamed. Aside from his personality overshadowing his talents, Asuka was a versatile individual. Helmut saw Asuka in a new light, particularly rating his cooking skills highly. The heap of grilled meat soon disappeared into everyone's stomachs. After only having sandwiches all day and riding horses, they were bound to be hungry. Especially since no one had brought any snacks or emergency food, thanks to the instructor's threats and the morning inspections confiscating everything. Had they been unlucky enough to end up in a group bad at hunting or cooking, they would have starved over the next 5 days. Not that the robust students of the swordsmanship department would actually die from it. Listen up, I've got something good. Chapter 119, Part 2, Wesley hinted slyly, pulling out a sizable bottle from his belongings. It was clearly not ordinary soda. The label was embossed with lead. That's Hennessy's liquor, isn't it? Wesley, did you bring alcohol? But that's not just one bottle, right? You guys are greedy. I barely managed to bring one bottle. Wesley clicked his tongue. Since it's a strong liquor, just sip it for the mood. If anyone can't handle their alcohol, dilute it with water. It'll feel like your throat's burning. How'd you sneak it in? There's always a way. But wait, I guarantee Patricia will make a surprise inspection around now. Wesley was right. Soon after, Patricia burst onto the scene, sniffing around for any scent of alcohol. All clear. Good, judging by the outcry from another group, someone had been caught and had their liquor confiscated. Patricia also had a bottle in her hand, likely seized from someone. After she left, Wesley brought out the liquor bottle again, cautiously looking around. Are all the professors gone? They're probably going to eat. Quick, drink up and hide it. You're pretty slick. How did you hide it? Method. What's so hard about it? It gets found because it's hidden in the luggage. Where did you hide yours? Wesley flaunted his cloak. I hid it in my cloak. This cloak has a space expansion spell on the inside pocket, so I could sneak it in. I was worried Dwayne might cast a detection spell, but fortunately he didn't. Helmut was intrigued. A cloak with a space expansion spell was a new concept to him. Thinking back, Aaliyah didn't carry much luggage during their travels. He had assumed it was stored in the carriage, but even when they parted ways, she hadn't been holding anything. Was that why? Really? That's unique. They usually don't make such items because if the clothing tears, the spell might be damaged. Only magicians who can repair it themselves wear such things, right? Right, this is a new product. It's durable so it won't tear easily. I paid a pretty penny for it. Even if the magic is damaged, it's easily repairable by a mage. Wesley smiled proudly, patting his clothing. You can probably find it in Baden if you look hard enough. How much is it? Helmut, now interested, casually inquired. Unlike the miscellaneous items Asuka had bought for their hunting picnic, this seemed useful. He didn't immediately need it, but if short on funds, he considered asking Ethan to purchase it for him. Wesley posed a condition. I can tell you, but you have to answer one question for me, if I can answer it. Helmut, are you from the city? Where did you learn the sword? A common question. Helmut answered nonchalantly. No, I grew up in the forest. I learned the sword from my master. In the forest, was there a village? Your master lived there. No, it wasn't a village. There was only one house. I was raised by my master. Saying he was raised wasn't quite accurate. The saying goes, the more you tread on grass, the better it grows. Darien had trod on Helmut vigorously, just enough not to kill him, so he grew up strong. As a result, Helmut became monstrously powerful. There was no one in this campsite of Greta Academy who could stop him. Even if they managed to momentarily restrain him, annihilation was inevitable. Yet, his monstrosity lay dormant within him, quiet. He was neither a slayer nor a monster. Helmut simply wished to be a person who could blend into this human world. Chapter 120, Part 1, the questions did not stop there. Given the opportunity to dig into Helmut, the enigmatic and intriguing figure of the swordsmanship department, what about your parents? Why did your master raise you? That's enough. Helmut cut off Wesley's curiosity abruptly. His parents were probably alive, but he couldn't be certain and didn't even know who they were. Wesley readily shared his purchase information. All right, I bought this cloak for 30,000 marks. Since I bought it from an official store of the butane trading, it might be more expensive in Baden, considering the cost of bringing it here. 30,000 marks, huh? That's somewhat pricey but seems worth it. Andro and a few other nobles nodded in agreement. As expected of nobles, they seemed to have no concept of money. Asuka grumbled from the side. I thought I could learn something new, but you're all tight-lipped. Raising the liquor bottle high, Wesley declared, anyway, let's drink. Helmut quickly emptied the small cup placed before him. A hot wave surged up, burning from his throat to his stomach as if he had swallowed a ball of fire. Had he not eaten beforehand, it might have burned a hole through his stomach. It's like poison. Given its effect to dull the senses, it wouldn't be strange to call it a poison. In a situation where he was targeted by the Black Hawk, being drunk was not an option. Helmut used this to discreetly dissipate the impending drunkenness. He was the only one who could protect himself. Helmut never forgot that fact. Wow, this is strong. Asuka, strong against alcohol, slapped his cheeks. He quenched his intoxication by gulping down water. The others either laid passed out, struggled to stay conscious, or were nauseous. This was Helmut's chance. He abruptly stood up. Where are you going? To throw up? Have a good trip. Asuka let Helmut go without much concern. Now free, Helmut headed straight for his intended destination, the caretaker's residence he had noticed upon entering the campsite. If anyone was aware of unusual occurrences around the campsite, it would be the caretaker. Light was on in the residence. Knocking on the door, it opened promptly. Ah, a student from the swordsmanship department. What brings you here? The elderly caretaker was polite, accustomed to dealing with nobles from the academy. He stood just 2 steps away. I have a question, please ask away. I've been having bad dreams recently. I feel like something might happen at the campsite. Helmut borrowed a line commonly used by academy students complaining about nightmares. Of course, Helmut had slept soundly the previous night. The caretaker chuckled. His expression was calm. Normally, one would be baffled thinking, what's with this guy? Do I look like a priest? But he didn't seem bothered. Perhaps he was just being cautious because he thought Helmut was a noble. Well, you might be feeling overly sensitive. Living in Baden and then spending a few days in this dark forest can make anyone feel uneasy. Have there been any strange occurrences around here recently? Seeing someone or finding traces? I'm not sure. This forest is mostly used by academy students, and during the semester, poachers don't show up. They know they'd be in for a tough time if caught by the students. Poaching in Petica Forest carries a hefty fine. I saw a trap on the way here. It seemed newly set. A good trap can look new even if it's old. Did you collect it? When I went to check again, it was gone. It was a statement that should have caused a flinch, but the caretaker responded coolly. That's curious. Perhaps you saw it wrong. I'm from the swordsmanship department. My vision is excellent, and so is my mind. Maybe the magic department students played a trick. They cast strange spells in the forest. Even I get startled sometimes. They must be hoping this old caretaker keels over from a heart attack. He laughed heartily, watched closely by Helmut. Doesn't feel like magic. I didn't sense any mana. Well then perhaps a quick-witted poacher noticed their trap was found and retrieved it. It happens. The caretaker emphasized his point. Helmut, persistently questioning, finally remained silent. It was a situation where one might expect the caretaker to be annoyed by the interrogation, but his responses and demeanor were relaxed yet professional. However, there was an odd feeling in his handling of the conversation, difficult to pinpoint. Then it was my mistake. The forest inherently harbors dangers. Maybe something dangerous crossed over the mountains recently, but that's beyond what I can handle, the caretaker shrugged. But as far as I know, nothing unusual has happened. Does that answer your question? Yes, Helmut quickly added. I'd appreciate it if you didn't mention this to the instructors. Of course. It was a perfect scenario for interpreting that a paranoid student had come to bother the caretaker, asking him to keep quiet. As Helmut turned to leave, he suddenly asked, oh, and one more thing. Please go ahead. Do you know anything about the areas where tomorrow's hunting competition or the group activities will take place? The academy students come here around the same time every year. It's no different this time. I showed the instructors the map of Petica Forest and the records of previous uses. They decided based on that. Ah, I see. Take care. Helmut turned around neatly. The door closed immediately behind him as if to shut him out abruptly. The sound called to Helmut's instincts, the predator's instinct to chase prey. Helmut stopped, his eyes sharpening. He doesn't have this. The caretaker is just an ordinary person. Extending a hand to snap his neck would mean death. Weak enough for threats to work, perhaps extracting information was possible. Something suspicious lingered, should he restrain himself. A murderous thought flashed through his mind. But Helmut clenched his fist, controlling the wild impulse within. He had to hold back. He was a student of Greta Academy's swordsmanship department, and with instructors and classmates nearby, he had constraints. There wasn't enough reason yet to break those constraints. I found out what I needed to. Helmut moved again. He had his limits. There wasn't yet a reason to act beyond them. Chapter 120 Part 2. Where on earth did these guys hide the alcohol? When Helmut returned, Group 9's table was in chaos. Patricia was grabbing Wesley by the neck, shaking him. Teacher, I think I'm going to throw up." With lightning-fast movements, Wesley vomited on the table, simultaneously slamming his head into it. The guys from the next group who were watching grimaced at the disgusting sight. That Wesley brought the alcohol. He's the ringleader who led the group astray. Asuka, who had been watching with his chin propped up, grumbled. Being strong against alcohol, he had sobered up after drinking some water. In contrast, the others were either passed out, staggering, or vomiting. "You're an accomplice too," thud. As always, Asuka, who got hit on the head, squinted his eyes and protested. "No, I just drank the alcohol that was brought. You should have stopped them," becoming complicit in wrongdoing despite being the swordsmanship department's second best. Although it's not a reason for discipline, it was certainly a reason for reprimand. Feeling unjustly treated, Asuka pointed accusingly at Helmut, who was just returning. "He drank too, why are you only getting on my case?" He was a guy who sold the word loyalty well. Instructor Patricia was about to raise her hand but flinched. "Helmut, where have you been?" "Felt sick so I went for a bit, sorry, they said it was Hennessy's liquor so I got curious and tried it." Helmut spoke plainly, his expression blank. His dark eyes in the dark forest seemed eerily black. Somehow it was an atmosphere where you couldn't hit him on the head. "All right, fine, clean this up, you don't have any more hidden liquor, do you?" "No, better not. If caught again, instead of enjoying group activities, you'll be training under me." Yes. Asuka answered dryly and kicked the sprawled guys to wake them up. He also poured cold water on the face of a guy who couldn't regain his senses. Helmut was intrigued. Training sounds good. With Patricia around, it would be hard for anyone to play tricks, even if her idea of strenuous training was hardly a challenge for Helmut. But Helmut was hoping for someone to make a move. Tomorrow was the hunting competition. It had been a long time since he last hunted, a somewhat dangerous hunt. He looked forward to it. Hennessy's liquor is said to be effective against insomnia. That night, Helmut slept sweetly, his first night at the campsite. The morning of the hunting competition dawned. Breakfast was provided until the morning of the third day, when students were to leave the campsite for group activities. After that, it was mostly self-sufficiency. The swordsmanship department students who had woken up at 8 a.m. had breakfast and gathered in one place. There had been no incidents or desertions overnight. Since it's a forest, even if someone leaves the campsite, there is nothing they can do. Their robust physical condition meant they were all brimming with energy. Riding horses all day wasn't exactly an ordeal for swordsmanship department students. "Is everyone gathered?" After calling out names one by one for attendance, Alan began the briefing. "Listen carefully to the explanation about the hunting competition starting now. Everyone will move on foot. Before leaving, bows and arrows, a map of the nearby area, lunch and drinks will be provided. You can use your personal bow if you have one. Make sure not to shoot arrows at people. Always check your target before shooting. The competition ends at 5 p.m. Only the catch brought back by this time will be recognized. Return early to avoid being late. The forest gets dark quickly, so don't get lost and make us come searching for you. You can move in groups if you want, but make sure to act in pairs or more so that if someone gets injured, they can be reported. Keep in mind that there are predators in Petica Forest." Patricia took over the explanation. "The catch will be evaluated based on the most valuable catch brought back. Simply catching a lot of rabbits won't help. The harder or rarer the prey, the higher the score. A fox scores higher than a rabbit, a bear higher than a fox, and a leopard higher than a bear. A white fox scores higher than a gray one, so if luck is on your side, you might score high with an easier catch. Do not hunt animals with offspring. If you've caught a deer, don't bother catching a worthless rabbit. We're holding a competition, not trying to wipe out the wildlife in Petica Forest." With over 100 students from the swordsmanship department present, it was indeed possible to significantly impact the wildlife. Hence, there were restrictions. Chapter 121 Part 1. Next, the awards will be announced. There are prizes up to 5th place. 5th place will receive 10 Academy meal vouchers. 4th place will get a high-quality quill and ink set. 3rd place will receive a voucher for 10 books from the Academy bookstore. 2nd place will get a voucher for the use of a personal training ground, and 1st place will receive all these benefits. Professor Duane will be at the campsite, so don't go too far, and if anyone gets hurt, come back and report immediately, that's all. Instructor Allen declared lastly. The hunting contest begins now. Everyone started to move. To find better prey, they had to go far from the campsite. If they were walking, there was a limit, so they needed to manage their time to return before 5 p.m. If the prey was big, they could use Vis to drag it, but it would take a long time. They had to hurry. The high standards and wealthy students started complaining as soon as they left the campsite. The prizes are rather meager. It's for students, so they can't put money on it. The second place is a bit tempting, though. I want first place. Obviously, first place is the best, right? But having a personal training ground is something else. It's better to train alone in solitude than with those sweaty ones. If my grades are good this semester, I can use the personal training ground next semester, right? Right. But you're likely to struggle with grades anyway. Why not hope for luck in the hunt? What, this guy speaking as if it's easy. I'm going to be lucky today. I had a good dream. Dreamt of picking up gold in the forest. May you get hit by gold-colored bird droppings instead. While some spat out words in a challenging tone, others showed compassion. It's cruel. I don't want to do it. Acting noble, huh? Acting noble. You've never seen the eyes of a fawn that lost its mother. You wouldn't say that if you knew how pitiful it looks. I haven't seen it, but I know this. Fawn meat is tender and delicious. Roasted whole is excellent. You beastly bastard. Fortunately, there was no disagreement between Helmut and Asuka. Both were keen to participate in the hunting contest. Especially Asuka was enthusiastic. He exclaimed with shining eyes. All right, at least second place. Secure the personal training ground. Asuka immediately asked Helmut, do you know a suitable place to hunt? It seems like the prey will run away due to the number of people around here. There should be prey near the water. They will come to drink. Didn't we pass a water source on the way here? It's a bit far, but it's worth going and coming back. Will it take about 2 hours round trip? Let's go there. Team 9's members followed Helmut and Asuka. Although it wasn't a rule to move in teams, it somehow turned out that way. The two ran lightly through the forest. Though they ran lightly, they were quite fast. The team members had to grit their teeth to follow. They couldn't fall behind, being proud members of the swordsmanship department. Ah, this is tough. Haven't we almost arrived? After a while, Asuka stopped, wiping the sweat from his forehead. His nose was also wet. The arriving team members had long been out of breath. Driven by stubbornness, they either leaned against a tree or collapsed on the ground. Huff huff, didn't you say we'd take a break once? I thought I was going to die following you. Hunting or whatever, they seemed ready to drop. Asuka snorted at the sprawled team members. Who asked you to follow? Helmut, looking as if he had just taken a leisurely stroll, didn't have a single drop of sweat on his face, annoyingly. The water source is about a 5-minute walk from here. Let's move quietly from this point on. We'll start to see prey soon. Let's get this done quickly. As Asuka raised his fist, the expressions of Team 9's members darkened. Are we going right away? Hey, let's rest a bit first. No, we'll act separately from here. Too many of us together will hinder the hunt. After all, only one person can catch one prey. Everyone here is a competitor, including Asuka, but it doesn't seem possible to shake him off right now. It would be better to shake him off. To allow Black Hawk to approach him, it would be better without Asuka. He could freely engage the opponent alone. For now, he had to shake off the others. What Helmut wanted was a battle. A long-awaited battle. He knew he must avoid killing, but he couldn't help but hope for an unavoidable battle to come his way. Helmut added, you guys should split up too. Too many people moving together will actually hinder the hunt. Team 9's members looked at each other. All right, we'll move separately in pairs. Splitting into pairs should work. There's no rush, let's rest a bit before moving. Let's do that. Chapter 121, Part 2. Leaving the discussing group behind, Helmut immediately left the spot. He needed to put more distance between them, to a far enough place where no one would detect the fight. A good method to deal with Asuka came to mind. Just give him prey, a heavy and massive prey capable of winning the contest. He could send it ahead early. Helmut decided not to dwell on the hunting contest. As he moved towards the water source, he carefully observed the traces. A large beast always leaves traces. As he approached the water source, a strong scent hit his nose. Resin was oozing from a wounded tree. It was a recent wound, as the resin hadn't hardened yet. Claw marks, following Asuka, who seemed bored, asked, what's this? Is there something? He was the type who would rush to shoot arrows at a discovered prey, lacking the patience to wait. Ah, these marks. Looks like a bear. It was exactly at the height where a bear would have stood up and scratched the tree. A bear, catching that would guarantee first place, right? Asuka asked with wide eyes filled with hope. Maybe, there was no guarantee that someone else wouldn't catch a better prey. However, Helmut wanted to send Asuka away quickly. It seemed possible. Judging by the height of the claw marks, it's a big one. Hey, but there are two of us. Since you know there's a bear, if you track and catch it, wouldn't it be yours? Unexpectedly, Asuka reasoned. Before Helmut could respond, Asuka quickly concluded. No, since we're acting together and I could have found it first too. Let's say the right to it belongs to whoever shoots and kills it. As you wish. Facing Asuka's greedy eyes, Helmut nonchalantly agreed. It was a competition where Helmut had nothing to gain, having seen Asuka's archery. At least he had some conscience. Luck was on their side. Without needing to track, they soon found their target. Asuka narrowed his eyes. Is that a bear? A brown bear was slowly walking on all fours towards the water source. Judging by its size, it was the one that had left the marks on the tree. Unaware of anything, it leisurely approached. Asuka aimed his bow and declared, "The right belongs to the one who kills it." Helmut also aimed his bow formally. The bowstring was pulled tight. Just letting go, the arrow would pierce the bear's neck, killing it painlessly. Helmut wondered, would killing a beast also trigger the Seed of Darkness? After killing 2 second-rank mercenaries and suffering the aftermath, he had avoided killing. He couldn't pay attention to ants or grass trampled under his feet, but since then nothing had died by his hands. It's not the time to test. Asuka released the bowstring first. Swish, the arrow flew sharply towards the target. Thud. The arrow narrowly missed the bear and stuck in a tree. It was because the beast suddenly sped up. Grrr, the bear growled defensively. Helmut released his bowstring. Swish, the arrow flawlessly grazed the bear's front leg. Blood trickled down. Grrr, the bear roared in pain and immediately kicked the ground and ran. It was in the opposite direction of the flying arrow. Even though it was a fierce creature, it chose to flee rather than attack them. But with an injured leg, its escape had limits. Nice. Asuka started chasing the prey like a predator, his eyes gleaming. Helmut closely followed. Asuka ran, aiming his bow and shooting arrows indiscriminately. Surprisingly accurate for such hasty shots. The third arrow successfully hit the fleeing bear's body. Grrr, approaching the tumbling bear, Asuka quickly readied another arrow. This time he aimed precisely at the head and released the bowstring. Thud, the bear's movement ceased. Its trembling body lost its life force. It was dead. Asuka yelled excitedly. Wow, got it, see. Helmut, who had been standing far away in case the Seed of Darkness would be affected, pressed down on his chest. Fortunately, there seemed to be no issues. Maybe it's fine as long as I don't kill directly. It seems okay with animals. Hunting demonic beasts had a slight effect due to magic, but it didn't seem to stimulate the Seed of Darkness too much. For now, it seems avoiding direct murder is enough, Helmut concluded. Asuka circled around the bear's carcass, admiring it. Wow, with this I could really win first place. Though he shot blindly, it was his first catch with an arrow. However, he soon noticed something odd. But why didn't you hit it even once while I was shooting? Asuka looked at him suspiciously. Helmut, finding a convenient excuse, casually replied, "You were in front of me. How could I shoot with you blocking? Really, you could have just outpaced me." Asuka scratched his nose, having rushed ahead without thinking. "But it's good to have caught it, but how do we carry this bear? It seems enough for me, but don't you also need to hunt something?" As he said this, his eyes were wary, fearing Helmut might catch something better. It was obvious what he was thinking. "You go back to the campsite first. I'll hunt a bit more." "That won't do. You never know what might happen, so we were told to act in groups of 2 or more. Do you think something will happen to me?" "Hey, don't be overconfident. Anything dangerous could be hiding in such a forest." It might have been a thoughtless comment, but his intuition was sharp. Then, suddenly, a chilling sensation ran through him. Helmut instinctively turned around. It was the direction they had come from. "Ah!" A scream erupted. It was quite distant, faintly heard, but the voice was familiar. "What, is something wrong?" Asuka clicked his tongue. His expression showed little sense of crisis. "Basil," someone shouted loudly from afar, a member of Team 9. The shouts continued. "My God, are you okay?" Basil, Chapter 122, Part 1. Their gazes met. An ominous premonition washed over them. Without waiting to see who would move first, they dashed towards the direction of the scream. A trap! Did Black Hawk attack someone? Except for Helmut and Asuka, all the members of Group 9 were nobles. Wouldn't Asuka be the most likely target if there was one? Black Hawk had targeted Asuka once before. Several assumptions flashed through his mind. From afar, they could see the members of Group 9 who had rushed over upon hearing the scream. It seemed they were all nearby, having taken a brief rest and scattered not long ago. "What do we do now? Someone hurry and fetch Professor Duane. We need to remove the leg first. Don't just recklessly touch it. You'll get hurt too. Damn it, there's too much blood. Basil's going to die." The face of Basil, whom Helmut saw, was pale with pain. Looking down, he saw Basil's leg caught in the jaws of a trap, half severed and bleeding profusely. The trap was identical to the one Helmut had seen before. It wasn't only me they were after. It was unlikely for Helmut to fall for such a trap. This was no coincidence. Clearly, it was Group 9's members they targeted. It was evident that one of his teammates was the target. Why? Basil was a noble, as were all the members of Group 9. Did it mean that it was okay to mess with nobles? But to Group 9's members, Helmut was just another academy student, not any special relationship. They wouldn't bat an eye even if they died. Did they not realize this? They might not know. Perhaps they attacked thinking that since they were teammates, even if they were nobles or Greta Academy students, it wouldn't matter. But why go to such lengths? After all, the target is me. It would be easier if they just approached me. It seemed excessive for just gaining the upper hand. If they wanted to kill, they could have. It's simpler than setting traps. Perhaps this meant they weren't intending to go as far as murder. Whatever the motive, it only sparked curiosity without any real effect. Helmut was too accustomed to tension to be unnerved by this alone. Move aside. Helmut pushed through his teammates and swung his sword before anyone could stop him. Crack, the trap was cleanly split in half. Basil's leg was a horrific sight, as if it had been in the jaws of a beast, completely bloodied. Helmut carefully removed the trap fragments from Basil's leg, who shivered and barely suppressed his screams. That's dangerous, cutting it with a sword like that. Leaving it would be more dangerous. Helmut replied firmly, then grabbed James, who was standing by. What is it? You're friends with this guy, right? Yeah. Why? Instead of answering, James's cloak was torn. Helmut used it to tightly wrap Basil's leg. Hold this tight for now, we can't let it bleed more. James, suddenly without a piece of his cloak, held Basil's leg without complaint. Helmut looked around. Before he could say anything, Asuka stepped forward. I'll fetch Professor Dwayne, I'm faster. It was unusual for Asuka to take initiative. He was the only one who could reach the campsite quickly without getting tired here. After Asuka left, Helmut scouted the surroundings and noticed grass under a tree. That will do. Chewing the grass, he tasted its bitterness. Helmut spat it onto his palm and approached Basil, who was sweating coldly and half-conscious. It didn't seem like poison, more so excessive blood loss. This herb has hemostatic properties, a piece of knowledge learned from Darien. He hadn't expected to use it like this. After explaining, Helmut spread the chewed herb over the wound. As the pain intensified, Basil moaned continuously. Hua, James willingly took off his cloak. Helmut tore it into strips for a makeshift bandage and stood up. The experience of emergency treatment was strangely satisfying. Indeed, learning anything had its uses. Looking up, Helmut found the others gazing at him with peculiar expressions. Is there a problem? No, nothing. To handle this so calmly in such a situation, I'm impressed. Helmut raised an eyebrow. Basil was the one hurt, not him. Even if Basil had died, Helmut would have remained calm. He had prepared for the worst on their way here, but unlike him, the initial panic had made Helmut's calmness seem remarkable to Group 9's members. How did this happen? The location was tricky. There were sharp thorn bushes on either side, and Basil had stepped on a seemingly shallow patch of grass. It seemed possible to step on, but they needed to understand how it happened. James, you were with Basil, right? As one pointed out, James rubbed his face sheepishly. Basil saw something over there and started running. I was chasing after him when he suddenly screamed and fell. What did he see? Basil managed to answer despite his condition. A bear, something big like that. To think someone set a trap here to catch such a creature, it was inevitable to step on it. Agreement was shared with nods all around. Chapter 122, Part 2. Basil's condition worsened. He had lost a lot of blood, and although the bleeding had somewhat stopped, the wound was far from healing on its own. Fortunately, soon after, a surge of magical energy approached. Three figures appeared from thin air: Asuka, Instructor Patricia, and Professor Dwayne, who had cast the spell. Over here, Professor, James waved his hand. Approaching, Professor Dwayne examined Basil's leg with a serious expression. Someone has done first aid. This is a herb effective for blood clotting. Although herbology was taught at Greta Academy, it was rare for a student from the swordsmanship department to attend. Helmut did it, I see. Surprised, Professor Dwayne glanced at Helmut before carefully removing the applied herb. Basil screamed without reserve. Bear with it, the wound needs to be treated. Soon, a healing light flowed from his hands and Basil's wound healed cleanly. Helmut felt a sense of déjà vu. Aaliyah. When Aaliyah healed Asuka, she used similar magic. Not well versed in magic, but observing the effects and magical power, there seemed no difference between then and now. A genius indeed. A second-year magic department student with skills comparable to a professor. Helmut felt anew the extent of Aaliyah's abilities. It was best to keep pretending not to know her secret. Instructor Patricia frowned upon seeing the bloody trap cut by Helmut's sword. Having such dangerous traps around here. Lack of training, clumsy enough to step on it. Asuka's casual remark was met with a smack on the head. Thump. Patricia, who had smacked him, then said seriously, "It seems there really are poachers around. We'll need to request a crackdown." "Is everyone else okay?" When asked, the instructor shook her head. "You were the first to rush here after the accident. We need to tell everyone to be careful. Accidents always happen in the forest, big or small. Last year, someone climbed a tree, fell, and nearly died from a head injury. These things happen." It seemed the hunting picnic wouldn't be cancelled, though perhaps it would have been better if it were. Helmut could have made it so if he spoke honestly. Mentioning Black Hawk, especially with Asuka present who had already been attacked, would not be taken lightly. But he wasn't hoping for that. The situation was somewhat interesting to him. An ordinary person might wither in such uncertainty, but not Helmut. He genuinely enjoyed this unusual circumstance. "I want to know why they're doing this." Helmut decided to enjoy speculating. Whatever happened, he was confident danger wouldn't come his way. After casting a few more healing spells, Professor Dwayne stood up, looking a bit fatigued. Healing magic was said to be difficult after all. Instructor Patricia asked, Basil has lost a lot of blood. Even though the wound is healed, it's not safe for him to go back alone. Is anyone willing to accompany him? One might not be enough, so two would be better. Professor Dwayne needs to conserve his magical energy for any other emergencies. We can't use teleportation magic all the way to the academy. With a large number of students and only 3 supervisors, leaving the instructor's position open at such a time was difficult. I'll go, me too. Wesley and Mitchell stepped forward. They were closer to Basil than the other 3, but if 2 of the 3 went, one would be left alone. It was appropriate for them to go. Let's head back to the campsite. It's better to go on horseback. If we contact the academy, they can meet us halfway following the main road. Professor Dwayne stroked his chin, worried. Almost everyone seemed ready to return when Asuka raised his hand. Can I go separately? I've got some loot. His face was nonchalant, showing no concern for his fellow student. What kind of significant loot could that be? You'd be surprised. Asuka grinned naturally. Just be careful not to step on any traps. As for you guys, you can do whatever you want, whether you go back as you are or hunt a little more. After exchanging looks, Group 9's members unanimously decided we'll return to the campsite. After witnessing such a horrific scene, the desire to hunt had vanished. There was no guarantee that the area was free of other traps. Instructor Patricia nodded, taking the trap that had caught Basil's leg. All right, let's go together. Helmut, what about you? I'll stay with Asuka. Both of you be careful. Don't come back too late. Okay. After they left, Asuka playfully tapped Helmut's shoulder. I knew you'd stay. We're supposed to stick together in pairs. Right, I'll take care of the bear and you can hunt. As they resumed their conversation, Asuka suddenly widened his eyes. They found themselves in a similar situation. I need to take care of the bear, but what about hunting? Leaving him to act alone wasn't an option, but neither was dragging a large bear along for hunting. Helmut opened his mouth, ready to pick up where he left off. Chapter 123 Part 1. Keep an eye on the bear for a moment. I'll be right back. Hey, you shouldn't go alone. It'll only take 10 minutes. I have my own personal training ground anyway. Any decent prey will do. Helmut's attention was more focused on something other than the competition. Just participating in the competition was enough to justify his hunt. Even with the incident, it would be awkward for someone who is the top of the swordsmanship department to return empty-handed. You're going to hunt in just 10 minutes. There are a lot of animals near the water, remember? Helmut nodded calmly. For now, go to where the bear is. It would be troublesome if a beast ate it. That's right, it's my catch. They hurried their steps. They wondered if, like last time when the trap disappeared, the bear would completely vanish, but that didn't happen. Fortunately for Asuka, his bear was still in its place. Would bear meat be tasty? Murmuring with a pleasant face, Asuka lifted the bear. Although it was too heavy to lift, he seemed to think he could drag it back if he used a bit of strength. Then I'll be back. Before leaving, Helmut sternly warned, if anything happens, scream, I'll come running. I'm just going to sit here, nothing's going to happen. Asuka said, sitting atop the bear carcass. Helmut looked at him for a moment. He felt he needed to warn him. The ones who targeted you last time might do it again. Those Black Hawk guys. Yeah, we're outside the academy. What, are you scared? This is an official event of Greta Academy. Besides, the guys who commissioned it last time are not in the academy, so what's the big deal? Asuka scoffed. He didn't seem to take it seriously. It would be better to come back quickly. Helmut decided to withhold further explanation. At this stage, informing Asuka might only excite him unnecessarily and lead to mistakes. After all, their target is him. He's not going far from here, so if a fight breaks out, he should be able to sense it. Asuka asked Helmut's retreating figure, Where are you going? To the place Basil said he saw something. The trap's location was exquisitely unavoidable. There must be something beyond it. What if you step on a trap? That won't happen, I'll be back soon, just stay here. Like leaving a child behind, Helmut warned again. Asuka reluctantly nodded. Got it? Helmut hurried his steps and soon arrived at the location where Basil was trapped. Faint bloodstains on the ground, a smell that would attract beasts, but the forest was quiet. It wasn't the time of day when beasts are most active. It was over there. He slowly stepped forward, aware that the opponent could hide their presence. Helmut was a human who grew up in the forest of roots, a human without a beast's tough hide or tremendous regenerative abilities. Therefore, a moment of negligence could cause him a fatal wound. Naturally, caution was ingrained in him. There's something there, something that looked like fur was moving between the trees. Basil hadn't seen things. However, the problem was that it hadn't been visible when Instructor Patricia and Professor Dwayne were here, only becoming visible when Helmut appeared alone. Is it not a beast but something hanging? The movement was irregular. As he approached, there was a sudden noise from the side. Helmut's sword was drawn in a flash. This time, it wasn't a trap targeting the ankle. He sliced through whatever was coming at him swiftly. Cord, a tightly stretched wire, flew towards him. Sharpened as if to slice, it was sharp enough to cut through flesh. It was fortunate that Basil had previously stepped on a trap. Given the wire's speed and height, it would have been difficult for him to deal with. It could have inflicted a fatal wound on his neck or head. If some unlucky fellow came this way, they might have been killed. Leaving the wire behind, Helmut moved on. He didn't feel anyone's presence around, but he couldn't overlook the possibility of more traps. That's it. Helmut soon realized what had lured Basil. It was a doe tied with a rope struggling to escape. The rope was long enough to make its attempts noticeable. It seemed to have struggled for a while, but the doe couldn't break free from the sturdy rope. The doe's eyes, weary from the struggle, could evoke sympathy, but Helmut was unmoved. He aimed his bow and shot an arrow straight through. Thanks to you, I've caught a good prey. He might even rank if lucky. It would be hard for those who roamed near the campsite to find better prey. Approaching the doe cautiously, Helmut looked around. Someone who set the trap must be nearby, but he felt nothing. But they must have been here until recently. It's impossible not to leave any trace when passing through the forest. Helmut carefully observed the place where the grass was trampled. Probably a man, a well-muscled, heavy man, that's all he could guess. Are they waiting for the group activities? If so, let's consider this as a greeting. Chapter 123, Part 2, Helmut lifted the doe. Returning with it on his back, Asuka, who had been dozing off on the bear, lifted his head. His senses were sharp. Despite being told to stay alert, he had fallen asleep in such a short time. Ah, you're back already? Asuka stood up. You're pretty skilled to catch a deer already. You wouldn't starve even if left alone in the forest. Asuka was impressed, looking at the deer Helmut was carrying. Did you catch it in one shot? It seems that what Basil saw was this deer. Good thing he didn't see something false. It would be bad if he got hurt at his young age because of it. Asuka snorted dismissively, confident he would never fall for such traps. He's a quick-witted guy. Were there no more traps? There was another, but I avoided it. A wire flew at me. What? A wire? Crazy, that's almost like hunting people. Whoever set it up, if I catch them poaching, I'll break their limbs. Was his outrage merely because it made it unsafe for him to wander? Helmut didn't ask further. Let's go back. Helmut gestured and Asuka asked, but with this, winning first place might be difficult. Are you okay with that? I don't care. All right. Asuka half-lifted, half-dragged the bear. Being shorter, he couldn't lift the bear completely. If the fur got damaged, so be it. The return journey took much longer than the trip there. Asuka seemed a bit tired from walking the same path twice. By the time they arrived, his face was dotted with sweat beads, yet he didn't ask for help. Asuka's independent streak, not relying on others, was something Helmut could relate to. Ah, I'm dead tired. As soon as they arrived at the campsite, Asuka exclaimed. The instructors and members of Group 9 who had returned to the campsite were astonished at his catch. Is that a bear? My goodness, Asuka, you caught a bear. Lucky, I guess. Asuka scratched his nose with a triumphant look. The atmosphere, previously dampened by Basil's incident, was now lively again. Everyone was busy admiring the bear brought by Asuka. What's this? This could be the winning catch. It was worth going all the way to that far water's edge. Helmut, who had brought back a deer but received little attention, glanced around. Not many people were left in the campsite. Only the 3 members of Group 9 who had not been gone long, along with Instructor Patricia and Professor Duane, were present. Instructor Allen had gone to check the surroundings after hearing about the accident. A large cloth was spread out in the center of the campsite, apparently for placing the catches. Helmut also placed his catch there, a doe. Deer meat is delicious. Instructor Patricia finally showed interest in Helmut. Good work, soldier, he might rank after all. Helmut decided to look forward to receiving something. Since he participated in the tournament, it's better to win something. The members of Group 9, belatedly attempting to hunt again, left the tent. Asuka, who had left the bear at the same spot, sprawled out inside the tent of Group 9. I'm exhausted, I need to sleep. Helmut also found a comfortable spot and lay down. It was time to sort out his thoughts. Traps scattered everywhere, a suspicious campsite manager, the forest of Petica, and the Black Hawk. Attention as if something was about to happen but didn't. The sure thing was the enemies were putting in effort for some plan. It's like solving a mystery, but Helmut would find the answer. The answer he would find is one that the enemies targeting him wouldn't want. As the afternoon came, second-year students began to return with their prey. Helmut and Asuka finished their meal inside the tent. After a nap and filling his stomach, Asuka seemed to have regained his condition quickly. Let's see if anyone caught something better than me. Asuka kept an eye on the catches placed in the center from the tent's entrance like a hawk. Fortunately, the additions were mostly small animals like rabbits, raccoons, and birds. As 5 p.m. approached, every student had returned. Instructors Patricia and Allen checked the attendance while moving around. Only Basil had an accident. Wesley and Mitchell, who had left with him, had not returned yet. The 2 instructors and 1 professor gathered the students after finishing the assessment and announced the award results starting from 5th place. 2nd place, Asuka, Asuka was stunned to be selected as second. He had never doubted he would win, since there were no mighty predators like tigers or leopards caught by anyone in such a forest. Who could possibly be the winner? As if answering his question, the announcement came. First place Bruce, Chapter 124 Part 1, the winner Bruce had caught a clean white fox. The fur was almost undamaged and it died with a single blow to the nape. Asuka protested loudly. Why is he the winner? I brought back a bear. How can that tiny fox compare? Instructor Patricia raised her eyebrows. Didn't you hear the criteria for ranking earlier? A white fox is a very rare animal. I didn't expect anyone to catch such a thing. It's certainly worthy of winning. Instructor Allen added, finding such a prey indicates good luck. But remember, luck is also a skill. With that said, there was no room for further argument. Bruce, pleased with his first place, smirked. Watching him, Asuka kicked a stone on the ground. Thud, come on, this is ridiculous. It's like winning a prize by sheer luck rather than skill. It's unfair. But he wasn't in a position to complain about luck. In truth, Asuka's hunting skills were mediocre. Left to his own tools, it's questionable if he would have caught anything at all. Or could he? Even if he had to chase it down and stick an arrow in it with his hands, a successful hunt is a successful hunt. Instead of pointing this out, Helmut said something different. Still, you'll be able to use the personal training ground from now on. Second place gets access to one. That's what you wanted, right? That's true, Asuka's face brightened. Come to think of it, didn't you win something too? What place did you get? Fifth. The ranking was lower than expected, but receiving a prize was something. There were those who brought back impressive boars or beautiful stags, pushing him down the ranks. What was the fifth place prize? 10 meal vouchers. Practical. Asuka seemed completely cheered up now. A personal training ground, huh, that's great. Maybe my skills will improve faster there. Perhaps. That evening, a barbecue party was held with the hunted animals, continuing from the previous day. With a considerable number of animals caught, a few members from each group who were skilled in cooking were selected. Following the campsite manager's lead, they skinned the animals and prepared the meat. The byproducts would be taken care of and returned on the last day. Today was about tasting the meat. Here, the disparity between the rich and the poor was evident. Groups with relatively better hunting skills could enjoy a lavish party. In contrast, groups with almost no catch had to settle for roasted sweet potatoes or potatoes distributed to everyone. Helmut's group had plenty of meat, more than enough. We've got a bear, a deer, rabbits, and even a bird. 4 types of meat, but we're 5 people. Who didn't bring back anything? As Asuka asked with disdain, James scratched his cheek awkwardly. Well, there wasn't much time. The 2 guys you went with brought back something. You could have at least caught a fish by the water. I didn't think of that. Do something useful. Asuka glared at James, then began to cook the prepared meat. Fatty parts were grilled, small animals like birds and rabbits were roasted whole, and tougher parts were boiled for soup. Although the cool weather meant the food wouldn't spoil quickly, this was still food for several days. During group activities, they were allowed to bring the food they gathered here. There was no guarantee they would be as lucky in hunting next time. It was necessary to save any leftovers. With that logic, Asuka flatly refused a barter offer from a neighboring group that hadn't caught a single animal. If you didn't hunt, you should starve. Excluding the 3 who had left, the remaining 5 members of Group 9 enjoyed a rich meal late into the night. They needed to eat well tonight since they would leave for group activities early the next morning. The mood was quite good. Even Asuka, despite his grumbling, seemed pleased with his second-place win and was somewhat receptive to his teammates' words. Although there had been unpleasant incidents in the morning, the barbecue party was enjoyable, and everything seemed fine for them. However, the 2 who had left with Basil, Mitchell, and Wesley did not return in the end. Chapter 124, Part 2. The next morning, the team members were somber upon confirming that the departed members had not returned. Typically, a group consisted of 8 members. The noticeable reduction in their number made the absence more pronounced. What happened to these guys? It's one thing for Basil, but are these guys deliberately not coming back? That's unlikely. Even if I don't know about the others, Wesley was looking forward to the group activities. Maybe they changed their minds after being bitten by mosquitoes. The guy even brought alcohol. He said he'd come back after leading Basil to an academy staff member, but it's strange. I'll go ask the instructor. Andro stepped out of the tent and returned shortly. There seems to be a problem. The 2 instructors and Professor Duane were already discussing it. What problem? Mitchell and Wesley can't come. They had an accident. Remember the bridge over the large stream we crossed on our way here? Ah, I remember. The railing was a bit flimsy. As they were crossing, a horse suddenly panicked and Mitchell and Wesley fell from the bridge and got injured. Mitchell hit his head on a rock and bled quite a bit. It was serious, so they decided to return to the academy. What about Basil? Basil was following them and fortunately was unharmed. He called an academy staff member after seeing Mitchell and Wesley's condition. Such bad luck, anything and everything happens, Asuka interjected. So they're not coming back at all. That's right. It took us quite a while to come here on horseback from the academy. If they've gone back to the academy, it's too far to come back here, and after such an incident, it's not feasible to send the students back on that long journey again. Even if an academy staff member guides them, it would be almost pointless to arrive by this evening. Yeah, whatever, Asuka shrugged. While it felt a bit empty with only 5 of them left, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Andro spoke again. With our numbers significantly reduced, the instructor is considering mixing some groups. He asked me to gather the team's opinion. We don't need to do that. Besides, it would mean sharing our food with others for no reason. Asuka seemed reluctant to share the food he had painstakingly prepared. Although he cooked it, the ingredients came from different members. Dividing them if the groups were mixed would be problematic. Well, the other groups probably have their plans, and mixing them up might not be the best idea. Plus, with fewer members, we're less likely to be split up, right? People generally preferred to stick with those they were close to. The decision was made quickly. Andro said, "Then we'll proceed as is and I'll relay that to the instructor." As he went to inform the instructor of their decision, James muttered with a gloomy expression, "I hope those guys who returned are okay." Asuka immediately scolded him. "Stop worrying about unnecessary things. They'll be resting and enjoying the comfort of a soft bed in a warm place. You should worry about yourself having to camp in the forest for the next 2 days. Heartless brat. What was that? You do realize we have to stick together for the next 2 nights and 3 days, right? Away from the instructors." Asuka raised his fist in a threatening gesture. It seemed in the absence of a lion, the fox would play the king. James looked pleadingly at Helmut, but Helmut was preoccupied with a vague premonition and didn't notice. Finally, the group activities. His heart raced. It felt like something exciting, perhaps even dangerous, was about to happen. Helmut looked forward to that danger. Since leaving the Forest of Roots, he had never once faced a danger that threatened him directly. It had been too peaceful, too easy. This time he had a feeling it wouldn't be so easy, and Helmut liked that. Helmut's dark eyes sparkled for a moment. The real battle was about to begin. All right, let's set off. Everyone be careful, and if anyone gets hurt or something happens, make sure to contact the campsite. Following Instructor Patricia's resonant shout, each group began to leave the campsite, leading their horses. Helmut glanced down at the leather map in his hand. A map of the Pedika forest with their destination marked. It detailed water sources, caves, cliffs, and other terrains. Hunting in the Pedika forest was allowed only to a limited extent, so this map was confidential. It had to be returned. Only 2 maps were given to each group. One was with Helmut and the other with Andro. Asuka pocketed the crystal ball he had been fiddling with in his hand. A magical device given to each group, allowing for voice transmission over long distances. In their case, it was connected to Professor Duane. Group 9's members discussed before leaving. "We just need to return here by noon in 2 days, right?" "Correct. Where do we need to go? Is it far?" "According to the map, it's further away from the academy. We'll need to ride diligently for about 4 hours from here." "Wow, that's quite far. So on the last day we ride from there to this campsite and then from here back to the academy?" When someone asked, Andro confirmed. "Yes. It's indeed a forced march. Riding for a long time would result in sore buttocks, a problem separate from training. After all, they weren't training their buttocks. Even for the swordsmanship department, this is excessive," Asuka grumbled. "Let's just take it easy since we have food. Once we set up camp and light a fire, we'll have nothing to do today. Think of it as a leisure trip." The others lightened the mood appropriately. Asuka looked back and forth between his words and Helmut's, then brightened up. "We brought a lot of stuff, might as well use some of it." Asuka had stocked up on various items for the trip. It was uncertain if all would be used, but they wouldn't lack anything. The conversation concluded and they set off. With 3 fewer members, the biggest advantage was that fewer people meant less disagreement. Consensus was reached quickly and easily. Of course, most decisions would be made by the loudest voice, Asuka's. With the reduced numbers, conversation also diminished. The usually noisy Wesley and Mitchell were gone. Their group became progressively quieter. As they moved further from the campsite, Helmut remained alert. Anything could happen now. He was excited about the possibility of those events. It would be disappointing if nothing happened. Group 9's members arrived at their destination in less than the anticipated 4 hours. They had hastened their pace, not stopping to rest. The path to the destination was straightforward, with no chance of getting lost. Chapter 125, Part 1. I found a much more comfortable place to stay than wandering around the forest. Look over there. Team member Dino pointed with his fingertip to a small clearing beside the road. Although it wasn't free of tree roots or grass, the ground was fairly flat. It was a suitable place to rest. James, dismounting from his horse, rubbed his aching buttocks and exclaimed in admiration, "Wow, there's such a nice little campsite here. There's a spring nearby too, no need to go far to fetch water, isn't that great? It seems like this place gets visitors just like that larger campsite, doesn't it? Well, students from Baden's Academy's magic and academic departments often come out to this forest, so yeah, they would be more familiar with camping. We're lucky. Not all 12 teams get assigned such a place. They were grumbling about the distance, but now, dropping comments one by one, they all dismounted. Helmut looked around, nothing seemed amiss, just this place, somehow it felt familiar. He felt like he had camped in a place like this before. Was it when I was escorting Xenia of Zaringen? It seemed like it was also in a clearing with a spring like this one, and everyone had fallen asleep. Will something similar happen this time? Helmut first went to the spring to drink some water. He couldn't be sure. The reason they had fallen asleep back then was because the thieves had concentrated Rosetta root in the spring. Rosetta root is odorless and tasteless, but when concentrated, it has a slight taste. This meant that if it wasn't concentrated, Helmut wouldn't be able to taste it. If diluted, it could naturally induce sleepiness without causing one to sleep so deeply as to not awaken from noises. Helmut stood up. He wouldn't know unless he tested it on someone first. It wouldn't affect him anyway. "What are you doing, Helmut? Let's unpack." It was still afternoon. Seeing Basil's leg bleeding profusely from a trap, none of the team members wanted to hunt. They had enough food supplies, enough to last until tomorrow. On the last day, when they return to the campsite, they will prepare a meal for the students who were left hungry. At Asuka's suggestion, Helmut tied up the horses and started unpacking. Asuka, who had also tied up his horse and started unpacking, stretched as if he was sore. He didn't seem in the mood for a nap. The others, perhaps intending to train in this unusual place, one by one took out their swords and found spots to practice. Seeing this, Helmut felt a twinge of guilt. He had been neglecting his training recently, but before that he wanted to explore the surroundings. "I'll go gather some firewood." As Helmut spoke and moved, Asuka quickly volunteered to join. "Me too," annoying to have him tag along. Asuka took the lead and headed into the forest without a plan. However, the leadership quickly changed. Asuka didn't know much. The forest was dense with trees and underbrush, making it difficult to even walk through, let alone look around. "Is this good enough for firewood?" "That's too damp, it won't catch fire well." "Isn't this too small?" "Look for something that's completely dry." "It'll catch fire easily, try gathering these." Helmut picked up a branch of suitable thickness to show Asuka, who then started collecting branches from all around. He was soon humming a song. "Camping, camping, exciting camping." Yay, Asuka was tone-deaf. Helmut, pained by the noise, looked over. "Asuka, be quiet." His singing was so provocative of violence that Helmut wanted to stuff the piled-up firewood into his mouth. Asuka grumbled. "Not talking makes it boring, and now I can't even sing." "Are you a tyrant?" Then Helmut called out to him. "Asuka." His voice sounded unusually cold. Asuka was puzzled. "What, is he mad? What did I say?" he asked cautiously. "Why, take these back to the team first." Helmut pointed at the pile of firewood. "Don't ask, just go." Even Asuka, with his strong personality, couldn't retort upon seeing Helmut's cold, black eyes. "All right." Asuka, carrying a load of firewood, kept looking back as he returned the way they came. Helmut was left alone in the forest. His gaze was fixed on something deep within the shadowy forest. He sensed a presence. Asuka hadn't noticed, but the deliberately revealed presence was stealthy, an extraordinary expert. "It seems you've decided to finally show up now." He was tired of waiting. Chapter 125, Part 2. Helmut's hand moved towards the sword at his waist. If it was nothing significant, he'd deal with it here and return. He stepped towards the forest without hurry. There was no rush. Ahead, something came into view. "Here you are, young friend." A man in black clothes, hanging upside down from a tree, was wearing a mask. A clown face mask, smiling sharply, an utterly bizarre appearance. If someone with a weak heart had seen it, they would have fallen backward on the spot. Fortunately, Helmut was among those with the strongest hearts in the human world. He looked on unimpressed. "A mask. You have strange tastes." It felt like discovering something odd in the forest, not a fairy or a spirit, but something akin to a magical beast. "Q-hoo-hoo." A low laugh leaked from the man's mask. Helmut remembered Cyan insisting on wearing a mask for mystique, and how all his friends had shunned him for it. It would be no different in Black Hawk. They would consider it a bad hobby. Still, the man's insistence on wearing such a thing meant he had a thick face. Seems like a person who doesn't care about others. Such people are ruthless and unprincipled. Moreover, this one came from Black Hawk, making it needless to say. Just by the mask and the aura, Helmut judged the man to be a villain and asked to confirm. "How much did Sabbat Rugel pay you?" "It's true Sabbat wants you dead, but my coming here isn't because of that." "Then why? If you remember the people you've killed so far, you wouldn't need to ask." The man spoke as if blaming him. It was ridiculous since they were the ones who attacked first, but there was no point in arguing about right and wrong. What happened had happened. Black Hawk sent people and Helmut dealt with them, that was enough. "2 second-rank mercenaries came to me and died. Your coming alone means you're stronger than them." Of course, not only that, but I'm not the type to confront someone head-on. I fight at an advantage in a way that suits me. Certainly, they were about 50 steps apart. Helmut didn't approach any further. The ground below was completely dug up. It was full of traps. There was no reason to jump into an unfavorable battlefield. Not yet. An assassin? That's right. A first-rank mercenary assassin. If he's confident he's stronger than two second-rank mercenaries, he must be around the level of a first-rank mercenary. It was difficult to judge because the assassin was good at hiding his presence, but it seemed about right. His presence is really faint. It's possible I hadn't noticed him until now. I forgot to introduce myself. I am the Dark Jester of Hawkeye Fascio. Helmut had to think for a moment. Usually the name comes first and the surname last. Was Dark Jester the name and Fascio the surname? It didn't seem right, something was off. The man who introduced himself as Fascio kindly added an explanation. In our Hawkeye, nicknames are given. Dark Jester is the nickname given to me, Fascio. Helmut couldn't understand why such nicknames were necessary but decided not to understand. Humans often did incomprehensible things. If it's Hawkeye, it means the eye of a hawk. Black Hawk is the Black Hawk, so it's something related. It didn't seem like such a great organization to have several first-rank mercenaries. If you're talking about the commonly known Black Hawk, that might be true. But Black Hawk is the Black Hawk that looks down upon everything in the world from the sky. The lower-ranked grunts are just visible servants. It seemed there was more inside, like peeling an onion. Fascio, hanging upside down, spoke arrogantly. I'll give you a chance to join us. And if I refuse, I've never seen someone your age with your skills. You are an underdeveloped beast. It's not good to leave you alive. I'll remove you by any means necessary. During his time at the academy, he tried not to cause trouble, but that didn't mean he would show weakness to an enemy. Helmut laughed. It was his characteristic aggressive smile filled with a fighting spirit. Do you have the confidence to do so? I don't fight head-on. I'll choose a method that benefits me. And what's that? I'll kill your friend. He used the singular, not plural. Except for Helmut, there was only one among the 4 team members who fit that description. Did he say that knowing the man in front of him was as cunning as a dark mage? My friends are nobles, Helmut replied calmly. It was his specialty not to show any signs of disturbance. Fascio responded just as calmly. There's one who isn't a noble, and not all nobles are the same. Among your team members, there's no one left whose death would pose a problem to Hawkeye. You mean to accept if I don't want my friends to die? Well then fine, Helmut spoke nonchalantly. He wouldn't be sad if his team members died, but the fewer sacrifices the better. He didn't mind lying about it. Take this. Fascio threw something. Helmut caught it cautiously. You didn't think it would be over just by verbally accepting, did you? It was a small black ring. A faint wriggling movement could be felt from inside. Fascio kindly advised, don't chew, just swallow. What is this? Inside is a worm. A worm with sharp teeth that will settle in your heart and live. It's harmless for now, but if you don't consume a specially prepared medicine once a month, you will die. Oh, and don't try to remove the worm recklessly. If threatened, the worm will eat through your heart and end your life. Fascio smiled lightly after giving the grim explanation. Don't worry, you're a valuable asset. We can't lose you like that. As long as you're with us, the medicine will be provided without fail. Show enough allegiance and then we'll remove the worm. Go ahead and swallow. Helmut looked at the ring in his hand with cold eyes. Such things exist. The offer's authenticity was uncertain, but if true, it would settle the hostility with Black Hawk. All Helmut had to do was swallow it. Chapter 126, Part 1. However, Helmut's response was decidedly negative. This isn't a choice to begin with. If I trusted you and swallowed this, I'd be a fool. Nonsense should be kept to a minimum. Unable to entertain the thought, Helmut sharply dismissed the idea and dropped the ring. Crunch! The small sphere shattered under his foot, and the crushed body of the worm oozed out with its fluids. Fascio, wiping the smile off his face, declared, Then the offer ends here. I gave you a chance and you threw it away. You will pay a severe price. An eerie laugh emanated from Fascio. Both his actions and the way he spoke were displeasing. Is this what they call a pervert? Have you ever considered why I've been playing these games? Before Helmut could answer, Fascio shouted, Reconnaissance. I've killed several strong individuals before. To hunt difficult prey, you need to know about them, how they respond in certain situations, how fast they react. And how much have you figured out? A great deal. It seems you've been hiding your skills from your friends. It's rare to find someone as capable as you. That will be your weakness. A weakness? The notion was laughable, but there was no need to deny it. It was more convenient if they thought so. For 2 days you'll struggle in vain, dying in despair. Your friends will be killed in an instant, and you'll be powerless to stop it. I see, I understand. A thinly veiled threat of ambush. Helmut came up with a simple idea. Why not just kill him here? While murder should be avoided, there are times when it's necessary. Those deserving death must be dealt with accordingly. No need for warnings. Wham! He immediately kicked off the ground and drew his sword. His body launched off a tree trunk, but the sensation underfoot was unusual. Whoosh, two chains flew towards him, crossing in an X shape in midair. It was a perfectly calculated trap. Helmut drew his blade, clank. It didn't cut easily. He had heard of metals resistant to blades and magic. Helmut angled his sword to avoid the coiling chains. As soon as he landed, the ground beneath him gave way. Sharp spikes were sporadically placed inside the pit. The area was riddled with traps. However, no blade, no matter how sharp, could penetrate balance. Helmut stood on the tips of the protruding spikes, looking towards where the man had been. The man hanging upside down from the tree was no longer visible, but he was still here. Now the hunt begins. You'd better look after your friends than chase me. You don't think I'm alone, do you? The man left after offering his advice. As he moved away, his presence diminished astonishingly. He had the most secretive presence Helmut had ever encountered, adept at concealing his energy, but this was a forest. Helmut was born and raised in the forest. He was confident he knew how to fight in the forest better than the man. But his fellow students were weak. Asuka, the strongest among them, wasn't one to care for others. It was inevitable that the weak would die. However, being the cause of their death was not something he desired. No choice then. Helmut leaped out of the trap and flew towards Camp 9, an unfamiliar anxiety, an emotion he hadn't felt before. The people Helmut knew from the past were stronger than him. There was no need to worry about them getting hurt, but the connections he made when he came out into the human world were too fragile. They would collapse from poison or a cut from a sword. Loss was instantaneous. Helmut knew death was irreversible, but he needed to make a cold decision. If they die or are taken hostage by the time I get there, I'll have to abandon them. But if they were alive, he could afford the penalty of protecting them. Helmut preferred the difficult path over the easy one. There was more satisfaction in achieving something that way. As he approached the campsite, a soft glow of fire was already there. The freshly kindled campfire crackled as it consumed the logs. It was peaceful, as if nothing had happened. Was it a trick to dodge my attack? Entering the campsite, Helmut scanned the surroundings. No presence was felt. James flinched at the sight of Helmut's grim demeanor. Helmut. What happened? Asuka, poking the campfire with logs, asked without turning around. Hey, do you know how much trouble I went through carrying this by myself? What's going on? Where are the others? Dino and Andro were nowhere to be seen. Since he hadn't encountered them on the way, they must be somewhere else. James replied, they said they needed to stretch their legs and went to look around. They shouldn't have gone far. We need to start looking for them. What's going on? There's no time to explain. Both of you follow me. It was better to stick together than to leave them separate. They went this way. Helmut led the way, stepping ahead of a worried James while Asuka grumbled as he followed. Ah, seriously, what's going on? Did you see some giant leopard or something? We're in the swordsmanship department. Can't we handle that? Maybe it's a magical beast. A magical beast, that would be interesting. If Helmut is acting like this, it's probably not just any creature. A magical beast would have been preferable unless it was an intelligent and strong one like the monkey beast that attacked the Butin Company. Helmut listened to their conversation while inspecting the tracks left on the ground. The traces weren't hidden, suggesting they weren't being pursued. Chapter 126, Part 2. Along the way, James loudly called out for his friends, already down 3 team members due to an accident who knew what else could happen. Andro, Dino, will these guys hurry up and show themselves? After Asuka vented his frustration by swinging his fists in the air, they finally encountered 2 figures looking back at them, coming their way. What's going on? We were about to head back. They weren't far from the campsite. Apparently their pace was slowed because they were cautious of traps. Did anything happen? Well, we picked some mushrooms. Thought they might be edible. Andro showed the mushrooms wrapped in cloth. Helmut nodded. They were edible. Asuka grumbled again. What? These guys are not kids. What could have possibly happened? What's going on? James also expressed his confusion. Let's go back and I'll explain. Helmut briefly replied and turned around. The campsite was a better place to prepare for an attack than the leaf-dense forest. It might have been an overreaction. But meeting Fascio was real, and his threat to target his friends was genuine. He wasn't an easy opponent to take down in a flash, especially with all their gear. Tension rose. Returning to the campsite, they noticed something was amiss. What? There's not a single horse left. Where did they all go? Is there a thief nearby? That's unlikely. In this forest, we were only gone for about 20 minutes. Hey, the food. Look there, the spot where the horses were tied was now empty. In addition, their unpacked belongings, spilled food, and empty water containers lay scattered. The ground was soaked with spilled water. It was a mess. Who would do something like this? I worked so hard on that yesterday, Asuka screamed, clutching his head. Unlike the other shocked team members, Asuka was more concerned about his ruined cooking. This was his target. He felt caught off guard. The loss of food and water was one thing, but the stolen horses meant a long trek back to the previous campsite where the instructors were. What's all this about? Everyone's gaze turned to Helmut, suspecting his strange behavior might be related. It seemed unnecessary to hold back any longer. They needed to be aware to stay alert. Helmut began to explain. He said Black Hawk was targeting him and that the assassins they sent intended to kill all his friends as well. Their eyes widened in shock. What, Black Hawk? Those guys are crazy. Sending an assassin against Greta Academy students. Did Sabat or Jerome harbor deep resentment? You gave those guys a rough time. They can't do much on their own. If they hired Black Hawk, it must be their families. But would noble families go to such lengths against Academy students? They want to kill us all. Does that make sense? What happened with you that they'd go this far? The atmosphere was one of disbelief. More explanation seemed necessary. Helmut continued calmly. Before Sabat, I had a conflict with Black Hawk during my mercenary days. After hiding and entering the academy, it seems my presence was revealed to them through the Asuka incident. Ah, right. The guys who attacked Asuka escaped, I remember. I didn't expect such a thing to happen. Asuka muttered, feeling somewhat responsible. The others asked, puzzled, I've heard about Black Hawk. Some noble families back them. But going so far as to kill 3 nobles just to get one guy seems strange. What kind of conflict made them so bitter? Ah, I killed a few of them. Helmut replied nonchalantly, but quickly added when he saw their changing expressions, they attacked me first. I had no choice. Helmut realized his mistake. The academy valued morality. Being a murderer wasn't something his peers would appreciate. However, the response was different from what he expected. Really? You killed someone from Black Hawk? That's impressive. Dino was the first to exclaim, that's amazing, you're an experienced one. The 4 sets of eyes fixed on Helmut were not filled with contempt or fear as he had expected. Even Asuka seemed impressed. You've even committed murder, that's amazing, you're an adult. Each family or the country they belonged to had different circumstances, but for a swordsman, killing was sometimes unavoidable. Especially for nobles or knights, there were frequent instances where it wasn't considered a crime. It wasn't a senseless murder if the opponent was Black Hawk. Rather, his peers seemed to admire Helmut for experiencing murder before them. Anyway, that's why you've deepened the grudge. Not returning with 3 of our members wasn't a coincidence. That's right, neither was that trap, James asked. But what did we do to deserve this? Wrong place, wrong time. Asuka muttered nonchalantly. Unlike the agitated team members, he seemed unaffected. Rather, he appeared intrigued by the situation, smiling slightly. Chapter 127, Part 1. So, who is our opponent? Shouldn't we make them pay for what they've done? Asuka pointed at the food squashed messily on the ground with his fingertips. Murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Helmut responded in a calm tone. Our opponent is an assassin with skills comparable to a first-rank mercenary. I've only seen one, but there could be more. Given the signs, traces, and other factors, the number of enemies likely wasn't large. It might have been just one person. At most, there would be some underlings playing supporting roles. If there were several individuals with the capabilities of a first-class mercenary, they would have acted directly against Helmut without hesitation. They wouldn't have chosen to target his classmates in a roundabout way. The cumbersome method was usually the way of the weak, a choice made when one lacks confidence to win head-on. Hearing about the first-rank mercenary level, the members looked at each other with tense expressions. If they're of first-rank mercenary level, how strong is that? The level recognized by the Imperial Royal Knights. Perhaps even stronger than some of our academy instructors. Like instructor Ethan Kudrow. Yes, that means they're really strong. Of course they are strong, why else would they threaten to kill us all? Are you trying to scare us? Is this some surprise assignment from the instructors? Dino and James showed their doubts. However, Helmut's concise answer soon dispelled their skepticism. If you don't want to believe it, that's up to you. He didn't have the capacity to convince and take care of someone who wouldn't listen. Helmut recognized his limits. His responsibility extended only as far as Asuka. The others were expendable if they became a nuisance. The team members instinctively sensed this fact. Damn, I've never been in this kind of situation before. Who wouldn't? Thought it'd be a fun hunting trip, but being targeted by an assassin, what is this? Asuka suddenly asked. Wouldn't nobles experience assassination attempts during fights for succession? I get along with my brother. My sibling is 3 years old. Would he try to kill me? He can't even manage his toilet needs yet. Our family competes for succession fairly. Really, that's unexpectedly peaceful. Asuka nodded with a relaxed expression. This group consisted of the top 3 students from the swordsmanship department in their second year, excluding Helmut. However, except for Helmut, they practically had no real combat experience, especially not in a forest against an assassin. Yet amidst the unexpected situation, they were able to suppress their anxiety because top students should remain calm. Helmut and Asuka were composed. Helmut was confident he could win regardless of the situation, while Asuka was simply fearless. Fear is contagious. However, these two had a presence that could overshadow the group's fear. No one blamed Helmut out of fear. That would be unbecoming of a swordsman. Andro, James, Dino, all 3 were from sword families. They were young but not so weak as to whine about such a situation. Andro asked with a stern face, "What do we do now?" "Oh right, the crystal ball, let's take out the crystal ball. We can contact someone with it. Let's contact the instructors. Who has the crystal ball?" "Me." Asuka raised his hand. He rummaged through his belongings. "Huh, why isn't it here?" "I'm sure I put it in my pocket." Frantically searching himself, he then rushed towards his luggage. However, nothing came out of his messy belongings. "It's gone, where did it go? Damn it, why is it missing? Hey, you careless bastard, where the hell did you drop it? If you couldn't keep it safe, you shouldn't have taken it." This time, the team members also lost their temper. But Asuka was not the type to take their anger quietly. "Shut up, how do you know the assassin didn't steal it secretly? You wouldn't even notice if that guy was standing right behind you." Although it seemed obvious that Asuka had lost it, everyone grudgingly closed their mouths. They were seething inside, but what could they do? They didn't have the energy to waste on this mad dog. They needed to coax him to escape the forest. They started discussing immediately. "What do we do now? Should we head back to the campsite right away? What about the luggage? Right now, is luggage really the issue? We're being targeted by an assassin." Asuka's expression flickered. He had brought a lot of baggage preparing for camping. To him, the luggage was important. It wasn't something he could just abandon because of some unseen assassin. That cost a lot of money, as if we're not rich enough. But having lost the crystal ball, Asuka was not in a position to say anything. He kept his mouth shut. "How far is it back there?" "It's far. It took nearly 4 hours by horse. If we run without stopping, it'll take more than 12 hours. If the assassin has a horse, they can easily catch up to us. They'll be fresh compared to us who'd be exhausted. We can't stay here. We don't have anything to eat for tonight. Going out to find food while being targeted by an assassin is insane. If we leave now, it'll get dark while we're on the way. Even if we follow the path, it'll be a night march. Are you confident you can deal with the assassin in the dark? So what do you suggest we do?" Everyone fell silent at that question. Facing an assassin in the night forest was unthinkable. It felt like stepping into darkness where you couldn't see an inch ahead. Chapter 127, Part 2. Everyone hesitated to make a decision. In such moments, someone needs to step up, someone who can overcome this fear and lead the way. "I have an idea." It was Helmut. "Let's stay here tonight and leave early in the morning. Considering there might be traps along the way, that might be the better option. We can manage without food, but what about water? Will that be okay? We have food, let's grill the mushrooms." He picked. The mushrooms were scarce, barely enough for each of them to have one. But at this moment, it was all they had to eat. It was unlikely that the mushrooms had been poisoned. "Good thing you picked them," Andro muttered. Helmut came up with a solution. "I'll go check the path we came from. There's a stream nearby. I'll fetch water from there. The flowing water shouldn't be poisoned. Stay together and tidy up here. If something happens, shout and don't let your guard down." Helmut glanced at the team members. Asuka had good instincts. Even Fascio would have trouble approaching him at close range. If attacked, Asuka would respond immediately. If they stuck together, they would be able to face the assassin until Helmut returned. Helmut picked up 2 water containers. Enough to quench their thirst. Suddenly Dino asked, "But Helmut, are you confident you can handle the assassin alone? That's why the assassin will target you guys, to distract me. So you're saying you have the skills of a first-rank mercenary?" "Yes," Helmut was nonchalant. The team members looked at each other upon hearing this stark truth. Most would doubt such confidence as arrogance, but this was Helmut. He had never lied before. "Then you could even defeat Instructor Ethan." "I've never fought him, so I don't know." He realized he was superior when facing the assassin. The assassin had declared hunting Helmut, but it was akin to hunting a beast that could turn and rip your throat at any moment. It was a life-threatening hunt. However, he didn't feel the same intensity from Ethan Kudrow. He sensed he was superior to the assassin. Then, Helmut turned his back. Crying is not allowed by the pride of a swordsman. They tidied up the messy campsite with stern faces. Staying within 3 steps of each other, they each did their part. Helmut was surprised by their initiative. Finn would have whined and clung to Helmut's legs in this situation. Despite being of similar age, these individuals were different. "They're quite useful." As Helmut walked along the path, he decided he should save them. It might be more challenging, but it didn't matter. After all, he was going to win. About 20 minutes later, Helmut reached the stream. He hurried on the return trip, but took his time going there, checking for any issues with the path. There were no collapsed bridges or trees cut down to block the way. There wouldn't be any significant obstacles returning. The stream was quiet in the fading light. Helmut cleaned the water bottle and scooped up the water. It seemed fine when he smelled it. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the opposite bank. Helmut crouched and held his breath. It was a rabbit. Its ears twitched as it hopped towards the water. In a different context, it might have been considered cute, but Helmut saw it as food that walked right up to him. Not bad luck all day, right? The rabbit wouldn't be poisoned. The bow, he had it on his back, but he had no arrows. Setting down the water bottles, Helmut felt for his bow. His hand brushed against a fallen twig. It was thin but long enough for the bow. Helmut fitted the twig to the bowstring. With a sharp twang, the makeshift arrow pierced the rabbit's neck. The rabbit died instantly, unaware of its fate. Simple. With the bow slung back and carrying the water and rabbit, Helmut thought they'd be pleased with his return. However, the scene at the campsite was not what he expected. What the hell is this? What the hell are you doing, idiot? Are you crazy? You're going to follow him. You need to understand the subject. James sat on the ground, clutching one side of his face, while Asuka stood arms crossed, glaring at him. Andro looked on with a stern expression. One person was missing. Helmut quickly grasped the situation. Dino was taken and you just stay still. Andro shook his head. If we had chased after him, you might have been captured too, then we'd be truly out of options. Helmut then realized he had been moving silently, so he made a noise. The three turned to him. Helmut, what happened? How was Dino taken? Had they forgotten his instruction to stick together so soon? Helmut's gaze sharpened. Asuka explained grudgingly. Well, Dino suddenly needed to pee. He said he'd go just ahead to do it. It was really just for a moment. Dino couldn't wait for Helmut's return to relieve himself and decided to step out to a tree nearby. It was a short distance, hardly 10 steps. It felt awkward to follow someone just to watch them pee. But the moment Dino finished and was fixing his trousers, two long hands descended from above like lightning, snatching him away as a spider captures its prey. A terrifying sight. Everyone was shocked, their eyes wide open. Chapter 128, Part 1. I ran straight there screaming, but it was too late. He had already disappeared into the darkness. Was Dino dead at that time? Helmut asked calmly. James and Andro shuddered. Asuka shrugged his shoulders. I don't know, there was no movement, but there wasn't any blood. Maybe he just lost consciousness. Even if not stabbed with a knife, a person can die from a broken neck or a severe shock. Dino might have already been dead. James and Andro's faces turned abruptly pale. It was just for a moment, a brief moment of inattention, and Dino was captured. They had not noticed the assassin's approach. When they finally saw the true nature of the assassin, what they felt was not a vague fear, it was a tangible terror. Helmut, you're not going to give up on Dino, are you? James asked with a worried face. Not yet. Helmut organized his thoughts. It was uncertain whether Dino was alive or dead, but there was a way to find out. If the attacker had just intended to kill, he wouldn't have bothered to kidnap. There must be a reason. He will approach again. But what about these guys? Will they be okay? They are dull. They can't even maintain proper tension. They couldn't even stick together for that short time. But what can you do? The assassin targeted them because of Helmut. He would try to protect them as much as possible, even if they were a nuisance. Let's eat this first, talk after eating. Helmut handed over a water bottle and a rabbit. Their appetite had dropped, but hunger was a separate matter. Everyone devoured the mushrooms and rabbit that Asuka had cooked as if possessed. They were tense and had lost a lot of energy. Their stomachs sent noisy signals. It was just enough for the four of them to barely fill their stomachs. It was hard to fill the stomachs of the swordsmanship department boys, but at least they were fed. Having food was a blessing. What do we do now? Are we going back tomorrow? What about Dino? James looked uneasily towards the forest, now completely dark. The stars in the sky couldn't brighten the dense darkness. If things had gone as planned, by now 8 of them would have been enjoying a barbecue party around a bonfire. It was as if they had been thrown into an extreme situation out of nowhere. If I leave to search for Dino, who knows who else might be targeted? Helmut stated decisively. It's best to stay here until dawn, get plenty of rest. I'll keep watch. The reason he volunteered to stand guard was simple. He couldn't trust these guys to sleep. Staying up all night wouldn't seriously affect his condition. Well, okay, Asuka calmly agreed. He was the first to lay down his sleeping bag and lie down, followed hesitantly by the others. Excluding Helmut, the 3 of them lay down close together, all keeping their swords inside their sleeping bags with their hands on the handles. Dino had been kidnapped not far from them. The tension was palpable. Therefore, although Helmut told them to rest, apart from Asuka, who began to snore soon after, the other 2 tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep easily due to their anxiety. Losing a friend right before their eyes was a huge shock. Until they confirmed Dino's body, thinking he was alive seemed to make it easier to maintain their sanity. It was past midnight. Helmut, sitting in front of the campfire and dozing off with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. A sharp sound and an arrow landed in front of him. Thud, it was deliberately missed. A cloth pouch was tied to the quivering end of the arrow. What is this? What's going on? James and Andro startledly got up. Helmut looked in the direction from which the arrow had come. The movement is fast. Did Fascio come himself? Despite not being greatly hindered by the darkness, he couldn't leave these guys behind and chase after. It seems he's going to tell us the purpose of the kidnapping. Helmut untied the cloth pouch attached to the arrow. I was sleeping so well. Asuka rubbed his eyes and got up belatedly. Helmut took out a piece of paper from the pouch. There was writing on it, "If you want to find your friend, come alone to the big rock hill before dawn." The big rock hill, how do we know where that is? Our map is quite detailed, it should be marked. Ah, here it is. Andro pulled out a map and spread it out. Among the various terrains drawn on the map, there was only one place that could be called the Big Rock Hill. Helmut estimated the distance through the map. If I run at full speed, it'll take about 15 minutes, it's not that far. This distance in 15 minutes? For me, yes. James, who asked the question, closed his mouth. What can he say if the person himself says so? He awkwardly reached into his pocket, a moist touch was felt. There's something in it. Without thinking, he shook the pouch and something fell out. He recoiled in horror. What is this, crazy? A small white lump. Recognizing what it was, James looked as if half his soul had left his body. It was a bloodied finger. The smoothly cut cross-section seemed to speak of the cutter's skill. Chapter 128, Part 2. What is this? It was a bloodied finger. The smoothly cut cross-section seemed to speak of the cutter's skill. Helmut calmly picked it up for inspection. A finger? Is this Dino's finger? I don't know, he's your friend. How can I distinguish a friend's severed finger? James yelled. He looked terribly shocked. It seemed better not to press him further or he might start crying. Helmut tilted his head. I could recognize Asuka's finger. That was because of Helmut's keen eyesight and memory. Asuka grabbed the finger to examine it. Judging by the condition, it hasn't been long since it was cut, the blood hasn't even clotted. Then Dino is alive, I suppose, in pain from having a finger cut. It would be lucky if only the finger was cut. Then the meaning of if you want to find your friend, come, wasn't if you want to find your friend's body, come. Asuka grimaced and groaned. It's creepy to keep looking at this. He passed it to Andro, who had been stiff on one side. Keep this finger safe. Andro, with a disgusted expression, put the finger back in the pouch and managed to gather it. James rubbed his face with both hands. He looked a decade older. Asuka muttered indifferently. Professor Dwayne could attach it back without a problem. That's a relief. If he's alive, we can save him. Helmut spoke hopefully. He had no skill to revive the dead. If alive, there would be a way to save him. Andro and James stared at Helmut, who was again looking at the map as if amazed. What, this guy? It was bizarre. It was a truly chilling situation and sleeping was frightening, yet Andro and James had not lost their sanity. They knew it was thanks to Helmut, a frighteningly calm guy. Being with him felt like somehow a way would be found. And the ever-peaceful Asuka played a part too. What will we do? We'll have to think about it. There was still some time left. Since the message said to come alone, Helmut would have to go, leaving these guys behind. The distance, if he ran at full power for 15 minutes, was much farther than before. Assuming Fascio came here in person, how long could they hold out? Helmut couldn't estimate. Asuka was competent, but not up to the level of a first-rank mercenary. However, combined with the other two, they might manage. The problem was, the opponent was an assassin and wouldn't engage in a fair 1-on-3 fight. It was a dilemma, whether to go searching for Dino, whose survival was uncertain, or to ensure the safety of those who were definitely alive. Choosing the former could save everyone, but conversely, it could also get everyone killed. It was extreme, but choosing the latter would mean Dino's certain death. It would be easier if I could have a multiple-choice answer. He didn't know what to do in such situations. Helmut postponed his decision. Let's rest some more. I'll wake you up before dawn. James and Andro knew that the only thing they could do was to ensure their condition was at its best. They obediently went back to their sleeping spots. Asuka didn't do that. He leaned close to Helmut's ear, his breath causing goosebumps. Helmut glared at him. Back off. Hey, speak quietly, those guys might hear. Asuka whispered. His eyes sparkled, unlike the others, indicating he had gotten plenty of rest. Being able to fully relieve fatigue when necessary was also a skill. What are you planning? Going to save Dino? Still thinking what to do? How about a majority vote? Ask those guys and they'll say to go save Dino. What do you think? I think the same, Asuka confidently said. Helmut tilted his head sideways. Asuka was instinctive. He surely felt that Fascio was stronger. Was he saying to go save a schoolmate even at the risk of his own life? To simply interpret it that way, Asuka was not a kind person. He's selfish and shameless. It wouldn't be strange if he said to escape together, not caring about the others. Helmut looked at him with suspicion. He's strong. There's a prejudice that assassins are weak in a direct fight, but that won't work if there's a skill gap. Are you confident about dealing with this? I want to fight that guy. You're willing to risk your life on your fighting spirit. No, actually, I thought about it for 5 minutes before falling asleep earlier. Of course, I fell asleep right after that 5 minutes. But I had a good idea. I bought some stuff while preparing for this hunting picnic. There's something useful, something Fascio wouldn't even imagine. Asuka excitedly continued his explanation. After finishing, Helmut looked at Asuka with a fascinated expression. Such an idea. He had a pretty good head for combat. If it works as you say, it might be good. But will you have time to do it if it fails? You said it takes 15 minutes at full speed to the big rock hill. Assuming Dino is alive, a guy with a cut finger won't be in good shape, so you'll have to carry him back. Then it'll take more than 20 minutes to return. For nearly 40 minutes, I'll have to face the assassin with these two. It's worth a try. You're right, but a better method would be to give up on Dino. I'm not sure you can handle it properly with almost no real combat experience. Helmut responded coldly. Hey Helmut, Asuka raised his voice. Being so close made Helmut's ears ring. Helmut frowned. I've already involved you guys in my business. What I can do here is to return with as many of you alive as possible. To do that, I might have to give up on one. Chapter 129 Part 1, Asuka shook his head. If you put it that way, I have a responsibility too. You helped me when I was being chased by the Black Hawk, and that's how they found out your location. It was a reasonable point. Asuka continued firmly. I was careless earlier. But now I'll take responsibility and try to hold off these guys as long as I can. So don't worry about the safety of those who are left here and go rescue Dino. If Dino is dead, you don't have to bring back his body. A conclusion was reached. Helmut thought to ask James and Andro when they woke up, but it seemed they would agree to Helmut going to save Dino. Before dawn, Helmut woke James and Andro. The decision remained unchanged before and after they woke up. Helmut was going to save Dino, and the remaining three would stay here to confront any possible enemy that might appear. Be careful, Andro said with a heavy face. James quickly added, it might not be an attack on us, it could be a trap there. If they take Dino as a hostage then. Andro's expression became firm. It meant not to do anything rash, even if it involved a friend taken as a hostage. Soon, Helmut asked, are you ready? Yes, go now, it's going to be daylight soon. Just like before heading into a battlefield, they nodded resolutely. In terms of stakes, this was a small war. It was also their first actual combat experience. Ironically, they had encountered a very dangerous enemy. Helmut looked around the camp with the three and finally said, I'll go then. He dashed out of the campsite as if flying. He ran at top speed, regulating his breathing. Instincts and senses revived, thoughts erased, to leave and return as quickly as possible. His only task was to save Dino and return. He did not think about those he left behind until he achieved his goal. Jumping from tree to tree was faster than running on the ground. Helmut approached the target area earlier than expected. It seemed to take just over 10 minutes. He found it. Through the gaps between the trees, a large rock hill was visible. Literally, a giant rock stood imposingly. The rock itself was a hill. It stood out prominently on higher ground compared to its surroundings, seeming like it could roll down at any moment. But a rock of that mass wouldn't move easily. Helmut paused at a visible distance. Dawn had not yet broken. The day was gradually brightening. The air was refreshingly clear, offering excellent visibility. Below the rock, a person was lying down. Judging by the physique and attire, it was Dino. Slowly or right now. Normally, one would approach cautiously, but the enemy would have a hard time dealing with a sudden charge. There was no time to delay. I'll go now. With each step he took, trees rustled and shed their leaves. Thump. Helmut kicked off the last tree and soared through the air. Crossing the distance in one leap, he landed with a thud, kicking up dust. The impact caused the lying person to shake. Though lying on his back, his body weakly twitched. Fortunately, it was not a corpse. It seemed to be alive. Where is Fascio? He could stab from behind at any moment. While staying vigilant, Helmut reached out to him. Dino. As soon as he touched him, the guy twitched. Helmut turned him over and laid him down. Dino. He needed to check his condition and then carry him away immediately. Helmut carefully examined Dino's condition. Stimulated, Dino opened his eyes. However, his pupils were empty, devoid of focus. A strange sound came from his mouth. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr emitting magic, it was a backlash. Magic was repelling from his body, leaking out. What's this condition? Something was wrong. Faced with an unusual situation, Helmut stepped back from him. As soon as Helmut created some distance, Dino abruptly sat up and screamed. Crack! His body stiffened. Standing up but not with the strength of muscles, it was as if energy alone was holding him up. His eyes, bloodshot, lacked the light of reason. From his body, the inherent vis and magical energy were clashing violently. It was a kind of rampage. Helmut had never encountered such a phenomenon in theory but instinctively understood. Did they inject magic into his body? And quite a lot of it. Magic is a wild force. It doesn't suit humans. Only those born with a seed of darkness can accept it without issues. Even a dark mage cannot directly use pure magic. It needs to be converted through their own magical power. A healthy human forcibly turned into a magical beast. If left alone, he would die from energy depletion. But it was clear what he would do before dying. Magic awakens aggressive instincts. The one who had ceased to be Dino immediately identified Helmut as an enemy. Chapter 129, Part 2. The one who had ceased to be Dino immediately identified Helmut as an enemy. Crack! He immediately rushed in, swinging his fist at Helmut. Bang! The movements were simple like a child's, but their power was tremendous. Helmut raised his fist to block the blows with his sword hilt. Each block felt like stopping a boulder. His palms were sore and his bones were shaking. Helmut narrowed his eyes. No matter how strong a madman is, there's a limit. In a one-on-one fight, Dino couldn't last a minute against Helmut. A simple brute strength increase doesn't change much. Instead of just defending, the moment Helmut starts attacking, it would be over. A state in which all senses of the body are paralyzed. Even if he hits a vital spot, it might not knock him out, but he could still kill him. The sword covered in vis could pierce through the magic and separate his body and head. It was simple, but Helmut was pondering a more difficult method. How can I save him without killing? This is just wasting time. No matter how much Fascio tried to strengthen him, he knew Helmut wouldn't lose to such a guy. Assassin, huh? His method would suit a dark mage better. By the standards of the Forest of Roots, the magic was not impressive, but the magic clashing with vis felt intense enough in this outer world. Feeling magic after a long time, the seed of darkness within responded. The seed of darkness stirred as if it were a living creature parasitizing Helmut's heart. Suddenly, Dino's assault stopped. His empty eyes stared at Helmut's chest. He sensed it, the seed of darkness in there. Helmut instinctively realized, maybe I can use this. Helmut reached out aggressively. Now was the chance while Dino was still. His hand grabbed Dino's shoulder. The seed of darkness writhed, drawing in the magic, as if it was planned to do so. Similar powers, but this side had a tangible force. It growled as if beckoning the magic from the resisting body to come over, enticing its kin. The movement was repulsive, as if a part of the body moved on its own. The magic clashing with vis in Dino's body changed direction. Gathering is the nature of energy. Magic sought a path, avoiding the fierce collision. Everything has its use. The seed of darkness was fulfilling its role. Dino's vis and magic began to separate. The separated magic slowly pushed into Helmut through his palm. Helmut had been controlling the seed of darkness for a long time. It wouldn't be difficult to deal with the external magic that was pushing in so blatantly. Helmut began to fight the battle Dino was fighting, burning the magic with vis. It was rather easy to burn the magic that was condensed and pushed in, although it was inevitable that the magic scattered in the air would seep in through the breath. Good thing Fascio isn't here. In this situation, if attacked, even Helmut would have been in trouble. Helmut's vis skillfully burned Dino's magic. It was being sucked in as if into the seed of darkness, making the process quick. Helmut removed his hand from him. If he dies after all this, there's nothing Helmut could do. He's not a mage. Who? Dino trembled. The lost focus returned to his eyes. The clash of two powers must have caused internal injuries. He's from the swordsmanship department, strong and sturdy. His condition shouldn't worsen. Are you conscious? Dino weakly nodded his head. He seemed to understand, but his vocal cords appeared paralyzed. He collapsed on the spot and didn't get up again. Has he lost consciousness? It didn't seem like a long delay, but Helmut needed to return quickly. He reached out to carry Dino, but then he noticed something strange. The wall in front of him was getting closer. Was this the last trick? The rock was moving. A steep slope was quickly tilting towards them. It was fast. The rock was large and heavy enough to be a hill by itself. If it collapsed, they would be crushed entirely. It was a close call even for Helmut to escape alone. In front of Helmut was the fallen Dino. He had almost saved Dino. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. Helmut leaped forward. Just because it was dawn, the forest was not entirely quiet. Even if people were silent, the chirping of mountain birds and the noise of insects disturbed the ears. However, at one moment that noise completely died down. It hadn't been even 5 minutes since Helmut left. He's here. Asuka muttered nonchalantly. However, his eyes were blazing with a strong fighting spirit. He was the most eager to fight the assassin here. It didn't matter to him that the enemy might be stronger. Asuka was born without fear. He smirked, lifting one corner of his mouth. Come at me? On the other hand, Andro and James had tense faces back to back. With the three of them back to back, it formed a triangle, the optimal formation to face an unknown enemy. As long as the enemy was human, he wouldn't suddenly emerge from the ground, but the assassin did not ambush them. Oh, looks like some nobleman picked the wrong friend. A voice floated from somewhere, thin and chilling. It came from the road. Through the dense branches, a figure was seen walking. His pace was leisurely, as if on a stroll. It was the composure only a strong person could afford. The figure of the man fully appeared, tall, with limbs long like a spider. His approaching figure was threatening. A white clown mask added a bizarre feeling. His appearance visually intimidated the opponent, his gaze fixed on Asuka. One of them isn't a noble, not a noble, someone who could be killed without consequences. Fascio's gaze turned cold with mockery. Chapter 130, Part 1, he looks like something straight out of a nightmare. Asuka narrowed his eyes. Seeing him up close was even more terrifying. It was clear that it would be difficult to deal with him as he was superior in height, a strong and merciless foe, a man who wouldn't hesitate to kill 3 young boys. A chill ran down his spine. I might die if I make a mistake. Asuka reviewed his plan. Despite the overwhelming tension, he was still smiling. The fear of death did not overpower him. There's one with quite the nerve. Fascio was smiling as well. No matter how renowned a swordsman from the Greta Academy, they were just 3 15-year-old boys. If Fascio couldn't handle this much, he wouldn't have been part of Hawkeye. Fascio was a formidable opponent with numerous combat experiences. It wasn't a situation that favored showcasing his skills as an assassin, but rather put him at a disadvantage. Time was limited and the target was fully alert and wary of him. What he needed to do now was to swiftly and accurately eliminate them. He had made arrangements for wherever the target would go, so even if they managed to survive, they would be significantly weakened. Seeing their friend's corpse would inevitably cause even the steeliest of resolves to crack. They wouldn't give up on their friend, so it would likely shake them greatly. Physically and mentally shaking them and seizing the opportunity was Fascio's method of hunting his prey. But there's no need to kill them all necessarily. Fascio preferred to minimize problems. Well, okay, I'll make you an offer. How about you listen? What's the offer? Asuka asked promptly. The others were too tense to even open their mouths. Fascio smirked. If you leave this commoner boy here and walk away, I'll spare the 2 of you. Asuka's expression hardened. He was acutely aware of the 2 behind him. Asuka was naturally suspicious. If these 2 weaklings tried to backstab him, his original plan and his life would be over. Fascio spoke with a devilishly neutral tone. What do you say, noble young men? It should be a no-brainer to trade 1 commoner for the lives of 2 nobles. The lives of nobles and commoners aren't even on the same scale. That was mostly true, at least until they had entered Greta Academy. But hearing an assassin say it made the previously natural way of thinking seem wrong. James and Andrew's faces stiffened. There's no need to doubt. We at Black Hawk don't harm nobles unnecessarily. I'm giving you gentlemen a chance. The most important choice of your life, his voice ominously lowered. Being weak is not a sin. The choices you make when your life is at stake are not sins either. Now the decision rests in your hands. Live or die, Fascio enjoyed witnessing the ugliest sides of humanity. If the 2 noble academy mates left this commoner boy behind, it would be a pleasurable sight, a realistic example of friendship. Asuka snorted. The assassin was more suited to be a merchant. His speech was enticing enough to tempt. He was slightly anxious, but he asked calmly, So Andrew James, what do you think? Will you hand me over and live a comfortable life back home? It was a tone laden with reproach, suggesting how could they possibly sleep peacefully after such a decision. However, his anxiety was unnecessary. Of course not. How can we trust his words? Don't underestimate the pride of the Sword family. The former was James, the latter Andrew. Andrew's words sounded cooler, leaving James feeling somewhat embarrassed. Damn it, he's showing off. Well, if we're going to die anyway, then let's do it the honorable way. Those destined to live will live, and those meant to die will die. All that was left was to struggle. James brandished his sword. It doesn't matter what you say. If you want to fight, come at us. His bravado exceeded his skill. Fascio clicked his tongue. Young ones really don't know the value of their lives. A fresh green dagger was in his hands, dual dagger technique. It was Fascio's specialty. It's too late for regrets now. You chose death, so let me help you pay the price. He dashed towards the 3 boys like an arrow. The battle had begun. Chapter 130, Part 2. The large rock hill had transformed into a shape that could no longer be called by its name. The giant rock had fallen sideways, and the surface that hit the ground was partially shattered, kicking up dust. At the edge of the collision, near where the rock's top had been before it fell, broken pieces of rock piled up like a grave. As if the roar that had swallowed everything was a thing of the past, silence now enveloped the area. Then, kukruk. A sound like something scraping followed, and a large boulder was flung away, rolling on the ground. From where the boulder had been, a hand suddenly emerged. Soon after, the surrounding rock fragments collapsed. Helmut emerged from the rock grave, sighing in relief. I almost died. This was the first time his heart had raced so much since being chased by Naho in the Forest of Roots. He had learned that overconfidence was dangerous. Why did he take such a risk? Was it pride, wanting to finish everything perfectly? Or perhaps he had changed, unable to leave a friend to die because of him? If that was the reason. Helmut pulled Dino from beneath him. Dino was still unconscious, thankfully, which meant he was relatively unharmed. Almost trampled but without serious injuries except for the previously severed fingers. Being crushed by a person is better than being crushed by a rock, after all. It was probably for the best that he was unconscious. Witnessing the calamity would have caused panic. There were many mages at the academy, so minor injuries could be treated. My hand hurts. Helmut finally sheathed his sword in his waist, which he had been clutching painfully. The moment the rock came crashing down, Helmut had grabbed Dino and drawn his sword simultaneously. He couldn't completely escape the collision, but at the edge, he used his sword to shatter part of the rock. That was Helmut's plan, conceived in a flash. It was also the most uncertain plan he had ever had because, while he had split people before, he had never split a rock. The important thing is that it worked. His body was covered in wounds. There were no large injuries, but the numerous scrapes and cuts throbbed. His vis was also significantly depleted. He burned magic and even shattered the rock. Perhaps a little more than half was left, yet he didn't feel like he would lose to Fascio. It wasn't arrogance. Now I have to deal with that perverted guy. I wonder if the guys are okay. He had saved Dino. Wrapping him up, Helmut glanced briefly at the rock. He could guess how the massive thing had fallen. The rock had already lost its balance and it was being kept in place by a slight magical force. That magic had been withdrawn. Is it a runt? He hadn't sensed anything, but Helmut had been focused on burning magic with his vis. It wouldn't be strange if he hadn't felt someone approaching from the other side of the large rock. The person probably didn't have the skill to come close enough to stab him effectively. Otherwise, they would have taken the opportunity to attack him while he was distracted with Dino. There's no time to delay. Helmut leaped up, using the same way as before to return to the camp. It would take a bit longer than when he came. He could only hope that Asuka, James, and Andro would hold out until then. James screamed. His shoulder had been sliced by a sword. Sharp pain surged through him. James's body was already drenched in blood. Blood poured from the cuts made by the dagger. Andro and Asuka, watching from the side, were horrified. Quite the drama queen, aren't you? Fascio licked his lips, tasting the blood. The scent of blood was intoxicating. The thrill of fresh prey bleeding out and their moans of agony were all satisfying. This mission had been a rare opportunity to kill nobles. He had offered mercy and been rejected, so what choice did he have? Even with a time limit, I can't give up on enjoying this. It wasn't just for the sake of enjoyment. With 3 opponents holding their ground, he couldn't just recklessly attack, even if they were weaker than him. They had been trained together daily, and despite no prior teamwork, their coordination was good. But Fascio knew how to break them. Attack the weakest link and the formation collapses. Fascio instantly identified the weakest among them, James. He blatantly targeted James, seizing every opportunity to slash with his dagger. A first-rank mercenary assassin's dagger was impossible for an ordinary academy sophomore to completely block. James, with his body lacerated in various places, looked like a piece of meat still alive. This won't do, Asuka frowned. About 10 minutes had passed. Time crawled by. Even if Helmut ran back as fast as he could, he wouldn't have returned by now. Given what Fascio was up to, he must have planned something on that side as well. In case of the worst, they had to figure out how to defeat Fascio on their own. Fascio took a breath, knowing how to pace himself. He was relaxed, but his attacks were sudden and effective, always landing on James. Whether in terms of reflexes or skill, the difference was undeniable. The other two, especially Asuka, were quick, but it was impossible to cover for everything. If this continues, James won't be able to fight anymore. He was already in a precarious state. As James continued to bleed from being attacked, his movements visibly slowed. Weakness in the body leads to weakness in the mind. Fear was rising in his eyes. If James fell, their formation would collapse entirely. The assassin would not miss the chance to exploit the broken balance. Then perhaps, Asuka made a sudden declaration. "Hey, how about you and I go one-on-one instead?" "Asuka," Andro exclaimed in shock. To him, Asuka seemed to be courting death. "You've been saying since a while ago that I definitely need to be killed. Wouldn't it be easier to fight just me? Defending 3-1 is all you can manage and you're being arrogant." "What arrogance? I think I can win. What about you? Do you think you're going to lose?" Asuka tilted his head, his demeanor sufficiently provoking Fascio. He had a temperament that couldn't stand the brashness of a young boy. Beneath his mask, Fascio's mouth stretched wide. "Fine, I'll give you the time to clean up your friend. Andro, take James and retreat. You're not needed here either. I'll handle this alone." If the assassins suddenly attacked and took James hostage, that would be problematic. If they couldn't move as one, it was better to also remove Andro. The two of them had done their part in facing a first-rank mercenary assassin this long. Can't expect too much from the incapable. As the top student, Helmut had gone to save Dino, so dealing with this assassin was now his, the second-in-rank, responsibility. Chapter 131, Part 1, Andro hesitated. Can Asuka handle that guy alone? It was tough for the 3 of us to even hold on, let alone gain the upper hand. But he knew that James had reached his limit. He also understood what Asuka had in mind. As he was about to move with James, Fascio mocked him, saying, "I won't give you much time. It's better to make a decision quickly. Step back. I have a plan." As Asuka forcefully gestured with his chin, Andro reluctantly supported James and retreated. James was not only bleeding but also sweating profusely. He needed treatment. Andro gritted his teeth. There was no choice now, he had to trust Asuka. The showdown began. Fasho played with his dagger, looking at Asuka as if his weakness was obvious. Seeing how confident he was, it was clear how lightly he was taking them. There's no shame in it. The strong look down on the weak, and that's natural, but sometimes they get hit back. My heart is pounding. Facing such a formidable opponent one-on-one, Asuka had never been in a battle where he might actually die. Any brilliant plan can become useless once the real fight begins, but Asuka intended to succeed. If I fail, I die, not just me but those two as well, since there's no way back. And since he has decided to fight alone, the responsibility of failure falls solely on him. The grace period was over. Fasho lifted the dagger he had been holding loosely. Being weak means being powerless. You will die feeling your powerlessness. You look prettier than that guy, so I'll take care to leave a nice scar. Pervert, stop spouting bullshit like that's going to scare me. As Asuka looked disgusted, Fasho let out a low laugh. At the same time, he lunged at Asuka with almost silent footsteps. Asuka stared intensely at his movements. In such situations, the advantage usually lies with the stronger party. If the weaker one rashly attacks, they expose themselves and get struck at their vital points. This is especially true when facing assassins. I know how to fight someone stronger than me. Asuka recalled his sparring with Charlotte. He had been confident he would win against her. However, the duel dragged on and it almost ended in a draw. He remembered her movements, strategies to not lose against stronger opponents. Move lightly and quickly, fight as if fleeing. Don't think about winning, don't respond even if you see an opening. Minimize movement and endure. Charlotte lost because she tried to counterattack Asuka. That was the opposite of how Asuka had fought until now, but he could do it. He had to. Fasho, who confidently attacked, was indeed strong. His dagger tore Asuka's collar and cut his hair, but it didn't cause more than a minor scratch. Asuka's advantage was his quick reflexes. He couldn't counterattack Fasho's moves, but he could respond. A single mistake could mean death. His senses were sharply honed. Fasho felt the fight was dragging on. It had been 7 minutes since he started attacking aggressively, and there wasn't much time left. He doubted Helmut would return so soon, but he decided not to take any risks. He planned to wrap things up within 5 minutes and escape. The plan formed very comfortably in his mind. As Fasho's assault waned, Asuka gasped for air. Damn, this is tough. Helmut, that bastard, leaving me to deal with this freak alone. Choosing not to oppose Helmut was the best decision Asuka had ever made in his life. Fasho, stepping back, sneered and said, "Well, you're quite strong. I acknowledge that, you know how to fight, those two must seem like a nuisance to you." But that was about to end. A bright red Vis flared up, wrapping his dagger like flames, the manifestation of Vis. Something that only those worthy of being called first class could achieve. Farewell. A sword charged with manifested Vis possesses enough power to shatter an uncharged sword. Even if it doesn't break the sword, the sheer force of the Vis can damage the opponent. It was like a blade of wind flying towards him from behind the blocked sword. Wow, damn it! The blade of death was coming at him. Asuka screamed internally. Asuka, Andro, who had been watching, shouted his name as if screaming. Asuka's face hardened, and just as Fasho was about to bring his dagger down on him, zing! Magic surged from Asuka's pocket. Magic? Fasho stepped back out of caution, but the phenomenon that followed was something he hadn't anticipated at all. Nor had anyone else present. Group 9, something inside Asuka's clothes was emitting a bright light. Asuka's eyes widened. The crystal ball, Chapter 131 Part 2, the crystal ball was humming and making a loud noise. Group 9 respond, "Where are you now? Is everyone safe at the camp?" Asuka muttered, "Patricia." Instructor, "Yes, soldier. I'm checking the current situation of each group. Is everything all right? Is everyone healthy?" Voices were heard from the side. Professor Dwayne and Instructor Allen must be with her too. Such an unexpected variable. Fasho's eyes widened. He knew the instructors had distributed crystal balls to each group. After meeting with Helmut, he had scoured the campsite, but the crystal ball hadn't surfaced. He had been eavesdropping on all the conversations at the campsite. He had been watching to destroy the crystal ball with an arrow if they tried to use it for help, and he had even heard them saying the crystal ball was missing. Since then, he had completely pushed it to the back of his mind, a major oversight for someone as thorough as him. The pocket must have torn and it slipped inside. Asuka realized. He had been wearing the coat all this time, only taking it off to sleep, thinking it would protect him from a blade to some extent, and now it had become such a significant help. Asuka shouted at the top of his lungs. "Instructor, save us. There's a really strong and perverted guy here. He says he's from Black Hawk, an assassin targeting Helmut. He's going to kill us all." This kid, Fasho threw his dagger in an attempt to shut him up, but Asuka dodged it by a hair's breadth. "Help, Instructor, James is dying, hurry please." Andro also joined in, straining his stomach and raising his voice as loud as he could. It was the first time he had screamed like this in his life. "Soldiers, is that true? Everyone in the camp right now." The next moment the voice was cut off. Fasho's second dagger had hit the crystal ball, breaking it. "I'll kill you all before the instructor arrives." Fasho's voice was thin as he uttered the threat. Once again, flames surged from his hand. There was no more time to waste. If the instructors arrived, killing Helmut as well would be impossible, but these guys needed to die here, especially that commoner. I'll kill them and escape. That became his new plan. However, Asuka made good use of the brief moment he had. Reaching into his robe, he pulled out a scroll and tore it towards Fasho, who was charging at him. The scroll was a spell that created a vacuum in the targeted area, and the area Asuka targeted was right in front of him. It was an expensive scroll. The magic's effect was quite useful. Instantly, the air and the space vanished. That's it. Fasho's movements were fast, making it difficult to find an opportunity to use it, but it worked perfectly once he did. Vis manifestation focuses Vis on the sword, and dispersing it in an instant isn't easy. Because of that, Fasho couldn't defend against the suddenly executed magic. GRGH, suddenly the air filling his mouth disappeared. The magic didn't reach his lungs, but he was gasping for air. Being unable to breathe and having no air are two different things. It felt like being hit in the head, and for a moment his consciousness flickered, but there was no air to breathe in. Stunned by the sudden strike, Fasho stumbled. Asuka didn't miss the opening. His eyes sparkled sharply. His discharged sword flashed through the air. I'll cut his throat. If this guy comes again next time, Asuka will die. Living in fear of an assassin's sword wasn't an option. It was a perfect opportunity. It was Asuka's first time killing someone, but he didn't hesitate. Fasho quickly regained his senses. It was when Asuka's sword was inches from his face. Fasho realized the sword was aiming for his neck. That can't happen. Protecting vital spots is basic. Instead of his neck, Fasho offered his left arm. The arm momentarily raised Bis as a shield blocked Asuka's sword. The pain from not being able to breathe was unimaginable. The pain in his arm was almost unfelt due to the breathing difficulty. As his vision began to blur, air returned. Fasho gasped, sucking in the air greedily. Asuka stood before him, ready to swing his sword again. His arm was injured, but that didn't matter. The weak expose themselves when they attack. Fasho dodged the sword by bending his body flexibly and kicked Asuka's abdomen with all his might. Cough, Asuka was thrown into the air. It was a blow that could rupture his intestines. Crash, Asuka tumbled to the ground, coughing up blood. Each of Fasho's attacks had been powerful, and until now, Asuka had narrowly avoided them. Be glad. You're the first person I've truly wanted to kill. Fasho's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. There was no longer any room for leisure. However, in the next moment, Fasho's body twitched. He turned his gaze towards the forest. He saw trees shaking in the distance, quickly approaching from tree to tree with incredible speed. Helmut was coming back, unconcerned about revealing his approach. Caught in a moment of conflict, Fasho was injured. To kill Asuka, now defenseless, or to leave as is. His murderous intent was too strong to just leave. Another's decision helped him. Andro stood up, covering Asuka. His eyes were filled with determined resolve and a sword in his hand. The second in command followed by the third. You're lucky. Fasho spat out, turning his back. He had failed. Fasho bitterly acknowledged this fact, but next time he would succeed, then none of them would survive. Clenching his teeth, promising a future encounter, Fasho kicked off the ground and disappeared. Even his escape was incredibly fast. Less than 2 minutes after he vanished, Helmut landed at the campsite. Thud. He immediately set down Dino on the ground. James was barely stopping the bleeding, sitting down after losing a lot of blood. Asuka, who had fought just moments ago, was sprawled out on the ground. Andro, who had rushed over, relaxed upon confirming Dino was alive. Helmut, assessing the situation of his teammates at a glance, calmly asked, "What happened to Fasho?" Chapter 132, Part 1. As soon as he knew you were coming, he ran that way, just a moment ago. Asuka, clutching his stomach, pointed in the direction Fasho had fled, adding with a triumphant tone, "He's bleeding. I got his arm." It seemed the method worked well. Looking around, it appeared that everyone was severely injured except for Andro. In real combat, Andro might have been the most skilled. Helmut had misunderstood Asuka, which was an unfair assumption on his part. A brief word of encouragement fell from his lips. "You held out well." It was a calm tone, as if saying, "Good job." At that moment, a deep sense of relief settled over the 3 boys who had fought against Fasho here. "It's over. I'll pursue him. Leaving him alive will be a headache. Stay here." At that moment, several presences could be felt rushing towards them from the road. It was a familiar presence. It seemed the instructors had teleported here using magic. "I'll leave these guys to them." Asuka, Helmut, Dino, James, Andro, a voice called out their names loudly as it approached, dripping with a sense of urgency. It was Instructor Patricia's voice. "Instructor, we're here," Andro waved and shouted. Helmut glanced at them before kicking off the ground. Fasho was running through the forest. He didn't have time to properly stop the bleeding from his arm, which he had hastily bandaged with cloth. For now, his only option was to run blindly to put as much distance between himself and the campsite. There was no room for any tricks. Fascio had given up on fighting Helmut at this point. Regardless of his own condition, fighting in his blood-scented state was a highly disadvantageous condition for him. He couldn't attempt assassination, his forte, against such a keen opponent who could not be hidden from. He will definitely chase me. Fascio knew this instinctively. The opponent must be furious. He should have quickly killed his friends and left, but the leisurely time he thought he had was now a candle about to be snuffed out. Fascio's failure was simple, not because the opponent was strong, but because he had let his guard down. I was too excited. If he had used his full strength to manifest his vis from the beginning, it would have been over quickly. It had been too long since he'd been given such an interesting prey. Normally, being associated with the Baden Academy alone would make them untouchable, young boys with soft skin and full of friendship. Facing those with bright futures and strong spirits was thrilling for him. Fascio was excited because he was human. A human who succumbs to desires. He wanted to enjoy himself, whether with words or a dagger, leaving marks and having fun, but he got too carried away. Especially that commoner brat. Thinking of Asuka, he gritted his teeth. Among the three, he was the smallest and seemed the least significant. However, he had quite the skill. He hadn't reached the point of manifesting vis, but he was proficient at enhancing his muscles and channeling it into his sword. Such an achievement was remarkable for his age. It was a difficult accomplishment for a commoner who likely had little chance of systematic training from a young age. How could a commoner with their disadvantageous physical condition and environment develop such skill? As Fascio pondered this, his eyes narrowed. He had felt an irritating sensation earlier which he ignored due to the fight. Now, belatedly revisiting that sensation, Fascio visualized Asuka's swordsmanship in his mind. How was he during the group fight, and how was he when fighting alone? Fascio, who needed to remember the characteristics of his targets, recalled the features of many sword techniques. Only one came to mind, and if his guess was correct, then that boy. Could that boy be? If his realization was true, Fascio's failure to kill Asuka today was fortunate for him and for Black Hawk. It was good that he realized it, albeit late. With a chill in his heart, he regulated his breathing. A lack of intelligence could have led to disaster. I must report this to the higher-ups. It would include his failure, but the information Fascio had gathered would offset that. Even as he thought, he was steadily putting distance between himself and the campsite. Fascio had long legs and was fast. Most would not be able to catch up to him, having started minutes ago. Most, but not all. Suddenly he felt a cold sensation. Without turning, Fascio immediately threw himself to the side. Thump. Something long flew past, striking where he had been. It wasn't just any object that had flown at him. Regaining his balance, Fascio looked around. His heart seemed to freeze. Was I caught, but how and where is? His gaze naturally lifted. He saw a figure standing atop a tree. Like a grim reaper, a boy with chilling black eyes holding a bow looked down at him. Along with a certain premonition, his heart pounded wildly. It was a premonition of death. You're the first from Black Hawk to dodge that. Well done. A languid voice echoed from the darkness. Fascio remembered the 5 corpses he had been briefed about. All had been pierced by branches, so this was his way. Chapter 132 Part 2 Helmut spoke in a calm tone. I'm the hunter now and you're the prey. The roles had now completely reversed. There were no more traps, hostages, or anything to exploit. The only thing Fascio could use against him was his own body. You smell of blood. Asuka cut your shoulder, didn't he? You must want to escape the pain quickly. Helmut's eyes sparkled strangely. But you won't die easily. And because of you, I'm quite angry. Since emerging from the forest of roots, all the enemies he encountered were mere bugs. This one in particular was an annoying bug. Mosquitoes sneak in while you're asleep, irritatingly sucking blood before vanishing. To Helmut, Fascio was just like a mosquito that only stirred his killing intent further. Helmut wanted to kill Fascio intensely. A fierce smile formed on Helmut's lips. Show me what you've got. Make it interesting for me. Helmut leaped from the tree, plunging towards Fascio like a meteor. Fascio drew his dagger, but he had lost too much blood. One arm was completely paralyzed and his movements were significantly slowed. He chose to dodge. The first strike tore through the spot where Fascio had stood. Whoosh! The slicing attack was powerful. The gray vis channeled through the sword overwhelmed Fascio visually. Knowing his opponent could manifest vis was one thing, but seeing Helmut's vis firsthand was terrifying. The vis is stable. That means he's almost completely unharmed. His plan had failed. Fascio realized this. If that was the state of an injured Helmut, his abilities were beyond Fascio's expectations. The attack continued relentlessly. Fascio dodged the second strike, but the third, coming diagonally, was unavoidable. A flame-like red vis blossomed on one hand. He had to deflect it somehow. But the moment he countered, a tremendous pressure smashed his good right arm. His vis and strength were no match for the overwhelming force. Fascio dropped his dagger. Thud, clatter, the sound of the dagger bouncing away and rolling on the ground seemed to him like his own head rolling. He still had weapons on his body, but nothing to counter a sword charged with vis. Throwing a hidden weapon wouldn't work. Helmut showed no openings. Despair swelled within him, a vast and overwhelming darkness approaching. Helmut, having halted his attack, tilted his head slightly. Lost your weapon? His black eyes stared straight at him, emotionless, as cold and deep as the abyss. It would be difficult not to feel fear in this situation, but sometimes seeking a way out could save one's life. Fascio raised his hands in surrender, dropping to his knees. Helmut raised an eyebrow at this unexpected action. Fascio spoke with feigned calm. I surrender. Helmut, visibly annoyed, walked over and kicked him in the stomach. Thump, it was precisely where Asuka had been kicked. Fascio spat out blood foam as he fell to the side. You say you're a student of the swordsmanship department, but is it right to treat a surrendered opponent this way? This isn't a duel. Helmut kicked him again, thump, this time in the leg. Cough. It felt like being struck with a sledgehammer. The pain distorted his face hideously. Yet even in that situation, Fascio desperately schemed. Villains cling to their lives, and Fascio was no exception. Spare me and I won't pursue you again. You'd be unable to pursue if you're dead. That sounds like a bad deal for me. Helmut's tone was breezy, but he stepped on Fascio's wrist. Crunch, the palm was forcibly flattened. He lightly brought down the tip of his sword, severing 4 fingers except for the thumb. This was for Dino. The ground quickly soaked with blood. The sharp pain from just before meant that when his fingers were sliced off by the keen blade, it hardly hurt. On the brink of life, Fascio laughed hoarsely. Hess, I'm just one of the Hawkeye. If I don't return, others from Hawkeye will target you next time, and it won't be just one. What does it matter? You'll die here, and all your companions will die too. That'll clean things up. His tone suggested it was no problem. However, Helmut was inwardly startled by those words. It seems the level of difficulty is increasing. It was easy until this guy, but he gave me some trouble. If 3 or more like him came, it would indeed be troublesome. Regardless of their rank, they might come as a group, which could be difficult even for him. If they went as far as involving his friends or threatening Ethan, since he had broken his own rule of not touching nobles, the opposition could become despicable and ruthless. I don't want to spare him, though. And there's no guarantee he'll keep his word if I do. No matter how much he thought about it, he had to die. It was not merely because Helmut wanted him dead. Recalling the basics learned at the academy, this man deserved death. He had committed enough crimes to warrant execution. He's the type of guy who escapes from prison before the death sentence is executed, and that meant that Helmut had to ensure the execution himself. However, there was a snag. The Seed of Darkness, especially since he had reacted to the magic earlier. The sensitive thing is still wriggling slightly. Helmut decided, since he had already captured Fascio, to find out everything he could. He was also willing to try a new form of dialogue to extract information. The execution could wait until after he had heard enough. This man wasn't a small fry, and he seemed too concerned with his own life to consider suicide. What happened to the horses you stole? The first question Helmut asked. He showed affection for his first horse, White. He hadn't had much chance to ride it before it was lost. The horse was also part of a payment for a job, a valuable asset. Fascio answered readily. The horses are tied up east of here in front of a cave. They're all good horses, so I didn't kill them. Just took them. Hearing White might still be alive lightened Helmut's mood slightly. The cave was not far from here. Seeing how hard Fascio had been trying to escape, it seemed he planned to escape on horseback. Chapter 133 Part 1. Come to think of it, that mask. Why would he insist on wearing that clown mask? Helmut found himself curious about the face hidden beneath Fascio's mask. What are you doing? He exclaimed in shock. Unexpectedly, it was the biggest reaction Fascio had shown so far. However, he was powerless to resist as Helmut used the tip of his sword to cut the string that held the mask in place. The mask came off easily. The face revealed beneath the mask was white and smooth, without a single scar or blemish. It wasn't the hideous appearance one might cringe at, it was just exceedingly bland and blurred. The eyes were as small as buttonholes, the nose low, and the lips thin and long. It was strangely featureless, too flat to be considered normal. What is this? Disconcerted, Helmut quickly covered Fascio's face with the mask again, feeling somehow uncomfortable continuing to look at it. It was like staring at something slimy. Better keep it on. Fascio shuddered, the insult hitting harder coming from someone as handsome as Helmut. It was humiliating to be degraded by a mere kid, yet that kid held his life in his hands. Helmut, looking down at Fascio, who was lying on the ground, continued his questioning. What about the group Hawkeye? How large is it? It's a small group. I don't know the exact number. Maybe a dozen or so. How many among you have skills comparable to yours? Counting me, there are 5 in Hawkeye. 5, that could be troublesome. Helmut frowned, not immediately planning to storm in but contemplating something similar. Fascio continued, that's 5 I know of. I don't know the exact number. We don't contact each other outside of missions. We just follow orders from above. Above, the leader of Hawkeye. I called him Talon, so you don't know his real name. Helmut was hoping for more information, but Fasho's answers were all vague. He didn't seem to know much, probably why he was so loose-lipped in trying to save his own life. It didn't give Helmut an opportunity to torture the information out of him. What's the relationship between Black Hawk and Hawkeye? Hawkeye are simply the eye of the hawk. They act as executioners even within Black Hawk. Where's the base of Black Hawk? Where do the leaders gather? I don't know that. I received separate orders and gathered information about you from a branch of Black Hawk. And how do you contact them? We have a designated place to make contact and someone will come. Do they have contact with your higher-ups? They must, but they probably don't know where they are either. They would use magical means. Then you're useless to me, you have nothing to tell. Helmut pressed his sword against Fasho's neck, his expression icy. The information given was vague and whether it was true or not was uncertain. Fasho might have been withholding more. The situation necessitated Fasho's death. Recognizing his fate, Fasho's voice became desperate. If you let me live, I can terminate this mission with my authority, Helmut pointed out. As I said, why should I believe you? Fasho's bleeding had stopped, perhaps because of some quick action on his part. He wouldn't die from blood loss right away. Yes, your friend, I'll tell you about him. That guy is not interested. What does Asuka have to do with anything? Helmut raised his sword, ready to end it, but then a voice stopped him. Wait, a profound resonance, too compelling to ignore, not shouted but spoken and very close by, sent shivers down Helmut's spine. Wait, boy, stop for a moment. Tension rose, and a glint of murderous intent passed through Helmut's eyes. He's less noticeable than this assassin. This meant the newcomer was more skilled than Fasho. Helmut turned around to see a figure standing about 30 paces away, closer than expected. The mysterious figure wearing a hood was not very large. But the intense and threatening aura made Helmut instinctively prepare for defense. Talon, sir. Upon hearing Fasho's words, Helmut's eyes widened, a chill running down his spine. The leader of Hawkeye, I had a bad feeling and came myself, so it has come to this. The voice was polite and gentle, uncharacteristic of someone from a group like Hawkeye. He's strong, Helmut acknowledged the strength radiating from the figure, with a posture that revealed no weaknesses. Just observing them indicated their strength was concealed. Having exhausted much of his energy chasing down and subduing Fasho, Helmut wasn't in perfect condition for a fight. Not that he couldn't win, but he couldn't guarantee victory either. The sense that the outcome would be uncertain was overpowering. Helmut realized this person was the strongest he had encountered since leaving the Forest of Roots. Chapter 133, Part 2, Return my subordinate to me. I will pay the price. The figure spoke calmly, indicating no immediate intention to fight. Realizing this, Helmut said, this guy talks too much, considering only his own safety over the organization's. He's useless even if I spare his life. He had learned at the academy that such people should not be kept close, but Talon gently refuted, that's a general standard not applicable in Hawkeye. Our ranks are filled with those wanted or who have committed crimes, unable to show their faces or operate openly. But everyone has their use in the right place if managed properly. Given our manpower shortage, we can't afford to be picky. It's rare to find someone as skilled as him. An interesting logic, however, Helmut was not in a position to dwell on it. Talon asked, isn't this enough to satisfy your vengeance? Not enough. He had failed, but if he had succeeded, Helmut would have returned to the campsite to find the bodies of Asuka, Andro, and James. The mere thought ignited his murderous intent. If it's not enough, I'll compensate you in another way. The offer seemed genuine, though Talon was not someone to take lightly. He would resort to force if not complied with. I should have killed him earlier. Fasho, now incapacitated, can't fight. As a hostage, he was practically useless. Talon's expression was impassive. Fasho's death would only be a minor inconvenience. How will you compensate? With a reward. Money, information, anything, just ask. Talon spread his hands, indicating his willingness to offer anything. Helmut was conflicted. Killing Fasho and fighting Talon here, not far from the campsite, meant that if he used his vis and fought loudly, the instructors would soon find this place. But what would happen next? 2 instructors and a professor. Would they be of any help? Helmut had a rough idea of their capabilities. The Academy's faculty were specialized in teaching, not necessarily in combat prowess. Instructors Alan and Patricia were probably less skilled than Fasho. Professor Dwayne, being a magician, was hard to judge, but generally, magicians were less capable in direct combat than swordsmen. If taken hostage, it would only hinder him, and this man could not be dealt with using common continental swordsmanship. If he were to use his full strength, he'd need to employ Darien's swordsmanship. Revealing it to this man and the Academy faculty would pose problems. Learning it but not being able to use it is troublesome. Helmut's brow furrowed. He knew what the best decision was, even if it went against what he desired. Suppressing his murderous intent, Helmut grudgingly said, I need everything. Money and information. Even if Talon chose to fight without paying any price, Helmut had to avoid conflict, but Talon didn't know that. Helmut planned to extract as much as he could. You're greedy. But fine, I'll grant your wishes. Talon pulled something from his robe and threw it to the ground with a thud. It was a purse, heavy with the sound of it. A peek inside showed it was filled with gold coins. About 300,000 marks. Check it, was it a robe enchanted with space expansion magic? Helmut cautiously approached, fearing a trap, and used his sword tip to open the purse. Judging by its size, the amount Talon mentioned seemed accurate. But carrying it was the issue. That robe, it's enchanted with space expansion magic, isn't it? Give me that robe too. What would they think if I took this purse with me? Taking the money and releasing an assassin who endangered his friends would not be looked upon kindly. It wouldn't solve anything just to share the money. Talon complied without objection, removing his hooded cloak and throwing it on the ground. Here, seeing Talon's face for the first time, Helmut narrowed his eyes. The campsite manager. How did you hide your energy? Back then, he seemed weak, as if one could easily snap his neck. But now, Talon appeared youthful and strong, overflowing with energy, a curious phenomenon. Disguise is my specialty, hard to explain. Anything else you desire? Talon smiled, a friendly expression that didn't match someone who could lead Hawkeye. His too-easy compliance was suspicious. Helmut pulled the cloak and money toward him. Fascio still lay on the ground, watching cautiously, hoping not to make any rash moves that could cost him his life. Having secured the money, the next step was information. Helmut pressed, how will you provide the information? Black Hawk deals in buying and selling information. It won't be difficult. There's a crystal ball in the cloak's pocket. Use your energy to activate it. When you need information, contact through it, but only 3 times. Any information, even state secrets, if we have it, I'll provide. The client's confidentiality is assured. The offer lasts 10 years. Finding the crystal ball in the cloak's pocket, Helmut immediately countered 5 times. You're quite greedy. 300,000 marks, a space expansion enchanted cloak, and 3 instances of information provision. Isn't that a fair price? Of course, there will be no retaliation. Black Hawk will not accept any requests against you from now on. Isn't that enough? The negotiation failed instantly. Talon was unexpectedly firm. That's as far as it goes. Knowing when to back down was important. Helmut declared, fine, the deal is done. Fascio was still behind him. Helmut glanced at him, feeling a bit of regret at letting him go just like that. As a final action, Helmut kicked Fascio hard one last time. Fascio groaned in pain. A swordsman capable of manifesting his energy, such a blow wouldn't kill him. He was lucky to escape with his life this time. Helmut cast a deadly warning glance. Take him, if he appears before my eyes again, I will kill you. Chapter 134, Part 1, Fascio. Upon Talon's call, Fascio struggled to his feet and staggered towards him. He seemed to be in better shape than expected, even making sure not to forget his severed finger. I should have cut off the other hand too. It still felt insufficient. With his head bowed, Fascio spoke in a low voice. I am sorry, Lord Talon. No, we need to treat your wounds first. Your condition is dire. Fascio drank the potion Talon handed him. Helmut frowned. It would be troublesome if he recovers and attacks. Fortunately, the potion wasn't as effective as to reattach severed fingers. After regaining some strength, Fascio straightened his back. There was no time to stand idly. Helmut packed his belongings and turned away from them. I should leave now. It'd be best for you to disappear quickly. Ah, wait a moment. Before he could leave, he called out to Helmut. Let me give you a piece of advice. Helmut looked back at him with an expressionless face. What is it? You are skilled and have good judgment. It was an unexpected compliment. Helmut maintained his poker face. If there's one flaw, it's either soft-heartedness or calculation, but you hesitate. Sometimes it's better to cut down the enemy immediately, regardless of what they spout. Was he suggesting it would have been better to kill Fascio? The tone was calm, yet it strangely resonated, although it seemed like unnecessary advice. Helmut listened because there was a need to. In critical moments, a person's mouth spills a lot of information. Plus, he had a constraint known as the Seed of Darkness. When killing, he had to ponder whether it was absolutely necessary. That might be true, but I'm a student of Greta Academy. Meaning you'd avoid killing because you're a student. Intriguing, think whatever you want. With that, Helmut turned his back again. This time he wasn't stopped. Behind him, he sensed Talon and Fascio moving. Given their expertise in stealth, they'd leave the forest without issues. Helmut debated on what to do with his cloak, eventually stuffing it inside his clothing and wrapping it around his waist. The cloak, enchanted with space expansion magic, was thin and lightweight, barely noticeable. Ahead, he felt magical energy. Professor Duane was using search magic to scout the area. Helmut promptly headed in that direction. Helmut, Instructor Allen exclaimed with a surprised look upon spotting him. Are you all right? Helmut spread his hands to indicate he was fine. He had suffered some injuries from shattering rocks earlier, but there were no bleeding wounds. His exceptional recovery had already begun. Approaching, Instructor Allen sighed deeply, resting his hand on Helmut's shoulder. Chasing after assassins alone, how reckless. It was nothing, I couldn't catch up with them. Helmut lied effortlessly. That's not the issue. You went after an assassin alone. If something had happened, it didn't, so it's fine, let's head back. Helmut's clear-cut response left Allen speechless. Found you, thank goodness. Professor Duane appeared soon after, his face sweaty. This area, not properly pathed and rugged, prompted Allen to run over as soon as Duane's magic detected Helmut's presence. The instructors had shown commendable responsibility, not thinking of their own safety but rushing to a student separated in a forest harboring assassins. Helmut tilted his head slightly and added, I'm strong. It seemed necessary to reassure them, to let the instructor understand that he was neither reckless nor in danger. I know. Anyway, let's go back and talk. Allen shook his head, seemingly unconvinced. I need to find my horse. He knew where it was but couldn't explain how he knew, therefore he couldn't go searching for it right now. Could those guys be riding it? Helmut felt a tinge of unease. Chapter 134 Part 2. On one side, Professor Duane was casting healing magic on the injured while Helmut recounted his experience. He omitted certain details for brevity as Andro had already explained much of it. Instructor Patricia touched her forehead silently after hearing his story. So the assassin escaped without being seen? Yes, I lost track of them and returned. Continuing to lie stung his conscience. Helmut felt he had adapted quite well to Greta Academy, considering he now had a conscience. I'm not sure about Dino's condition. Helmut didn't detail how he had saved Dino from his rampage. But considering Dino's unusual state, it seemed necessary to inform them of what had happened for proper treatment. Helmut briefly explained why Dino had gone berserk, mentioning the magic infused into him and how, at some point, Dino collapsed. While Helmut omitted how he extracted the magic, it wasn't a lie. Dino still has traces of magic in him. It seems we might need to take him to the temple for purification. Professor Duane added after examining Dino's condition. The mention of the temple caused Helmut to flinch slightly. He was really lucky. If the magic and his own vis had clashed, his blood vessels could have burst, leading to death. Somehow the magic was drawn out of his body. Black Hawk, truly persistent. I didn't expect them to send someone this far. I should have contacted you sooner. It's our fault you were put in danger. I'm sorry. Patricia apologized, patting Helmut's shoulder. The scene they arrived to was indeed shocking. Asuka spewing blood, James, battered, Dino unconscious with a severed finger and Helmut missing. Only Andro was relatively unharmed. The danger was my doing. Initially, Helmut's unilateral decision not to inform the instructors was to blame. He enjoyed knowing that enemies lurked nearby, reveling in the tension. However, he eventually lost the ability to enjoy it, possibly because his teammates were in danger. The moment he saw his fallen comrades upon returning to the campsite, he felt anger and realized he had changed. The current Helmut wasn't the same as before, who only cared for himself and saw no need to look after others. An additional constraint emerged, making him feel constrained and unfamiliar, yet there was no aversion. While the change was unwelcome, it wasn't unacceptable. It felt like taking a step further into society. Instructors Allen, Patricia, and Professor Duane began a meeting among themselves. They had left the camp in a hurry. Moving all these people would be too much for Professor Duane, already drained from using healing magic. It was also a problem to go back with these 5 students, and they had to decide what to do with the hunting picnic that was left for a day. When will we find the horse? For Helmut, that was the most pressing concern. Solo action seemed no longer permissible, yet he couldn't just leave his horse behind. He grew slightly anxious. I feel a bit better now. Asuka, who had been receiving treatment, chugged water voraciously. Surprisingly calm for someone who nearly died, his good spirits likely stemmed from successfully striking the assassin's arm, a formidable opponent. In contrast, the others looked grim, eager to return. Why too? Because Dino was still unconscious. Suddenly, Asuka widened his eyes and pointed, "Look over there." Helmut was already looking in that direction. Accompanied by the sound of hooves, a white horse emerged from the forest. Helmut raised an eyebrow. White. As if it had been frolicking in the woods, the horse appeared lively. Recognizing its name, White approached Helmut cheerfully. Helmut stroked the horse's mane and White neighed contentedly. It seemed unbothered by any tampering, almost like a service. Not bad. Suddenly, Talon became somewhat likable to Helmut. Though he nearly hunted him down, the residual feelings softened. Following shortly, 4 more horses appeared in line. Andro and James stood up. How did this happen? Why did the horses return? Despite their confusion, everyone was happy to have their horses back. For a knight, a long-time companion horse is precious, as finely tuned to them as their sword. The missing horses returning is indeed strange. Professor Duane checked the horses with magic. Unable to find anything amiss, he shrugged. It doesn't seem like anything has been done to the horses. Instructors Patricia and Alan followed with their observations. It feels odd that the assassin would return the horses. Either they were chased away and returned or the ropes came undone, but it's definitely peculiar. We should take the students back now. Having the horses made things easier. The three agreed on how to proceed. Patricia addressed the 5 students of Team 9. We've requested support from the Academy due to the emergency. Professors from the Magic and Swordsmanship departments will arrive soon. Since we need to greet them and gather the other students, Professor Dwayne and I will return to the campsite with Dino first. The rest of you, unfortunately, will have a bit of a struggle. With all the gear, you'll need to ride back with Instructor Alan. Magic transport for everyone wasn't feasible without overexerting Professor Dwayne. Dino, unconscious, couldn't ride, and Professor Dwayne had too many students to contact if he went back alone. Thus, the decision was made. No problem. Asuka, burdened with the most luggage, was visibly pleased. He had packed various items for the hunting trip, including a magical scroll that created a vacuum in a specific area, proving useful. We have a crystal ball, so contact us if anything happens on the way back, Alan. We'll go ahead. Yes, Patricia, see you at the campsite. With that, the return method was settled. After the departure of Professor Dwayne and the others, Team 9 immediately set off, taking as long to return as when they arrived, a full 4 hours. Healing magic only treated wounds, not fatigue from lack of sleep and the ordeal of battle. Hunger added to their exhaustion. Purely in terms of physical exertion, their training was more demanding. However, the relentless tension drained them further. Upon sighting their initial campsite, Team 9's members, worn out from fatigue, collectively sighed in relief. Helmut was no exception. Helmut, entering the campsite, a man rushed towards them. Instructor Ethan, Helmut nodded respectfully. Uncharacteristically frantic, Ethan focused solely on Helmut, dismounting to grasp his shoulders. Helmut, you had warned me, but I never imagined such an event would actually occur. It seems he had already heard about the Black Hawk's attack. Ethan Kudrow knew of the history between Helmut and the Black Hawk, as Helmut had previously informed him. Helmut responded lightly, I didn't expect it either, so there's no need to blame yourself. I should have been here, I'm sorry. Ethan smoothed his troubled face, being worried about felt rather nice. Just as Helmut had changed, so had the people around him. This change held significance. Chapter 135 Part 1. At that moment, an unexpected figure emerged from deep within the campsite. A clear and elegant voice resounded. Hello, you must be Instructor Alan. The gloomy atmosphere brightened. There stood Aaliyah in a pristine white robe and silver hair, observing the reunion of the Guardian and the ward with an indifferent gaze. Asuka's eyes widened in surprise. Aaliyah, what brings you here? Instructor Alan took over the conversation. Aaliyah of the Magic Department, what's the matter? She didn't even glance at Asuka. Aaliyah responded with a refreshingly artificial smile. I was at the academy when I heard something was happening here, so I decided to join and help. The Magic Department's professors were either away due to students' field assignments or busy with their classes. The Magic Department's classes often involve dangerous experiments, making it difficult to step away midway. With only one professor, Luxon, available earlier, their numbers were insufficient for any contingencies, hence calling Aaliyah. A mage is quite a useful being. Usually a senior student would be brought along, but Aaliyah was different. She possessed magical skills beyond even senior students. Then will you take a look at these students? Yes, they were members of Group 9 who had sustained injuries ranging from minor to moderate. Due to limited resources, Professor Dwayne had also provided basic treatment. Aaliyah approached Group 9 and cast healing magic on them. While getting healed by Aaliyah, James looked ecstatic. Even though he's a man, his eyes are purified just by having her in front of him. Asuka, known for his foul temper, couldn't stand watching him smile so freely. If you have any conscience, you should spend all your time in the training ground except for sleeping. We nearly died fighting because of your lack of skill. As James looked awkward, Andrew frowned. That's harsh, Asuka. James fought hard too. You shouldn't speak like that to a comrade. I did everything. What did you guys do? Just bleeding out quietly in the corner. They say that camaraderie builds when you cross a bridge together, but at this moment the same thought came to Andrew and James. That annoying brat. He can't feel any sympathy. They wished someone would shut his mouth, but by then Instructor Alan had already left. Aaliyah glanced at them before approaching Helmut. Are you okay? I heard Black Hawk was targeting you. A fleeting concern shone in her bright amethyst eyes, cold to everyone else, but her demeanor changed around Helmut. It had been different for a while now. I'm not badly hurt. Just a bit tired. He wanted to rest. It had been a tough day for Helmut too. Show me your wounds. As he rolled up his sleeve, scraped and scabbed wounds were revealed. Aaliyah carefully cast a healing spell. The moment her hand brushed against Helmut's arm, Helmut almost reached out to grab it. His heart stung. I might have internal injuries. He pushed Aaliyah away with words. That's enough, thank you. It seemed like pulling too much energy had taken its toll. Given these symptoms, the swordsmanship department students summoned by a crystal ball were returning. Before they all returned, Helmut decided to rest. There was still a long ride back. For now, things were calm. Except for Group 9, the other group members were puzzled by their sudden summon. Except for one person who sprained an ankle jumping from a tree, there were no injuries. However, continuing the hunting picnic was impossible after such a major incident. The return of the entire second year of the swordsmanship department to Greta Academy was decided. Though they would arrive late, it was inevitable. Helmut glanced at the tied-up campsite manager. The original manager, impersonated by Talon, hadn't died. Talon looked similar enough that the instructors wouldn't recognize him, especially since it's been a few years since they met the original manager. The returned manager claimed he had fainted and woke up 2 days later, which seemed too coherent for someone who had fainted. Whether he had taken a bribe to vacate his position would be investigated. Before the swordsmanship department departed, Aaliyah returned first using a teleportation spell. She called Helmut aside before leaving. "Helmut, would you like to return with me?" Instructor Ethan said so too. "We can say it's for an investigation. Your horse can be teleported as well." Ethan seemed to have taken an interest. Helmut shook his head. "I can't leave my team members behind." Though not too tired, leaving the injured Group 9 members felt wrong. Helmut had grown a conscience. Besides, Asuka would rage if left behind. "Do as you wish." Aaliyah, not planning to teleport Group 9, easily withdrew her offer. She wasn't the type to extend such kindness to everyone. As she was about to turn away, Helmut's new cloak caught her eye. "Where did you get that cloak? It's my first time seeing it." Helmut felt caught off guard. "I bought it recently. It's strange I haven't seen it in your room." "Could it be enchanted with space-expanding magic? Those are expensive and hard to find." "Yes, it looked good, so I bought one." Such items were rare even in Baden's stores. Worried about further questions, Helmut tensed, but Aaliyah casually moved on. "I see." Chapter 135 Part 2. When Helmut returned to where his team was, Asuka bluntly asked, "Hey, what did Aaliyah say?" "He asked if I would return with him. I declined." "That's right, but look at the favoritism. He barely speaks to me but wants only you to return with him. It's infuriating." Asuka was visibly annoyed. Considering he hadn't even thanked her for the treatment, it was ironic. Helmut just let Asuka's complaints slide. By now, Asuka's behavior was expected. Full of energy, he'd probably spend the journey back ranting about Aaliyah. After returning, there were many issues to resolve, but for now, the hunting picnic was concluded. "Talon, sir," Fascio cautiously called out to his superior. After erasing their tracks and mounting the horses prepared by Talon, they were nearly out of the forest and on the road. Despite their bold actions, they hadn't underestimated Greta Academy. The teaching staff of Greta Academy was formidable. They would thoroughly search the forest to find them. With Hawkeye's existence revealed, they had to retreat quickly. "What is it, Fascio?" Talon, always calm, never raised his voice, even when scolding. He always acted with a heavy, mountain-like demeanor but became flexible when necessary. His inscrutable nature and formidable skills made him a daunting and uneasy ally for Fascio. "Isn't it too much to give that boy money, your magical cloak, and information 3 times over? It's too generous for him." Talon had even sent the horse back, worrying Fascio yet baffling him. "Why would Talon go to such lengths for that boy? Do you think I've paid too high a price to save you?" Talon's gentle question sharply pierced Fascio. Apart from failing the mission, Fascio hadn't made any mistakes, having disclosed only necessary information. Yet failure might have warranted death. Fascio's survival was thanks to Talon's grace. "That's not it. I'll repay what you've spent." But a cold light flashed in Fascio's eyes. "What's done is done. How about we properly kill him next time and retrieve what was given?" Fascio had to admit his desire to kill Helmut. "He saw my face. Not just because of the humiliation, but seeing his face was unacceptable for an assassin. Those who saw his face had to be killed." The question came back to him. "Do you think you were close to success?" Swallowing his response, Fascio knew Talon disliked bravado. Helmut's skills were beyond Fascio's estimates. Success seemed unlikely from the start. "We won't do that." Talon's tone was final. "Why not? If I'm not enough, we can add more men. If we mobilize Hawkeye, we can eliminate him." Helmut, at 15, was a monstrous talent. Fascio couldn't imagine what kind of monster he would become by graduation. Helmut was a terrible threat to Black Hawk. They needed to eliminate him now while he was still a naive youth caring for his friends' lives. Talon explained calmly, "You're a valuable asset worth my personal intervention. This time, no one died because I appeared, but that may not always be the case." Talon had never planned to reveal himself to save Fascio. How many of Hawkeye would die trying to kill him? How much would it cost? "Have you thought about it?" Targeting an individual as if waging a war, but Fascio had no answer. To take down Helmut, they would need to prepare on that scale with inevitable sacrifices. Such plans need to be worth the effort. My judgment is that Hawkeye cannot be wasted on him alone. We can't operate so narrowly. If there's a risk, we manage it. Are you sure he's hostile to Black Hawk? I've observed him closely. As long as there's something to gain, he won't attack Black Hawk. He distinguishes between friends and foes. Establishing a friendly relationship could be beneficial. That's my judgment. This explained why Talon had generously compensated and returned the horse. Not just to save Fascio then, Fascio realized. Talon softened his tone. Fascio, focus on recovering once we're back. You have much to do. Yes, I understand. Convinced, Fascio was about to shut his mouth when a thought struck him. There's one more thing I'd like to mention. Fascio told him exactly what he had realized while fleeing from the campsite. Talon stroked his chin with a thoughtful expression. An interesting tale, disguising as a commoner. Such pranks are sometimes played by the nobility. We should investigate, I have a hunch. Interest sparked in his eyes. Let's return promptly. Talon spurred his horse and Fascio followed suit. Their horses galloped away from the forest and any pursuers. The connection between Black Hawk and Helmut was far from over. Above the lush forest, the sun shone brilliantly. It was still midday. Chapter 136, Part 1. By the time Helmut and the second-year students of the swordsmanship department returned to the academy, a comprehensive search had been carried out in the Pedica forest. Needless to say, it was too late. Talon and Fascio had already escaped the forest. Only the traces of the assassin remained at the campsite, cleanly erased everywhere else. However, the presence of a rank 1 mercenary assassin was indeed threatening. Helmut knew that if Fascio was in his right mind, he wouldn't target him alone again, especially not within the premises of Greta Academy. Yet the academy staff, particularly instructor Ethan, didn't think so. Helmut was prohibited from going out of Baden. Fortunately, this restriction simplified his schedule. Helmut could focus solely on training. He headed to the private training ground immediately after giving his statement at the academy. Battling strong opponents and experiencing intense, new challenges awakens one's spirit. Helmut, a swordsman who had reached the realm of manipulating his vis. There's a saying that all roads lead to one. Reaching a realm influences all types of achievements. New experiences, new emotions, new lives. The experiences he gained soon became his nourishment. The seed of darkness has grown. It was inevitable, having been exposed to magic closely. The seed of darkness, albeit slightly, was growing. Its growth couldn't be stopped. However, as the dark seed grew, so did his vis proportionally, as if leaping over the stagnant phase. These two forces sustained Helmut but also interacted with each other. Thanks to that, Helmut grew stronger. How and how much he had strengthened, even he did not know. Combat had its effects too, swinging the sword with all his might and replenishing his vis after expending it in the process. All these were linked in a chain, a cycle. In the academy, Helmut had weakened, but at the same time he had strengthened. He was growing. Helmut knew this path was not easy. He would soon face another wall. But if he could overcome these walls, Helmut might one day reach Darien's realm. It was too early to be overconfident, but that future wasn't far off. Alone in the training room, Helmut gripped his wooden sword tightly. When he returned to the dormitory, Helmut coincidentally ran into his two friends, Asuka and Cyan, who had come back late from the academy after being questioned. You guys said you had a different experience in the forest, Cyan asked with interest. Having completed his task early, he had been lazing around in the dormitory, having shifted to playing around normally and only focusing during exam periods. How was fighting an assassin fun? Yeah, damn fun, this is also fun. Asuka applied a headlock on Cyan without mercy. Ow 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 ow. Even as Cyan screamed exaggeratedly, Asuka tightened his grip. He usually wouldn't use physical strength to overpower this frail guy, talking about others' affairs so lightly. Asuka himself tended to speak without thinking, but he couldn't let it go when someone else did. You jerk. Is that something you say to a friend who returned alive from the jaws of death? No, you seemed fine, so I just said it as a greeting. You look all right. Ow ow, let go. Greetings, my foot, you need a good beating. Watching them bicker, Helmut felt the reality of having returned to Greta Academy. It feels like he has returned after a long time, far away somewhere. An astonishing sense of reality washed over him. This place had already become like home to him. I'm going to rest. It was close to midnight. As Helmut was about to open his room door, he hesitated. The light was on inside. Aaliyah must be awake. He thought she would be asleep since he returned early, but it seemed Aaliyah was engrossed in her research until late into the night as usual. Welcome back. Aaliyah stood up from her chair to greet him as he entered, her tone unusually gentle. Helmut stared at her intently, not wearing that pajamas. Aaliyah was dressed in her academy uniform. Helmut, who found her cute in her bare pajamas, was surprised at his own discovery of such a preference today. Here, take this. What Aaliyah handed over was a bracelet that looked like a thin, flat sheet of silver that had been bent. It was simple in appearance, engraved with letters and magic circles. Helmut unconsciously took it and asked, "What's this?" "A communication bracelet. If something happens, contact me with this. It's rechargeable and for single use." The bracelet was new, freshly enchanted. It seemed his roommate had made it out of concern. Aaliyah was a considerate person. Helmut couldn't understand why Asuka and Cyan cursed her as a character disaster. It's usually difficult for the person receiving special treatment to realize it. The activation word is Alihi Kibra. Just say it after wearing and the magic will be cast immediately. Alihi Kibra. What does that mean? An unusual pronunciation. It wasn't in the common language. It means Lord Aaliyah is great in some regional dialect. You have a good memory, so remember it well. Right. The atmosphere turned awkward. Helmut thought that saying the activation word would feel like begging Aaliyah for his life. It felt somewhat humiliating. However, he obediently put on the bracelet. He might not need to ask her for help through force, but Aaliyah's healing magic could be useful if he got injured. Then rest. Aaliyah immediately turned and headed back to her desk, presumably to organize her assignment. The bracelet felt cool to the touch. It was as if he had put on shackles, a feeling of being bound. He didn't understand why he felt that way but shrugged and headed to the bathroom. He planned to wash off the fatigue and rest. The campsite manager confessed he had no choice but to lend the place to the assassins, as his family living nearby had been taken hostage. Based on the descriptions provided by the members of Group 9, wanted posters for Fascio were also posted. But could they really catch him with that? Helmut was skeptical. The academy also had its successes. They caught a spy who had leaked information to Black Hawk that the second-year swordsmanship department students were heading to Pedica Forest. The whole academy was abuzz for a while because of that. In any case, they would not approach Helmut again. Even if they harbored thoughts of eliminating him, they would rather wait for Helmut to make contact with them first. 3 pieces of information. Helmut thought about the information worth trading. Darien's enemy, my family, and the temple perhaps. Baden was a city friendly to mages. It diverged from the temple, which valued obedience to the gods over human achievements. There was conflict, though not outright rejection. He had heard that the temple once pressured Baden to install a barrier. It's not urgent yet. Helmut shook his head. He roughly knew about Darien's enemy since Darien had told him. The most needed information was the second. Helmut had to consider one thing. Why was he seeking this information? Black Hawk would be curious. Helmut knew that through this information they might find his weakness in return. I have to think carefully about providing information classified as a national secret. Can't waste it. Whether Black Hawk actually had the ability to provide such information was another matter. Chapter 136, Part 2. Helmut dedicated his holiday to intense training. After the eventful picnic week ended, classes resumed. Soon, Helmut realized he had become quite famous. He was known as the guy who fought a rank 1 mercenary assassin. Academy students, juniors and seniors alike, whispered as they looked at him. The second-year swordsmanship department students gazed at him with admiration when he appeared in class. Asuka, who had fought bloody battles, grumbled unhappily. "No, I was the one who put the knife in him, and that guy just chased after the fleeing one. He fled because he was scared of Helmut, that guy." Then it's all thanks to Helmut. Scaring the opponent into a panicked flight seemed cooler than a bloody fight. Asuka had to acknowledge this fact, even though his face soured. Andro and James, who had experienced the same, were quieter. Perhaps realizing their own powerlessness, they holed up in the training room. Basil, Wesley, and Mitchell, who had left Group 9 earlier, wore awkward expressions. "We didn't know such a thing happened after we left. You went through a lot. You were unlucky." Helmut knew they were scions of powerful noble families. Fascio had said he excluded them for that reason. If Asuka knew, he would make a twisted face, but fortunately he didn't know. Helmut blandly accepted their words. Yeah, well, it would have only been a distraction. Asuka also passed it off with a snort. As Helmut and Asuka left the swordsmanship department building after class, they ran into a familiar face. "Ah, senior," Charlotte bowed and spoke. It was rare for them to run into each other, but she had been engrossed in training since her one-sided defeat in a duel with Helmut. She seemed to have calmed her mind since then. She was alone, apparently waiting for them. Helmut asked, "What's the matter?" "Not Aaliyah again, I hope." Charlotte liked Aaliyah. Regardless of the truth, that's what Helmut thought. Fortunately, her request wasn't about Aaliyah. She opened her mouth with a serious expression. "I've heard the rumors. You were attacked by an assassin from a group called Black Hawk. Both of you went through a dangerous ordeal. I'm glad you're safe." She was the only one who reacted normally. Upon seeing Charlotte, Asuka grimly opened his mouth. "You?" "Yes." His face twitched as if struggling with something. Asuka finally chose his words. "You helped a lot." "What?" Charlotte widened her eyes in surprise. "Don't get me wrong. It's not that I learned from you, I just applied it on my own." With that, Asuka turned and walked away first, leaving Charlotte looking at Helmut. "Do you know what he means?" "No." Asuka was always a bit strange. Charlotte didn't dwell on it and got straight to the point. Senior, if it's not rude, could we have a duel on the holiday? That seemed to be her purpose. After all, she was from the swordsmanship department. She wouldn't have sought him out just to offer condolences for the assassin attack. Helmut, feeling a bit annoyed, was about to reply, "It's rude," but he hesitated. "All right. But there's a condition." "What is it?" "Answer my question. If I can." "Fine." The deal was made. Helmut set up an appointment with her and turned to leave. It was a deferred matter. But before asking Black Hawk for information, he thought it better to confirm with her first. He had achieved something and decided to advance things he had been hesitating about. He wanted to know first. The timing for action was still undecided. "Howdy." A few days later, Dino, who had returned after 3 days of recuperation, waved at his classmates. He was naturally cheerful. Considering when he had gone berserk and his eyes rolled back in a frenzy a few days ago, he was in pretty good shape. Helmut sensed that the remnants of magic had completely disappeared from his body. It was a relief. Maybe sacred magic really is effective against dark magic. Dino's treatment costs were covered by the academy. They had paid a substantial amount to the temple to perfectly purify the magic. It was a cruel scheme where you couldn't get treated without money. If Helmut hadn't extracted the magic, Dino would have died before getting treated. But Helmut had no intention, nor could he claim to be Dino's savior of life. However, maybe I should have asked then. The heart-eating worm that Fascio tried to feed him was also a unique method. Black Hawk used techniques Helmut hadn't heard of. If there were more such techniques, knowing them would be helpful for defense. Lost in thought, the lively conversation continued around him. "Hey Dino, is it true you got captured by an assassin while peeing? Were you caught with your pants down? Pathetic piss boy. So shameful it's beyond words." "Shut up, what was I supposed to do when I needed to go?" Dino quickly became the butt of jokes. Thankfully, he seemed not to have taken too much psychological damage from the experience, given how brazenly he responded. It was another peaceful day in the swordsmanship department. Chapter 137, Part 1. The end of the first semester after leaving the Petica forest, uneventful days followed one after another. Helmut had adapted well to academy life, hiding his claws and being an outstanding and exemplary student, not ordinary, yet not excessively sharp like a rock. It was a day before the final exams. "Do you know a woman named Margaret Irene?" "That name is." Sitting by the window cooling his head, Helmut suddenly recalled an event from a few weeks ago. Charlotte's eyes widened in surprise, and her subsequent answer, as well as the cryptic conversation he had with Aaliyah afterward, flashed through his mind. For some reason, his memory of Aaliyah was particularly vivid. "Didn't you have a duel with that first-year girl?" Her expression was usual, but her gaze was sharp. "Yeah, she asked me to." "So you do everything you're asked?" "Not really." "Then you're close enough to do such favors?" "Close enough. You're asking because you don't know." After a tiresome conversation, Helmut gave a non-committal answer. There were things he couldn't disclose to her. She was a decent opponent just sparring for practice. "Asuka would get mad if I fought with him. Obviously, I'd win." "Ah, I see." Aaliyah finally seemed convinced. She must have realized she had been prying too much. Turning away, she left him with one last piece of advice. "Anyway, be careful," was she warning him to beware of her followers. In Helmut's view, Charlotte didn't seem like the type to tire Aaliyah out. But that was his judgment. Aaliyah might not appreciate hearing it. Perhaps it meant something else, but Helmut didn't dwell on puzzles he couldn't solve. "Do I feel like I'm being overly attached, or is it my imagination?" Aaliyah's friend was practically only Helmut. He had heard that in limited social circles, it's common to focus too much on the only friend you have. From that perspective, it wasn't incomprehensible. In truth, Helmut had wondered if Aaliyah's secrecy hid something else. However, he was completely oblivious in that regard. In some ways, he was so indifferent that he seemed unbothered. If he was being overly attached to, so be it. Helmut closed his book. This time he was using the library in a new way. Now that he knew how to study, he no longer needed tutoring sessions and didn't have to look for a study room. Asuka, finding the library stifling, rented a study room with Cyan. Helmut could naturally distance himself from them. Helmut realized that new experiences in any form influenced his achievements. He was contemplating how to expand these new experiences. Using the overcrowded library during exam periods was part of this plan. In the library, everyone sat in a long table format lined up on both sides. They buried their noses in piles of books. The room was so quiet that only the sound of pens moving and paper rustling could be heard. There, Helmut was an anomaly. The entrance of a ridiculously handsome swordsmanship department male student drew everyone's attention. Though they quickly returned their gaze to their books, some were bold enough to approach him. "Drink this while you study." A beautiful girl, exuding a seductive charm, placed a bottle of lemon juice at his spot. Helmut looked at it suspiciously and replied coldly, "I don't drink things from others." He wasn't particularly picky about food, but he felt uneasy accepting something from this senior. She was a third-year magic department top student and one of Aaliyah's followers. Even if she wasn't, Helmut perceived her as one. Do you remember my name? We've met before. I don't know. This is a library and we shouldn't be talking. Though whispered, the library was filled with study enthusiasts. They were all sensitive. Teresa flinched under their scowling eyes and whispered to Helmut, "Then, could we step outside for a moment? I have something to tell you." She was attractive enough to appeal to anyone, exuding confidence with her proactive demeanor. His eyes returned to his book. "No," Helmut was firm. "I have to study for exams." "What kind of person is this?" Teresa's pride was hurt. She enjoyed high popularity on campus. It was the first time someone had rebuffed her so haughtily. But she hadn't expected it to be easy from the start. She forced a smile. "All right, I won't disturb you. See you next time." Though he didn't want to see her again, Helmut responded lightly. "Okay, because causing trouble with a mage would be troublesome." Chapter 137 Part 2. "Hey Helmut, how's your exam prep going?" Around midnight, Helmut returned to the dormitory. Cyan waved at him. He was always hanging out with Asuka. Whether they were studying or going out for late-night snacks, Helmut thought he knew the answer. Cyan's cheeks had become chubbier since the exam started. "This year, the swordsmanship department's second-year practical seems interesting. I saw the magic department professors talking with the instructors. It's going to be a combat-type exam." Asuka snorted. "That's good. Those who can't do anything in real combat will see their grades plummet." After facing a first-class mercenary assassin, Asuka felt confident in his combat instincts. Even if Fascio had taken it easy, not many academy seniors could withstand a blow from him. Luck played a part, but for Asuka, luck was also a skill at such times. "I'm definitely a genius." Suddenly, Asuka muttered. He stared at Helmut. "Just because this guy is more of a genius doesn't make me any less of one." Genius is not a unique word. The few who stand out from the many are called prodigies, and only a very few among those prodigies are termed geniuses. Asuka had the right to be called a genius. Losing in duels and being overshadowed by Helmut had stressed him out. The frustration of losing something he possessed was distinct, but that didn't mean he harbored ill feelings towards Helmut. Still, he was Asuka. Other students of their year couldn't come close to him. The experience of effectively handling real combat against strong opponents was rare. Yet in front of Helmut, even Asuka felt ordinary. Annoyed, he asked, "Are you confident in the written exams now?" Asuka seemed irritated by Helmut. "Somewhat. Do you know, if I score full marks on the written exam, I might surpass your grade." That was not entirely impossible. The practical exam scores between Helmut and Asuka were likely close. "Wait and see, I'll win this time." Helmut observed Asuka's competitive spirit. It was better to have such motivation than to resign oneself to being second best. But Asuka's ambition also sparked a sense of crisis in Helmut, who responded slightly aggressively. "Suit yourself. In the end, I'll be the winner." "Oh, look at you getting arrogant. Are you becoming like Aaliyah?" Mentioning Aaliyah seemed to be taken as an insult by anyone. Cyan interjected. "Want to make a bet? The loser has to write their name with their butt in the sports field." He quickly added, "You can keep your underwear on." He already anticipated Asuka's loss, and there was resentment. Remembering being forced to run around the field because of Asuka still irritated him. Asuka snorted. "That would lead to suspension, you know. I can't let my friend get suspended." Despite his confident talk, he wouldn't accept such a bet. Asuka was not as gambler at heart. "Coward, you're just scared you'll lose, aren't you?" "Just bluffing now," as Cyan teased. Asuka's eyes grew fierce. "Will you shut it? You think I'll fall for such provocation? Just big talk." "Oh." Asuka choked Cyan by the neck with his arm and Cyan flailed. A light spirit attached to Cyan's shoulder warned Asuka not to mess with his mage, pretending to pull Asuka's hair. Even during exam period, their energy and compatibility were evident. "I'll leave now." Helmut quietly withdrew. While Asuka was occupied, he planned to focus on maintaining his top rank. Helmut returned to his room. Aaliyah wasn't there. Lately, Helmut had been falling asleep around midnight. After studying in the library and reviewing a bit more at home, he would wake up early for training and then attend classes. That had become his routine. Aaliyah would come in later and sleep in late. After a shower, Helmut noticed a notebook placed on his desk. "What's this?" Upon opening it, he found predicted essay questions for the Understanding of Magic exam listed on the first page. There were 5. Flipping through, he saw Helmut's answers scribbled in a rushed handwriting, but at a glance they were impressively well crafted. The logic, vocabulary level, extensive knowledge, and his perspectives were perfectly integrated. Had Aaliyah remembered what he mentioned in passing about the exam scope, the tutoring had officially ended, so this was some sort of after-service, it seemed. How thoughtful. Since Helmut had survived an assassin attack, Aaliyah had been treating him well. Was it out of pity? Helmut was puzzled. Ever since that day, he hadn't taken off the bracelet Aaliyah gave him, following Aaliyah's earnest advice. "I'm not dying yet. It wasn't that dangerous." Yet the feeling of someone caring for him wasn't bad. Surely, Aaliyah wouldn't expect anything in return for such a gesture. Is it normal to pay this much attention to a roommate? It didn't seem so, but even if it was a bit much, it didn't matter. Helmut knew Aaliyah had a unique personality. This will definitely help a lot. As Helmut transferred Aaliyah's predicted questions to paper and worked on them, he became sleepy. He left the completed answers on his desk and went to bed. Since Aaliyah came back late, it seemed unlikely they would meet that night. If we do meet, I should thank him. Helmut closed his eyes. Even if Aaliyah came and went, he wouldn't wake up. Living with Aaliyah had dulled his sharp sense of alertness. However, his sleep was short. Helmut slept no more than 4 to 5 hours a day, rarely exceeding 7, especially during exam periods. But in that brief time, Helmut was completely engulfed in deep sleep. In the early morning, after waking up, he washed his face and headed to his desk. He wanted to check the answers he had written before training. Yet, what Helmut found on his desk was an answer sheet marked up extensively in red. Aaliyah saw it. Helmut awkwardly reviewed the corrected sheet. It seems his answers were still inadequate for Aaliyah. The corrections, seemingly done in frustration, had a lecturing tone. It's like having a dialogue. Aaliyah was asleep. It was dawn, so it was natural for her to be asleep if she had come in late. Helmut revised his answers based on Aaliyah's corrections before heading out for training. The dislike of staring at text first thing in the morning showed he truly belonged to the swordsmanship department. Chapter 138 Part 1. As Helmut neared the training ground, he happened upon her. It was a true coincidence. Remembering Aaliyah's cautionary warning, Helmut flinched. "Hello," Charlotte greeted him with a puzzled look. Being at the training ground from dawn showed her dedication. Not only did she possess remarkable talent, but she also did not neglect to put in the effort. They shared not only physical resemblances but also many similarities in character. "Did you come for training?" Yes, I'll be on my way now." Charlotte bowed her head slightly and then hurried off as if being chased. Helmut furrowed his brows. She acted as if she had committed a crime. "Why?" "At the Greta Academy there are rules that must neither be asked nor spoken." Helmut recalled Charlotte's reaction when he asked if she knew Margaret Irene. I don't know. Senior, asking that is against the Academy rules." She looked around in panic. Charlotte wasn't good at lying, that's why Helmut was certain. She had a very close relationship with the woman named in that question. A flood of questions clogged his throat. Is she alive? Where is she? How is she living? Is she healthy? Does she remember him? However, this torrent was blocked by reason. The presence of a dark seed held his tongue. Right, the only response from Helmut was a short one. "Forget I asked, it's nothing." He found the answer quicker than expected. Charlotte was the answer. Helmut reviewed what he knew about Charlotte, likely a child of a powerful noble family. Definitely a noble. If she maintains her noble status, so would her parents. Then they must still be alive. He had thought finding them would be as difficult and taxing as leaving the forest of roots, almost unconsciously putting it off for the future. But faced with a clue that fell so easily into his lap, Helmut didn't know what to do. Blood relatives. They had lived their lives separately. His only memories were from infancy. Even the voice that called his name was now vague. Would his mother, presumed dead, welcome her returned child, or not? If a child with a dark seed returned, she might not be pleased. The temple knew Margaret Irene had borne a child with a seed of darkness. Suddenly having a son would raise suspicions. His family was likely not just his mother. Helmut only remembered her, but it was improbable she had him by herself. Father, siblings, and relatives. Being nobility, there would surely be a few blood-related members. I can't put them in danger. Even a fellow student from the swordsmanship department merely passed by, couldn't be left to die because of him. He didn't want his arrival to bring them misfortune. Helmut suddenly realized. The reason he couldn't ignore Dino, Andro, and James was because of the situations they were in. It was similar to when baby Helmut was thrown into the forest of roots. Innocent, yet facing death, deep down Helmut found this unjust. Especially since they were in danger because of him, he couldn't just look away. The cause of Helmut being thrown into the forest was the seed of darkness and the temple. Helmut knew that going back wouldn't change anything, but the future could be different. Here he could think, judge, and fight. Having a dark seed wasn't an insurmountable reality. Helmut had survived the forest of roots, emerged from it, and now stood on the soil of the human world. As the Archmage Antial had said, someday he would even control this power. But that was the future. The current him wasn't strong enough to be safe. There's never a perfectly safe moment. But was now the time to risk revealing his identity? Helmut pondered, but soon found his answer. Not yet. He wasn't ready to confront the temple yet. He wouldn't miss the right opportunity, but it was too soon for him to seek it out. And currently he was facing final exams. Chapter 138 Part 2. Attention everyone, you've heard rumors about the final practical exam, haven't you? One day before the finals, as class was ending, Instructor Allen, hands on hips, explained the practical exam. Upon hearing the details, the fencing department students buzzed with excitement. Illusion magic, that sounds amazing, it'll be fun. Does it focus on adaptability and real combat experience? The opponent is a magical beast. The faint-hearted might faint just looking at them. Amidst the chaos, Helmut quietly reviewed Alan's words. There's a large dome-shaped building within the academy. The exam takes place inside it. A building filled with the essence of various magics, sturdy and intricate. Upon entering for the exam, magical beasts are conjured through magic. Though illusions, they possess nearly identical forms and speeds to reality. Striking or stabbing vital spots renders the beasts defeated and they disappear. Though the conjured beasts seem lifelike, they can't actually harm the students. However, if a student is injured in a critical area by a beast, the exam ends immediately. The exam consists of 10 stages. Initially, easier beasts appear, but progressively harder ones follow. The method of combat and the highest stage reached determine the score. For second-year students, reaching the fourth stage is challenging. Being a test of real combat skills, students enter with real swords. There's a note: using magic is allowed, but don't recklessly swing your sword at walls or damage property. Unless you want to be cursed by the magic department professors, got it? Yes, Asuka approached Helmut after the explanation. Cyan was right, it does sound fun, doesn't it? Yeah, confident, it's fighting against magical beasts. Seems like it could be horrifying, my heart's racing. Asuka grimaced and made a fuss. Helmut recalled a monkey beast he saw on an escort mission which devoured humans whole. If that's horrifying, what level would it be? Second-year students might need a dozen to take it down. A few might die, or not, perhaps all would. Adding individual strengths together might surpass it, but this isn't arithmetic, it's a completely different problem. The key is not allowing the beast to attack. If it were a Laga, maybe level 10, but with their magic levels they wouldn't even conjure it. Helmut thought of the leopard that ruled the central region of the Forest of Roots, as big as a house. Despite its goofy nature, Alaga was tough. Even when Helmut gritted his teeth and attacked, it didn't stop it from swatting Helmut to the ground with its tail. Now he's stronger. How much has the gap narrowed? Helmut decided not to dwell on it, it only soured his mood. I've injured Naho, so I've become stronger. Originally, Alaga was slightly superior to Naho, especially with one of Naho's heads missing. Helmut didn't doubt its victory. Just as Alaga believed Helmut had escaped the Forest of Roots. Anyway, reaching a higher stage here means I can widen the gap with Asuka. The exam style was welcome. Helmut hoped for the most challenging and formidable beasts. Asuka likely hadn't fought beasts before, it seemed so, and Helmut's guess was right. Damn, but what if a brutally ugly or horrifying beast appears? Could be shocking. You fought well enough against humans. Helmut suddenly thought of Fasho's face. That was more horrifying to him. Are humans and beasts the same? Humans look somewhat smaller and manageable. Beasts have teeth like this and roar fiercely. Asuka bared his teeth and roared, causing some students nearby to nearly burst into laughter before quickly covering their mouths. Cute or funny wasn't Asuka's style. The reputation of the mad dog hadn't died yet. No need to be afraid, it's not like you'll actually die. Sometimes humans are stronger than beasts. Humans are cunning and fight in ways beasts don't. You fought beasts before, haven't you? You seem calm. Yeah, quite a lot in fact, even those beyond the exam's level 10 standard. Asuka's eyes sparkled with interest. Man, what have you been doing to have done all these things others haven't? The opposite, I've lived without doing things others have. What's that supposed to mean? Let's go eat lunch. Helmut gestured and moved first. It was time to cut off or Asuka would keep prying. Asuka grumbled and followed, acting all high and mighty like you're hiding some dark past. Are you some kind of public enemy designated by the temple? Asuka had a sharp edge. Around midnight, Helmut unexpectedly encountered Aaliyah, who had returned early that day. When he thanked her for the notes, she abruptly turned her head away. Now that you've gotten good grades, you should maintain them. You were also admitted by instructor recommendation. Yeah, Helmut didn't ask if she was ready for the exam. It would be a silly question for the top student of the magic department. Aaliyah was surely doing well. Conversely, Aaliyah asked, "How's your exam preparation going?" When Helmut mentioned the fencing department's practical exam, Aaliyah tilted her head. An illusion magic exam, we have that too. Mages too, practical experience is important for mages too, so we have it. Ours is probably harder. Magical beasts have better reflexes than humans and magic takes time to cast. That's why usually swordsmen and mages pair up, several swordsmen to one magen. Thus, the fencing department jokingly refers to this arrangement as princesses and knights. Isn't passing level 10 necessary for full marks? Although the exact standards were unclear, the facility was used for exams up to senior students. Even for Aaliyah, who didn't seem to have much practical experience, it was curious if his record of perfect scores in all subjects would break. In terms of the magic department, the highest level reached in a comparative evaluation is considered full marks. And there won't be anyone who can reach a higher level than me. Aaliyah snorted confidently. But Cyan has spirits. If he cleverly reaches a high level in the exam, that's enough. At those words, Aaliyah's expression slightly changed. You have a point. Even if Cyan uses clever tactics, Aaliyah didn't seem likely to end up at a lower level than him. However, Aaliyah didn't let her guard down. That was how she maintained her top position and perfect scores. That makes perfect sense. Muttering, Aaliyah's eyes turned cold. For some reason, Helmut felt a chill from her expression and wondered if he had said something unnecessary. Do you know why Aaliyah suddenly started ignoring me? The next day at the dorm, Cyan asked Helmut with a serious expression. Maybe he's just tense because of the upcoming exam. It's a challenging format for mages. A small mistake or a flaw in magic could immediately end the exam. Aaliyah rarely made mistakes, but there were quite a few competitors. Cyan's spirits think and act independently, unlike magic that simply follows the caster's calculations. They can attack on their own, making it easier to handle unexpected situations. That might give him an advantage in this exam more than expected. Chapter 139 Part 1. Although overshadowed by Aaliyah, Cyan turned out to be a more talented elemental mage than expected. Cyan had only revealed 2 of his spirits. He claimed to be adept in handling spirits of all elements: earth, fire, wind, water, and mind. The last, the mind, belongs to the mental realm of spirits. There's a memory of him grumbling that it was the most difficult spirit to handle. Aaliyah, impossible, you still don't know him. Cyan clicked his tongue and flicked his fingers. Helmut found this gesture somewhat irritating. After all, Aaliyah was his roommate, whom he thought he knew better and was closer to, especially since Aaliyah didn't even consider Cyan a friend, but there was no need for such vehement denial. Helmut spoke coldly. It's not a type of exam that favors Aaliyah. Well, that's true. Cyan's eyes widened as if he had realized something. Could it be this is an acknowledgement of me as a rival? Aaliyah acknowledging me, Cyan. He seemed moved, placing his hand over his chest. How long had he been ignored? With final exams approaching, Cyan felt checked by the top student of the magic department who had always looked down on him. It was a significant change of pace. My heart is pounding. Are you confident in fighting against magical beasts? Helmut felt ambivalent. The performance of others didn't concern him, but the thought of Cyan outperforming Aaliyah was somehow displeasing. The thought of Aaliyah wandering around in a bad mood made it worse, yet Cyan didn't seem the type to gloat over good grades. I don't think so, but I can't guarantee it. After all, there's bad blood with Aaliyah. Despite being a mere bet, Aaliyah had once cruelly made Cyan run 100 laps around the field in a day. It wouldn't be strange if that came back to bite. No, confident. I've led a sheltered life, never even fought a bear. Cyan appeared gentle and soft. With his soft flesh and seemingly muscle-less stomach, he looked weak. But I don't fight alone. I have my spirits. Cyan stroked the head of a light spirit sitting on his shoulder, looking at Helmut. It was just a gesture, as the spirit was going to pass through anyway. Are you confident? The light spirit confidently raised its fist. Ironically, this spirit, capable of blinding opponents, was the least useful, kept around mostly to boost spirit affinity. See? Confident. Okay, there's no need to worry about Aaliyah. It doesn't seem like this fellow would fight well. It's only because of his intelligence that he does well academically. Make sure not to lose to Asuka. Good, it's a rebellion of the second ranks. It's not a rule that I always have to lose to Aaliyah. Cyan became noticeably noisier compared to when they first met, perhaps influenced by Asuka or becoming more like him. Helmut didn't bother to dampen his spirits. The exam venue wasn't singular. Though the facilities were identical, they were divided into 3 rooms. Otherwise, how could they accommodate so many students at once? The exam contents were kept secret. The entrance and exit were separate. To re-enter the waiting area, candidates had to pass a vigilant instructor. Thus, it was impossible to give hints about the magical beasts faced or exam strategies. Interestingly, Helmut was scheduled right after Asuka. Helmut waited to see when Asuka would emerge. If it takes 5 minutes per creature, 50 minutes for 10 stages. Helmut didn't underestimate Asuka's abilities, nor did he overestimate them. But Asuka had an explosive style. Unlike fighting assassins, the outcome of such exams would be quick, whether passing or failing. Though mathematically calculated, there could be unforeseen variables. Helmut had finished duels in less than a minute before. After fighting an assassin in the Petica forest, he had only sparred a few times, using wooden swords. It had been a while since he fought seriously with a real sword. Not fighting Talon was the right decision, though regrettable. Talon was one of the few strong enough to fight without restraint. Even if it was an exam, fighting with real swords meant Vis could be freely used. Weapons other than swords were generally not allowed unless they were a mage's primary weapon. Helmut gripped his sword handle tighter. Focused solely on training, his body yearned for a real duel. There simply weren't worthy opponents. Magical beasts, familiar yet he had faced many before. They emitted magical energy that negatively affected Helmut's seat of darkness, but this was different. These beasts were mere illusions. Considering the test involved skipping stages with intervals, Helmut planned to finish within 15 minutes. Nearby, second-year students from the swordsmanship department were chatting. They seemed to be relieving tension through conversation. This exam should favor you, right? I heard your region has many magical beasts. What's it like fighting them? It's like battling a huge, threatening animal. Maybe it's because they carry magical energy, but it feels unnervingly tense. What does that feel like specifically? When it glares with glowing eyes, there's this eerie pressure on the skin. As he finished, a scream erupted. AAAH Chapter 139 Part 2 AAAH. Asuka came running out, pale-faced and wielding a sword as if he had seen something horrific. What happened? Asuka. What's up with him? Confusion spread as Asuka, who should have exited elsewhere, emerged from the entrance. Everyone looked at each other, puzzled as Asuka screamed again. AAAAK. Asuka clutched his hair, trembling. It was a sight of apparent distress. Did he go mad from the aftereffects of illusion magic? He's lost it. Though called mad, Asuka was sane, just acting disturbed. The students hesitated to approach, merely watching. Helmut observed Asuka as if studying him. He took his sword with him. The sword was at his waist, explaining everything. If he were truly out of his mind, he wouldn't have thought to bring his sword. Asuka, what are you doing here? Forgot. The entrance is that way. Instructor Patricia approached him, arms crossed. Asuka's focus returned and he shouted, agitated, Professor, what kind of exam is this? I made it to stage 8. Snap. Patricia hit Asuka on the head, a familiar scene. She frowned. Didn't you hear the announcement? No talking about the exam, did we or did we not say that? Didn't you see this is the waiting room? Gently chiding, Asuka finally looked around, embarrassed by the strange looks from his peers. He snapped fiercely. What are you looking at, you lot? Show's over. Snap. Patricia hit him again, this time pinching his cheek. Asuka yelped in a different tone. Ouch, ouch, stop talking nonsense and follow me. Don't make a fuss. Recalling the 8th stage beast, Patricia clicked her tongue. She led Asuka away, reassuring the students. It's nothing to worry about. The exam has been thoroughly tested by the instructors and is not dangerous. Don't get scared for nothing. After she and Asuka left, murmurs spread. What's with him? What kind of beast made him react like that? If he's that shaken, it must have been horrifying. The students who saw Asuka's state felt fortunate. His behavior cast unnecessary tension, disadvantageous for the exam. Yet in this atmosphere, Helmut was an exception. He was curious. What could it be? It couldn't be a Naho level. Naho, a sinister two-headed snake, was among the most horrific creatures Helmut had encountered. Merely seeing it could turn someone to stone. However, replicating something like Naho at the Academy's magic department level was impossible, even for a grand mage. Are they testing bravery and mental strength with a monstrous appearance? It made sense as a criterion. Mental strength is crucial in real combat. Helmut. After Asuka was taken care of, it was Helmut's turn. He stood up, ready to face whatever awaited. Just to be clear, don't slice the walls with your vis-imbued sword. Patricia, having dealt with Asuka, seriously warned Helmut as he was about to enter the exam venue. Yes, the place is protected by defensive magic. It should withstand normal attacks, but you can shape vis with your sword. Being able to make a rank 1 mercenary-level assassin run away meant just that. Patricia also knew of Helmut's abilities from Ethan. There was a risk he might destroy this expensive exam venue. Breaking the defensive magic and damaging the walls would make this room unusable for exams, disrupting the schedule. Be especially careful. Despite Asuka's reaction, Patricia was remarkably calm, as if Helmut wouldn't face difficulties. Objectively, even a rank 1 mercenary's abilities varied greatly, but achieving that status wasn't easy. All instructors passed the test up to stage 10. Though not easy, their extensive experience helped. Conversely, Helmut, though inexperienced, possessed skills beyond the instructors, making the exam unlikely to challenge him. Patricia smiled lightly. I didn't mention it to avoid distracting you with greed, but reaching stage 10 earns a prize. It's a perk from the magic department managing this exam. The reward would surely be better than the meal tickets he got for placing 5th in the hunting picnic. Mages were wealthy, so it would be more generous. Suddenly motivated, Helmut enjoyed accruing gains, having known poverty. He appreciated the joy of accumulating wealth. Given it's you, the challenge might be mental. Since Asuka delayed, I hope you finish quickly. Good luck. With those final words, Patricia was silent. Helmut bowed silently and entered the exam venue. The door closed behind him. I was told to stand in the center. The room was spacious, slightly smaller than the swordsmanship department's training field, likely expanded through spatial magic. The strength of magical beasts usually correlates with their size. Considering the exam spanned 10 stages, expanding the space was essential. As Helmut gripped his sword and stood in the center, the surrounding air vibrated, humming. A noise disturbs the eardrums, and the magic surrounds the body. As if a crack would appear on the floor, the shape of a magic circle was drawn over the entire spacious space. The exam venue recognized the test subject, Helmut, Chapter 140, Part 1. This test is a form of powerful magic. If one attempts to pull out their vis to repel the magic, the test itself cannot proceed. Helmut accepted the magic cast upon him. The power of the magic invaded him, temporarily altering the sensations throughout his body. Now it begins. Though it's called illusion magic, it's different from merely showing hallucinations. In this special space created by pouring in the essence of various magics, it's possible to produce vivid illusions that seem truly alive. If you strike the illusion, you can even feel the touch. It has even replicated the strength and texture of the skin. On the other hand, since the other side is an illusion and the test taker is real, they don't actually get injured when attacked. They may feel pain mentally, though. However, the test also calculates how much the illusion affects the test taker and reflects this in their score. The test ends if the test taker is hit in a vital spot. Minor hits on arms or legs are acceptable. But one must not expose their critical vital points. The test recognizes the physical condition of the test taker to determine this. The faster one advances through the stages, the higher the score, but there's also a time limit for each stage. A maximum of 15 minutes per stage. To pass a stage, one must defeat the magical beast that appears. If you just stand off and endure, the test will end. If the test ends at the same stage, the score is determined by whether you endured or not. Those who endure score higher than those who do not. It's not just about being proactive. If it's an unbeatable opponent, choosing to endure might be the right decision. Conversely, acting too conservatively in a stage you could have overcome and not advancing to the next stage is a loss. Most of the second-year martial arts students taking the test will likely fall at stages 3 or 4, so there will be a significant difference in scores between stages. Any magical beast is fine. Hunting magical beasts is his specialty. Helmut's heart, having lived in the forest of roots, is not so frail. He would not blink an eye, no matter how horrific they appear or how loudly they scream. Dispatching them is a matter of moments. The surroundings were dim, as if just before dusk, neither day nor night. In an empty room with nowhere to hide, Helmut waited. Soon, a figure revealed itself before him. Easy, the first to appear, was something like the rabbit beast Helmut first hunted. It was nostalgic, not a rabbit but a giant rat. As soon as it showed itself, Helmut's sword cut through the air. The first stage ended in less than 10 seconds, and Helmut waited unenthusiastically for the second stage to begin. The second stage test became more beast-like. It was a fox, quick and agile with sharp claws and teeth. But Helmut's sword was faster. His blade separated the fox's head from its body. It took less than 5 minutes to pass through stages 1 and 2. Helmut leisurely predicted the next sequence. From a rat to a fox, what's next? A wolf, a leopard. Thinking of a leopard made him frown. He hoped it would be a different beast. Helmut, when he kills, only consciously reaps the shadow of darkness without feeling guilt. He had no hesitation in hunting animals or magical beasts, but felt uncomfortable about feline beasts. It seemed like harming his own kind, whether it was a cat, a leopard, or a tiger. But soon a magical beast of an unexpected form appeared. A frog. Helmut was puzzled. The third stage was a frog, a giant one at that. From animal to reptile, the pattern was unclear. Generally, frogs are considered less threatening than rats, but such common sense didn't apply to monsters. The frog's tongue, acting like a whip, was long and flexible, striking swiftly at its opponent. If hit by the frog's attack, the force was set to send one flying to the wall. The slimy tongue, spewing saliva as it flew, was repulsive at first glance. Even if it didn't actually splash, touching the sleek, slime-covered body was undesirable. This is a proper illusion. It was astonishing to visually feel the stench. They've managed to create it disgustingly well. Helmut had a strong stomach, but he decided to quickly move past this stage. Dodging the incoming tongue, he leaped into the air. The tongue curled flexibly into a circle, the sticky pink tongue constricting like a snake. Helmut skillfully dodged through it. The tongue was fast, but the body was slow in movement. With a single strike filled with vis, he split the frog's head. Squelch! With a realistic noise, the frog spewed brain matter as it collapsed. The sight of the white brain matter oozing out would have made most vomit. Indeed, the imagination of magicians is extraordinary. Even to him, who grew up seeing monsters in the forest of roots, it felt unusual. If the third stage is like this, what about the next stages? Helmut caught his breath, feeling a bit of tension. It took 10 minutes to get through the third stage. A good pace, but he was slowing down slightly. Fourth stage, an unremarkable creature appeared, a snake with flashing yellow eyes. Its body, glossy black, just like a fish, aggravated the disgust that the snake brings. It's small and slender. It looked unimpressive, not even a two-headed serpent, but regardless of Helmut's sour assessment, it was large enough to swallow an adult man whole. Compared to Naho, it seemed merely cute. As soon as it appeared, it attacked Helmut. Its combat style was reminiscent of Naho's. It quickly encircles its prey, narrowing the distance, crushing bones with its coil, or attempting to swallow with its mouth. Another method of attack was headbutting, a well-replicated monster. Its fangs likely harbored poison. Of course, being an illusion, it wasn't real, but a bite would be considered fatal, ending the test. I'm immune to poison. It would be unfair if the trial ended with a bite. However, it seemed unlikely that such factors would be taken into account. Grrrrr. The snake's scales scraped the floor as it swiftly coiled around, tightening its grip with Helmut at the center. Ashen mist rose from Helmut's sword. Let's test its strength. Chapter 140 Part 2. Helmut struck down on the snake's body. Clang, however, the tough body deflected the sword and its frictionless scales made the blade slip. His balance shifted downwards. A shadow loomed over Helmut's head. But as the snake's head hammered down, Helmut's figure vanished. It really does resemble Naho, even now the posture. He leaped diagonally. Normally, one leap would suffice, but Helmut kicked off the snake's body, leaping multiple times to escape its coil. Should this be called a baby Naho? Helmut remembered how he struck Naho. Illusions don't get careless. But this creature was significantly weaker than Naho. No need to wait for an opportunity. Attack the eyes directly. Crack. Black blood splattered. Aiming for the eyeball, the sword pierced deeply into the creature's head. It couldn't resist. Key. The snake hissed, collapsing as if fading away. Helmut carefully moved away from the potential hazard of the body, which could lead to disqualification from the text. So far, there's nothing difficult. The fifth stage was a wolf. Its teeth and claws were robust, and its speed was exceptionally fast, a challenging opponent at a second-year level. As he dispatched the wolf, Helmut felt a premonition that a leopard might be next. I'm sorry, Alaga. Alaga seemed somewhat lenient towards feline monsters. She usually refrained from killing them, unlike Helmut, who had no qualms about even killing fellow humans. A strange softness there. Now on to the sixth stage. Helmut focused ahead. He was halfway there. With a bit more concentration, he aimed to break through to the 10th stage. Helmut murmured, "What's this? Insects." Helmut had never encountered insect monsters before. A flying insect monster. A giant mosquito was as large as the frog he previously encountered. Its buzzing and thick, jagged proboscis were chilling. I see why it requires mental fortitude. Merely looking at it felt like it was gnawing at one's mental strength, a surge of revulsion, an insect monster, and it had to be a mosquito. The buzzing was painfully loud, vibrating through the entire space. Being pierced by its proboscis would mean being drained of all blood and flesh in an instant. The terrifying prospect was vivid. Let's quickly dispose of it. Being a flying creature didn't matter. In a confined space, even if it flew to the ceiling, it couldn't escape his sword. Helmut sliced through the mosquito's proboscis, cutting the creature into pieces. Watching the insect fragments twitch on the ground like chopped fish brought a revolting feeling, an unenjoyable battle. The aftermath of the stage left too vivid a visual impact with the remaining bodies. It's a matter of taste. Helmut wondered if there was a pervert among the magic department professors. Surely not another insect. At this point, it wasn't about testing mental strength but tormenting the test subjects. Truly large insect-type monsters are rare. Compared to animals, insects are simpler creatures, making it difficult for them to develop magical properties. Having magical energy doesn't necessarily awaken magical properties. If they can't develop magical properties, it's hard for them to grow so large. Thus, Helmut considered the test somewhat unrealistic, a thought characteristic of someone raised in a forest teeming with monsters. Actual monsters are a bit different. Monsters are truly savage predators. Their bodies are developed to maximize their strength, making peculiar creatures rarer than one might think. Yet the unreality made it somewhat fun. A test ground where the creativity of the magic department professors was fully utilized. He wondered if they enjoyed tormenting students like this. What's next? Helmut was half anxious, half expectant. The seventh stage was a giant praying mantis. Its forelimbs, spiked like a saw blade, swung like scythes. Its exoskeleton was tough, and even a sword wrapped in vis struggled to break it. Although an illusion, the magic made his brain perceive it as such. The weakness is the belly. While the back was covered with a tough green shell, the abdomen seemed soft. The issue was those gigantic forelimbs. After several exchanges, Helmut managed to dodge the two massive forelimbs and thrust his sword into the abdomen. Green fluid soaked the ground. This creature was mentally easier to handle. My appetite is waning, Helmut muttered. But the challenge of the 8th stage surpassed that of the 7th stage. This must be the creature Asuka fled from. The 8th stage was a giant centipede, its legs densely packed along its body. With a rustling sound, it slid toward him at lightning speed. Its legs, bristling with sharp, spike-like hairs, rippled in unison like waves. A truly terrifying sight. It wasn't fear that was felt from being scared. It was a chill that ran down the spine. The pressure was as overwhelming as being crushed by a boulder, a suffocating sense of revulsion. Sometimes revulsion can transcend fear. Asuka couldn't stand that sensation and had fled. But Helmut had shattered boulders before. He calmly aimed his sword. If this is the 8th stage, what on earth are the ninth and 10th stages? The thought of developing a phobia of bugs was nearly convincing. Chapter 141 Part 1. Helmut walked out of the exam hall, exhaling a sigh with a pale face as soon as he emerged. The intensity of stress was like having confronted a fascia-level adversary in succession. It was his first time experiencing such an exhausting battle. He had been under constant tension, as if a single mistake could lead to death. His entire body felt languid. Someone called out to Helmut as he walked out of the academy. Breaking through the 10th level, that's impressive. The color of this crystal changes with each level, and it kept changing after you entered, so I had my hopes up. It was Professor Dwayne from the magic department. He pointed to a crystal hanging at the end of a pillar next to the exit. After having gone on a hunting picnic together last time, he remembered Helmut. It would have been stranger not to remember a mere second-year swordsman department student sending off a rank 1 mercenary assassin. Though you're not the first student to break through the 10th level since this magical exam was established, you are the first as a second year. I see, but Helmut, far from feeling proud, wore a calm expression. He added another comment, it's a rather malicious test. Professor Dwayne chuckled awkwardly as if taken aback by the criticism. Real battles often demand mental strength. Even if it seems a bit excessive, we judged it to be good for cultivating our students' mental resilience. More like inflicting damage on their mental strength, Helmut thought. Unless someone was particularly resilient, they'd likely skip their meal today. Helmut stared intently, prompting the professor to lean in and whisper seriously. That's just a pretext. In reality, it's the dean's preference. There's no use in arguing. Ah, I see. It made sense then. The magic department was favored over the swordsman department at Greta Academy because the dean was a renowned magician. His authority was absolute. Aaliyah mentioned his guardian was the dean. That fact was hardly known. Unlike Helmut, who had been admitted through instructor recommendation, Aaliyah had taken the entrance exam and thus, her being under the dean's guardianship didn't grant her any special privileges. What's the prize? Just as Helmut was about to leave, he abruptly asked. I heard there's a prize for breaking through the 10th level. You can have any type of artifact you want made for you. If it's in the Academy's storage, we can provide stock or modify something for you. The prize was more generous than expected. Helmut was intrigued. Anything? I didn't say anything. There's a line to be drawn. Even if you ask for too much, we'll cut it down, so don't worry. You can take your time to think, but you should apply before the vacation starts, either to me or to a swordsman department instructor. Professor Dwayne whispered again, lowering his voice. The dean will make it so it'll be a useful item. Helmut began to ponder. Then Aaliyah came to mind. How about an artifact with the ability to change appearances? Disguise? Yes. Something that changes your hair, eyes, or face. I don't know how much of a disguise it would be, but it's a good idea. I hope it's an effective item. As you know, I've made quite a few enemies. Knowing that Helmut was targeted by the Black Hawk, Professor Dwayne nodded. All right, don't worry, I'll speak well of you to the dean. Thank you, Helmut bowed and stepped away from the spot. Asuka was sitting on a bench, supporting his chin with his hands. His complexion was pale, but he seemed to have calmed down by now. As soon as he saw Helmut, he bluntly asked, Helmut, how far did you get? All the way. Asuka's eyes widened in disbelief. You made it to the 10th level. Man, you've got a strong stomach. It felt like the test was more about mental strength than actual skill. Helmut nodded, agreeing with Asuka's assessment that he could have made it through the 10th level based on skill. I think I understand why you ran out. Screw the finals, you take first place, damn it gives me the creeps. Asuka let out a deep sigh. The two shared a moment of deep empathy, a rare occurrence. After a while, he asked. I saw up to the 8th level. What the heck was the 9th level? A swarm of insects. Huh? Remembering it made Helmut's brow furrow. It was a memory he didn't want to recall. Insects poured out in droves. Should I call it a combined type of monster? Huge gray insects swarmed, crawling with numerous legs towards him like a tidal wave. Anyone who saw it would instinctively run towards the exit in a frenzy. The sight sent shivers down his spine. In that moment, Helmut instinctively emptied his mind completely, trying not to think of them as disgusting. It was a state of no mind. Asuka made a disgusted face. How do you deal with that? Do you have to kill each one individually within a time limit? No, there's a core bug. Once you find and kill that, it's over. The only one that was red stood out even amidst the chaos. It had wings and was fast. It was clear that killing it would end the test. Really? Fascinating, but what was the 10th level? Just then, someone walked out from the exit. The conversation abruptly stopped. There were several exam halls, but only one exit. It's Colin, Asuka's roommate. They didn't seem very close, but they greeted each other as Colin nodded back, looking somewhat dazed with an unhealthy complexion. Asuka muttered, "By the way, the magic department had exams today too. There are 3 halls, right? In the morning, the magic department uses 2 halls for their exams first, and in the afternoon, the swordsman department uses 2. I saw Cyan earlier. He must be scheduled for later. Aaliyah also said he has a test today." As Helmut mentioned her, Colin suddenly murmured, "Aaliyah's right after me, so he should be in the next room taking his test." At that moment, an enormous explosion sounded. Boom, the ground shook as if an earthquake had struck, the aftershocks vibrating through the body. Asuka hurriedly covered his ears. What's that?" Chapter 141, Part 2, their bodies trembled from the impact. Helmut, shaping his vis, looked up. From where he had just come out, the ceiling of a demolished building was collapsing. Inside, a powerful magical force was felt as if reaching to the sky with the surge of magic. This magic, Helmut immediately dashed off, breaking into a run. Through the collapsed wall, a distinct silver light caught his eye, magic rising around it like mist, silver hair fluttering. There stood Aaliyah, having demolished one of the exam halls with destructive magic. The magic rose from her body like steam, not seeming excited or out of control. However, an indescribable chill emanated from Aaliyah, as if she would freeze anyone who approached. Someone had entered before Helmut. Professor Duane, who had been guarding the exit, raised his hand in alarm. "Aaliyah, if you destroy the building." As Aaliyah turned her head, Professor Duane's voice halted abruptly. Her purple eyes flashed coldly. "I've passed the 10th level, right?" Her gaze seemed to question the very nature of such a ridiculous test. Always cold and sarcastic, this side of Aaliyah was unexpected. She felt like a tense beast bristling with hostility. Professor Duane stuttered in response. "With the building collapsed, it's hard to tell the criteria." "That's for the crystal to decide, isn't it? Analyze it, I don't need the prize." Her attitude suggested it was obvious she had passed the 10th level. Aaliyah, how can we deal with the exam hall being destroyed like this?" "The fault lies with the exam hall. It would be wise to invest more in it, or tell the dean to stop testing students with such vile hobbies. It's his doing, isn't it?" "That's." Knowing who Aaliyah's guardian was, Professor Duane coughed awkwardly. Aaliyah internally vented her frustration at her guardian. Collecting insect specimens might be a rare but not a weird hobby. However, applying it to an academy exam was another matter. As she advanced through the levels, Aaliyah's patience reached its limit. At the final stage, she momentarily lost her cool. Before she knew it, this was the result. "I've become too emotional." Yet humans sometimes act on emotion. Aaliyah decided not to reflect on it. Instead, she calmly suggested leaving the repair costs to the dean. It was the guardian's job to clean up the mess. Emerging from the destroyed exam hall, Aaliyah finally noticed Helmut standing beyond the wall. Surprised, Aaliyah's expression softened slightly like a tense string loosening. She spoke up. Did you also take the exam?" "Yeah, what happened?" "A bit of a mistake, I didn't realize." Aaliyah nodded slightly. The moment she witnessed it, her desire to keep her composure vanished. She poured out as much magic as possible to annihilate it. Completely, that intention alone filled her. Magic is the power to manifest will. The effects were astonishing. The magic, unconsciously concerned with crossing certain limits, not only shattered the illusion but also the illusion-creating exam hall itself. Helmut immediately understood. "The 10th level? Right." A brief silence passed between them. Helmut remembered the 10th level monster he had defeated. A giant cockroach, moreover a composite type, small cockroaches gathering to form a gigantic one, the ultimate disgust embodied. Seeing it would make some scream and faint from the sheer horror and grotesqueness. As expected of the final stage, its movements were aggressively disgusting. It assembled and disassembled at will, attacking the test subject. Both small and large forms were horrendously terrible, each assuming a horrifying appearance. The sight of countless antennae and legs of cockroaches scurrying across the floor was, in a different sense, a spectacle. There were also flying types. With transparent wings vibrating, they rushed forward. Helmut's sharp eyesight captured this scene more vividly than anyone else. Aaliyah, perhaps recalling the same, darkened in complexion, she asked, "What did you choose for your prize?" "Oh, the same as you." About to answer carelessly, Helmut stopped himself just in time. It was a good pause. Aaliyah didn't know Helmut was aware of the magic she maintained. She pressed on. "The same as me. I wondered if there's an artifact capable of performing cleaning magic. The vacation is coming up." Helmut smoothly answered, impressing himself with his quick thinking. An artifact allowing the use of cleaning magic would be very useful for traveling. Most students leave Baden for the vacation. Helmut would do the same, and likely so would Aaliyah. Aaliyah suddenly realized something. After returning, her dorm room would change. As the dean said, she would be using a single room. Aaliyah's expression hardened momentarily. "I see." To her surprise, Aaliyah found she didn't want that. Had she grown that accustomed to this guy? The only friend she had made since entering the academy, Aaliyah couldn't deny the word friend, but she quickly shook off the thought. No need to think about it now. The final exams hadn't even finished. With the results announcement and the vacation still about 10 days away, the immediate concern was the exams ahead. Chapter 142, Part 1, Helmut and Aaliyah left the exam hall side by side. Outside, Asuka was sitting in the same spot as before, and Cyan was there too, having arrived at some unknown time. There were also students gathered around, curious about what had happened, but they were few. It was the examination period. The competition within the academy was fierce. There was no time to be spectating when exams were ongoing. "What's this? Did you blow up the building?" Asuka squinted his eyes at Aaliyah, who simply brushed past him without a response. "Hey, are you ignoring me? Look at that!" Asuka grimaced and stood up abruptly. If Aaliyah had been a student from the swordsmanship department, Asuka would have grabbed and beaten her right away. However, Aaliyah was someone Asuka dared not offend, the top of the second-year students in the magic department. Cyan quickly grabbed Asuka. It was his role to clean up the mess in situations like this. Asuka let it go. "It's not the first or second day, even I've been getting ignored most days lately too." Asuka lost his temper again today. "Is that supposed to be normal for you? Idiot, only because I'm your friend you're not calling me a moron, right? Cut it out with that friend talk. It makes me want to strangle you, it's so irritating. It's embarrassing. Why are there so many people around me who can't be honest?" Ignoring their bickering, Helmut approached Aaliyah, who had stopped. Aaliyah usually acted alone. She was waiting to say goodbye before leaving. "See you at the dorm later. Good luck with the rest of your exams." "You too," Aaliyah nodded towards Asuka. "That noisy guy, make sure to step on him again." "Sure." It seemed impossible for any warmth to grow between these two. Aaliyah turned and left first. Helmut watched her departing figure for a moment, then returned to his two friends. By then they had shifted the conversation. Specifically, Asuka was pressing Cyan about his test. Cyan shrugged. "I made it through to level 7. "Made it through? Yeah, after level 7 test from level 8 onwards, it seemed like I shouldn't take the test." Asuka had a skeptical expression. "Did you cheat using a spirit?" "No. Who even knows who would make it to level 8 to cheat? Maybe Helmut. I made it to level 8 too. What appeared in level 8? Don't ask, I don't want to remember." Helmut answered instead. "A giant centipede," Cyan grimaced. He then nodded. "I've heard about the dean's hobbies, whom he likes some bizarre stuff. I heard that last year's exam had some extremely disgusting monsters like worms or sea cucumbers. Seems like there were some changes this year. Isn't the dean a pervert? Would be better if he just died." "Hey, don't say things that could get you in big trouble. You really talk recklessly. You could get taken away for that." Cyan looked around warily and covered Asuka's mouth. The dean was a powerful mage who occasionally checked on the academy. It wouldn't be strange for him to appear anytime, anywhere. "But you did well not to bet. If Helmut had passed stage 10, it would have been over, right? You do have a good sense." "Shut up. If it weren't for that weird test, I could have one." Yeah. It looks like they plan to hang around here." Helmut had finally figured them out. They were the type to slack off at any opportunity. He shouldn't get dragged along. "I'm heading to the library." Given the level of the practical exam, the score gap must have widened, so the written exams weren't a concern. However, he decided not to be complacent. After all, being first place comes with its responsibilities. After the exams ended on Saturday, Helmut visited the Kudrow mansion at Ethan's call. After all, hanging out in Baden's downtown wasn't permitted. Asuka and Cyan wanted to come along, but Ethan seemed to have something to say, so Helmut brushed them off. Ethan, the busiest as an instructor during this period, casually asked Helmut once he was seated, "So do you think you did well on the exams?" Ethan knew the practical exam results, but the scores for the written exams, including liberal arts subjects, hadn't been calculated yet. Helmut replied simply, "Of course." It was certain he would secure the top spot in the swordsmanship department for his grade by a large margin compared to the midterms. "Good, I'm glad to hear you're excelling. I've heard you're getting along well with your friends. Darien would have been happy if he were alive." He doesn't know. Darien wasn't that kind of person. Darien would have taken it for granted. If he had missed the top spot, he would have been considered the biggest fool in the world. But Ethan considered Darien a benefactor, not someone he knew well. "I guess so. Social skills have improved." "There's no need to shatter illusions about the dead," Helmut replied formally. "What I wanted to talk to you about." Ethan Kudrow furrowed his brows as he was about to get to the point. "The term ends with the announcement of the grades." Ethan thought Helmut might suddenly disappear, whether taking on mercenary jobs or pursuing some goal. And he might not return. To Ethan, Helmut was someone who could vanish at any moment. Free because he was strong, unbound by anything. Ethan didn't know Helmut came from the Forest of Roots and was searching for his parents. He only knew Helmut was an orphan and a disciple of Darien de Firth raised outside. He sensed there might be a story tied to his birth, but Helmut kept silent and Ethan didn't pry. Though only 15, Helmut was no less than an adult. He chose and led his own life by his will. Even as a guardian, Ethan Kudrow couldn't interfere, but today he had to ask. Chapter 142 Part 2, The holidays are coming up, what do you plan to do? Helmut had pondered this as well. During the holidays, Asuka, Cyan, and Aaliyah would all leave Baden. He was the only one without a reason to leave. When Cyan invited him to his house, Helmut said he might visit if he had the chance. Asuka, hiding something, made no such invitation. Aaliyah wasn't the type to extend invitations. Students at Greta Academy hid their identities. While unavoidable among close friends, they typically kept quiet about holiday plans for that reason. I'm thinking of taking on some mercenary work and traveling a bit. He had no specific plans, but the world was vast. Having lived confined in the Forest of Roots, there were countless places for him to explore. You're not planning to leave Greta Academy, are you? In terms of swordsmanship, there's no instructor here who can teach you. That'll remain true no matter your grade level. I've learned a lot at Greta Academy. I still think there's more for me to learn. Unfamiliar emotions, new relationships, novel knowledge, he had learned much. The way of the sword is a solitary, endless path that one must tread alone. There was no one at the academy capable of teaching him the sword, but that would be the same outside as well. Even if Darien were alive, he could no longer teach him. Helmut had reached a level where he was beyond being taught by others. His mastery of the sword was solely up to him. Training was possible at the academy. He had made progress recently, so it wasn't a waste of time. Among his peers, being part of a group was a life Helmut had never lived before. He realized anew his satisfaction with his place here. And there were faces that flitted through his mind, one in particular looming large. Helmut flinched. It was a bad omen. He forcibly brought another face to mind. Following Charlotte might make things easier. He kept that in mind too. Ethan shook his head. The Black Hawk targeting you could pose a danger if you go outside. Someone from Black Hawk had accepted a commission to attack a student of Greta Academy. That's all that was publicly known. Since then, Black Hawk had pulled back its operations near Baden to avoid tracking. Helmut felt compelled to say, Black Hawk won't target me anymore. I can't tell you why, but there's a reason. Are you sure? Yes. Being confined to Greta Academy and not being allowed to venture into Baden's downtown was suffocating for Helmut. It was clear overprotection. He wasn't a child anymore. Ethan did not press further. Let's leave it at that then, so there's nothing in particular you feel you must do. There were things he could do and things he shouldn't, but nothing he felt he absolutely had to do. Yes, then I have a proposal. Would you like to hear it? Helmut nodded. Ethan's mouth opened again. 99.3, that was Helmut's final exam score, announced a week later. It was also the score of the top student in the second year of the swordsmanship department at Greta Academy. It was confirmed. Asuka grumbled in front of the bulletin board where the scores were posted. I got 96.5. The difference from the practical exam had widened the gap even further. Helmut's score was near perfect. I should aim for a perfect score next semester. He felt a sense of pride. Having lived 14 years in the forest, he was achieving better results than those who had spent their lives in human society, even though he was deemed to carry the seed of darkness. What on earth have they all been doing? The moment he thought this dismissively, Helmut realized it sounded like something Aaliyah would think. Just then, Aaliyah's voice reached him. Well done, your score is decent. Aaliyah was shining as always today. Her silver hair was impeccable, and his vivid violet eyes brightened the surroundings. She seemed in a good mood, probably since she found out Cyan had been eliminated in the 8th stage. Not bad for your first semester. Helmut thought it wasn't something Aaliyah, who had entered the academy with a perfect entrance exam score and maintained top marks, should say. As always, she probably had a perfect score this semester. The top spot in the magic department was hers, unchanged. Asuka chimed in from the side. Aaliyah, what did you eat wrong? Since when do you acknowledge anyone? Don't make a fuss. You'll never be acknowledged by me, so don't worry about it. Who knows, people change. I'm getting used to your crappy attitude. From Helmut's perspective, Asuka was adapting and then not adapting. He often got worked up. Before Aaliyah could retort, Cyan, who had appeared out of nowhere, interjected. I'm second place again, 95.1 points, Asuka responded dully. Your score went up, guess you studied more this time. That's right. Next time I better not rent the study room. The nervous breakdown during the midterms was definitely because of that study room. Cyan cunningly shifted the blame for his own distractions. Asuka grumbled, it's annoying. If it weren't for that bizarre practical exam, I could have won. Really? Shut up. I'll catch up to him during the break no matter what. Asuka made up his mind. Anyway, after completing their exams, all four were gathered together. Such a unique combination was rare. By academic standards, they were an elite group, although the details varied. Starting tonight, they would all leave Greta Academy to return to their homes. With 3 academies breaking for holidays simultaneously, the exodus from Baden would be significant. This gathering marked the end of the semester. The holiday was almost 2 months long. Knowing this, Aaliyah did not rush to leave. Cyan proposed, "Let's go out and have fun one last time today. We won't see each other much during the holidays." Sounds good. For once, Aaliyah didn't object. Chapter 143 Part 1. What Darien left behind, I think I'll be leaving now. Early in the morning, that was what Aaliyah said to Helmut. There wasn't a need to pack up yet, but she had roughly organized a few days ago. Having only the essentials made it so there wasn't much to organize. Aaliyah asked, "Will you be leaving right away too?" "From the dormitory soon. I plan to visit Ethan and then leave Baden in the afternoon." After visiting Ethan for one last lunch together, testing the artifacts sent by the dean, and finishing preparations, he would leave Baden. If their destinations were the same, it might have been nice to travel together at least part of the way, but neither of them intended to share their plans with the other. They shouldn't have. Cyan and Asuka felt the same. The two, burdened with secrets, hesitated in silence, dragging out the time without even knowing what to say. Their gazes met. Staring into her violet eyes, there was a certain ache in one side of his chest. It felt like his heart was throbbing. Helmut was gradually realizing that this symptom wasn't due to Aaliyah's magic. Eventually, it was Aaliyah, who had decided to leave first, who broke the silence. "If anything happens, use the bracelet to call me. It's single use, so don't call without a good reason." "All right, have a good holiday." With that simple farewell, she turned around, thud. The door closed and Helmut, who had stood there for a while, began to move. There was no time to waste. Everyone would leave, but eventually they would meet again in Baden, here at Greta Academy, 2 months later. It wasn't far into the future. Helmut decided to look forward to that time. "Do you want me to carry out your vengeance?" Helmut had asked Darien this in the past. At that time, Darien had answered no. However, Darien clarified that his intention in teaching Helmut the sword was not to send him off to die. Helmut had accepted and affirmed this without further questioning. Less than a year had passed since then, but Helmut had changed. He regretted not asking more detailed questions, a time when he couldn't guess the underlying meanings without explicit statements. "If Darien wanted revenge, but he couldn't ask me to do so because he was thinking of me." Ethan believed that Helmut rightfully should seek revenge, not because of Darien's grudge, but because it was the right thing to do. Traitors must pay for their sins. That was Ethan's notion of justice. That also meant Darien had not lived a life that deserved betrayal. Darien said he wouldn't leave the Forest of Roots because he would have to seek revenge if he did. Did that mean Darien was capable of revenge? Helmut had no doubt that he would eventually reach Darien's level. However, it was also true that he was far from it still. "But I can start looking into it now, even if I deal with it later." Who Darien's enemies were. He needed to see them with his own eyes and judge whether they deserved death without hesitation. If they were good people or had already repented, then Darien, who didn't even want to kill Irugo, who was breeding humans in the Forest of Roots, would not want revenge. Even those who committed evil deeds sometimes deserve to live depending on the situation. Darien always thought about the greater good. "I don't need to go that far," Helmut made it clear within himself. Since it was about Darien, he would follow his will. But if they targeted him, he would eliminate them without mercy. Actually, Helmut didn't plan to find out about Darien's past right away. During the holiday, he thought of earning money since he couldn't hunt magical beasts due to the influence of magic, whether it was through requests or whatever. He had also planned to explore major countries like the Empire, to which many students from Greta Academy belonged. But Ethan's offer changed his mind. "How about visiting the place where Darien used to live?" It was an unexpected suggestion. Helmut tilted his head thoughtfully. "I heard a martial arts tournament is being held there. The dean said he would give you an artifact with a transformation spell as a reward for passing the 10th level. The dean is a remarkable mage. If it's his artifact, there's no doubt about its effectiveness. You could participate anonymously." Helmut was intrigued. He responded positively, "That's a good idea. It'll also be a good opportunity to test your skills, but I shouldn't reveal my swordsmanship." "Is that what you mean?" If he displayed Darien's swordsmanship in Darien's homeland, it would increase the chances of someone recognizing it. "Yes, but the common swordsmanship should suffice. There's practically no one in this Greta Academy who could be a match for you. Aren't you itching to fight?" There was one, Aaliyah, but that one person was someone Helmut couldn't fight. As a mage, her combat ability might be less than Helmut's, but Aaliyah had passed the combat test up to the 10th level. She might be a more challenging opponent than Talon, a good sparring partner. But he couldn't even jokingly suggest sparring with her. Aaliyah is out of the question. It was rare for him to find someone strong yet undesirable to fight, but Aaliyah was special. Somehow this fact was naturally accepted. Helmut made up his mind. "I'll participate in the tournament." Chapter 143 Part 2. Ethan did not know who had betrayed Darien or who had been hostile towards him, where they lived, their status and positions. What he knew was only what was superficially known. Of course, the tournament being held was good information. Helmut found a way to find out what he wanted to know without revealing his intentions. Before leaving the dormitory, the last thing he did was use the crystal ball given by Talon. The crystal ball given by Talon wasn't activated by Vis per se, but it operated in response to Vis. Soon, a gentle light lit up inside the crystal ball and a voice flowed out. Helmut, I didn't expect you to contact me so soon. He had expected some lackey or underling of the Black Hawk to respond, but surprisingly Talon himself answered. His tone was as dignified as any noble's. He asked calmly and leisurely, "What information do you seek?" "The Kingdom of Bassar, the royal capital. I want to know about the organizers of the tournament and the power holders of that country, major events that have occurred in Bassar. The king, the royal family, major nobles. The more information, the better, preferably in detail." Helmut clarified his destination and what he wanted to know. By asking what he wanted to know and listening to what he needed to hear, he avoided the clumsiness of trying to cover his eyes, which would only reveal the fact that he was hiding something. The truth was like a ball mixed among many in a bag. Strengths, weaknesses, public opinions, policies implemented, personality, family relations, even these, yes. If Helmut requested specific information, the Black Hawk would wonder why he wanted it. To prevent reverse engineering facts about himself based on the information he sought, he asked for it broadly. That was Helmut's strategy. After all, he couldn't fully trust these people. They'll probably think I'm participating in the tournament of the Kingdom of Bassar. Even if they asked, he had no intention of answering. Even if he participated, it wouldn't be under his real name. However, Talon asked nothing. As if he had no particular interest in what Helmut was planning. All right, heading straight to the Kingdom of Bassar then. Yes. Where should I send the documents? Leave them at the Mercenary Guild in the royal capital of Bassar. I'll pick them up myself. The Mercenary Guild often acted as a custodian for such items. For Helmut, revealing his disguised appearance by directly contacting the Black Hawk was out of the question. Since he had obtained a good artifact from the Dean, he planned to act as discreetly as possible. Luckily, the tournament allowed participants to conceal their identities. It was designed so that strong competitors from other countries could freely join. Good, I'll contact you again once the documents are ready. Remember the passphrase well, an eagle's claws never miss its prey. Talon, quick to catch on that Helmut had no intention of directly contacting them, swiftly provided a passphrase. Helmut committed it to memory. I've got it. Then I'll arrange everything as we discussed. If there's anything lacking, feel free to contact me. As the conversation ended, Helmut felt a complex emotion. He had always considered the Black Hawk, or Hawkeye, as an enemy to be destroyed at any opportunity. Yet he found himself somewhat impressed by Talon's straightforward handling of matters. His mind might change. But let's wait until I see the documents. Ethan Kudrow might not know, but Helmut was aware of who the traitor was. The plot to betray the Sword Saint Darien de Firth and cast him into the Forest of Roots was not something ordinary people could do. Only those with power could execute such a plan. The documents from Talon would undoubtedly contain information about them. Helmut planned to judge them preemptively through that information. There might even come a chance to contact them, especially if he stands out in the tournament. The Kingdom of Bassar revered strong swordsmen. Standing out was something Helmut was confident in. The Kingdom of Bassar was a military powerhouse with many strong swordsmen. The Knights of Bassar boasted a presence no less formidable than the empires. The people of Bassar loved strong swordsmen. From a young age, Bassarians were accustomed to fighting with wooden swords. To them, the sword was life itself. Thus, the identity of Sword Saint Darien de Firth in such a country needs no explanation. Helmut, who had studied the history and familiarized himself with the Kingdom of Bassar, found this to be the most puzzling aspect. To stab Darien in the back in such a country, it was not something to be proudly disclosed. Even if Darien had plotted a rebellion without a public trial, not even the king could have ousted him, a symbol of the Kingdom of Bassar. Darien de Firth disappeared one day and the reason was not disclosed. Publicly, he was considered missing. Helmut wondered how much the Black Hawk knew about Darien. Even if not up to the part about being sent to the Forest of Roots, did they know Darien was betrayed and eliminated? He thought that might be something he could find out from the documents. The tournament held in the royal capital was an annual event of the Kingdom of Bassar. During the holiday season, upperclassmen from the academy in Baden often participated to test their skills. Considering someone might recognize him, Helmut took his disguise very seriously. It wasn't overthinking. Helmut was indeed a well-known figure at Greta Academy, almost always seen with Aaliyah. Moreover, this artifact is quite useful. Helmut looked at the second bracelet on his wrist. Although not an archmage, the dean was a renowned mage. The duration and effects of the artifact were exceptional. He wouldn't have to worry about hiding his identity. The artifact was charged with enough magic to last up to 3 months. After using the artifact, Helmut looked in the mirror and was satisfied with his altered appearance. Blonde hair, blue eyes, a gentler impression. He was unrecognizably different. He did not forget to wear the glasses he used last time to disguise himself from the Black Hawk's pursuit. His current appearance was hard to associate with Helmut of Greta Academy, practically another person. Helmut thought he looked a bit like Cyan, not very swordsman. He might not look intimidating, but that didn't matter. True strength is proved not by appearance but by skill, yet Helmut would soon realize that the issue was not so simple to dismiss. Chapter 144 Part 1 In the Kingdom of Basser, a third of the country is desert. Helmut arrived at the capital at the beginning of June when the hot winds started to blow. It was a journey of about a fortnight, by no means an easy one. It's hot. Helmut felt the heat. The Forest of Roots maintained a cool climate throughout the year. Sometimes it was so cold that he had to bury himself in the fur of a laga to endure it. Because of this, Helmut was hardly bothered by the cold. But the intense sunlight that seemed to dry up one's flesh and this suffocating heat were truly hard to adapt to. Lucky I'm not so frail as to get heat stroke. Thanks to the Seed of Darkness, Helmut had traits somewhere between a monster and a human. Stronger than humans, yet weaker than monsters. He hardly fell ill with minor diseases. He was robust no matter what he ate and recovered quickly no matter how he was treated. However, in the face of the severe heat, he was more powerless than his horse, White. Now that I've arrived, it's all good. His plan was to rest in a cool inn with air conditioning magic, no matter the cost. He had almost slaughtered humans out of irritation on the way here. That would have led to a bounty on his head even before he could participate in the tournament. The people of this kingdom had a knack for testing one's patience. Upon entering the kingdom of Basser, Helmut frequently encountered quarrels. Are you a noble young master handling a sword with those hands? Even if you make up like a woman, you won't fool anyone. Shall I leave a scar on your face so you can't play around? The people of the kingdom of Basser were big and had a bold temperament. Most of the men had muscular, brawny bodies. They lived with a rugged temperament, fighting desert beasts that appeared from time to time. Thus, it was natural for them to look down on men who were white and seemed to do nothing but read books all day. Helmut, who already had the appearance of a noble's son, became even more dainty with his disguise. He was exactly the type they despised the most. Moreover, the inns Helmut used were usually frequented by warriors or mercenaries. They did not hesitate to pick fights with Helmut, who was alone, simply because he looked weak and handsome. Ignoring them usually led to the intervention of the innkeepers or staff, who were no less muscular than those picking the fights. However, there were times when he could not bear it. For example, on particularly hot days after riding all day and entering a new inn, Helmut's eyes flashed. Go ahead if you dare. Oh, look at this. Can you actually use that black sword? Look at that scabbard, it's just for decoration, a kid playing dress-up. Helmut silently drew his sword. SHHH, with a sharp sound the opponent blinked. Pain shot through his earlobe. Hair cut straight fell fluttering in the air. Oh, the next will be your neck. With a deflating sound, the opponent backed off. Only then did the atmosphere change. It became friendly. So you know how to use a sword. For someone who looks like a girl, you're quite skilled. Are you a foreigner on your way to the capital? Are you going to participate in the tournament? Helmut cut it off. Don't bother me. Unless you want to die. It was rare for Helmut to threaten so blatantly. Killing intent surged in Helmut's eyes. Heat sometimes kills people. Touchy one, aren't you? The opponent shrugged but backed off obediently. Helmut then sheathed his sword. This was not an uncommon occurrence. Fortunately, showing one's strength usually ended matters quickly. The people of this country, regardless of gender, were weak to the strong and strong to the weak, not unlike the Forest of Roots. No, it was a bit different. They respected the strong. They admired strong swordsmen. Students from academies were rare in the kingdom of Basser. That was because in this country swordsmen grew by fighting desert beasts. There was no need to enroll in an academy to experience tension through competition and learn swordsmanship through instruction. Life itself was filled with real battles. This was similar yet different from Helmut's life. Living under Alaga's protection, he had little need to fight monsters. Many strong individuals came from Basser. Darien was one of them, the most unique and legendary of them all. The commander of the Royal Knights of Basser, the Palma Knights, gathered only the strongest from Basser. One of his greatest achievements was reclaiming the Basser Desert, overrun with demonic beasts for humanity. It took many sacrifices and over a decade. The great swordsman Darien de Firth finally succeeded in slaying the giant scorpion demonic beast, Scorpion, that ruled the desert. As a result, the desert beasts, having lost their leader, weakened. The momentum of the monsters that seemed to invade even the capital died down significantly, and people began to traverse the desert, which was once a land of death. The kingdom of Basser rapidly found stability. Darien led the knights to periodically exterminate desert beasts, saving many people in the process. Ethan Kudrow, who nearly died to monsters near a village while traveling through the desert, was saved by Darien. Although his wife had already died, based on this connection, Helmut made his way to Basser. That statue, walking down the main road, Helmut stopped dead in his tracks. A grand and majestic statue holding a sword stood in the middle of the square. It reminded him of someone he knew. Helmut checked the name written below the statue, Sword Saint Darien de Firth, Chapter 144, Part 2. It was a strange feeling. Seeing Darien's statue upon arriving in the capital of Basser, even the traders couldn't do anything to this statue. To remove Darien and leave only his symbolic significance. To be remembered only as a great swordsman and a symbol of Basser for generations. Such a convenient act. Helmut wondered what Darien would have said if he knew this. Would it have been better than having his honor dragged through the mud? I should have brought some of Darien's ashes. He didn't have the means. Plus, he didn't know much about human funeral customs at that time, but now Darien's sword and swordsmanship were with Helmut. Wouldn't that be enough to signify his return? It had been over 20 years since Darien fell into the forest of roots. It was unlikely anyone would recognize him, but he still had to be cautious. The sword was newly sheathed, making it difficult to recognize. I must win this tournament, for Darien's sake. Helmut was determined, but he hoped the tournament would end quickly. Basser was too hot. He wanted to flee to a cooler country as soon as possible. Helmut fanned his face with his hand. There must be shops selling magical items in the capital. I can't stand this any longer. Maybe I should buy something there. In such a hot climate, there were clothes that maintained coolness. He had heard about them. They would allow for a comfortable stay even in this climate. Due to the tournament, the streets were bustling. Not only the participants, but also their families, relatives, and spectators filled the place. The tournament, held during the particularly hot summer of this already hot country, was a festival for the kingdom of Basser. Since all the cheap inns were full, Helmut, after much searching, managed to find a room in an expensive inn. A cool room with clean water supplied through plumbing, luxurious furniture and beds. The floor was carpeted and the room was cozy. There was an open space that could be used as a training ground, spacious enough for practice, a room fit for high nobility. Helmut realized that humans are treated differently based on their attire. If he had been dressed shabbily, this inn wouldn't have admitted him. Fortunately, his cloak was luxurious and his horse was of good breed, so he was not treated poorly. However, he had to pay half of the inn fee up front. If I don't win the prize money in the tournament, it will be troublesome. The large sum he had received from Talon was helpful. The kingdom of Basser used a common currency. The inn fee was a whopping 2,000 marks a day. Even for a high-season, upscale inn, this was exorbitant, but the inn didn't allow bargaining. After all, they had plenty of guests. Helmut paid the price without complaint. Since he would be staying here for nearly a month due to the tournament, including everything, he might see a deficit of about 100,000 marks. It couldn't be helped. It was worth experiencing luxury at times like this. Upon securing the inn, Helmut immediately inquired about the location and moved to a famous shop associated with the Mages Guild. It was a large-scale magic shop that exists only in large cities. Upon entering and asking for clothes that maintain a cool temperature, a clerk approached him. It seems like the cloak you're wearing already has magical features. Helmut looked down at his clothes. Ah, space expansion magic. Then it's likely a product of the Mages Guild and adding a feature to it would be easier. Shall we do that for you? We'll also recharge the spent magical energy. How long will it take? About 3 hours. You can do your business and come back by then. Let's do that after 3 hours. Indeed, the efficiency of a capital's shop was exceptional. Helmut decided to register for the tournament during that time. The deadline was until tomorrow. He hadn't taken on any quests but had scheduled plenty of time, because it was impossible to ride in the scorching sun. After registering for the tournament, the preliminaries would be in 3 days. Since the opponents for the preliminaries would be announced on the day itself, there was nothing special to prepare in advance, just arrive on time. The tournament in the Kingdom of Basser, a knockout format, was extremely famous. The prize money was a whopping 2 million marks. That's why even rank 1 mercenaries often participated. Many knights from Basser also participated, and they were exempt from the preliminaries. If I win, I'll be rich. Suddenly, greed for money surged. Helmut was not inherently without desires. He simply hadn't known the joy of possessing something. Upon reaching the tournament venue, Helmut filled out the registration form. The clerk, after taking the registration fee of 1,000 marks, carefully checked the details. Is Mr. Hyde your correct name? Yes. It was a hastily chosen alias. He had slightly twisted his personal information as well. As long as one wasn't a wanted criminal, they didn't check, so it was fine to write as one pleased. If you are affiliated with a knight's order from another country or a rank 1 mercenary, you can be exempted from the preliminary round. If you have something to prove it, please submit it. The moment the clerk mentioned this, laughter erupted from those around. They ask all sorts of things. That kid doesn't look like he has anything like that. Looks like some noble's son. The people of Bassar were rough. Especially since this country had a relatively free social mobility compared to other countries, they didn't particularly give preferential treatment to nobles from other countries, especially if the individual was alone and looked young. The clerk, slightly embarrassed, hurriedly finished checking the rest of the form. 16 years old, from the Empire, mercenary swordsman. Registration complete. Here is your confirmation. Please come back here by 10 a.m. in 3 days. As soon as he stood up, mockery flew his way. Don't bother coming, you'll be eliminated in the first match anyway. Just a waste of money. Helmut looked at the man who made the comment. Now that registration was over, there was no reason to ignore the taunts. Like Helmut, others who had come to register for the tournament were gathered around. They blatantly ridiculed him. Look at those blue eyes, looks like he'll cry if you just touch him. Look at that, a man with hair that's shiny thought it was a doll walking around playing with girls. Chapter 145, Part 1. I should have changed into something more suitable. Helmut regretted not voicing his opinions more when applying for the artifact. But anyhow, it wasn't the dean's fault. Despite its drawbacks being hot, having traders and beasts appearing in the desert, this country had its advantages. It was permissible to beat someone up over a dispute. Killing was off limits, but breaking limbs was fine as long as you won the fight. It was a country remarkably lenient towards the victor. Helmut flicked his wrist, sword in its sheath in hand. If you want to pick a fight, come at me, don't just flap your gums. His cloak was still being modified. Because of that, Helmut was annoyed by the heat. Look at this guy, pathetic. A brat with some nerve. Rough men stepped towards him. You there, personal fights are forbidden near the martial arts tournament arena, a receptionist yelled out in a booming voice. Looking like a girl but quite spirited, aren't you? I'm Jackal. One of the men who initiated the dispute shrugged and passed by. Let's see you in the preliminary round. No one will intervene then. Helmut deeply memorized the faces of those nearby, including that man. He prayed he wouldn't encounter him in the preliminaries. He wouldn't let him walk off the stage with his limbs intact. A cold light flashed in Helmut's eyes. It's 3,000 marks, a fine cloak you have. It didn't take much to add a feature since it was in good condition, so I'm only charging a little. 3,000 marks was considered a small amount. Even so, it was about the cost of one night's stay in a fancy room at the inn. No matter how good the room was, it felt too wasteful. After paying, Helmut returned to the inn. The cloak felt cool and was certainly more comfortable. Escaping the heat improved Helmut's mood. It feels like I'm alive. Until he returned to the inn, that is, you've arrived, let's have a word. Upon entering the inn, an employee who was talking to a man recognized Helmut and gestured to him. A bad feeling washed over him, a premonition of troublesome affairs ahead. Such premonitions never missed. The man talking with the employee walked over and said, Are you the guest who rented the emerald room on the 5th floor? Yes, he was likely a knight. Judging by his skin color, he wasn't from the Bassar kingdom. His tone was calm but carried an underlying authority. My master has nowhere to stay, and we would like to ask you to give up your room. We will compensate generously. So you're saying you have nowhere else to stay? It would be bothersome to look for another room. He might even end up sleeping outside in this heat. Helmut had already considered the 2 million marks his own, so he wasn't fazed by the amount. You're alone, aren't you? The room has a smaller one attached for attendance. We would appreciate it if you could make a concession. It seems the employee had been too talkative. While it might be okay to negotiate, revealing that a customer was staying alone was another matter. With such a costly and thriving inn, one would think they'd be cautious about their words, or perhaps it's the very nature of such places to be discreet. They underestimated me. The employee was untrained. A stern lesson was necessary. I'm afraid that won't be possible. Try finding a room at another inn. Helmut had been open to negotiating if they found another room and compensated him, but that option had now vanished. As he turned to head back to his room, the knight's hand caught Helmut's shoulder. We said we would pay the price. At that moment, a murderous intent flashed in Helmut's eyes. This country must be infused with some bad energy. It didn't mesh well with him. Constantly being provoked was tiresome. A chilling voice emerged. Remove your hand or I will cut it off. A warning was given once. His hand reached for the sword's hilt. Would 3 seconds be enough? Even if it caused an issue with the martial arts tournament, well, stop it, Robert. Don't be rude to the other guest for my sake. A youthful, androgynous voice spoke. Strangely, it had the power to draw people in. Helmut turned to see where the voice came from. Sorry, my knight acted as if he were a Bassar person. A boy in luxurious travel clothes approached Helmut and spoke softly, maybe 13 or so, pale face, blonde hair, blue eyes. A slim face with a smile, a boy of noble and dignified bearing. The term doll wasn't meant for Helmut. The boy before him was the true embodiment of a doll. In Bassar, he would attract disputes as much as Helmut did. The knight referred to as Robert grumbled. Lord Michael, Chapter 145, Part 2. Helmut scrutinized the delicately beautiful face. A woman dressed as a man, the thought came naturally to Helmut. Yet without any magical aura and considering the Adam's apple, it seemed unlikely. Asuka was delicate enough to be mistaken for a woman, but he wasn't one. Do such people only gather around me? Helmut wondered. I apologize for my knight's rudeness. I am frail by nature and it's hard to find a suitable room elsewhere. Is that so? Helmut responded dismissively. He intended to ignore the boy, but something about him made that impossible. Beyond his age, his calm and unreadable eyes were striking. He stood out significantly. It's hard to find a room, I know. We also struggled before resorting to this place due to connections. But I have an idea. The boy smiled, a smile that could make older women fall head over heels, perhaps even create a room out of thin air for him. Of course, Helmut wasn't swayed. He asked nonchalantly. What is it? How about this? I need a room for my people and you just need a place to stay, so we share the room. In exchange, I'll cover the lodging cost. Robert immediately raised his voice. Lord Michael, that's absurd. How can you suggest sharing a room with someone you've just met? Robert, do we have another option? Michael's gaze turned cold. Robert promptly shut his mouth. The boy had authority over his attendant. He smiled and persuaded Helmut. Are you afraid I don't have any bad sleeping habits? The room is spacious enough for an extra bed. Sharing space wasn't a big deal for Helmut, having experienced dorm life. But was there a reason to? Helmut considered. A new type, one who hides his intentions well, wearing a deceptive smile. While Aaliyah had an elegant and noble aura, she was frankly honest, not like this. It was interesting. No significant energy. Not a vis user, definitely not a threat. Helmut could overpower him single-handedly. Though his intentions are unclear, it's something new. Helmut thought positively. An unfamiliar person, especially of mysterious status, sharing a room was an intriguing proposition. Not a bad idea. Even if it wasn't a losing deal, Helmut wasn't inclined to agree so easily. That alone isn't enough. Helmut proposed a counteroffer. I'll take care of your dining expenses at the inn as well. That's expected. Don't you have something more unique? Helmut was curious what this confident youth could offer. Something special? You mean something emotional or spiritual rather than material? Anything. Michael clapped his hands as if struck by an idea. You're not from Basser and came here for the martial tournament, right? That's right. Then let's do this. I've come to Basser to watch the martial tournament. I'll cheer for you. Having someone support you will surely give you strength. Cheering? Helmut was momentarily speechless, finding the offer absurd, yet strangely he was drawn to the odd proposal. It was the first time anyone had made such an offer to him. There's not much else to ask for anyway. He could ask for money, but with free lodging and meals sorted, Helmut decided to let it slide. Okay. The employee who had informed Michael's party that Helmut was staying alone in the Emerald Room returned the prepaid money to Helmut. Helmut slapped the employee's cheek, not hard enough to cause a nosebleed, but the sudden strike left the employee with a shocked expression. Why would you do this? Be careful with your tongue in the future. The employee, realizing what Helmut meant, recoiled with a flinch. In this country, you have to be assertive. Being alone and not causing trouble, Helmut seemed easy to bully. He was underestimated everywhere. Upon entering the room, the inn staff cautiously brought in an extra bed. The two beds were placed at a distance from each other. The small rooms attached to the Emerald Room, which Helmut had not bothered with, were occupied by Michael's attendants. From knights to servants, it appeared he was from a high-ranking noble family. After talking with his people, Michael approached and asked, We'll be sharing a room, so I can't just keep calling you. What's your name? Hyde. Helmut hesitated, not used to using a pseudonym. Naturally honest, he got slightly confused. Michael seemed to catch the slip and asked, Hyde? No, Hyde. Are you a noble? Think whatever you want. Helmut was slightly irked. Since attending the academy, he'd instinctively used informal language with those younger than him. But a commoner shouldn't speak that way to a noble. Even though Helmut was of noble birth, without proof, that was irrelevant. I'm Michael from the Empire. I am a noble. I'll keep my last name a secret. I didn't ask. Hyde, you're very frank, but being frank isn't always good. Sometimes you need to choose who to be frank with. Imagine if I were royalty or someone of similar status. Hyde could be in a lot of trouble. The nuance was subtle, firm, yet gentle. Is he saying my attitude is problematic? Helmut responded coolly. I don't need your advice. No one doesn't need advice. It's impossible to know and handle everything alone. There's something to learn even from a passing child. This chatterbox is asking for a beating, Helmut thought. However, Michael was not someone he could just hit. Too weak-looking. Male, but still a child. One hit might end him. Unintentionally committing murder wasn't something Helmut wanted. Helmut understood why Asuka found Aaliyah annoying. More precisely, that annoying feeling. Helmut decided to verify. Are you an academy student from the scholarly department? No, I couldn't attend the academy due to my frail health. Asking that hide suggests you are an academy student. People tend to see others as reflections of themselves. Chapter 146, Part 1, Needlessly Sharp. Helmut had no hobby of enjoying being dissected by others. Michael continued the conversation smoothly. My sister is also attending an academy. If she's at the Baden Academy, perhaps you've met. It was a vaguely unsettling comment. He hoped his sister wasn't attending the Greta Academy. Despite his drastically changed appearance, he wondered if he would be recognized. Michael casually took a seat in the chair in front of Helmut. How old is Hyde? 16. He aged himself by a year, sticking to the age listed on the martial arts tournament application form. I'm 14. I can't wield a sword because I'm frail, so I enjoy martial arts tournaments. You can feel the dynamic energy of swordsmen fiercely battling each other. Michael said with a hint of envy. What would it feel like to be weak? Helmut, who had been strong since birth, couldn't understand. Of course, that's not why I came to the kingdom of Bassar. Instead of strength, I have intellect. Recruiting useful talents is also a noble family's duty. A 14-year-old engaging in talent scouting must have been recognized for his discernment by his family, Helmut thought. Is he the heir of some noble family? He only mentioned being a noble without specifying which one. Michael smiled lightly. I should rest now. You use the room on the right. Feel free to leave your things as you wish. I won't touch them. Anything else we need to decide? The way the room was divided seemed fine. There were 2 bathrooms attached. Important items could simply be kept in his cloak, so there was no worry about them being tampered with. I'll use the courtyard in front. You can use it when I'm not there. You need a training ground then, let's do that. The desire to rest was mutual. Having been under the hot sun all day, his body was sweaty. It would be nice if he could cast a cleaning spell, but he had heard that no commercial artifacts for that existed. I should have requested that feature from the dean. He felt regret in various aspects. Just when the conversation seemed to be over, Michael suddenly said, In truth, I'm selective about people. I don't make such offers to just anyone. This might sound strange, but Hyde feels strangely familiar to me. Helmut almost agreed. He felt the same. Is it because I now have blonde hair and blue eyes, because of the resemblance, or because he was used to being surrounded by delicately featured people at the academy? The natural affinity he felt towards this peculiar boy was hard for Helmut to explain, so he didn't agree. A strange guy. That was Helmut's judgment of Michael. Helmut revised his opinion of Michael within a day. Michael was a generous person. At this expensive inn where a night's stay cost 2,000 marks, covering the meal costs was not trivial. Michael suggested they eat together the next day around lunch. Would Hyde like to join me for a meal? Michael, who had mentioned his frailty, hardly went out. He slept soundly and only woke up late in the morning. When he made the offer, Helmut had been practicing with his sword, putting off his tour of the capital before the martial arts tournament. Sure, what would you like? Feel free to eat whatever you want. Helmut wasn't familiar with Bassar's cuisine. When he left the decision to Michael, a lavish meal enough for 5 was soon prepared. The servers busily brought food into the room. Michael subtly pushed some dishes towards Helmut. I'm a bit picky about food. Asuka would have wanted to smack him on the back of his head for nibbling so pretentiously had he seen, but Michael, true to his appearance, did eat delicately. It was odd for someone so frail. On the other hand, Helmut ate well, finishing almost 4.5 servings by himself. Tasty, but this is a bit much. It would digest soon enough with some sword swinging. As he was about to get up, Michael asked, Will you keep training until the martial arts tournament? You've been working hard. Helmut knew Michael had been watching. Since he couldn't use anything but the basic sword techniques in the tournament or otherwise, there was no need to hide his training. He'd been practicing Darien's swordsmanship the entire journey, so he needed to focus on general techniques now. He might face an opponent of first-rank mercenary level. Helmut responded indifferently. Probably, there was only one other thing to do. Helmut was waiting for a message from Talon. He needed to go to the mercenary guild to pick up documents once the message arrived. It was unlikely that the documents would arrive before him. Talon would need time to complete his investigation. Documents could be transferred magically, though. Why not go out with me? Since we're in Bassar's capital, I thought about looking around. Aren't you too trusting? Suddenly acting friendly as if they had become close after sharing a room for one night was strange. It was also odd that he chose to dine with Helmut, disregarding his own entourage. Like I said yesterday, familiarity aside, on what basis do you make such an offer to someone you met yesterday? Following one's senses recklessly without a plan was more Asuka's style. Helmut pondered whether he seemed too approachable, safe enough not to be suspicious to a stranger. Don't overthink it. You're participating in the martial arts tournament and you're not interested in me, so you won't harm me. Plus, being an academy student, you wouldn't want to cause trouble. Think what you want, but let me give you some advice. Helmut stood up, adding coldly, Your judgment might not always be right. It's better to minimize risk. I'll keep that in mind. Michael replied with a calm face. Despite seeming like a well-to-do noble, it was unclear why he was trying to get close. Helmut left him and went back to the training room. Chapter 146, Part 2, Lost in his sword practice, evening came unnoticed. The lights off in the room indicated Michael, who had mentioned going out, hadn't returned yet. A rumbling noise came from the cloak in one corner. Helmut realized the message he had been waiting for had arrived. Extracting the crystal ball, Talon's voice leaked out. "The documents have been delivered. Good. Are you participating in the martial arts tournament?" After a moment's hesitation, Helmut replied, "Yes." "Interesting. A young prodigy who joined the Palma Knights as the youngest in Basser will participate. Not as good as you, but at 18 he can materialize vis, a genius." "I see." Helmut could materialize vis at 13. Even if the opponent had managed it before turning 18, he couldn't compare to Helmut, but it might not be entirely uninteresting to face off. Helmut was aware of the Palma Knights, the strongest knight order in Basser. Comprising no more than 30 elite members, every knight could materialize vis. The authority of the Palma Knights leader was so immense that even the king couldn't treat him lightly. Also, he is a descendant of the missing Sword Saint Darien de Firth. Helmut was taken aback by the follow-up. The Sword Saint's bloodline. Helmut quickly recalled what Darien had said. He had a son born of his frail wife who died early. Darien had stated that his son had died, leaving no descendants. Darien wanted his son to follow the path of the sword, but strangely, the boy had no talent for it. Darien was a strict and cold teacher even to his own child, and his son was a disciple who fell short of expectations. Exhausted by his father's harsh training, Darien's son left one day for another country, leaving behind a letter of resentment. Darien then considered him dead. "Weak and foolish, that halfwit couldn't possibly live a proper life outside of my shadow." But that was more of Darien's conjecture than truth. Helmut realized that. Inside Basser, aside from the king and a few high-ranking officials, it's almost an unknown fact. We found out through our investigation. About 8 months ago, after passing the entrance exam for the Palma Knights, he declared himself as the descendant of Sword Saint Darien. So that son was alive. If he lived to have children, then considering the age, it would be about right for him to have seen his grandchildren. Hence Darien's great-grandson. Helmut almost asked how he proved to be Darien's descendant, but asking would imply Helmut knew of Darien's son's departure from Basser. Pretending ignorance was a tricky task. Darien considered him dead, so Basser might have believed the same. Helmut changed his question. How come the Palma Knights didn't recognize the Sword Saint's descendant? The Sword Saint's son had severed ties and secretly left for another country, it seems. The Sword Saint treated him as a deceased. He changed his name and lived concealed in another land. It makes sense. It was now okay to ask. How did he prove his bloodline to the Sword Saint? Swordsmanship and his grandfather's identity token. And despite several generations, a face resembling young portraits of the Sword Saint. Swordsmanship. While not entirely, certain techniques of Darien's were likely preserved within the Palma Knights. The complete form was solely with Helmut, he believed, but Darien's son might have it too. Even if he had abandoned the way of the sword, if Darien's son had recorded the techniques he learned and passed them to a talented grandson. Interesting, if he was indeed Darien's great-grandson, though distant, blood was blood. What would it be like to confront him? A competitive spirit stirred within Helmut. Helmut feigned ignorance once more. What's this about the Sword Saint being missing? He went to eradicate the offspring of the desert beast Scorpion and vanished in the desert. That's the official story. Offspring? In the Forest of Roots, monster reproduction was slow. Higher beings like Alaga, with strong self-awareness, didn't breed, considering reproduction a pursuit of mortals limited by lifespan. Outside the Forest of Roots, considering this, the Scorpion wasn't of the highest rank. But in the unique environment of the desert, a creature commanding many followers could be challenging to eliminate. Its offspring, weaker than the original, would still be a plausible threat to Darien. And unofficially, there is a theory that the temple intervened and dealt with him. An absence of high-ranking priests was detected in the Lumen Temple at that time. It's a plausible theory. The Sword Saint was a being that wielded almost divine influence in Basser. He personally killed the desert beasts that had been neglected by the temple and was not pleased with the temple's involvement in Basser. I see. If you wish, I can investigate further. It would use one of the 2 opportunities I've left for you. No need. He wasn't about to be swayed into trading information so easily. Helmut knew the trader's name. He had a rough idea of what had happened, even if not in detail. Darien was lured to the desert into a trap. I'll think about what information to ask for next. Whenever you're ready, contact me when needed. Talon ended the conversation cleanly. Helmut pushed the extinguished crystal ball back into his cloak. The training ground quickly returned to silence. It was growing dark. Helmut stood still, lost in thought. It was time to compile the information Talon had provided. Chapter 147, Part 1. I wonder how strong he truly is. Helmut's heart raced. The great-grandson of Darien. Even if that son did not inherit Darien's talent, could it be that the seed of talent skipped a generation and is now shining brightly? Helmut felt a thrill of excitement for the first time in a while. Helmut hoped he was strong. Just as Darien was strong, he wished that the offspring he left behind would be strong as well. It was more than mere competitive spirit, it was a near-compulsive sense of duty, that if one was of Darien's bloodline they ought to be formidable. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. What would those who betrayed Darien think of his great-grandson? It was fairly well known that Darien had severed ties with his son. However, those with much to lose and those in high positions do not like to leave loose ends. Even if the Sword Saint's great-grandson does not dream of revenge, as long as there's a non-zero chance he knows the secret, they wouldn't be able to rest easy. Helmut had learned politics at the academy. The bloodline of the Sword Saint was useful in itself symbolically. Now, he is a knight of Basser and a force to be reckoned with. However, those who even eliminated the Sword Saint would not welcome the emergence of a second one. I'll have to observe. He owed Darien a debt. Even if he was the blood descendant of Darien's son, whom he considered useless and dead, if a talented great-grandson was to display his swordsmanship, Darien would not dislike it. Helmut was thinking of whether to tell him the truth or just wait and see was the question. The next day, Helmut visited the mercenary guild early in the morning. The weighty documents equivalent to 3 thick books vanished into his cloak as if they never existed. Helmut received the documents and immediately returned to his lodgings. Tomorrow, the martial arts tournament would begin. He would likely pass the preliminaries without difficulty, but it was still best not to wander around and get into unnecessary disputes. What Helmut feared most in this country was not the ones who betrayed Darien, but the possibility of himself committing a murder in a fit of rage. The hot sun and the weak ones underestimating him. Just a fantastic environment. Upon returning, he swung his sword for half a day. Growing hungry, he returned to his room to find Michael sitting up in bed. "You're practicing with the sword again today. Hyde is really diligent. It's good to see such dedication. This is the first time I've seen such a weakling." Among all the humans Helmut had seen since leaving the Forest of Roots, Michael was the weakest. Having laid in bed all day, Michael's complexion was pale. Not just for a day but for half a day of wandering, Helmut looked at him with a peculiar gaze. He was incredibly frail. "Then you can cheer, can't you?" Staying in the scorching hot arena seemed like a tough trial for him. I'll sit in a shaded spot and watch, so it won't be a problem. Thanks for worrying about me." "Who's worried?" Helmut knew there were times when it was better to hold his tongue. He kept quiet, but Michael seemed unwilling to end the conversation. "Did you come in to eat?" "Sorry, but I can't join you for a meal. My stomach can't handle food right now. There's no need to eat together. But it's lonely to eat alone. I wanted to have a meal with Hyde." Helmut glared at Michael somewhat. It was the first time he encountered someone who would talk softly and cling like this. The guys at the swordsmanship department spoke harshly, and neither Aaliyah nor Asuka spoke in such a manner. It felt ticklish. But there was something off about coldly rejecting someone who clung like this. He's almost as good at acting friendly as Asuka. "As I said yesterday, you can order whatever you like. Do you have a lot of money?" "Of course," Michael replied lightly. Helmut felt the annoyance of being unlucky again, but then Michael added, "But no amount of money can cure this body." A bitter smile crossed his face. Helmut wasn't good at comforting, even though he knew he probably should. "Don't worry. I'm used to it." Somehow in his presence, one tends to fall silent. The world is full of people more miserable and poor than Michael, who couldn't even dream of such luxurious lodgings. Yet Michael had a knack for drawing out sympathy. His angelic appearance only highlighted such emotions further. This is his weapon then, Helmut instinctively realized. Though not as direct as threatening with a sword, it might be just as effective a weapon. As initially thought he was a new type, it was also intriguing. Hyde, could you close the curtains? The sunlight is too harsh on my skin." Helmut walked over to the window and drew the curtains. Suddenly his gaze fell on a small object on the chair. A pendant. It looked familiar. Helmut thought of the pendant he kept in his pocket, his mother's pendant. It wasn't exactly the same, but it bore a similar design. Oh, it was there. "I was looking out the window and must have placed it there because it was heavy. Could you pass it to me?" The courtyard where Helmut had been practicing was visible from the window. He had been watched for quite some time. Helmut didn't dwell on the implication, though it was annoying that he kept asking for things like a young master, considering paying for the meal made it bearable. This guy might collapse just by trying to pick this up. He placed the heavy gold pendant on Michael's knee. "What's this?" "A pendant my mother gave me." Chapter 147, Part 2. Helmut flinched for a moment, which Michael misinterpreted and smiled gently. I see what you're thinking. Carrying around a gift from mother like a child, something like a pendant so useless. Helmut didn't respond. If that was childish, then he was no different, Michael explained with a smiling face. Carrying a pendant given by a mother holds a special meaning in the eastern and western parts of the empire. What meaning? It's an old tale. There was once a famous knight in the empire. He had to march to a war where death was a constant threat. During the fierce battle, he was struck in the chest by an arrow. He thought he was surely dead, but he survived. The pendant around his neck had stopped the arrow. That pendant was a keepsake from his deceased mother. His voice continued softly. The knight who survived led the war to victory. This story spread, and it became a tradition for mothers to give pendants to their newborn children. Well, among the nobility, of course. Helmut's pendant was also such an item. That meant his origins or his mother's were from the eastern or western parts of the empire. The same was true for Michael. This pendant was given to me when I was born. It's a very meaningful item. Michael opened the pendant and smiled. From Helmut's angle, the inside was not visible. According to tradition, a pendant received at birth can ward off death once. I've already cheated death several times. Perhaps one of those times this pendant played its part. Though Helmut didn't quite believe in such stories, if his pendant had indeed saved his life, it might have been during his first fall into the forest of roots. Perhaps, Helmut responded, turning away. The new information stirred him just as the revelation of Darien's great-grandson had the day before, briefly unsettling him. But soon he calmed himself down. I'm going to eat now. The immediate concern was the upcoming preliminary round and filling his hungry stomach. The martial arts tournament venue was bustling. None here pose a threat to me. Helmut casually surveyed the surroundings and came to an expected conclusion. He had left his lodging early in the morning to participate in the preliminary rounds. As it approached 10 a.m., Helmut was present at the tournament grounds. Participants were checked in at the entrance, so everyone here was a contender. The number of participants in the preliminary rounds reached several hundred. The process was simple, just fight and win. The actual method was a bit more complicated. Participants were divided into 4 groups for the preliminaries, followed by a tournament to select the final contestants. Including 1 or 2 from the losers' revival matches, making it into the top 10 secured a spot in the main event. Today, the first group went through 2 rounds of matches. The participants were informed at the entrance which group they belonged to, so those in the first group participated while others were free to watch or leave. The main event would consist of 32 participants. 22 spots were reserved for proven skilled fighters, and the rest were open for knightly orders nominations. Of course, if there were too many applicants from the knightly orders, they too had to go through the preliminary rounds, but that was rare. Normally, participants were selected based on skill from among the applicants. With a loser's revival match included, those unlucky but skilled could still make their way up. An entry fee of 1,000 marks was no small sum. Reaching the main event meant getting the fee back, along with prize money at each stage, but failing in the preliminaries meant losing the money. This setup meant only those confident in their skills or indifferent to losing 1,000 marks participated in the preliminaries. Helmut stood out among the burly men, with sun-darkened skins crowding the preliminary site. That meant to them he looked like the latter type. Naturally, snide comments flew his way. Got a lot of money, huh? Are you a young master trying to gain some experience? Look at that sword and outfit, reeks of wealth. Selling those would easily fetch 10,000 marks. They snickered among themselves, posturing, which wasn't a problem. Helmut could tolerate that much, but this was different. Helmut blocked an attempt to slap his rear with his scabbard. Oh, quick on the uptake, aren't we? He disliked being touched. His sword flashed out lightning fast, its blade pressing against the man's throat. Pray you don't encounter me in the preliminaries. Just this gesture was enough to leave him wanting to sever limbs. A mere touch was enough for the blade to draw blood, a true testament to its sharpness. What is this? The man's face froze and he backed away cautiously. That one move had clearly shifted the mood. Did you see how he drew his sword? Almost didn't see it. Looks like the young one's not just for show. The crowd backed away from Helmut, mixing curiosity with caution. In Basser, a land of warriors, strength commands respect. Would have been easier if they could just recognize it at a glance. Expecting such discernment from these weaklings was perhaps asking too much. Helmut involuntarily looked up at the sky. The sun blazed down fiercely, its heat almost tangible. Soon an official from the tournament announced, "Participants of the Basser Royal Martial Arts Tournament, please listen. The preliminary rounds will begin shortly. Please conserve your energy and move to the tents to wait quietly for your turn." Not mentioning disqualification for brawling or disputes was very Basser-like. Fortunately, waiting in the shade was an option. Despite the high temperatures, it wasn't too hot if one stayed out of the direct sunlight. Helmut, unfamiliar with being called Hyde, waited, repeating the alias to himself. His turn fortunately came quickly. "Hyde, please come to the stage." Chapter 148 Part 1. Upon being called to the stage, Helmut raised his eyebrows. There seemed to be something catching his gaze in the distance. He turned his head in that direction. Michael, as promised, it seemed he really came to cheer. Well, not necessarily. After all, Helmut himself had only realized upon arriving here that he belonged to the first group. It meant Michael was there to see the tournament and decided to cheer for Helmut as he saw him. It was a VIP seat close to the stage, shaded like a tent. Dressed in white, with blonde hair and pale skin, Michael stood out like a white dove among a flock of crows. Michael often fell ill, but being accustomed to it, it seemed his condition quickly improved after resting for a day. He looked healthier than initially thought, even seeming fine this morning when he left. He lightly waved his hand towards Helmut. Not making a fuss about recognizing someone on stage was both noble-like and very much like him. Soon, Helmut's opponent took the stage, a familiar face. The opponent recognized him first. "I'm Jackal, the same guy you saw a few days ago. Lucky, today's my lucky day." Helmut agreed internally. He remembered that name. It was the guy who picked a fight with him when he was submitting the documents for the tournament. As a rule, weaklings aren't worth remembering, but one mustn't forget those who owe a beating. The match ends when one participant calls for surrender or is deemed unable to fight. There is no time limit. Begin as soon as the bell rings. "It's hot," Helmut muttered. He had thought about sparing him some pain, but that would be bothersome. "Let's finish this quickly." "What are you babbling about, you brat?" Jackal's face contorted in rage. It seems he heard him. Dealing with such small fry was a waste of time. Ding, a short and heavy bell sound echoed. Helmut moved like a flash of lightning. His sword cut through the air without resistance. Shush. A chilling noise followed. The duel ended in an instant. A moment of silence then. Wow, a fierce cheer erupted from the audience. Jackal clutched at his now empty forearm, eyes wide in disbelief. His arm, holding the sword, was now spurting blood on the floor. All it took was a single strike. What just happened? Jackal wasn't the only one in the dark. Before anyone knew it, the match was over. The sight of blood excited the crowd, who chanted Hyde's name like mad. Hyde, Hyde, Hyde. Even amidst the roaring cheers, Helmut on stage remained composed. The boy with blonde hair and blue eyes, whose appearance seemed understated in Basser, displayed a shocking reversal. The audience welcomed the emergence of a strong contender with all their might, a new powerhouse making this tournament interesting. "That's impressive," Michael murmured leisurely. "I did well to stop you that day, Robert. I never thought the boy named Hyde would have such skills." Michael's escort, Robert, commented in a low voice. Though not the only escort, facing someone of such caliber could have endangered Michael. It was a close call to endangering the person they were supposed to protect. "My judgment is reliable, you know." Robert understood the meaning behind Michael's gaze. It was the look of wanting something, and Michael had an exceptional talent for acquiring what he desired. "He's an enigma. That's something we'll have to slowly figure out. There's still plenty of time." Michael smiled sunnily. It was an inscrutable smile. The day's preliminaries ended cleanly. At least by Helmut's standards, the skills of his two opponents were on par. That meant both matches ended with a single strike. The condition of the second opponent was somewhat better. Not in a good condition, but being tournament participants, they would receive treatment. "Tomorrow I have no matches." His competitors dwindled in an instant, having fought twice today. The format was a match per group per day, with a rest day in between, followed by another 2 matches 5 days later. There was no need for deep contemplation. Just face whoever's thrown at you and knock them down. "Are the students of Greta Academy's swordsmanship department better than I thought?" Helmut tilted his head. The two he faced today felt like they had the average skill level of second-year swordsmanship department students. Helmut reevaluated his schoolmates. Of course, there might be a difference in experience, but purely in terms of skill, they seemed comparable to those participating in Basser's tournament. Well, many of them come from swordsmanship families. It made sense then. Greta Academy was a prestigious institution that required passing rigorous exams for admission. Many came from swordsmanship families trained from childhood. They would have solid fundamentals, making them a match even for the less refined participants of the tournament. There were a few boys who looked like academy students among the participants in Basser's tournament, but they appeared older than Helmut. If they were second-year students, being younger, they would focus more on training rather than traveling to distant Basser to participate in the tournament. "It's better not to run into someone I know." It would be hard to recognize Helmut in disguise unless they had very keen eyes. Chapter 148 Part 2. Upon returning to the lodging, Helmut encountered Michael, who had returned earlier. Despite being in the shade, the geothermal heat was intense. Michael's face was flushed as if he would fall ill again tomorrow. He spoke in a gentle voice. "Hyde, you were truly amazing today. It was worth cheering." "You're that way of talking." He wanted to point out how ticklish it sounded. But it seemed he was already getting used to it. He felt slightly better. Perhaps it was the contrast effect. In Basser, where everyone was eager to underestimate him, Michael was the only person who had treated him right from the start. It must be his way of winning favor. If not falling for it, at least it softened his heart. Most would be smitten. Asuka is a dog, Alir is a cat, and this guy is. Helmut found the answer, a fox. If he were a merchant, it would make sense to act this way. Do your family run a trading company or something? No, then never mind. Hyde seems curious about me now. Have we gotten closer? A shiver ran down his spine. The smile on his face made his fist clench, a test of patience in a different sense. As if he were a fragile man, too weak to hit by mistake, he was a new type, as if a multiple-choice question turned into a true or false. I'll look forward to the day you advance to the main event. Sorry, but I'm not feeling well enough to join you for dinner. Michael knew exactly when to pull back. He indeed looked unwell. Eat as much as you want. He felt strangely tamed by food. Perhaps that was why he couldn't do anything about Michael. This luxurious inn served food on par with the Kudrow mansion. Okay, Michael entered his room and Helmut quietly enjoyed his meal. Since the matches ended so swiftly, there was hardly any physical toll on him. Among today's participants, likely none had completed their matches with as little exertion. Ending it with a single strike meant he didn't reveal much to be analyzed. There's something I need to check out. After finishing his meal, Helmut returned to his room. Michael was breathing softly in sleep. He slept soundly and wasn't disruptive in his movements. Whether it was intentionally directed or not, Michael's attendants and Helmut rarely bumped into each other. The only inconvenience of sharing a room with him was the lack of personal space, except for the outside training ground. Helmut glanced at the sleeping Michael, then settled on his side of the sofa. He immediately pulled out the documents sent from the Mercenary Guild. Tonight, I need to familiarize myself with this. As if studying for an exam, he needed to focus on reading the thick pile of documents totaling 3 volumes. He had postponed it, thinking to prepare for the preliminaries. When he went to apply, he had guessed, but seeing the competitor's skills, Helmut's chances of not making it to the main event were practically nil. The documents briefly mentioned the investigated individual's personality, status, authority, family relations, tendencies, political affiliations, and more. Helmut's eyes suddenly stopped on one part. Palma Knight Commander. Palma, the highest-ranking knight order in the Kingdom of Bassar, once commanded by Darien. The name of the current commander was familiar. Darien didn't know how many had participated in banishing him to the Forest of Roots. He was also unclear why they did it. He could only guess they found the existence of a sword saint with significant influence in Bassar bothersome. Given his autocratic nature, Darien likely didn't pay much attention to his surroundings until he was betrayed. Driving Darien to the Forest of Roots was a deadly trap. Even for him, nearly at the pinnacle as a swordsman and possessing immunity, the poison was strong enough to blur his mind. The vis suppressed by holy magic and the desert trap without any aid. Vis and mental strength interact. Thus, with a blurred mind, controlling vis properly was impossible. 3 high priests, each a match for a great mage, were mobilized to suppress him. Darien hadn't noticed any signs because he trusted that person. Because of that trust, he was betrayed. The only one Darien named as a traitor. Ludus Cicero. He was the deputy commander of the Palma Knights at the time. After Darien disappeared, he became the Palma Knight commander. Skill played a part, but backdoor deals were also worth considering. Thus, those who benefited from Darien's disappearance, likely traitors, sharing a deep secret that needs to be buried in the past, can maintain relationships. Likely, other traitors remain close to the current Palma Knight commander. I can't ask Talon to investigate information from over 20 years ago. That would reveal too much. It seemed better to casually gather information while moving around. Bassar favors the strong. Many powerful individuals approach the finalists of the tournament. Sometimes, there are even recruitment attempts from knight orders. The problem is Helmut has never done such work. He is significantly weak at dealing amiably with others. For Helmut to become affable like Michael would be harder than reaching Darien's level. Even if I find out who the traitors are, there's nothing I can do immediately. The Palma Knight commander would be a formidable opponent, likely more so than Talon. Not to mention, there's no guarantee others could be easily dealt with. But it's not just about him, there are those around him. Helmut's eyes turned icy. Humans are not solitary beings, they have families or others they hold dear. Just because those associated with the Palma Knight commander benefit from him doesn't mean they can be spared from the cycle of vengeance. Vengeance is about ruthlessly crushing the opponent. Mercy should not be considered. According to the documents Talon investigated, the Palma Knight commander has a family, a wife, a son, a daughter, and even grandchildren. Mercy for the weak does not apply here. I'll have to look into it. The decision can wait. The day he would face Darien's great-grandson in this martial arts tournament was eagerly anticipated. Chapter 149 Part 1. You seem to have some skills, but do you think I would lose to a flimsy brat like you? Hide victory. Don't underestimate me just because you got lucky with an easy opponent. Hide victory. 5 days later, the advancement to the main event was easily decided. However, as if to signify a step up, the very last one kneeled down after taking 3 hits. Not bad. Helmut casually threw these words at his quivering opponent and turned away cleanly. Everyone talks too much. The sword is simpler than that. Hyde, congratulations on making it to the main event. Michael, who had approached at some point, greeted him with a smile. From the first day, including Robert, Michael's squires did not even give Helmut a glance. They only placed their hands on their swords as if on guard. They are well trained, on a similar level to the academy instructors. It would be impossible to have such knights unless one is an heir of a considerable family. No need to delve too deeply. To Helmut, Michael was just a noble boy he happened to meet by chance. Entangling with anything would not be light given the weight of the past Helmut carries. If you have no special plans today, how about going somewhere nice with me to celebrate making it to the main event? Helmut cut him off briefly. I would like to focus on training since the main event is coming up. Somehow sharing accommodation, there was nothing to gain by being close to Michael. If anything related to what he was planning were to affect him, it could spark trouble. Even though he is a prominent noble, this place is Basser, a foreign country. It wouldn't be strange if he were to be treated harshly. But Michael persisted with a slightly stubborn attitude. It seems like Hyde can advance to the upper stages without difficulty, Helmut noticed. Perhaps this was a sign that he had been marked as a predetermined opponent. Being openly friendly like this in full view of everyone, the power brokers of Basser who wish to approach the strong would hesitate, thinking that he is already claimed. That could be troublesome. I can't guarantee that. The main event is already full of skilled participants. Then together shall we watch the other matches from the VIP seats. It's the match where the main event participants are decided, so it would be helpful if we were to meet them later. Thinking the skills of the main event participants were already clear and not worth watching, but he found the idea of watching others' matches interesting. Helmut nodded. All right. Being able to make such a tempting offer is also a skill. When they climbed up to the VIP seats, one of the participants was already standing in the arena. A huge man, seemingly 3 heads taller than Helmut, the announcement followed. His opponent is Luke Yeager. A man slowly walked towards the arena from the other side just as Helmut was about to take his seat. Helmut inadvertently gave his attention to him. From his gait, something extraordinary could be felt. It was an indescribable sensation. The moment he saw the face of the man who stepped onto the stage, Helmut froze. Hyde. Do you know him? No, not really. Helmut shook his head, but his gaze was intensely fixed on the young man standing on the stage, not a huge build but with well-defined muscles and a nimble body. His silver-gray hair, cold as ash, contrasted starkly with the son of Basser. His eyes were a deep green, the eyes of a serious swordsman, and that face. A pleasant charisma emanated from his handsome face, which was smiling faintly. There was a hint of sharpness at a glance. 18 years old, an age of transitioning from a boy to a young man, not an age one could call old, but his face conveyed more maturity than youthfulness. Likely because he had already carved out his place in a foreign land. The descendant of Darien. A sharp sensation passed through him. There was no need to confirm if it was really him, but why a member of the Palma Knights is here. He resembled Darien, that stubborn and strong person who taught Helmut not only swordsmanship but many things, and the strongest human Helmut had ever seen. A human whom even the demonic beasts of the Forest of Roots wouldn't dare to confront lightly. What kind of swordsmanship will he display? Ding, the bell rang long. Before the echo of the bell could fade, the duel was over. That ended quickly. Michael's voice was heard. Helmut belatedly realized Michael's presence beside him. He had been so engrossed that he momentarily forgot where he was. The duel, which lasted a very short time, made Helmut shiver, not just because he saw the strong swordsmanship of the opponent. Helmut saw a glimpse of Darien in him. Although it's hard to tell from the few times the sword was swung, but even from those few times he could sense something. The young man knew Darien's swordsmanship. It seems the son didn't learn in vain. Well, it was Darien. He would not have been lenient with his only son, not less harshly than he had been with his many students, but he endured through the hardship and pain. However, such painful and difficult memories inevitably leave a mark on the body. The unnamed son of Darien must have excellently passed down Darien's swordsmanship to his talented grandson. I've never seen anyone with talent equal to mine. Helmut was surprisingly taken aback, not out of arrogance. Helmut was a genius. But Darien's descendant had met an opponent nearly at the level of Helmut's opponent and finished the match in a similar time. Although 18 years old and older than Helmut in terms of talent, he was in no way inferior. Helmut had a seed of darkness. If they had started from an equal footing, Helmut couldn't confidently say he would have the upper hand. Chapter 149 Part 2, How did it seem to Hyde? That person seems quite skilled too. I saw him properly, he's a candidate for victory. Does that mean he's stronger than Hyde? Michael asked casually, but it was a sensitive question. Helmut was not displeased. I'm also a candidate for victory. He didn't feel like he would lose. Excluding Darien and the rulers of the Forest of Roots regions, he hadn't met anyone who gave him a sense of inevitable defeat. Michael seemed intrigued. Does that mean you have to fight to know? Helmut stood up without answering. He left with only one sentence. I have to go. The young man, Luke Yeager, returned to the waiting area with a grin. Today he felt exceptionally good. Was it because his advancement to the main event was confirmed, but that was already expected, like the outcome of the duel just now? Maybe something good is about to happen. Isn't it unfair for a member of the Palma Knights to participate in the preliminaries? Morgan, the preliminary participant who had just lost to him, grumbled. Being a mercenary against a noble opponent, he had to be wary. Luke merely shrugged. Waiting for the main event to start makes me itch. It's better to get some practice, but unfortunately for you, our paths have crossed. Actually, those with a guaranteed spot in the main event wouldn't normally bother with the preliminaries. There's the risk of an unexpected strong opponent leading to an early exit, which would be embarrassing. But Luke had no such fears. He was a strong contender. The possibility of defeat was not something he needed to consider. Push harder. If you're lucky, you might make it back in through the loser's revival match. Everyone finds their place according to their skills. So you're saying if they're skilled enough for the main event, they'll make it. Well, you're right, Morgan shrugged, continuing the conversation. There are others as young and as formidable as you, and that kid is even younger than you. Ah, I've heard about him, that Hyde kid, right? Have you seen him? Luke's eyes sparkled. Already a celebrity in the royal capital, Hyde was the talk of the town. Blonde hair, blue eyes, as delicate as a doll collected by noble ladies, more suited to holding a book than a sword. Yet despite being only 16, his skills were formidable. No one could last more than 3 exchanges against him. That's enough talent to be a part of the Palma Knights. If they had met in the preliminaries, even Luke might have found himself in a tight spot. Not that he expected to lose. I haven't seen him, but I just did now. He's coming this way. Luke turned around. The boy's approach was remarkably silent, yet his appearance was strikingly conspicuous. Blonde hair, blue eyes, he shone even amidst the crowd. Contrasting with the dark hair and rough skin of the people here, looking frail enough to be bullied in Basser. But Luke Yeager wasn't raised in Basser. His steps are regular, his posture stable, his brow furrowed. The young boy making waves wasn't famous for nothing. His walk towards them showed no hesitation. Luke realized the boy had come for him. Did he see my duel just now? If he had, it made sense for him to come over, impressed by Luke's skills. Luke felt awkward but proud. I'll go now, good luck. Morgan, who had to prepare for the loser's revival match, left after bidding farewell. Luke addressed the approaching boy. So you're Hyde. What was this kid doing here? His curiosity was piqued, but the next moment, Luke's expression hardened at the words that came out of the boy's mouth. Are you the great-grandson of the Sword Saint? Luke's hand shot out. An attempt to cover the boy's mouth was swiftly blocked by a quick hand. The unfamiliar boy looked at him with a cold gaze as if asking for a fight. Luke glanced around hurriedly. Fortunately, the few people waiting were focused on the match outside the tent. Luke sighed in relief, but the boy pressed on with another question. Why don't you use the name Deferth? You keep it down. How did you? Is it already out? I doubt it, not everyone knows. Hey, that's a secret. The commander told me not to talk about it carelessly. Is that so? The boy seemed to ponder for a moment before adding calmly. You don't need to worry, it's not widely known. I happen to have unusually good information. As Talon had assured, Helmut could find out state secrets if needed. Luke frowned, looking troubled. Okay then, Hyde. What brings you to me? Surely not to ask that. You haven't answered yet. If he wanted his mouth shut, he needed to answer. The boy's attitude was surprisingly high-handed. Luke looked around and replied. My grandfather severed ties with the Sword Saint and left home. Claiming the Deferth name now would be laughable. The Deferth side branch knows, but they seem wary, thinking I might claim a right to the family's wealth. But you became a knight in Basser, right? Then using the Deferth name would be more advantageous for you. Although technically the rightful heir to the Sword Saint, there was no issue with him leveraging Darien's reputation for his benefit. It could be useful. That was Helmut's thought. Luke shrugged. Living here is fine, the Palma Knights are a good order. Anyway, I have nothing to do with Deferth. My grandfather wouldn't be pleased if I used the name. I am Luke Yeager of the Yeager family.